Which team, when placed in the same perilous environment, can ensure the survival of all its members? By happenstance, Zhou Wen inadvertently selected an option and was chosen by a mysterious force to participate in a survival challenge game. Can he lead the women through survival on a deserted island? Can he help them endure in a town ravaged by zombies? Can he navigate the chaos of a war-torn city? Can he survive in Jurassic Park? Can he endure amidst the wasteland of a post-nuclear war? Chapter 1. The survival challenge begins on the deserted island. After dinner, Zhou Wen lay on his bed, engrossed in his mobile phone. On a certain forum, he stumbled upon a voting post. Between a group of 1 man and 10 women and another of 1 woman and 10 men, which group can survive intact in a dangerous environment? Zhou Wen chuckled. Was there even a need to vote? Bear Grylls had already demonstrated the answer. While it was said that the male group succumbed to alcohol poisoning due to an abundance of food, Zhou Wen suspected it was merely the director's manipulation. As he intended to select 1 woman and 10 men, an unexpected tickle in his nose made him sneeze, causing his finger to tremble and inadvertently select 1 man and 10 women instead. At first, he thought nothing of it, but in the next moment, a strange occurrence transpired. A mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Challenger confirmed. Transmission commencing. Before Zhou Wen could grasp the situation, the world spun around him, and he was plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Wen regained awareness, feeling a rhythmic sway and hearing the rush of wind nearby. When he opened his eyes, he was nearly taken aback. Where on earth am I? Is this still Dongdao? As he sat up, he realized he was on the foredeck of a yacht, surrounded by the boundless ocean. Have I encountered a mysterious event? Panic surged within Zhou Wen. Hadn't he been playing on his bed? How did he end up on a yacht? He gently pinched his thigh, the pain confirming that this was not a dream. At that moment, he heard a woman's moan. Turning towards the sound, he was startled to find a group of young women in various swimsuits sprawled out behind him. The sight of their alluring forms made Zhou Wen instinctively salute in respect. It seemed the women were beginning to awaken, and after a brief hesitation, he decisively turned away and feigned unconsciousness. Moments later, a cacophony of panicked screams erupted, followed by a chorus of frantic voices. Listening closely, Zhou Wen discerned that these women appeared to know one another, calling each other by name. He thought to himself, could it be that I have indeed been selected by a mysterious force for some survival challenge? Regret flooded him. Participating in a survival challenge with a group of women felt like an insurmountable challenge. Just then, one of the women exclaimed, "Hey, there's another guy lying over there." Zhou Wen considered that it was time to awaken. He slowly moved his limbs, shifting his position. After several seconds, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, bleary-eyed, muttering, "Damn, how am I still dreaming?" Then he lay back down. Suddenly, Zhou Wen bolted upright, panic etched on his face as he gazed at the women. Where is this place? Who are you all? He instinctively checked his body, as if fearing someone would snatch his kidney away. His performance alleviated some of the women's apprehensions, and a stunning beauty in a light yellow bikini said, "We are models from Dongfang Fashion Company. We just boarded this yacht for a swimsuit shoot and suddenly passed out. When we awakened, we found ourselves here. Handsome, where did you come from?" Zhou Wen recollected, pondering for a few seconds, then replied, "I was at home playing on my bed, came across a voting post, and suddenly blacked out." He explained the voting post and inquired, "Did you all see it too?" The swimsuit models exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "Is it possible that I'm the only one who saw it?" Zhou Wen mused, wondering if they were merely NPCs. Just then, a scream pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn their heads. A woman in a purple swimsuit pressed her hands against an invisible wall, her voice tinged with desperation. "I want to enter the cabin, but there's a transparent wall here." The faces of the crowd shifted, and they rushed to touch the invisible barrier. Zhou Wen circled the edge of the foredeck, discovering that the entire area was encircled by this invisible wall, making it impossible to jump overboard. What on earth is happening? The swimsuit models huddled together, crying as they bumped into one another, the scene so awkward that Zhou Wen felt embarrassed to watch. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the loudspeaker on the deck. As everyone turned their gaze to it, a mechanical voice announced, "Greetings, challengers. Welcome to the survival challenge game. Pay attention. Your upcoming task is to survive for a full 30 days on a deserted island without any tools. I refuse to participate in any challenge. I want to go home. Let us go. Kidnapping is illegal. Help." The women cried out in a chorus, but the loudspeaker continued to recite the rules, ignoring their pleas. Zhou Wen looked toward the direction the yacht was heading, where a dark silhouette loomed ahead, white seabirds circling above it surely. This was the deserted island where they were meant to survive. Challenge countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the words fell, the invisible wall vanished. At that moment, an explosive sound erupted from the stern, causing everyone to tumble onto the deck. The models yelped in pain. Ignoring the ache in his backside, Zhou Wen scrambled to his feet and peered into the cabin, a wave of heat rushing toward him as flames blazed before his eyes. Oh no, the yacht is on fire. Panic surged within him. He had assumed the yacht would transport them to the island, but now it seemed they were being forced to jump into the water mid-journey. Who concocted such a dastardly plan? What do we do? What do we do? The swimsuit models flailed about like ants on a hot pan. The fire crept closer to the bow, and Zhou Wen shouted, "The flames are coming. Jump into the sea." The beauty in the light yellow bikini rallied her friends, exclaiming, "Sisters, listen to him, let's jump." Leading the way, she leaped into the water with a splash. Plop, plop. Several other models followed suit, surfacing like mermaids. However, 4 women remained on the deck, trembling and crying. "We can't swim, what should we do?" Oh no. Zhou Wen felt a surge of frustration. How could they dare to board a yacht for a swimsuit shoot without knowing how to swim? His eyes scanned for a lifeline, and he spotted a row of life rings hanging on the railing. He hurried over, shouting, "Grab a life ring." As he reached for a life ring, an unexpected explosion rocked the yacht, sending a wave of heat and wind that hurled Zhou Wen overboard, propelling him several meters away before crashing into the ocean. Without uttering a sound, he lost consciousness once more. Chapter 2. My apologies, this is a reflex action. Waves crashing. The ocean, frothing with white foam, surged onto the shore. Zhou Wen groaned, awakening once more from his stupor. He lay on the beach, his mind a blank slate. A small crab scuttled past him, its movements producing a gentle rustling sound. After a brief moment, Zhou Wen finally regained consciousness. He sat up on the beach, meticulously recalling the events that had transpired. Once he remembered what had happened, he quickly checked himself and found that not a single part was missing. Zhou Wen couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking to himself that if he could survive being swept away by the heat, he must indeed be the protagonist. "Where are the ladies?" he exclaimed, jumping to his feet and surveying his surroundings. He discovered that he was on a crescent-shaped beach, lined with numerous palm and coconut trees, with a dense jungle looming behind. Not far down the beach, a pale body lay sprawled out. Zhou Wen hurried over and realized it was a woman clad in a pink swimsuit. He turned her over and was immediately struck by her beauty and oval face, high nose, full lips, a slightly upturned chin, and an incredibly alluring figure, her swimsuit concealing a pair of delightful curves. He knelt beside her, vigorously shaking her shoulder, calling out, "Wake up! Can you hear me? Please wake up." The woman remained motionless. Zhou Wen reached out to check her breath, which was barely perceptible, then pressed his fingers against her carotid artery, finding no pulse. Unconscious, with faint breath and a weak pulse, he realized he needed to perform CPR without delay. Zhou Wen quickly checked her mouth and nose for any obstructions before kneeling beside her, placing his palms together and pressing down between her breasts. After more than 30 compressions, he leaned down to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Perhaps due to the timely intervention, after less than 3 cycles, the woman suddenly coughed and began to breathe on her own. Ding Yutong coughed a few times, regaining consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she saw a man in a light blue t-shirt kneeling beside her, pressing on her chest. Confused from just waking up, she instinctively screamed, "Pervert," and sat up, shoving Zhou Wen's hands away while swinging her palm towards his face. In typical novels, Zhou Wen would have taken the slap and then explained his actions. Fortunately, this was not a conventional story, and Zhou Wen was not the type to remain dazed when faced with an incoming slap. Ding Yutong's attempt was weak, and Zhou Wen swiftly caught her wrist with his left hand while delivering a swift slap to her face with his right. Ding Yutong was momentarily stunned, covering her cheek in disbelief. You dare to hit me?" Zhou Wen, with a lack of sincerity, replied, "Sorry, you started it. This was merely a reflex." Infuriated, Ding Yutong retorted, "My father wouldn't hit me like that." She struggled to free her right hand, but when unsuccessful, she raised her left hand, preparing to strike back. Zhou Wen, internally smirking, grabbed her left wrist with his right hand while releasing her right, delivering another slap to her other cheek. Ding Yutong was once again taken aback. Zhou Wen remarked, "Apologies, that was also a reflex." After receiving 2 slaps, Ding Yutong finally regained her senses, her gaze clearing up considerably. Zhou Wen released her, taking the opportunity to explain, "You nearly drowned. I was performing CPR. Do you understand? As Ding Yutong glanced around the beach, memories of struggling in the water flooded back, and she nodded silently. Zhou Wen added, I saved you, so say thank you. Ding Yutong looked up at him and mumbled, thank you. Zhou Wen responded, you're welcome. Thus, when reason fails with a woman, it seems using physical means first can yield results, as the beauty before him was now quite reasonable. Zhou Wen, just call me Brother Wen. What's your name? Ding Yutong replied, hello, Brother Wen. My name is Ding Yutong. Nice to meet you, that's a lovely name. Get up, we need to find the others. Zhou Wen extended a hand to her. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped his hand and stood up with his assistance. Thank you. Zhou Wen glanced at her in surprise after being slapped. She was quite polite. You're welcome. As they walked along the beach, they spotted several figures ahead, gathered together and seemingly engaged in some activity. Zhou Wen exclaimed with delight, there they are. Let's hurry over. Ding Yutong nodded, jogging after Zhou Wen. He inadvertently looked back, noticing her two charming curves bouncing enticingly, almost spilling from her pink swimsuit. Zhou Wen nearly stumbled, quickly regaining his composure and continuing to run forward. Upon reaching the group, the sound of their footsteps drew the attention of several women, one in a yellow swimsuit waving cheerfully. Yutong, I'm so glad you're okay. Ding Yutong glanced at Zhou Wen, responding, Sister Qinghe, I'm so relieved to see you. I almost drowned, but Brother Wen saved me. Gu Qinghe examined Zhou Wen with surprise, offering him a friendly smile. Gu Qinghe, thank you for saving my sister. Zhou Wen replied, you're welcome, I'm Zhou Wen. On the beach lay another woman in a red swimsuit, her complexion pale, eyes closed, and not a breath to be seen. Zhou Wen inquired, what happened? Gu Qinghe replied, Yao Yao seems to have drowned. Zhou Wen was taken aback, urgently insisting, then what are we waiting for? Hurry and save her. The women exchanged glances, saying, we can't. Damn, a bunch of useless people. Zhou Wen quickly knelt beside Yao Yao, checking her mouth and nose before preparing to administer CPR. At that moment, a woman in a black and white striped swimsuit rushed over, pushing Zhou Wen aside and shrieking, stop. What are you doing? Zhou Wen swayed slightly, but managed to stay upright, replying irritably, are you blind? I'm performing CPR. Humph, don't lie, I can see you just want to touch Yao Yao's chest. Zhou Wen felt a surge of indignation, almost choking on his words. You're out of your mind. Can't you see him trying to save her? Hu Sisi wore a disdainful expression, crossing her arms. Humph, you men always think the worst. I saw you sneaking glances at our chests and legs since you woke up on the boat. Zhou Wen thought to himself, you're slandering me. I was looking openly, not sneaking around. However, upon hearing Hu Sisi's words, the other women suddenly seemed a bit uncomfortable, shifting their bodies and casting furtive glances at Zhou Wen. Fuming with anger, Zhou Wen chose to ignore her and continued preparing to save Yao Yao. But Hu Sisi suddenly shouted, sisters, we must protect Yao Yao from being violated by this man. You. Zhou Wen was infuriated, almost ready to punch her to silence her. Hu Sisi stepped back in fear, but upon realizing he wasn't advancing, she smirked. Humph, do you still want to hit me? What else can you men do besides hitting women? Zhou Wen was left speechless, laughing in exasperation. How has someone like her made it this far? A harmonious society seems to have nurtured such discordant beings. Chapter 3. A disheartening star at that moment. A stunning lady adorned in a blue polka dot swimsuit spoke up, allow me. Zhou Wen glanced at her with surprise. Her large, bright eyes resembled typical peach blossoms, complemented by slender brows, a delicate nose, and soft facial contours. Her well-proportioned figure exuded the charm of a neighborly matron. With a hint of apology, she introduced herself. I am Cheng Mingqi. I'm not very skilled in CPR. Could you please teach me? Certainly, Zhou Wen replied, stepping aside. Kneel beside her, then overlap your palms and apply rapid compressions to the center of her chest. He demonstrated, and Cheng Mingqi nodded, beginning to perform CPR on Yao Yao with somewhat unrefined technique. As Zhou Wen stood opposite her, his eyes widened in surprise, for he could not help but notice the subtle movements of her form, which led him to swallow hard. Little Zhou Wen raised his head in objection, prompting Zhou Wen to crouch down to avoid drawing attention to himself. Cheng Mingqi pressed down vigorously over 20 times when Zhou Wen urged, quickly, we need another person to administer rescue breaths. He looked to the other ladies. The one in a yellow swimsuit hesitated. The one in black and white stripes wore a disdainful expression. The blue-clad beauty gazed skyward as if detached from the situation, while another lady, arms crossed, peered out from behind the blue swimsuit girl. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, Ding Yutong finally spoke up. I'll do it. Zhou Wen's heart lifted. Excellent. Hurry. Remember to pinch her nose with your thumb and index finger, sealing your lips over hers to prevent air leakage. Administer 2 breaths for every cycle. Ding Yutong nodded. I'll give it a try. Following Zhou Wen's instructions, she opened Yao Yao's mouth and began the breaths. Cheng Mengqi, after pressing for what felt like an eternity, gasped. I can't continue. I'm utterly exhausted. Zhou Wen once again checked Yao Yao's breathing and pulse, but there was still no response, and panic surged within him. Step aside. Let me take over. Cheng Mengqi moved aside, and just as Zhou Wen knelt down, Hu Sisi began to chatter again. Enraged, Zhou Wen pointed at her, exclaiming, One more word, and I swear I'll end you. Hu Sisi's expression shifted, momentarily intimidated by his fierce demeanor. A few seconds later, however, she regained her composure, her anger flaring as she prepared to confront Zhou Wen. Yet, Gu Qinghe intervened softly. Sisi, saving her is the priority. Let him try. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. Zhou Wen pressed down rapidly, counting each compression. After 30, he urged quickly blow air. He couldn't recall how many cycles he had completed. His arms were weary, and it felt as if her sternum might have cracked under the pressure, yet she lay motionless on the beach. Once more, he checked for signs of life, lifting his gaze to the others, and shook his head slightly. Expressions of sorrow washed over the gathered beauties, and some began to quietly weep. The challenge of losing a member at the outset weighed heavily on Zhou Wen, who, in a moment of despair, slammed his fist into the sand, causing grains to scatter. Though he did not know this lady well, aside from a fleeting sympathy for her demise, he felt a deep frustration within himself. The situation felt akin to an online battle where, right from the start, one of the teammates disconnects. What is the point of continuing this challenge? As Zhou Wenjung simmered with frustration, he heard Hu Sisi snicker derisively, remarking, utterly useless. You look formidable, yet you're merely a fa-ade of strength. Astonished, Zhou was taken aback by her lack of sorrow for their fallen comrade. And the audacity to mock him in such a moment of despair ignited his fury. In an instant, he leaped up, glaring at her fiercely. Unfazed, Hu Sisi provocatively taunted. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? It seems you wish to strike me. Go ahead if you dare. Zhou, unable to contain his temper, dashed towards her, determined to teach her a lesson about the vibrancy of the world. Amidst the gasps of the other ladies, he seized Hu Sisi's hair and delivered 4 swift slaps across her face. To her credit, Hu Sisi displayed remarkable tenacity, refusing to yield even after the blows, gripping Zhou's wrist while cursing at him and attempting to kick his shins. In a fit of rage, Zhou, consumed by his fervor, yanked down her swimsuit, delivering further slaps that made her delicate form bounce helplessly. At this point, Hu Sisi could scarcely endure it. She cried out for mercy. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please stop, it hurts. As her cheeks turned from white to a rosy hue, Zhou's anger began to wane. He deliberately pinched her cheek, teasing, I've touched your little bunny. What of it? Go ahead and report me. With a scoff, he thrust her down before Yao Yao's lifeless body, scolding. If it weren't for your foolishness wasting precious time, she might have survived. Hu Sisi, in tears, protested, It's not my fault. I didn't mean to. Zhou retorted, How can it not be your fault? As he prepared to strike her again, Hu Sisi, trembling with fear, pleaded, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. He snapped, Do not utter apologies to me. It is your fallen comrade you owe an apology. With tears streaming down her face, she gazed at the cold corpse, lamenting, I'm sorry, Yao Yao, I was wrong. In indignation, Zhou tossed her aside and moved to a corner, brooding. The other ladies instinctively took a step back, clutching their chests, as if fearing for Hu Sisi's well-being. Gu Qinghe cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou before approaching Hu Sisi to offer comfort in hushed tones. Suddenly, Zhou sensed something amiss. His eyes scanned the group of ladies. Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including Yao Yao, there were only 7 individuals. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 man and 10 women participating in the challenge? Upon reflection, he realized several faces were indeed missing. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Why are 3 people missing? Frustration bubbled within him. He couldn't fathom where they had disappeared to. Just as he was about to set off in search of them, a lady softly disclosed, Xiao Chu and the other two cannot swim. I saw them sink with the yacht. I wanted to save them, but I couldn't make it in time. Zhou was taken aback. It turned out that instead of 1 casualty, they had lost 4. This challenge has become utterly pointless. It has ended in failure. The sea breeze howled, leaving Zhou Wen in a state of deep frustration. Though he was unaware of the rewards that awaited victory, his innate desire to prevail surged within him. Now, however, all hope of triumph had vanished. He could only endure these 30 days. Dying here would be nothing short of absurd. Chapter 4. Sigma Men Lack Tenderness. As the sun gradually ascended, its scorching rays made Zhou Wen's skin itch. He sighed, recognizing that, regardless of the circumstances, his survival was paramount. He glanced down at Yao Yao's lifeless body. Witnessing the corpse of a fellow being up close for the first time was unsettling. Zhou Wen pondered. It would be best to bury her. In this sweltering heat, decomposition would commence swiftly. Friends accustomed to taking lives would understand that if a corpse is not dealt with promptly, the stench of decay could offend the very soul. A burden too great for most to bear. Zhou Wen hoisted Yao Yao's body into his arms, prompting Gu Qinghe to inquire, "Where are you taking her?" Zhou Wen replied, "I seek a place to lay her to rest. Though our acquaintance was fleeting, we cannot allow her to remain exposed on this desolate island." Upon hearing this, aside from Hu Cixi, who continued to regard Zhou Wen with a gaze of animosity, the other women's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration, especially Ding Yutong, who had also nearly drowned. Looking at Yao Yao's pale face, a wave of dread washed over her. Had Zhou Wen not fortuitously discovered her in time, she too might have perished. The terror of life and death loomed large. In that moment, Ding Yutong felt an immense gratitude towards Zhou Wen, dismissing the fact that he had struck her twice. Moreover, she found him incredibly charismatic, exuding a masculinity far superior to those who only sought to flatter themselves. Ding Yutong constantly reassured herself, should Zhou Wen learn of her thoughts, he would surely find them laughable. As Zhou Wen prepared to depart, Ding Yutong suddenly spoke up. "I shall accompany you." Zhou Wen cast her a surprised glance. This girl seemed transformed after receiving those slaps. The other women turned their attention to Ding Yutong. Her cheeks flushed as she feigned composure, stating, "We are all sisters here. It is only fitting that I see her off." At that moment, Cheng Mengqi also chimed in. "I will join you." Zhou Wen, indifferent, nodded in agreement, then surveyed the remaining women. After a brief pause with no further volunteers, he led the way. Lacking tools, it was impossible to dig a sufficiently deep grave in the soil. Zhou Wen intended to bury her on a relatively secluded stretch of beach. The waves might eventually wash her away, but out of sight meant out of mind. After walking a distance and navigating a curve, they encountered some rocky outcrops. Zhou Wen declared, "This seems suitable. We shall proceed here." He set Yao Yao's body down and began to dig behind a rock, the soft sand yielding more easily. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi exchanged glances and stepped forward to assist. The act of digging a pit was inherently tedious, yet upon lifting his gaze, Zhou Wen was captivated by the sight of 4 little white rabbits frolicking nearby, which made him feel that prolonging the task was of little consequence. The 2 women sensed the intensity of his gaze, their faces blooming with a rosy hue, yet they did not shy away, feigning ignorance, though they suddenly felt a weakness in their hands, nearly unable to move the sand. After burying Yao Yao's body in the pit, covering it with a palm leaf, and replenishing the sand, Zhou Wen stacked some stones atop to prevent the body from being washed away by the waves. The trio silently observed for several seconds before Zhou Wen declared, "Let us go," upon returning to their starting point. The others had already sought refuge in the shade of the trees. Zhou Wen chose a tree nearby to sit under, gazing out at the boundless sea, his mind contemplating survival strategies. However, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi did not join the other women. Instead, they chose to sit beside Zhou Wen, one on each side. Zhou Wen looked left and right, bewildered. "Ladies, what is the meaning of this?" Ding Yutong, her mind clouded, found Yao Yao's pale visage incessantly resurfacing in her thoughts, prompting her to instinctively follow Zhou Wen. It was only after sitting down that she realized her actions might have been a bit abrupt, yet feeling embarrassed, she hesitated to stand up again. Cheng Mengqi, on the other hand, was deliberately positioning herself near Zhou Wen. Coming from a modest background, she had ventured into the workforce early, having spent 5 or 6 years in the modeling industry. With her broad experiences, she was particularly astute. The moment she set foot on the deserted island, she recognized the absurdity of a group of women attempting to survive for 30 days on their own. Although she was uncertain of Zhou Wen's reliability, he was the only man present, potentially their sole hope for survival, which motivated her to gravitate towards him. Seeking to enhance her rapport, being surrounded by beauty was not an unwelcome circumstance for Zhou Wen. He cast a few glances but soon returned to pondering survival plans. Freshwater, fire, food, and shelter. These are the 4 paramount necessities for wilderness survival. While food could be slightly deprioritized, the other 3 varied in urgency based on the surrounding environment. Zhou Wen spotted coconut trees along the coastline. Green coconuts could initially provide fresh water and a small amount of sustenance. After a brief rest, he intended to gather some. The presence of coconut trees on survival islands is almost a prerequisite, as challengers who drift to islands devoid of them seldom survive long enough to be chronicled. At that moment, the sound of rustling footsteps approached, and upon turning, Zhou Wen saw Gu Qinghe coming his way. He looked up at her, silently admiring her. Indeed, as a swimwear model, her long legs were proportionate and voluptuous, far more appealing than mere slender ones. Gu Qinghe tossed her hair and smiled. Mr. Zhou, may I discuss something with you? Zhou Wen replied, what is it? Gu Qinghe continued, Xiaoman's swimsuit was washed away by the sea. Could you lend her your shirt to wear? What? Zhou Wen curiously leaned forward, catching a glimpse of a youthful beauty hiding behind others, peering in his direction, only to dart back upon meeting his gaze. Zhou Wen suddenly realized why she always hugged her chest and hid behind others. He had thought his appearance frightened her. It turned out she simply lacked a swimsuit. But what did that have to do with him? Zhou Wen smiled faintly and declared no. What? Gu Qinghe's smile froze, as she assumed she had misheard. I'm sorry, what did you say? Zhou Wen replied resolutely. I said no. Gu Qinghe asked in confusion, why not? Zhou Wen retorted, somewhat irately, I fear the sun. Gu Qinghe frowned and remarked, but there are males present, and Xiaoman has no swimsuit. Zhou Wen waved his hand to interrupt her, stating, it's fine, I don't mind. Gu Qinghe felt a tinge of displeasure, instinctively crossing her arms and flattening her ample bosom, saying, but Xiaoman does mind. Zhou Wen countered, indeed, she lost her swimsuit, and it's her concern. You should talk to her and persuade her not to mind. What use is it to come to me? This line of reasoning left Gu Qinghe bewildered. After stammering for a moment, she said, you're a man. Shouldn't you show some grace and consider the feelings of a girl? Zhou Wen burst into laughter. Why should I care for her when we are not related? Are you out of your mind? You. Gu Qinghe was infuriated, her chest rising and falling, providing Zhou Wen with quite a view. She had never encountered such an ungentlemanly man before. Frustrated by her inability to argue, she stomped away. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly behind her, pondering why these women always assumed men would unconditionally accommodate them. Chapter 5. Opening a coconut requires skill. Upon seeing Gu Qinghe storm back empty-handed, the previously hopeful Luo Xiaoman's expression fell as she inquired, Sister Qinghe, did he refuse? Gu Qinghe sighed softly. Xiaoman, I'm sorry. That guy's a bit of a straight man, lacking in sensitivity. Though slightly disappointed, Luo Xiaoman maintained a smile, saying, Sister Qinghe, it's not your fault. I still appreciate you asking on my behalf. Gu Qinghe replied, let me think of another way to help you. Luo Xiaoman nodded understandingly. All right. At that moment, Usisi scoffed. I knew that scoundrel Wunti help us. He probably wishes we all go without swimsuits, just so he could see us naked. Usisi began to mutter curses under her breath. Gu Qinghe felt somewhat speechless. As the team leader, she instinctively gathered others and assumed a leadership role. Yet she understood that relying solely on a few delicate women would not suffice to survive the next 30 days. Gu Qinghe was too weary to counsel her. She had encountered many such self-centered individuals who spoke without thinking. It would serve them right if they offended someone and faced dire consequences. Luo Xiaoman, recently graduated and somewhat naive, attempted to comfort Usisi. Gao Lu remained indifferent, leaning against a tree and gazing at the sea, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen had taken a brief rest, but felt his lips drying, so he stood up with the intention of picking a few coconuts. Upon seeing him rise, Ding Yutong and Chang Mengqi instinctively stood as well and asked, Brother Wen, where are you going? Zhou Wen remarked, I am thirsty. I shall go and pluck a few coconuts. The two women exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, we will accompany you. Zhou Wen nonchalantly agreed, all right, but do be cautious. Avoid getting struck on the head by a falling coconut. Ding Yutong covered her mouth with a gentle smile and quipped, Brother One, I am not foolish. I can run. Zhou Wen glanced upwards and chose a coconut tree. The coconut trees on this island were not particularly tall, measuring around 5 to 6 meters, likely dwarf varieties. During his previous visit to Hainan Island, he had encountered coconut trees soaring over 10 meters high, and he lacked the confidence to climb such heights. Perhaps due to the perennial coastal winds, the coconut trees here exhibited a slight tilt, making them easier to scale. Zhou Wen adeptly ascended the trunk, using both hands and feet. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi stood below, anxiously gazing upwards, calling out, Brother Wen, please be careful. The other beautiful women also stood up in unison, watching Zhou Wen's ascent with a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Except for Hu Cixi, who muttered, if you fall, you'll break your neck. Gu Qinghe couldn't help but roll her eyes. How could this fellow be so oblivious? She pondered whether Hu Cixi was conspiring with Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu to isolate her, fearing that one day Zhou Wen might inadvertently injure her, which would be quite regrettable. Before long, Zhou Wen reached the top of the tree and called down, stand back, be wary of falling coconuts. Once the two women stepped back a few paces, he began to toss down the green coconuts. The nearly ripe green coconuts were relatively easy to harvest. Sometimes, a gust of wind would send them tumbling down. The less mature ones were trickier to extract, requiring him to grip and twist them off. After successfully collecting nearly 17 or 18 coconuts from the tree, Zhou Wen carefully descended. Climbing down was notably more perilous than ascending due to the smoothness of the trunk. Fortunately, this coconut tree was not too tall, and he swiftly made his way down. By the time he reached the ground, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi had already gathered the coconuts that had fallen onto the beach and formed a small pile. As Zhou Wen descended, the two women greeted him with radiant smiles, praising, Brother Wen, you are amazing. You climbed that tall tree with such ease. Flattering words flowed freely, showering him with emotional value that left Zhou Wen feeling slightly lightheaded. Ding Yutong picked up a coconut and inquired, Brother Wen, how do we open this coconut? Zhou Wen responded, do not fret. You two wait here while I fetch a stone. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi replied in unison, all right. Zhou Wen scoured the beach for a while until he found a somewhat sharp stone and returned with it. Opening a coconut requires a certain finesse. Some delicate souls can accomplish it with nothing but their teeth, while others might struggle even with a kitchen knife, often wasting half the coconut water in the process. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had practiced. He first examined the eyes of the coconut and then struck it with the stone, loosening the hard shell. After peeling back the outer skin and tearing away the fibrous layer to expose the eye, he struck it forcefully, creating a small hole in the coconut. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi clapped their hands in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, Wenge, you are truly remarkable. Zhou Wen, basking in their admiration, responded nonchalantly, it's nothing. Here, drink up. He handed a green coconut to Ding Yutong. She licked her lips and hesitated, saying, Wenge, you should drink first. You've worked hard until now. It's only right that you enjoy it first. Cheng Mengqi, though equally parched, chimed in, indeed, Wenge, you are our pillar of support. You drink first. Zhou Wen was taken aback by their thoughtful gestures. Suddenly, he felt that this challenge might not be so bad after all. He, however, did not indulge in pretenses and took a few hearty gulps from the coconut. The refreshing coconut water slid smoothly down his throat, a delightful blend of sweetness and fragrance. Refreshing, Zhou Wen exclaimed, feeling a significant burden of fatigue lift off his shoulders. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi watched him eagerly, unable to resist licking their lips. Yet they refrained from urging him. Fortunately, Zhou Wen did not forget about them. He opened 2 more coconuts and handed them to the 2 girls. They smiled sweetly, thanking him before sipping delicately from their coconuts. Before long, the trio had finished their coconuts. Zhou Wen smashed the shells apart and, finding suitable stones, began to scrape the coconut flesh to share with the girls. Nearby, several others watched enviously as they enjoyed coconut water and flesh, instinctively swallowing hard. Luo Xiaoman remarked with longing, I'm so thirsty. I want to drink coconut water too. Hu Cixi, dissatisfied, retorted, selfish, knowing there are others who haven tea had a drink, yet you don't offer any. And what about Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi? All they do is seek to please men, lacking any backbone. Gu Qinghe was at a loss for words, while even Gao Lu couldn't help but subtly shift away, perhaps fearing who Cece might attract misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghe said, I don't think Zhou Wen is a bad person. I'll go ask him for help. He should be willing to share some coconuts with us. Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu looked at her with hopeful eyes, while Hu Cece muttered something incomprehensible. Gu Qinghe, dismissing her remarks, mustered the courage to approach Zhou Wen. Chapter 6. Even when you seek my assistance, you are reluctant to call me brother. Under the shade of the trees, after finishing one coconut, Zhou Wen felt it insufficient and decided to open another. As he consumed the second coconut, his earlier restlessness dissipated considerably. He couldn't help but yawn, stretching his limbs. In extending his leg, his right foot accidentally brushed against Ding Yutong's smooth calf. Just as he intended to apologize, he noticed that Ding Yutong not only remained unperturbed but also brought her legs together, leaning slightly toward him. What could this mean? Zhou Wen recalled a saying circulating online. A girl sitting in the passenger seat of a luxury car should instinctively shift her legs to the left, allowing her companion to reach out. He instinctively glanced at Ding Yutong and found her cheeks flushed. Her gaze lowered as she scraped coconut flesh, seemingly unaware of her actions. Zhou Wen felt a surge of delight. He had unexpectedly enjoyed the privileges of a wealthy brother, and his fondness for this survival challenge grew even stronger. Just as he playfully teased Ding Yutong, causing her earlobes to flush crimson, the sound of footsteps approached once more. Zhou Wen hastily withdrew his foot, feigning the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. Before him stood a figure clad in a yellow swimsuit, Gu Qinghe. It was unclear whether her stance was intentional or merely a reflection of her professional habits. She stood tall and poised, presenting her graceful curves for his scrutiny. Zhou Wen looked up at her and inquired, Is there something you need? Gu Qinghe's face adorned a professional smile as she replied, Mr. Zhou Wen. He raised a hand. Interrupting her, I beg your pardon, but speaking to me in that position is rather taxing on my neck. For a moment, her smile faltered, and after a brief hesitation, she chose to kneel on the beach. Mr. Zhou Wen, is this acceptable? That will suffice, Zhou Wen conceded, finding that this angle was quite suitable for watching the game. Gu Qinghe placed her hands neatly on her thighs, her posture impeccably straight, exuding an air of dignity. She beseeched, Mr. Zhou Wen, the weather is exceedingly hot, and having been in the sea, my companions and I find ourselves rather parched. Might I trouble you for a few coconuts? Wen Sigid, it is rather disheartening that despite your request, you refrain from addressing me as brother. It feels somewhat disrespectful. He noted that Gu Qinghe seemed to hold a prominent position among the group of beauties, frequently taking the lead. Thus, he intentionally sought to challenge her, diminishing her authority. In a survival scenario within the wilderness, a singular leader is essential, lest the team descend into chaos akin to that of Bear Grylls' mixed-gender survival challenge. Zhou Wen was not particularly eager to assume the role of the leader. Primarily, he lacked confidence in these delicate ladies. Should one among them possess survival skills akin to Sister Sparrow, he would not hesitate to cling to her for support. Gu Qinghe sensed a shift in Zhou Wen's demeanor, her mind racing with possibilities. Could he be harboring disdain for women? No, that seemed unlikely. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Ding Yutong and another quietly peeling coconuts, indicating that Zhou Wen was not inherently biased against women, but rather treating her differently. Perplexed, she pondered whether she had inadvertently offended him, as he had rebuffed her twice. Her thoughts raced, conjuring a potential explanation, perhaps that troublesome Hu Cece had irked him, causing him to extend his ire towards her as well. Truly, a burdensome teammate. A sweet smile blossomed on Gu Qinghe's face as she clasped her hands together. Brother Wen, I implore you. Zhou Wen chuckled heartily. Given your earnest demeanor, it would be rather unkind of me to refuse. Each of you may have one. Joy illuminated Gu Qinghe's expression as she exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Wen. This address bore a sincerity that pleased him. The naive girl believed that acquiring green coconuts signified victory, unaware that opening them required a certain skill. Unless one had lived in Hainan for an extended period or had practiced specifically, it was quite the challenge for the average person. Zhou Wen mused that when she inevitably struggled to open the coconuts, he would relish the opportunity to mock her, systematically undermining her confidence, teaching her that on this deserted island, they were all inept and must heed his guidance. Elated, Gu Qinghe embraced 2 green coconuts, yet found the remaining 2 cumbersome to carry. Zhou Wen turned to Cheng Mengqi and said, Mengqi, could you assist Miss Gu by delivering the remaining 2? Cheng Mengqi obediently replied, of course. She then set aside the green coconuts she was holding, deliberately selected two smaller ones, cradled one in each arm, and followed Gu Qinghe out. Once the two had departed, Zhou Wen discreetly inquired of Ding Yutong. What is the background of this, Miss Gu? Ding Yutong whispered. She is our captain, responsible for organizing training and various preparations. Zhou Wen, contemplating, remarked, no wonder she seems to take charge of everything. She appears quite formidable. Ding Yutong cast a quick glance at Gu Qinghe's retreating figure and murmured, despite her fierce demeanor, she often flatters the higher-ups. It is rumored that she is the mistress of the company's vice president, which is why she holds the captaincy. Zhou Wen chuckled, amused by the superficial bonds of sisterhood. Ding Yutong, sensing his skepticism, insisted earnestly, it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Mingqi. She witnessed Sister Qinghe getting into the vice president's car. Zhou Wen playfully placed his hand on her voluptuous thigh and teased. And what about you? Whose little mistress are you? Ding Yutong squirmed slightly, feigning annoyance. How rude. I would never be a mistress to a balding old man. Zhou Wen thought to himself, I find that hard to believe. The modeling industry is more extravagant than that of flight attendants. While you may not be a mistress to a balding old man, I'm sure there are plenty of young suitors among your peers. Cheng Mengqi returned after delivering the coconuts, seemingly determined to stay close to Zhou Wen. She glanced at his hand resting on Ding Yutong's thigh, but pretended not to notice, saying to Zhou Wen, Brother Wen, I'm back, before taking her seat again and hesitantly leaning closer to him. Meanwhile, the four girls each cradled a coconut, their faces blooming with joy. Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, Sister Qinghe, you are amazing. You managed to procure these coconuts for us right away. Gu Qinghe slightly raised her chin, casually responding, it was nothing. Mr. Zhou is quite reasonable and agreed pleasantly after our discussion. Gaolu looked up and said, Thank you, Sister Qinghe. However, the naive Hu Sisi muttered, Humph. What a lecherous man. Gu Qinghe's lips twitched, thinking if you have the guts, don't accept it. How can one tactfully dismiss such a clumsy teammate without causing offense? It's quite vexing. Luo Xiaoman turned the coconut around, her slender fingers forming a fist to tap it, asking Sister Qinghe, how do we open this coconut? Gu Qinghe, slightly troubled, reflected that while she had eaten coconuts before, they were always prepared with the husk removed and straws inserted. She had never attempted to open one herself. After pondering, she suggested, I noticed they seemed to smash it with a stone earlier. Let us find some stones and try that. Luo Xiaoman agreed, and the other two girls nodded in assent. Chapter 7. Fire by friction. The four girls procured stones and began to smash the coconuts with rhythmic thuds. On Zhou Wen's side, after resting for a while and feeling revitalized, he believed he could continue striving for survival. With an abundance of green coconuts at hand, the need to ponder over sustenance and fresh water could be temporarily set aside. Thus, the immediate focus should shift towards igniting a fire and seeking shelter. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Wen decided to take advantage of his remaining strength and attempt to kindle a fire. The flames play a crucial role in survival. They provide warmth, ward off wild beasts, and most importantly, enable the cooking of food. Wild ingredients often harbor a multitude of bacteria and parasites, and consuming them raw could lead to infection, with survival unlikely beyond 3 days. Some may argue that most parasites found in marine fish cannot survive in the human body due to environmental changes, thus making sashimi a feasible option. However, such folly is best avoided, unless absolutely necessary. Who would gamble their life on such improbable odds? Lacking a lighter or matches, Zhou Wen knew that the only way to produce fire would be through the ancient technique of friction, a task requiring both skill and physical exertion. As Zhou Wen rose once more, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi also stood up, their concern evident as they inquired, Wenge, where are you headed? Zhou Wen replied, I'm going into the jungle to gather materials for the fire. You two should scout around for some stones about this size. He gestured, and the two women nodded in agreement. Upon entering the jungle, Zhou Wen hesitated momentarily. Just prior to his unexpected journey, he had been lounging in bed, engrossed in his phone, lacking even a pair of socks. While traversing the beach had been manageable, walking barefoot in the jungle was decidedly uncomfortable. Cautiously avoiding sharp objects, he first picked up a stick to clear the underbrush of grass and dead leaves, wary of any hidden venomous snakes. In such a treacherous locale, a bite from a poisonous creature would mean certain death. This jungle had likely thrived for many years, littered with fallen branches and leaves. Zhou Wen quickly gathered a bundle of dry twigs and tore off a length of vine to bind them securely. He then collected another similar bundle, using another piece of vine to tie it, and fashioned a long stick as a carrying pole for both bundles, making his way back towards the jungle's edge. Upon returning to the shade of the trees, he found Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi had successfully gathered a considerable amount of stones. Zhou Wen glanced at their collection and called out, "That's enough. Come back." Setting down the dry twigs, he vigorously scratched at his arms and calves. For the mosquitoes in this jungle were exceedingly numerous. It felt as though he had entered merely to serve as their feast. Fortunately, the coastal breeze kept the mosquitoes at bay, or else a sleepless night would be inevitable. However, the presence of mosquitoes was a positive indication of freshwater sources on this deserted island. While green coconuts could suffice for the initial days, a stable source of fresh water remained a necessity. The two women returned at a brisk pace, their faces flushed from the scorching sun. Zhou Wen promptly opened 2 coconuts to help replenish their hydration, preventing them from succumbing to heat exhaustion. Cheng Mingqi, fanning herself with her small hand while sipping the coconut water, marveled at the sight of the 2 bundles of twigs on the ground, exclaiming, "Wenge, you are quite impressive, gathering so many branches." Zhou Wen scooped the sand aside, stacking stones to create a fire pit, casually remarking, "It won't be long. Once the fire is ignited, it shall not easily be extinguished." A considerable amount of wood is required daily. After establishing the fire pit, he first layered it with dry twigs, followed by a layer of dried leaves and grasses, then another layer of twigs, and finally a covering of dried leaves and grasses. Next, he needed to prepare the tools for friction fire. Initially, he required implements to cut wood and bark. Those familiar with survival games know that the first priority is typically crafting a stone axe. However, as creating a stone axe is rather time-consuming, a simple stone knife sufficed for this task. Crafting a rudimentary stone knife was straightforward, requiring merely a pair of hands. Zhou Wen instructed the 2 women to wait beneath the shade of a tree while he sought a piece of hard stone, lifting it to strike against a rocky surface with force. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered into various sizes of fragments. Zhou Wen selected a few pieces with sharp edges, and thus his simple stone knife was complete. Although not particularly durable, it would serve its purpose adequately. Returning with the stone knife, Zhou Wen retrieved a straight, sturdy wooden stick, carefully sharpening one end with the knife while rounding the other. He then found a dry, thicker piece of wood, stripped away its bark, and drilled a small hole using a sharp stone, cutting a notch beside it to create a drilling board. Zhou Wen gathered a bundle of dried grass, kneading it into the shape of a bird's nest, and crumbled several dried leaves to sprinkle in the center, thus preparing the tinder. While the fibrous material from coconut shells would also suffice, he found it too laborious to extract. Next, Zhou Wen produced a bow-shaped branch, wrapping a vine around the drill rod and securing it to both ends of the bow. Ideally, shoelaces would have served better as the bowstring. But with 7 barefoot individuals present, they had to make do. With all preparations complete, it was time to proceed with the task at hand. Zhou Wen placed a stone slab on the ground, positioning the tinder atop it, and pressed the drilling board down firmly with his foot. Aligning the drill rod with the small hole, he stabilized the top with one hand while rapidly pulling the bowstring with the other. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi curiously observed from either side. After 7 or 8 minutes of drilling, a sudden snap echoed as the bowstring broke. "Damn!" Zhou Wen cursed. Tossing the bow aside, Ding Yutong, intrigued, rubbed her hands together and inquired, "Brother Wen, I sent friction fire done differently? Your method seems a bit off." Zhou Wen explained, "Using hands for friction is inefficient. It might take an entire day without success. The bow drill method is far more effective." Ding Yutong's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow. Brother Wen, you know so much." Zhou Wen maintained a composed exterior, though internally he felt quite pleased. Years ago, during the popularity of survival videos featuring Bear Grylls and Les Stroud, Zhou Wen had attempted friction fire himself, but aside from blistering his hands, he had never succeeded. Unwilling to accept defeat, he sought further instructional videos and ultimately mastered both the bow drill and the Iroquois method, finally achieving the coveted spark. In truth, the Iroquois method of fire by friction is the simplest. However, it necessitates boring a hole in the wood and requires a weight for balance. Zhou Wen lacked the appropriate drilling tools, which is why he opted for the secondary method of using a bow drill. The bow drill demands exceptional resilience from the bowstring. Zhou Wen cast a glance at Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi, contemplating whether to extract the straps from their swimsuits to serve as a bowstring. After some consideration, he decided to remain dignified. He announced, "You two stay here. I will go and strips of bark to make a cord." Unbeknownst to them, they were on the verge of embarrassment. They obediently replied, "All right, brother one, please be careful." Armed with a stone knife, Zhou Wen ventured into the jungle. Chapter 8. Gu Qinghe's agile integrity. While Zhou Wen busied himself with the fire-making process, Gu Qinghe and her companions were engaged in a struggle against the green coconut. "I can't break it," Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in frustration, throwing down the coconut and stone, her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Gu Qinghe too felt her arms growing weary and paused her efforts. Gao Lu seemed disinterested from the outset, as if afraid to damage her manicure, striking the stone half-heartedly, merely to fill the space. Only Hu Cece persisted, gritting her teeth and fervently smashing the coconut, cursing as if she were striking Zhou Wen's head instead. Gu Qinghe felt a wave of despondency. In the real world, their beauty and stature garnered them a legion of admirers who would cater to their every whim. But on this deserted island, they found themselves utterly ineffectual. Luo Xiaoman gazed at Gu Qinghe with longing, licking her lips. "Sister Qinghe, I'm so thirsty. Should we go and plead with Brother Zhou?" Gu Qinghe bit her lower lip, torn in her thoughts, yet upon seeing the hopeful expressions of her sisters, she sighed and mused, "Well, if one can bow to wealth outside, one can certainly bow to survival here. It is not shameful." Just then, Zhou Wen, having broken his bowstring, prepared to venture into the jungle to strip bark for cordage. Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up. As long as her sisters did not witness her humble approach to Zhou Wen, it would be as if it had never occurred. She abandoned the coconut and declared, "You all wait here. I will go find Zhou Wen to discuss matters." The three women nodded, eagerly watching her chase after Zhou went into the thicket. Zhou Wen did not dare venture too deeply into the jungle, but instead walked along the edge, searching for a tree with suitably resilient bark. At that moment, he heard someone calling from behind, "Brother Wen, wait." Turning around, he saw Gu Qinghe cautiously navigating around obstacles on the ground, making her way toward him. As Gu Qinghe approached, Zhou Wen noticed her lips appeared somewhat dry and her overall demeanor was less than vibrant, suggesting she might be mildly dehydrated. However, her beauty was undeniable. This slightly haggard appearance brought a fresh allure to Zhou Wen's eyes. Gu Qinghe gently patted her chest, her ample bosom radiating an irresistible charm. After catching her breath, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, the path here is so difficult to traverse. My feet are aching from the thorns." Supporting herself against a nearby tree trunk, she lifted one foot, which bore a smudge of dirt, and began to massage it. The fair and delicate foot arched gracefully, its sole dusted lightly with a hint of gray earth. This striking visual contrast wielded an immense allure, nearly prompting Zhou Wen to exclaim, "Shall I massage it for you?" Instantly, he admonished himself internally, reminding that indulgence and temptation would lead to his own detriment. She was attempting to seduce him. He must not fall prey. Zhou Wen forced his gaze away and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Alas, his diversion had proven futile. Seeing Zhou Wen avert his eyes, Gu Qinghe silently cursed. Outside, such tactics would incite fervent admirers to prostrate themselves at her feet. Yet here, they seemed ineffective. Casually, Gu Qinghe lowered her foot, a sweet smile gracing her face as she said, "Wen Gu, the coconuts you provided earlier, we are unable to open them." With her hands clasped together, her body swayed slightly as she pleaded in a high-pitched tone, "Please, can you assist us?" Zhou Wen stifled a chuckle, feigning surprise as he exaggeratedly responded, "What? You cannot even open a coconut? How utterly pathetic." Gu Qinghe's smile faltered, but in the absence of onlookers, she was unperturbed by the potential embarrassment before her friends. Taking a step closer, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Wen's, adopting a coy demeanor. "Wen Gu, please help us. We are just young girls, and without you, we truly cannot manage." Feeling the softness and elasticity of her arm, Zhou Wen gazed at her charming visage, astonished. He had not even exerted himself yet, and she had already capitulated? He had assumed that Gu Qinghe, with her seemingly proud demeanor, would withstand for at least a day or two. Who would have thought a mere coconut could compel her to submit? In truth, Zhou Wen had overestimated her resolve. The scant fabric of their clothing hardly amounted to anything, and they were willing to don such attire for the sake of photographs and profit, leaving little regard for virtue. Zhou Wen chuckled. "Your earlier demeanor hardly suggested this." Gu Qinghe replied with a playful smile. There were many people earlier. If my sisters witnessed, leading the group would become troublesome. Such candidness compelled Zhou Wen to offer a thumbs up in admiration. However, if her charm could soften his heart so easily, he would appear spineless. Allowing her to believe this tactic could manipulate him. Feigning sternness, Zhou Wen declared, I'm sorry, but I have already provided you with coconuts. If you cannot open them, that is your issue. Today, you require my help with coconuts. Tomorrow, if you are hungry, cold, or in need of assistance in the restroom, am I to assist with all of that as well? Gu Qinghe promptly replied, but I truly cannot open it. Wenge, will you help me? I shall repay you. Zhou Wen scoffed, don't try to convince me that you'll pay me afterward. Gu Qinghe thought to herself, darn it, I must resort to my ultimate move. She pouted playfully, oh, why wouldn't he do that? I am genuinely sincere. Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow, oh, what sincerity do you possess? With a playful bite of her lip, Gu Qinghe released Zhou Wen's arm, picking up a twig the size of a chopstick to use as a hairpin, expertly twisting her long hair into an elegant updo. As her eyes became slightly misty, she cast a flirtatious glance at Zhou Wen before kneeling down. 20 minutes later, Zhou Wen, holding the prepared bark, led Gu Qinghe out of the jungle. As they were about to leave the jungle, Gu Qinghe smiled and planted a gentle kiss on Zhou Wen's cheek, then released his arm and took a couple of steps away. Her demeanor shifted, transforming into that proud, aloof countenance she often wore. Zhou Wen was taken aback. Such a skillful change of expression was akin to that of a model. Perhaps she should consider a career in acting. No wonder Zhang Wuji's mother claimed that beautiful women are the most adept at deception. They parted ways, returning to their respective places. Gu Qinghe rejoined the trio of girls, and Luo Xiaoman eagerly inquired, Sister Qinghe, why were you gone for so long? Did he agree? Gu Qinghe replied nonchalantly, Zhou Wen could be quite stubborn. I had to put in a lot of effort to finally persuade him to help. Luo Xiaoman clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, that's wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Qinghe. Though Gu Qinghe smiled, internally she lamented, my jaw is aching terribly. How could this not be exhausting? Luo Xiaoman then pointed to the ground, saying, Sister Cici discovered many coconuts in the sandy area nearby. We gathered them together. Gu Qinghe looked in astonishment at the coconuts scattered on the ground, a mix of green and brown, numbering over a dozen, and cast a glance at Cici. With her chin held high, Cici proudly stated, Humph, that obnoxious man thought he could control us with coconuts. How naive of him. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen discarded the bark and retrieved the stone he had used to open the coconuts, saying, those girls are so inept that they can't even open a coconut. I'd better lend a hand, or they might perish from thirst. Ding Yutan chuckled, they're just girls. Yet, Cheng Mengqi keenly sensed a sudden shift in Zhou Wen's attitude towards Gu Qinghe. Something seemed to have transpired moments ago. Zhou Wen laughed heartily and walked away with the stone in hand. Chapter 9. Success in starting a fire. Upon seeing Zhou Wen approach, Luo Xiaoman let out a squeal, shyly hiding behind Gao Lu with her arms crossed over her chest. Zhou Wen scoffed, thinking to himself how petty she was. Observing the pile of coconuts on the ground, Zhou Wen remarked, oh, quite a harvest you have here. Cici huffed, crossing her arms and casting a sideways glance at the sky, appearing quite pleased with herself. Zhou Wen, somewhat puzzled but uninterested in dwelling on it, cautioned, you can eat the fresh green coconuts, but the brown ones are best avoided. If they spoil, they could cause severe illness. The group of beauties exchanged surprised glances, and Cici's face flushed crimson as she retorted, you're talking nonsense. Zhou Wen dismissively replied, believe it or not. Now, hand me a green coconut, and I will show you how to open one. Gu Qinghe's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly presented a green coconut to Zhou Wen. As he explained and demonstrated the process of opening the coconut, Gu Qinghe was the only one who watched intently. The others seemed less interested, not wishing to concern himself with their disinterest. Zhou Wen opened one coconut and asked Gu Qinghe, did you understand? Gu Qinghe nodded in affirmation, I understand. Zhou Wen handed the opened coconut to her, saying, that's good. Now, practice at your own pace. As Gu Qinghe accepted the coconut, she playfully scratched Zhou Wen's palm with her finger, ensuring her sisters were distracted, and cheekily winked at him, her lips parting to send a silent kiss his way. Zhou Wen gazed at the coconut juice-slicked lips of Zhu, a tingle of desire stirring within him, prompting him to hastily depart with the stone in hand, lest the young Zhou Wen voice his protests once more. Upon Zhou Wen's departure, Gu Qinghe exclaimed, "Sisters, I have mastered the art of opening coconuts. Let's try it together." Gao Lu's eyes fixated on the open green coconut. Licking her lips as she implored, "Sister Qinghe, allow me a sip, for my throat feels parched." Luo Xiaoman and Hu Sisi remained silent. Yet their hopeful gazes mirrored Gao Lu's eagerness. Gu Qinghe replied, "Very well, let us share. There isn't much coconut water, so let us not indulge excessively. To leave some for the other sisters." As she spoke, she handed the green coconut to Luo Xiaoman, saying, "Xiaoman, you are the youngest. Please have the first taste." Luo Xiaoman sweetly responded, "Thank you, Sister Qinghe," before taking a few sips. Hu Sisi snatched it away, declaring, "Now it's my turn," and proceeded to gulp down several mouthfuls. Gao Lu, displeased, chastised her, "You've taken too much. Others have yet to drink." "I have not. You're being ridiculous." Hu Sisi shot back, her eyes narrowing as an argument ensued. Gu Qinghe, feeling exasperated, attempted to mediate, all the while cursing under her breath. Wishing she could send them both into the sea. Settling back by the fire pit, Zhou Wen tore at the bark, beginning to weave a cord. Once completed, he tugged at it, satisfied with its resilience, confident it would not break easily. He wrapped the bark cord around the drill rod and reattached it to the bow. Zhou Wen once again positioned himself on the drilling board, one hand pressing down on the top of the drill rod, while the other rapidly pulled the bowstring. Time passed unnoticed as sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly, smoke began to billow from the drill hole, fine black charcoal particles cascading down onto the tinder below. Observing this, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi exchanged glances of delight, whispering, "It's smoking, it's smoking." Unfazed, Zhou Wen continued his swift motions. After a moment, he perceived a glimmer of sparks amidst the charcoal. Without hesitation, he discarded the bow drill, carefully pouring the charcoal into the tinder and gently blowing on it. The smoke thickened, and suddenly, a small flame ignited within the tinder, rapidly engulfing it in fire. Zhou Wen swiftly placed the burning tinder into the fire pit, sprinkling a few small twigs atop. As the fire blazed to life, he exhaled in relief, bursting into laughter. Frankly, Zhou Wen had not anticipated such ease in kindling the fire, as if the challenge had been deliberately simplified. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi clapped joyfully, exclaiming, "A fire! A fire! Brother Wen, you are remarkable." The two beauties regarded Zhou Wen with admiration, filling him with a sense of pride, prompting him to boast, "A trivial matter. With me here, you could be assured of your survival until the end of the challenge." "Thank you, Brother Wen." Cheng Mengqi internally sighed with relief. Her initial judgment had proven correct. Zhou Wen possessed considerable survival knowledge, justifying her decision to align with him. She contemplated that since this was a challenge, the organizers would not allow their group to fall into a life-threatening situation. Aware of her sister's lack of survival experience, she concluded that the organizers had undoubtedly arranged for a survival expert to lead them, namely Zhou Wen. Cheng Mengqi resolved to stay close to Zhou Wen, determined to linger by his side. As she observed the beads of sweat forming on Zhou Wen's forehead from the exertion of kindling fire by friction, she gently remarked, "Brother Wen, you have quite a bit of sweat on your forehead. Allow me to wipe it away, lest the wind cause you discomfort." With that, she leaned in, nearly nestled against him, extending her delicate hand to dab at the perspiration. The warmth of her supple body pressed against him seemed to exude a subtle fragrance, tantalizingly stirring his senses. Logically, after spending a considerable time in the ocean and sweating profusely, Cheng Mengqi ought to have an unpleasant odor. Yet, inexplicably, Zhou Wen caught a whiff of an enchanting aroma, perhaps a remnant of her cosmetics, igniting a delightful thrill within him. He relished the moment, wrapping his arms around her waist, savoring the silky texture of her skin, a pleasure he had never experienced as an ordinary individual in society. Meanwhile, observing the intimate exchange between Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi, Ding Yutong scoffed silently, muttering siren, as she snapped a dry twig and tossed it into the bonfire. Not far away, Gu Qinghe and her companions, having successfully opened a coconut, noticed Zhou Wen's successful ignition of the fire. Gu Qinghe felt a wave of reassurance. Realizing her earlier choice was indeed wise, this man seemed to possess considerable survival knowledge. If she could manage to secure his support, they might endure this challenge together. Gao Lu's surprise flickered briefly before she resumed her indifferent demeanor, believing that with Gu Qinghe's proactive approach, she could comfortably remain in the background. Conversely, Hu Cece wore a displeased expression, finding fault with everything Zhou Wen did. In contrast, Luo Xiaoman, with her simpler thoughts, exclaimed in admiration, "Brother Wen is amazing." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "Sister Qinghe, shouldn't we start a fire too? I've heard the temperature difference on the island can be significant between day and night. What will we do if it gets cold tonight without a fire?" Her words prompted the other three to exchange glances of uncertainty. Making fire by friction? We don't know how to do that. Gao Lu, Hu Cece, and Luo Xiaoman's eyes converged on Gu Qinghe. With a nervous chuckle, Gu Qinghe responded, "I will borrow some embers from Mr. Zhou shortly. However, sisters, we cannot continually rely on others for firewood. How about we venture into the jungle to gather some ourselves?" Luo Xiaoman was the first to agree, saying, "All right, I'm on board." Gao Lu, reluctant to work yet too shy to oppose, nodded in agreement. With three voices in favor, Hu Cece, though brimming with resentment, also acquiesced out of fear of exclusion. Gu Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, rallying her companions. "Sisters, let's persevere." Chapter 10. Preparing to build a shelter, the four young women ventured into the jungle. After just a few steps, Hu Cece began to complain, "Oh dear, it's so filthy here. My feet are all dirty." Gu Qinghe reassured her, "No worries, we can wash them in the sea shortly. Once the sun is less intense, we can enjoy some time in the water." At the mention of playing in the water, Luo Xiaoman's face lit up, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Gu Qinghe cautioned, "Everyone tread carefully. There are numerous sharp shrubs and wild grasses here. We must avoid any injuries. Let us not venture too deep. Searching along the periphery should suffice." Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman diligently scoured for withered branches, while Hu Cece incessantly complained, first about the abundance of insects, and then about the prickliness of the dry twigs against her hands, prompting Gu Qinghe to suppress the urge to send her tumbling into the sea. Meanwhile, Gao Lu, as ever, participated amicably, casually picking up a few branches and then indulging in aimless wandering. Suddenly, Gao Lu spotted a broadleaf tree, and an idea sparked in her mind. She abandoned the twigs, plucked a few leaves, and exclaimed, "Xiaoman, wait. I have something delightful for you." Luo Xiaoman turned to her and inquired, "Sister Lu, what is it?" Gao Lu quickly approached her, brandishing the leaves and playfully gesturing, "Look how large these leaves are. Let us gather some to fashion you a garment." Luo Xiaoman frowned. "No way, that sounds rather unattractive." Gao Lu playfully nudged Luo Xiaoman's bunny, grinning mischievously. "Well, your bunny can't always be exposed, can it? What if Zhou Wen sees it all?" With a gasp, Luo Xiaoman dropped the twigs, covered her bunny, and shyly protested, "How rude." Hu Cece, overhearing, chimed in with enthusiasm. "Yes, let us make Xiaoman a leaf outfit. We mustn't let that lecherous fellow have the upper hand." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiaoman considered their words and turned to Gu Qinghe, asking, "Sister Qinghe?" Gu Qinghe contemplated briefly before responding, "All right, but let us be swift." The girls giggled and began to gather leaves, entirely forgetting the task of collecting firewood. Gu Qinghe sighed in resignation. Such teammates were truly challenging to manage. In the shade of the trees, by the fire pit, Zhou Wen was taking a respite. Although the principle of friction fire-making seemed straightforward, Zhou Wen had spent at least 3 to 4 hours gathering materials and crafting components before finally igniting the flames. Exhausted and hungry, he lamented, "I am so famished. If only I could find some wild fried rice." Ding Yutong, puzzled by his jest, laughed, "Brother Wen, how could fried rice possibly be wild?" Zhou Wen shot her a glance, internally musing that he might consider her a wild morsel later, awaiting the end of her laughter. His gaze drifted to the green coconuts scattered on the ground. He had already consumed more than half. With no alternatives available, he resolved to open another coconut, sipping its water to quell his hunger and nibbling on the flesh. Of course, he did not forget to inquire of Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi, "Would you like some coconuts?" In such sweltering weather, moisture evaporated rapidly, and the two girls quickly nodded, "Yes, thank you, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen provided each of them with a coconut. As the two young women sipped their coconut water, they thoughtfully engaged Zhou Wen in conversation. In the past, when Zhou Wen was with girls, he often struggled to find topics to prevent awkward silences. However, in this instance, it is the young ladies who must cater to Zhou Wen's conversation, ensuring that, despite his hunger and fatigue, he remains emotionally buoyant. After a brief respite, Zhou Wen felt his arms less sore and contemplated the necessity of seeking or constructing a shelter. He squinted up at the high-hanging red sun, sensing that its rays were not as scorching as before. Zhou Wen estimated that it would not be long before the sun set, and with so little time at his disposal, he lacked confidence in locating a natural refuge. Thus, he resolved to build a rudimentary shelter as a temporary measure. The beach was unsuitable for shelter construction, although the high tide had only submerged a significant portion of the shore during midday. Who could predict whether a tempest would arise in the dead of night, bringing with it a tsunami? Moreover, the sand was too loose, providing insufficient support for any structure. Zhou Wen hesitated to venture deeply into the jungle, mindful that it harbored not only an abundance of mosquitoes, but also the potential presence of venomous snakes and centipedes. Just imagine, in the midst of a drowsy slumber, stumbling upon a slippery serpent. What a fright that would be. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to erect a temporary shelter at the junction of the beach and the jungle, conveniently close to the shore for foraging food. While the jungle would shield him from the wind, significantly reducing the likelihood of encounters with wild beasts and poisonous creatures. He turned to the two young ladies and instructed, "Please search the beach for any plastic bottles, bags, or discarded fishing nets, anything that is not native to this deserted island. I will scout for a suitable location to construct our shelter." The ladies nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, Brother Wen, please be careful." Zhou Wen acknowledged them with a nod and departed. Before long, he discovered two trees standing approximately 2.5 meters apart, each with trunks as thick as a basin. The trees bore no dead branches or fruit, minimizing the risk of falling debris. Even better, the ground between the trees was nearly level, devoid of any underbrush that would require arduous clearing. Zhou Wen struck the trees a few times and shook them, finding them sturdy enough to serve as the supports for his shelter. He resolved to build a simple triangular refuge between these two trees. Returning to the beach, he called for the two young ladies. With forlorn expressions, they reported, "Brother Wen, we searched the beach but found no plastic bottles or similar items." Zhou Wen's heart sank momentarily. Had he not heard that white pollutants were ubiquitous in the oceans? How could there be none here? Perhaps this island did not exist on Earth at all. But then again, he thought, he was only staying for a month. What did it matter whether it was on Earth or not? Thus, he replied, "If you cannot find anything, let it go. Follow me. I have found a suitable spot for our shelter." Upon reaching the chosen location, Zhou Wen instructed, "Please clear away the weeds and dead branches in this vicinity. We will construct our shelter here shortly. Remember to clear a wide enough area. I will need to scorch the ground later to prevent any fire hazards." The young ladies affirmed, "Understood." Equipped with a stick for self-defense and a stone knife, Zhou Wen ventured into the jungle, where numerous straight saplings grew. Zhou Wen selected a sapling, approximately the thickness of a bowl and around 3 meters in length. After attempting to cut it with a stone knife for a while without success, he found that he could not break it with his bare hands either. Thus, he sought out a stone resembling a chisel and forcefully carved a groove around the base of the tree before applying pressure to break it. He then trimmed away any extraneous branches with the stone knife, leaving a straight trunk that could serve as the main beam for a shelter. Zhou Wen proceeded to cut down several straighter saplings, each over 2 meters tall, removing unnecessary foliage to create the framework for the shelter. He bound these sticks together with vines and dragged them out of the thicket. Chapter 11. Constructing the shelter upon returning to the designated site. He found that the two young women had already cleared away nearby dead grass and debris. Zhou Wen set the wooden sticks aside and piled some dry twigs on the ground, igniting them to burn the surface and drive away any potential insects. He instructed the two women to keep an eye on the fire to prevent any accidents while he ventured back into the forest to gather a substantial amount of vines. By the time Zhou Wen returned with the vines, the fire had been extinguished. The young women had somehow procured 2 leafy branches, which they were using as brooms to sweep away the charcoal residue. With their fair skin dusted with soot, they were oblivious to their appearance, and upon seeing Zhou Wen return, they greeted him with sweet smiles. The contrast of their pale and darkened skin rendered them particularly alluring. Zhou Wen couldn't resist teasing them, provoking playful responses, as they playfully retaliated by punching him lightly with their fists. After enjoying some tender tofu, Zhou Wen formally commenced the construction of a shelter. He first took the main beam and carved 2 notches into each and approximately every 10 centimeters using the stone knife. Once the processing of the main beam was complete, Zhou Wen approached a large tree designated as a support pillar. At a height of about 2 meters from the ground, he carefully carved a notch with the stone chisel. He replicated this process at the same height on another large tree, creating an additional notch. "Come over and help. Lift this pole," Zhou Wen called to the two young women, urging them to join forces to raise the long stick. He then picked up a stone and, with a rhythmic thud, secured the pole into the notch, followed by binding it tightly with 2 lengths of vine. After pulling on the main beam a few times to test its stability, he deemed it satisfactory, confident that it would withstand anything short of a monstrous gale. "Now, let's commence the construction of the fishbone structure. Pay close attention." Zhou Wen instructed the young women to step closer, indicating that they would work together, for he would not coddle them. Everyone must contribute when the time calls for effort. He grasped a slightly longer wooden stick, gauged the distance, and forcefully thrust one end into the ground, compacting the surrounding earth with his foot. He then rested the other end on the main beam, embedding it into the notch, and secured it with vine. "What do you think? Quite simple, isn't it?" Zhou Wen looked at the two young women, encouraging them to give it a try. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi exchanged glances before obediently picking up shorter sticks of wood. Under Zhou Wen's close guidance, they began to construct the fishbone structure. Although Zhou Wen had enjoyed some tender moments with them, the two women ultimately succeeded in erecting the structure. Zhou Wen tested its stability, feeling confident in its construction, and gave them a thumbs up, praising excellent work. "You both did wonderfully." The two young women immediately beamed with joy. With a mix of genders, the labor felt less burdensome. 3 individuals collaborated, gradually shaping the outline of the shelter. At that moment, the sound of laughter echoed as Gu Qinghe and her companions emerged from the jungle. Zhou Wen squinted in disbelief, almost mistaking them for 4 wildlings bursting forth from the thicket. Adorned in rudimentary garments crafted from leaves, their attire, though amusing in appearance, was rendered enchanting by their beauty. Even a mere cluster of green leaves seemed to exude charm. This realization prompted Zhou Wen to glance at the enviously gazing Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi. While their fair skin was visually appealing, the sun and wind by the seaside would soon take their toll, necessitating the provision of some protective clothing for them as well. "Thus," Zhou Wen declared, "once the shelter is complete, I shall weave you both a set of leaf attire, assuredly more exquisite than theirs." Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi responded with sweet smiles. "Thank you, Brother Wen." The trio resumed their construction of the shelter. Upon exiting the jungle, Gu Qinghe and her companions were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Zhou Wen and his friends at work. They exchanged glances, realizing that while they had yet to kindle a fire, others had already begun erecting their dwelling. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene, and the initial excitement of the 4 beauties dwindled as they dejectedly gathered dry twigs, passing by Zhou Wen and his companions in silence. They discarded the twigs and plopped down on the beach, lacking the motivation to converse. After a brief moment, Hu Sisi began to voice her complaints, while Gao Lu retorted sharply. Luo Xiaoman attempted to mediate, and Gu Qinghe felt utterly frustrated, wishing to abandon her efforts and cling to Zhou Wen instead. Meanwhile, the construction of the shelter proceeded smoothly. Once the vertical framework was established, Zhou Wen secured 2 horizontal sticks to enhance its stability. This completed one side of the structure. The trio pressed on, swiftly finishing the skeletal framework of all 3 sides. Zhou Wen instructed, "You two go nearby and gather some dry grass. I will collect some palm leaves." Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi agreed. "All right." Equipped with a stone knife, Zhou Wen harvested a bundle of palm leaves and layered them meticulously from bottom to top upon the framework, binding them securely with vines. The task was not overly difficult, but required attention to detail and patience. To prevent drafts and rain, Zhou Wen laid 2 layers of palm leaves atop the structure, ensuring that light showers would not penetrate. With the exterior complete, it was time to furnish the interior. Zhou Wen and the 2 women covered the ground of the shelter with a thick layer of dry leaves to insulate against the chill. However, lying directly on the dry grass was uncomfortable, so they gathered some tender leaves to serve as a mat atop the foliage. At last, the shelter was complete. A sense of accomplishment welled up within Zhou Wen and the 2 women. Zhou Wen reclined on the mat, shifting from side to side and finding it quite agreeable. He then invited the 2. "It's rather comfortable. Would you like to try it?" Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi exchanged a shy glance before lying down. Zhou Wen inquired, "How does it feel? Is it rough on your skin?" The The two assessed their comfort and replied, "It's acceptable." Zhou Wen chuckled, "That's wonderful. If you feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to express it. We can always seek ways to improve. Although we are stranded on a deserted island, we should not settle for less when it is avoidable." The two women exchanged sweet smiles and replied, "All right, thank you, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen emerged from the shelter and gazed at the sky. Although it was uncertain whether it would rain tonight, given the island's volatile weather, he decided to gather a sturdy branch to dig a drainage ditch around the shelter. After completing the ditch, Zhou Wen dug a small pit not far from the entrance of the shelter, stacking stones to create a fire pit. He then relocated the bonfire and extinguished the original one, covering it with sand to prevent any fire hazards. Zhou Wen procured 4 wooden sticks, approximately 1 meter in length, and fashioned a rudimentary wooden wall a short distance behind the bonfire. He secured 2 sticks to the ground with stones, placing the others in between and binding them at the top with vines. This wooden wall would not only shield the bonfire from strong winds, but also serve as a heat reflector to minimize heat loss. Subsequently, Zhou Wen, along with the 2 women, moved the remaining green coconuts and firewood beside the shelter for easier access. Noticing the dwindling supply of coconuts and firewood, Zhou Wen instructed the women to gather more firewood nearby while he went to collect additional coconuts. Chapter 12. Zhou Wen remarked that even a tiger does not eat its young. Meanwhile, after a quarrel, Gao Lu and Hu Sisi sat back to back in sulky silence. Ignoring each other, Luo Xiaoman looked at the two with concern, seemingly wishing to mediate, but Gu Qinghe had already given up, thinking to herself, "Let them be as they wish." At that moment, Gu Qinghe spotted Zhou Wen climbing another coconut tree, diligently harvesting coconuts from the top. Feeling a spark of inspiration, she turned to the others and said, "You all continue to gather some dry branches. I will go seek Zhou Wen's advice on building the shelter." Gao Lu and Hu Sisi appeared oblivious, with only Luo Xiaoman responding, "All right, Sister Qinghe." "What fools!" Gu Qinghe thought to herself, then made her way to Zhou Wen. With a thud, a coconut fell onto the sandy beach. When Zhou Wen descended from the tree, he saw Gu Qinghe waiting with a radiant smile, her arms crossed, nearly spilling out of her leafy garment. Given their previous close interactions, Zhou Wen greeted her without a hint of displeasure, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here?" Gu Qinghe glanced back, ensuring the other sisters were unaware of their exchange, and pulled Zhou Wen behind a tree. She wrapped her arms around his neck, slightly rising on her toes to plant her lips on his. Zhou Wen, one arm around her waist, quickly pressed his other hand against her lips. A hint of confusion flickered in Gu Qinghe's eyes as she asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Wen replied earnestly, "Even a tiger does not eat its young." Gu Qinghe paused for a moment, then quickly understood and playfully punched his chest a few times, saying, "You're so annoying. I've already rinsed my mouth with coconut water. Don't believe me? Smell." Zhou Wen responded with a teasing smile. "Oh really? Let me taste." They frolicked for a while, exchanging moisture, digestive enzymes, lysozyme, electrolytes, and other substances. With a soft pop, their lips parted, and Zhou Wen gazed at her enchanting face, asking, "What do you need from me?" Gu Qinghe sighed softly, expressing her frustrations. Leading this team is exceedingly challenging. Although Xiaoman is obedient, she is rather clumsy. Huxixi is full of rebellious spirit, constantly complaining about one thing or another. And Gao Lu has always appeared lethargic, merely drifting through each day, a trait that remains unchanged even here. It's infuriating. We were clearly told that we must survive on this deserted island for 30 days. Yet Gao Lu and Huxixi seem utterly unconcerned. When asked to complete tasks, they hesitate and offer excuses, leaving me utterly perplexed by their thoughts. Gu Qinghe vented her grievances about her companions, leaving Zhou Wen speechless. Many girls struggle to grasp the essence of tasks, a notion that aligns with Zhou Wen's stereotypes. However, surviving on an island is far from a simple seaside vacation. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life, and their indecisiveness is indeed troubling. Despite the unfortunate demise of 4 sisters, Gao Lu and Huxixi remain oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Zhou Wen embraced Gu Qinghe, helping her measure her body while chuckling, "Respect others' fates and relinquish your urge to assist. Just let them be." Gu Qinghe hesitated, shifting her body as she whispered, "Yao Yao and the others are gone, but I still wish to bring everyone else back." Zhou Wen shrugged indifferently. "Do as you please. Perhaps a few missed meals and chilly nights will suffice." "Let's hope so." Gu Qinghe grasped Zhou Wen's hand, breathlessly imploring, "Hold on. Teach me how to build a shelter. I fear I may catch a cold if the temperature drops tonight." Zhou Wen glanced at the sky, remarking, "The sun is setting. It's too late to construct a complete shelter. I'll guide you in making a semi-open structure." Releasing Gu Qinghe, he searched for a nearby branch and gestured. "You need to find a stick about 2 meters long and a sturdy tree. Lean one end of the stick against the tree trunk, not too high, while the other rests on the ground, forming a right triangle. Then, gather several sticks of varying lengths, inserting them vertically into the ground, with one end propped against the main beam, and secure them with vines to outline the walls. Next, pile large leaves atop the structure, using dry leaves to fill in the gaps, and lay some dried grass on the ground as a mat. It should suffice for a night. Oh, and you can also build a fire opposite. It will keep you warm at night. Do you remember?" Gu Qinghe took the stick, mimicking Zhou Wen's actions, her lips moving as she quietly recited his instructions, then smiled brightly. "I think I've got it. I'll head off now, thank you." Zhou Wen playfully pulled her back, feigning annoyance. "Hey, using me and then running off, I assent. Very nice." Gu Qinghe giggled, wrapping her arms around Zhou Wen's neck and pecking his lips. "I don't have time today, but I promise to reward you properly when I can." Zhou Wen playfully slapped her on the backside, urging, "Go on, hurry and build that shelter, or you might truly catch a cold tonight." "All right." Gu Qinghe laughed and kissed Zhou Wen once more. Just as she was about to leave, Zhou Wen caught her again, saying earnestly, "If you really can't manage, come to me." Gu Qinghe inquired, "What about Xiaoman and the others?" Zhou Wen shrugged, "I'm not close with them. Their fate is of no concern to me." Gu Qinghe's beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Wen. She spoke softly, "This task is mine to undertake. If I do not insist on taking it, we may not be selected for the challenge. Perhaps Yao Yao and the others would not have perished. Thus I bear the responsibility of bringing my sisters back." Zhou Wen gently patted her back, offering comfort. "This is not your burden to bear." A few moments of silence passed before Gu Qinghe suddenly brightened, her smile returning. "All right, enough of this. I must take my leave." With a deliberate and graceful stride, she stepped out from behind the tree, then shifted back into her serious captain persona, heading towards Luo Xiaoman and the others. To Zhou Wen's surprise, her sense of responsibility was quite strong. He watched her retreating figure, reminiscing about their intimate interaction, and mused to himself that she truly was a captivating enchantress, before resuming his task of gathering coconuts. Upon rejoining her sisters, Gu Qinghe noticed that Gao Lu and Hu Sisi were still ignoring each other, sulking on opposite sides, while only Luo Xiaoman diligently collected dry branches. Annoyed, Gu Qinghe remarked, "The sun is setting. We must hasten to build a shelter." "All right, Sister Qinghe," Luo Xiaoman eagerly responded. Gao Lu and Hu Sisi remained indifferent. Growing frustrated, Gu Qinghe declared, "Xiaoman, let us go. You two can stay if you wish." She took Luo Xiaoman's hand and left the beach, heading towards Zhou Wen's shelter, intending to construct her own nearby for added security and the ability to call for help in case of emergencies. Gao Lu and Hu Sisi exchanged glances, each huffing in discontent, before standing up to follow Gu Qinghe. Upon arriving near Zhou Wen's shelter, Gu Qinghe discovered a suitable location. For trees formed a square space, devoid of underbrush and with minimal weeds. By using these trees as corners and constructing the shelter in a clockwise manner, they could ignite a bonfire in the center, providing warmth and safety from the wind. Gu Qinghe picked up a branch and demonstrated the shelter-building method to the group. Aside from Luo Xiaoman, who listened attentively, Gao Lu and Hu Sisi remained disengaged. Frustrated, Gu Qinghe tossed aside the branch, stating, "If you want a shelter, you must build it yourselves. If you fail to complete it tonight, prepare to freeze." She then pulled Luo Xiaoman along, leaving Gao Lu and Hu Sisi behind. After a moment's hesitation, they reluctantly followed. Chapter 13. A seafood feast at dusk. The sun's fading light painted the horizon and the sea a brilliant red. The tide had receded, revealing vast stretches of beach and rocks. In the sky, flocks of seabirds circled and swooped down to feast on the small fish, shrimp, crabs, and other delicacies left behind on the sand. Zhou Wen, already famished, called out to Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi, "Let us hurry to the beach and gather some seafood for roasting." Both Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi, having worked hard throughout the day, were equally hungry and eagerly followed Zhou Wen towards the shore. This deserted island had never been trodden by human feet before, and thus the beach was abundant with marine treasures. After only a few steps, Zhou Wen had already collected several scallops. Soon, the pockets of Zhou Wen's shorts became too full to hold anymore, prompting him to roll up the hem of his shirt to accommodate the bounty. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi, with their small hands and scant clothing, were instructed by Zhou Wen to return and gather the leftover coconut shells to serve as makeshift containers. As Zhou Wen shifted a stone, a small crab scuttled out from beneath it, darting away with astonishing speed before he could even reach for it. Zhou Wen was taken aback, pondering the nature of this crab. Was it some sort of jet-propelled creature? Quickly, Zhou Wen gathered a handful of scallops and sea snails, returning them to the shelter. Tonight's dinner would surely suffice, yet he yearned for a more varied meal. Back on the beach, he found Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi joyfully collecting more scallops. He called out to them, urging caution to avoid any injuries to their feet. They replied in unison. Acknowledging his concern, Zhou Wen made his way along the shoreline towards the rocky outcrop, a place renowned for its abundant marine treasures compared to the beach. Most of the rocks were typically submerged, revealing themselves only during low tide, and thus were encrusted with numerous oysters. These oysters, having grown for many years, were impressively large, each surpassing the size of a palm, causing Zhou Wen's eyes to gleam with delight. He cautiously approached, wary of the sharp rocks that could potentially injure him. Gazing at the delectable morsels within arm's reach, Zhou Wen felt a twinge of frustration. These oysters were firmly affixed to the rocks, and without proper tools, they were impossible to pry loose. He attempted to use a wooden stick to leverage them, but it broke in the process, nearly resulting in a cut to his hand. After a moment's reflection, he decided against further attempts. His hunger was pressing, and it was paramount to satiate it. He could always return with firewood during the next low tide and feast on the oysters then. Reluctantly leaving the oysters behind, Zhou Wen diligently searched the rocky area. Once the tide receded, it had formed several tidal pools, trapping many unfortunate sea creatures that failed to escape with the water. In one of the pools, he spotted a sizable blue crab, ensnared yet still clinging to half of a hapless squid, relentlessly tearing into it. Zhou Wen rubbed his hands together. The crab's pincers appeared formidable, and a pinch from them would be no trivial matter. Carefully, he maneuvered around to its rear, seizing the opportunity as it was preoccupied with its meal, and swiftly grasped its body, lifting it from the water. The blue crab flailed its claws in a frantic attempt to escape, but was unable to break free. Zhou Wen assessed his catch. This crab weighed at least 7 or 8 tails, significantly larger than those in the market, and he imagined how delicious it would be when roasted. With a sense of triumph, he ventured into the nearby jungle to retrieve a length of vine, binding the crab securely. It then struck him that the absence of a container was inconvenient. While scallops could be tucked into his shorts or wrapped in his shirt, the other seafood would not fit as easily. He realized he would need to weave some baskets for vines. Committing this task to memory, he resumed his exploration of the tidal pools, where he subsequently caught 7 or 8 palm-sized fish. Using a sharp stone, he skillfully sliced open their bellies, removing their entrails and gills, scraping off the scales before discarding the remnants back into the tidal pool to attract the next wave of marine life. Zhou Wen carefully cleansed the fish in the clear sea water, washing away the blood and debris. He then grabbed a vine, threading the prepared sea fish onto it, and casually collected several large sea snails, feeling a sense of satisfaction, ready to return and cook. Upon returning to the shelter, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi approached him, proudly holding coconut shells as treasures. Ding Yutong smiled brightly, saying, "Brother Wen, look at all the shells I've gathered. This one has such beautiful patterns." Cheng Mengqi chimed in cheerfully, "Brother Wen, I found 2 mantis shrimp for you to enjoy." Zhou Wen chuckled, presenting the sea fish and the crab before them, exclaiming, "Look what I found." The 2 women gasped in delight. "So many fish, and a big crab too. Brother Wen, you are amazing." Zhou Wen, filled with pride, replied, "Today, I lack the proper tools, but tomorrow I shall show you my true skills. Now, let us prepare to cook." The 2 women responded eagerly, "All right." The trio gathered around the campfire. Zhou Wen tossed the sea snails directly into the flames to roast, then found a flat stone to place over the fire. Laying the scallops, mantis shrimp, and crab atop it, he skillfully fashioned short sticks from stone and positioned the fish about 10 centimeters away from the fire, preventing direct contact with the flames. As they chatted around the fire, they occasionally turned the fish to ensure even cooking. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing their mouths to water profusely. The scallops on the stone opened up, releasing a steamy fragrance, while the crab turned a vibrant red. Ding Yutong gazed longingly at the scallops on the stone, sniffing the air, and asked Brother Wen, "Can we eat now?" Zhou Wen's stomach rumbled in response to the enticing scent, and he replied, "Let me taste first." He fetched 3 coconut shells to serve as bowls and crafted 3 pairs of chopsticks from stone, distributing 1 pair each to Ding Yutong and Chengmengqi. He then picked a scallop, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its delightful aroma. Unable to contain himself, he blew on it a few times before using his chopsticks to lift the flesh to his mouth. Ouch, it was hot. Reluctant to spit it out, he inhaled sharply and bravely chewed a few times. Despite a bit of sand slightly affecting the texture, his hunger overshadowed it, and he found the meat to be firm yet tender, imbued with a hint of the sea's sweetness. Delicious. Zhou Wen swallowed the scallop and quickly urged the two, "Hurry, eat while it's hot." He picked up a twig, dividing the scallops into 3 portions, placing them into each person's coconut shell, then layered more scallops on the stone to continue roasting, eagerly tasting again. After a long day of labor, the warm food filled their stomachs, and the 3 could hardly control their chopsticks in their excitement. After savoring a number of scallops, Zhou Wen extracted the crab, removing its shell to reveal a rich crab aroma. Inside the crab's abdomen lay a generous portion of jelly-like crab roe, exceedingly tempting. Zhou Wen took a bite of the roe. It was creamy and delicate, with a slight stickiness. After a few chews, the roe melted in his mouth, leaving behind a rich, oily fragrance. "So delightful," Zhou Wen exclaimed, dividing the crab in half to share with Ding Yutong and Chengmengqi. The 2, taken aback, politely declined, saying, "Brother Wen, you eat it." Zhou Wen waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you all eat. There are plenty of these. I simply didn't catch any today due to the difficulty." Ding Yutong and Chengmengqi smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Brother Wen." Chapter 14. My abs achieving perfection while Zhou Wen and the others busied themselves with barbecuing seafood. Gu Qinghe and her companions were still in the midst of constructing their makeshift shelter. Although the task of building a simple shelter appeared straightforward, the 4 beautiful women soon discovered a harsh reality. While their minds grasped the concept, their hands seemed to rebel against the effort. The structure they erected was a chaotic mess, resembling a doghouse at first glance. Particularly, Gao Lu and Hu Sisi, despite building shelter for themselves, displayed one working lazily while the other grumbled incessantly. Gu Qinghe, determined to ensure their survival, resolved not to coddle them this time, deciding that if they failed to construct their shelter adequately, they would have to endure a night of cold. At that moment, a delightful aroma of barbecued seafood wafted through the air. Gao Lu, who was notoriously unenthusiastic about work, yet always first to the dining table, perked up her nose, sniffing eagerly like a dog, and then followed the enticing scent. Moments later, she dashed back, eyes wide, exclaiming, "Oh my!" Zhou Wen and the others are actually eating barbecued seafood. Upon hearing this, the other 3 women froze, instinctively halting their tasks. Their stomachs growled in unison. Luo Xiaoman rubbed her belly and said, "I'm so hungry. I want to eat barbecued seafood too." Gu Qinghe dropped the dry twigs she was holding, stood on tiptoe to glance towards the beach, and declared, "The tide is out. Sisters, let us go gather some seafood." "Absolutely. Yes." The other 3 agreed unanimously. The 4 ladies skipped joyfully towards the beach, gleefully collecting scallops and small sea snails from the sand. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen and his companions had consumed a plethora of scallop shells and felt slightly overwhelmed, deciding against barbecuing any more scallops. With only a few remaining, Zhou Wen placed them in a coconut shell, intending to keep them alive in seawater until the next day. Zhou Wen extracted the sea snails from the fire, sliced a few wooden sticks to share with the 2 women, and savored the meat. Compared to the grilled scallops, the sea snail's flesh was firmer, with a coarser texture and a satisfying chew, albeit with a hint of fishiness. After finishing the scallops, they turned their attention to the shrimp and fish, which were nearly ready. Zhou Wen distributed the grilled fish to the 2 women and took a skewer for himself. The skin of the fish was grilled to a golden crisp, exuding a slight char, while the flesh was tender and juicy, imbued with the sweetness characteristic of seafood, entirely devoid of the muddy taste associated with freshwater fish. Zhou Wen devoured 2 fish in quick succession and downed a coconut drink in a single breath. Feeling full and unable to eat any further, Ding Yutong and Chengmengqi, whose appetites were already modest, had only managed to consume a few scallops and sea snails. And after nibbling on half a grilled fish, they found themselves unable to eat more, each sipping coconut water to aid digestion. Zhou Wen rolled up his shirt, patted his belly, and mused, although I can't eat anymore, it feels like something is missing without a staple food. Ding Yutong chuckled. Consuming too many staple foods can lead to weight gain. We hardly indulge in them. She leaned forward to glance at Zhou Wen's abdomen, her face displaying a hint of astonishment as she exclaimed, Brother Wen, despite your prowess, you surprisingly lack an 8-pack. Zhou Wen laughed and replied, You know nothing. An 8-pack is merely ornamental. What I possess is what I call a fat muscle. If you observe the depictions of ancient warriors such as Guan Yu and Yu Fei, you will find they share my physique. Ding Yutong responded in disbelief. Is that true? Zhou Wen patted his belly, producing a resounding thud, boasting with my build. Donned in armor weighing dozens of pounds, I could cleave my way from one end of the street to the other. Feel for yourself if you doubt me. All right. Ding Yutong, with a playful innocence, sat beside Zhou Wen, reaching out to poke and pat his belly, laughing. It feels peculiar, somewhat like a soft yet firm cotton candy on the outside, but the muscle beneath the layer of fat is solid as a rock. Zhou Wen's abdomen was tickled by her warm little hands, igniting a strange warmth that surged from his core, causing a particular area to swell. Ding Yutong's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand, attempting to retreat to her original position. However, Zhou Wen would not allow her to escape, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and playfully declaring, You've examined my abs. Now it's my turn to investigate yours. Oh, haha, that tickles. No, please. Chung Mengqi, holding a green coconut, silently cursed under her breath. Humph, little firecracker. Amidst their playful antics. Just as Zhou Wen intended to pull Ding Yutong into the shelter for a more intimate exploration, Gu Qinghe approached. Panting, Ding Yutong returned to her seat. Lifting the coconut to feign drinking, her cheeks flushed, unsure if it was the campfire's glow or something else entirely. Gu Qinghe cast a glance toward Ding Yutong, feigning ignorance of the scene, yet regarding Zhou Wen with a teasing expression. Zhou Wen, with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, Is there something you need? Gu Qinghe tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. We gathered some seafood, but we lack the means to start a fire. I was hoping to borrow a spark from you. Of course. Zhou Wen retrieved a burning stick from the campfire, stating, Come, I'll assist you. I fear you might set the forest ablaze otherwise. Gu Qinghe retorted playfully, How dare you imply such nonsense? We are far from reckless. Zhou Wen smirked, You never know. As they walked side by side, Gu Qinghe instinctively reached to link her arm with Zhou Wen's, but hesitated, fearing the gaze of her friends. As they strolled, their hands inadvertently brushed against each other, subtly teasing each other's palms. Upon nearing the shelter, surrounded by the 4 women, Gu Qinghe swiftly pressed a kiss on Zhou Wen's cheek, then stepped forward, seemingly to distance herself. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, feeling as though they were engaging in a secret affair, yet the thrill of such clandestine encounters was undeniably exhilarating. It is no wonder that the old adage suggests, a wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a secret lover, and a secret lover is best when unattainable. Upon entering the open space, encircled by the shelter of the 4 women, the other 3 were gathered around a pile of dry twigs, each with an assortment of scallops and sea conchs before them, eagerly gazing at the torch in Zhou Wen's hand. Zhou Wen surveyed his surroundings, noting the 4 shelters arranged in a circle with a campfire at their center. The concept was rather appealing, though the construction of the shelters left much to be desired. Zhou Wen couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, You all have crafted quite the unique doghouses. You, who seethed with anger, itching to retort, yet fearing Zhou Wen's slap. She could only glare at him, attempting to convey her animosity through her gaze. Gao Lu, with an unperturbed demeanor, appeared indifferent, while Luo Xiao, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head to hide her face. Gu Qinghe cleared her throat and said, Mr. Zhou, could you please assist in lighting the fire? Certainly. Zhou Wen approached the center, ready to ignite the flames, but upon observing the haphazardly piled twigs, he burst into laughter, remarking, You haven't even created a proper fire pit? Do you not fear that a gust of wind might send sparks flying onto your shelters, roasting you all alive? The 4 women exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a naive bewilderment. Zhou Wen handed the torch to Gu Qinghe, shaking his head in resignation. Very well, I shall assist you once more. Chapter 15. A gentleman never peaks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, daylight waned. The seabirds, having concluded their foraging, returned to their nests, vanishing into the expanse above the beach. The island gradually fell into tranquility, accompanied only by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore. The enchanting women, having finished their dinner, frolicked at the water's edge, their laughter ringing like silver bells, igniting a yearning in Zhou Wen to join their revelry. However, he had tasks at hand. As darkness approached, uncertainty loomed regarding the presence of wild beasts on this desolate island. He needed to craft some defensive weaponry. Zhou Wen selected a sturdy, straight stick measuring 2.5 meters in length. Using a stone knife, he sharpened one end into a point, then polished the tip against the stone before hardening it over the campfire. Thus, a wooden spear was successfully fashioned. He brandished the spear, executing a few thrusting motions, finding it quite agreeable. Had he possessed such a spear in his childhood, his friends would have clamored to lie down and serve as his steed during their imaginary battles. Setting the spear aside, he began crafting a second one as a backup, for wood, after all, could prove unreliable in critical moments. Just as he was sharpening the spearhead, someone approached. Looking up, he saw Ding Yutong, her figure glistening with moisture. Her fair skin, illuminated by the flickering firelight, radiated a warm orange glow, reminiscent of succulent roasted meat, making it hard not to be tempted to take a bite. Ding Yutong giggled. Brother Wen, the seawater feels delightful. Come play. Zhou Wen raised the half-finished stick to show her, smiling. I still have things to do. There's no rush. You can return to finish later, she replied, pulling him along. Zhou Wen pondered that since he had already completed one spear, it wouldn't hurt to delay the second, and he allowed himself to be led by her. Let us go. Let us go. Ding Yutong tugged at Zhou Wen's hand, racing toward the shore. Zhou Wen followed closely, admiring her smooth back, the sway of her slender waist, and her gracefully moving long legs, secretly wishing she were truly his girlfriend. Gu Qinghe and her companions frolicked by the seaside, shedding their cumbersome leaf garments as they splashed each other in the shallow waters, their laughter echoing through the air. Cheng Mengqi spotted Zhou Wen and, with a radiant smile, trotted over, grasping his other hand and cheerfully exclaiming, Brother Wen, come join us. The two women drew Zhou Wen into the shallows, exchanged glances, then simultaneously bent over, giggling as they scooped up seawater to douse him, captivated by the sight of their playful antics. Zhou Wen was taken by surprise when the cool ocean water splashed across his face. Wiping his face with a grin, he exclaimed, Oh, so you wish to ambush me? Let me show you my prowess. With that, he retaliated, scooping seawater with his hands and splashing it back at the two girls. Oh dear, they exclaimed playfully, launching another counterattack. After more than half an hour of merriment, the final rays of sunlight vanished from the horizon, cloaking the island in the depths of night. The night breeze swept in, leaving their water-soaked bodies feeling a bit chilly. Thus, the group retreated to their respective shelters. Zhou Wen, accompanied by the two women, settled around a bonfire, tossing in some dry twigs to stoke the flames. Ding Yutong squinted her eyes and remarked, Wow, how warm. Zhou Wen, feeling uncomfortable in his drenched short sleeves, baggy shorts, and underwear, decided to remove them and hang them on a branch near the fire to dry. The two women, upon noticing, playfully covered their faces and teased, Brother Wen, you're such a pervert. Nonsense. I'm merely trying to avoid catching a cold. Zhou Wen replied with a smile, Your swimsuits must be soaked too. You should take them off and dry them, or you might catch a cold. Cheng Mengqi instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and playfully protested, But then you would see everything. Ding Yutong wrinkled her nose and huffed, Brother Wen, how annoying. Zhou Wen, with a serious tone, stated, I only have her best interests at heart. Consider this. On this deserted island, lacking medical supplies, catching a cold could be fatal. Besides, I am a gentleman and would not peek. Whether it was his words that startled them, or their belief in his integrity, or perhaps the discomfort of their damp swimsuits, the two women hesitated before slowly turning away to remove their swimsuits and swim shorts. Zhou Wen, observing their smooth forms, said, Hand them to me. I'll help you hang them to dry. After a moment of hesitation, one of the women, with one arm covering her chest and her body slightly turned, bashfully handed her swimsuit and shorts to Zhou Wen. He resisted the urge to bring them to his nose, instead using a branch to hang the garments by the bonfire. The girls, feeling a bit shy, lowered their heads, lost in their thoughts. The three of them, bare and seated around the fire, created an atmosphere that was both enchanting and awkward. Zhou Wen admired the view for a moment, prompting Ding Yutong to tease, "How insufferable. Brother One, you claim to be a gentleman who wouldn't peek at us." Zhou Wen replied earnestly, "Indeed, I am not peeking. I am merely observing openly." At this, Cheng Mingqi could not help but chime in, "Brother One, you're such a lecher." Zhou Wen laughed heartily, deciding to cease his teasing and resumed crafting a makeshift wooden spear. Upon hearing the sound of Zhou Wen crafting a wooden spear, the two women gradually relaxed and stealthily observed him. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Zhou Wen's expression appeared exceedingly serious and earnest, and the sturdy breadth of his chest instilled a sense of safety that instinctively drew the women closer to him. Once the spear was completed, the garments drying by the fire were ready. After shaking off the salt crystals from their clothes, the trio donned their attire once more, and the atmosphere seemed to lose its earlier awkwardness. This struck Zhou Wen as peculiar. The clothing worn by the women was hardly superior to the scanty attire of the red fruit, yet it seemed to evoke a markedly different psychological state within them. Zhou Wen tested the spear and found it satisfactory, subsequently propping it upright beside the shelter for immediate access in case of emergencies. After crafting the wooden spear, he gathered a substantial bundle of vines, which he had specifically collected from the forest after dinner. Come, let's work together," Zhou Wen announced. "Prepare and weave some baskets or backpacks. Otherwise, collecting food and other provisions would prove exceedingly inconvenient, especially considering the need to store supplies to avoid hunger should a storm render them unable to venture outside." Zhou Wen had no intention of undertaking all the tasks himself. Although he was captivated by the beauty of the two women, he would not unconditionally assume every responsibility. It was imperative for them to partake in all aspects of their survival. On one hand, engaging in work would clarify their standing, preventing any thoughts of attempting to dominate Zhou Wen. On the other hand, it would occupy their minds, deterring any idle speculation. In the wilderness, alongside the essential elements for survival, a resilient spirit is equally vital. Should one succumb to despair, survival would become nearly impossible. Chapter 16. Weaving vines into baskets working barehanded is quite inconvenient. This evening, let us weave a few baskets together. Zhou Wen retrieved some vines to demonstrate for the two women. There are numerous methods to weave baskets using materials such as vines, willow branches, and bamboo, and he opted to teach them a simple technique. Taking 4 vine strands, he arranged them in a cross formation and explained, "We shall begin by weaving the base. If you fear the crossing may become disordered, you can secure them with a thin vine." Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi nodded, somewhat understanding. Zhou Wen curved his fingers and playfully tapped each of their heads, admonishing, "Simply watching will not suffice. Pick up the vines and learn by doing." "Oh." The two women touched their heads and clumsily grasped the vines, arranging the 4 strands into a cross as Zhou Wen had demonstrated. Zhou Wen picked up another vine and, while weaving, elucidated like this: press one down and weave one over, slowly integrating them. Repeat this until you achieve the desired size. As you ladies possess less strength, there's no need to make them too large, lest you struggle to carry them. Following Zhou Wen's guidance, the two women gradually wove the base of their baskets. Although their movements were somewhat awkward, their attitude was commendable, and they did not complain. As the three conversed and wove, they soon completed the base. Since it was the women's first attempt at weaving, Zhou Wen advised that they need not make their baskets too large. A base roughly the size of an A4 sheet would suffice, while he crafted one approximately the size of an A3 sheet. Then, Zhou Wen stood the willow vines upright and said, "Let's begin by positioning the vines. This will allow us to weave the sides. It is simply a matter of alternating between pressing and lifting with no significant challenge. Remember to pull the vines taut with each round to ensure a tight weave that will not come apart." The two women nodded, mimicking Zhou Wen's movements as they commenced weaving the sides. Zhou Wen advised them to keep the height of the sides modest, around 30 centimeters, while his own basket was approximately 50 centimeters tall. Once the sides were completed, Zhou Wen taught them how to finish the edges. This process was also straightforward. They wound the remaining vines along the rim of the basket, interlacing them to secure the edges firmly without causing discomfort. After finishing the edges, Zhou Wen instructed them on how to attach the handles. He had added 2 straps to his own basket for carrying it on his back. While it seemed simple, the task proved to be rather time-consuming, and the three of them spent several hours successfully completing their respective baskets. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi beamed at their handiwork. Although it appeared somewhat unrefined, it was the result of their own efforts, and they took great delight in it. Zhou Wen, chuckling, patted his basket and remarked, "Tomorrow morning, we can take it to the beach to gather some seafood. Once we have a sufficient food supply, I will have time to explore the vicinity in search of water and other food sources." As the night deepened, Ding Yutong could not suppress a yawn, which seemed to signal Cheng Mengqi to do the same. Zhou Wen glanced at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky and said, "Tonight, Mengqi and I will take the first watch. She will guard the first half of the night while I take the latter half. Tomorrow night, it will be Yutong and I on watch. Do you both have any objections?" Cheng Mengqi felt a twinge of disappointment about being assigned the first watch, but dared not voice her dissent, merely nodding in silence. Ding Yutong, however, felt a sense of joy, believing that Zhou Wen was showing concern for her by allowing her to take the watch a day later. With no objections from either woman, Zhou Wen felt reassured. Although they appeared delicate and not particularly astute, at least they were obedient and would not hinder their survival efforts. Zhou Wen advised Cheng Mengqi, "You must be mindful of two things. First, ensure the campfire does not extinguish, but do not add too much firewood. Second, remain vigilant regarding any sound around us, as we cannot predict the presence of large predators on this island." Cheng Mengqi felt a pang of fear, yet, in an effort to maintain her standing in Zhou Wen's eyes, she bit her lip and nodded, saying understood. Zhou Wen replied, "Very well, I shall take my rest now. When the moon reaches this position, wake me to switch shifts." Cheng Mengqi nodded, "All right." Zhou Wen crawled into the shelter, lying down on the thick mat and comfortably stretching. After a long day spent in the sea and bustling about, fatigue washed over him, and he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Ding Yutong followed Zhou Wen into the shelter, shyly lying down beside him, her heart racing. Although she had shared a bed with men before, this was her first day meeting Zhou Wen, and the notion of sleeping next to him left her momentarily conflicted. Ding Yutong was in a state of turmoil, contemplating whether she should reject Zhou Wen's advances or yield to them if he were to pounce on her like a wolf. Just as her thoughts spiraled chaotically, she was startled by the sound of heavy snoring beside her. Zhou Wen had fallen asleep while she was still lost in her musings. A wave of indignation washed over Ding Yutong. How could he, with such a captivating beauty as she, fall asleep without so much as a touch? Annoyed, she nudged Zhou Wen, but he remained oblivious to her presence, deeply ensconced in slumber. "Fine, I shall ignore you," she huffed, turning her back to him and lying down. Within moments, fatigue enveloped her, and she too drifted into dreams. Crackle. Suddenly, a dry twig in the campfire emitted a sharp sound, rousing Cheng Mengqi, who had been sitting with her knees drawn up before the flames. In a flurry, she added more twigs to the fire, which flared up again, illuminating her bewildered features. Glancing at the sky, she realized it was still too early to awaken Zhou Wen. Puzzled, she recalled feeling a bit bored and had started counting the stars, only to inexplicably succumb to sleep. Fortunately, the fire had not extinguished. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to explain to Zhou Wen. Cheng Mengqi picked up a twig, idly poking at the embers in the fire. As the tide began to rise, waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and the sound lulled her into a reverie, leading her thoughts to her own origins. Cheng Mengqi's father had passed away from illness when she was young, and her mother's health was also frail, compelling her to seek work immediately after graduating high school. Unfortunately, her lack of social experience led to her being deceived and suffering greatly. Fortunately, her outward appearance was commendable. With a good figure and beauty, she found work as a model through recommendations, which slightly improved her circumstances. She had hoped to earn money while young, return to her hometown, buy a house, and marry a decent man, but instead, she had been inexplicably chosen to participate in some survival challenge game. The first day had already claimed the lives of 4 sisters, filling Cheng Mengqi with trepidation, and she felt compelled to draw closer to Zhou Wen for support. The more she pondered, the more she felt her misfortune, and a wave of sorrow surged within her, prompting her to stifle quiet sobs. Chapter 17. Weaving vine shoes. Zhou Wen suddenly jolted awake from his slumber, in the dim light of the flickering campfire. Amidst the sounds of crashing waves and the whispering night breeze, he thought he heard a woman weeping. The eerie sounds in the dead of night startled him fully awake. At that moment, he felt a heavy weight on his arm. Peering through the weak glow of the fire, he realized that Ding Yutong had somehow nestled into his embrace. Using his arm as a pillow in her deep sleep, he surmised that she must have been uncomfortable without a proper pillow, instinctively seeking out his arm for comfort. However, her blissful slumber left his arm numb and almost devoid of sensation. Cautiously, he extracted his arm from beneath her neck, grimacing as he rubbed it for a while until feeling returned. Feeling a bit disgruntled, he playfully pinched her cheek as a form of reprisal. Ding Yutong, still lost in her dreams, merely murmured and turned over, continuing her peaceful slumber. Zhou Wen listened attentively and indeed heard someone weeping outside the shelter. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. He emerged from the confines of the shelter and beheld Cheng Mengqi, seated on her knees, her arms resting upon them, her face buried in her arms as she sobbed quietly. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly, understanding her plight. A delicate beauty, undoubtedly accustomed to the adoration of numerous suitors, had been inexplicably chosen to participate in a survival challenge, an overwhelming reality for her to grasp. Zhou Wen contemplated that perhaps they were not given enough tasks. He resolved to assign them more work the following day, believing that fatigue would leave little room for brooding thoughts. When she sensed his presence, Cheng Mengqi lifted her gaze momentarily, only to lower her head and resume her tears. Zhou Wen approached and sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. She instinctively leaned into his embrace. He held her tight, gently patting her back and murmuring words of comfort. "What troubles you? Why are you crying so heart-wrenchingly? You can confide in me." To his dismay, the moment he spoke, her sobs grew louder. Hastily, he whispered, "What is it? Speak to me, with my presence. I can surely help you." After a brief spell of weeping, Cheng Mengqi sniffled and said, "Brother Wen, I am so frightened. I do not wish to die. I long for my mother. I wish to return home." Zhou Wen tightened his embrace and reassured her, "Fear not, for I am here. This mere survival on a deserted island is nothing. I will ensure you return safely." Cheng Mengqi, with tear-filled eyes, looked at him and asked, "Is that truly so?" Zhou Wen affirmed with conviction, "Indeed, I am adept at wilderness survival. If you return to your social media, you might even find videos of my past exploits." "That would be splendid." Cheng Mengqi sighed in relief. Yet soon her expression shifted to one of frustration. "Why must I be so unfortunate?" After listening to her lament, Zhou Wen countered, "You may be mistaken. Being selected for this survival challenge could be considered a stroke of good fortune." "Really?" Cheng Mengqi stared at him, seemingly bewildered by his reasoning. "Allow me to elaborate." Zhou Wen explained, "I cannot speak for how you all arrived here, but I personally was transported while scrolling through my phone in bed. Moreover, on that initial cruise ship, we indeed witnessed an air wall, did we not? Thus, it is highly probable that we encountered a supernatural phenomenon." Cheng Mengqi nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen continued, "Therefore, if we endure and successfully complete this challenge, we may very well receive supernatural rewards. Although a few individuals have perished, preventing us from achieving a complete victory, individual rewards should still be abundant." Cheng Mengqi, still skeptical, inquired, "What kind of rewards might we receive?" Zhou Wen pondered, "I surmise there will be a plethora of valuable items, such as wealth, extended lifespan, attribute points, extraordinary bloodlines, and the like." Initially, he had been only comforting Cheng Mengqi, yet as he spoke, he found himself believing it as well. Cheng Mengqi, indeed distracted from her sorrow, eagerly asked, "Could there possibly be a remedy that cures all ailments?" Zhou Wen replied, "Perhaps there might be." Cheng Mengqi seemed to recall something, and the worry and despair on her face gradually faded. She wiped her tears and, with a smile breaking through, said, "Brother Wen, thank you for comforting me." Zhou Wen chuckled. "There's no need for formality. My heart is always open to you. If you feel unhappy, do not hesitate to share it with me." "All right." Cheng Mengqi gazed at Zhou Wen without blinking, which made him somewhat uneasy. Unable to suppress a smile, he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Taking a deep breath, Cheng Mengqi inquired, "Shall we?" "Huh?" Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback, recalling how his ex-girlfriend would become fervent after crying. Quickly regaining his composure, he replied resolutely yes. In the next instant, Cheng Mengqi lunged at him, pushing Zhou Wen to the ground. 40 minutes later, after embracing Cheng Mengqi tenderly for a while, Zhou Wen said, "You must be tired after a long day. Go rest now. I will keep watch." Cheng Mengqi, indeed weary, did not refuse. She pressed a gentle kiss on Zhou Wen's face and softly said, "Wenge, I will go rest now." Zhou Wen nodded, watching her slip into the shelter before he turned his gaze upward to the profound night sky. Free from the city's light pollution, the stars shone brilliantly on this island. And Zhou Wen's racing heart gradually began to calm. After resting for a while, Zhou Wen sat up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being a swimsuit model. She is radiant." Glancing at the sky, he estimated that dawn was still 3 to 4 hours away, prompting him to dismiss idleness. Observing his feet and calves, he noticed several small cuts from his brief foray into the jungle. Thus, he resolved to fashion a pair of shoes from tree vines. He retrieved a sturdy vine, measured out 4 times the length of his foot, and cut it with a stone knife. Folding the vine at both ends, he secured it between the big toe and the second toe of each foot. Gripping one end with one hand, he took another vine and wove it through the outline, tightening it firmly. This process continued, interlacing until the entire outline was filled. After cutting off the excess vine with the stone knife, he fashioned a shoe sole. Testing it against his foot, he found it slightly large, but it would not hinder walking once secured with laces. Next, he retrieved the bark he had previously used for weaving and twisted it into a long shoelace. Using a small stick as a makeshift awl, he threaded the shoelace through the sole to create a sandal-like upper. Zhou Wen tried on the vine sandal, took a few steps, and found it satisfactory, certainly better than walking barefoot. He repeated the process and crafted a second sandal. After donning both, he walked a few circles around the campfire, noting that the bindings were a bit abrasive. Experimenting with modifications, he patted the rubbing areas with resilient young grass and tried again, finding the discomfort significantly alleviated. Satisfied, he removed the sandals and hung them on a shelter. Given their lack of durability, he usually refrained from wearing them unless absolutely necessary. However, with these sandals, traversing uneven terrain would no longer pose a challenge. Chapter 18. A morning by the sea, unbeknownst to him, the sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. The island seemed to awaken, filled with the sounds of birds chirping as various seabirds emerged from their nests, soaring to the shore in search of food. Zhou Wen rose to stretch his weary limbs, hastening into the thicket to attend to his bodily needs before returning with a handful of supple, large leaves. He had initially intended to emulate Bear Grylls by brushing his teeth with charcoal, but the thought of his teeth's dark crevices dissuaded him, prompting a reconsideration. Recalling from memory that plants such as willow branches, wild mint, honeysuckle, and soap pods possess mild antibacterial properties, he resolved to seek them out in the jungle when time permitted. As for neglecting dental hygiene, that was out of the question. Setting aside the potential for halitosis to mar his interactions with a lovely Bobo, the prospect of plaque accumulation leading to swollen, bleeding gums was a dire consideration. With no dentist in sight, suffering from dental afflictions would be a most unpleasant experience. Zhou Wen tended to the fire, adding more wood, before crawling into the shelter to rouse the two women. In the dim light, their delicate forms lay entwined in slumber. The beauty of the spring scenery before him rendered him momentarily speechless. After a brief moment of admiration, he called out, "Lazy pigs, rise and shine. It's time to gather seafood while the tide recedes." The two women murmured their reluctance to awaken, and after several attempts to rouse them, Zhou Wen could no longer resist the temptation to squat down and deliver a playful pat to their perky posteriors. "Oh, how rude!" they exclaimed, groaning slightly as they sat up, their sleepy eyes gazing at him. "We're so tired. Can we sleep a little longer?" Zhou Wen urged, "Come on. We need to collect plenty of seafood this morning. Otherwise, we'll go hungry by noon. If you're still sleepy, you can catch up on rest after lunch." After a few minutes of reluctance, the two women eventually complied, emerging from the shelter alongside Zhou Wen. They stretched languidly, their graceful forms captivating Zhou Wen's gaze. "Good morning, Wengu." Cheng Mingqi leaned in to plant a kiss on the corner of Zhou Wen's mouth. Ding Yutong's eyes sharpened, surveying the pair with a discerning gaze, sensing an unusual tension between them, as if something had transpired. "Good morning, Wengu." Ding Yutong sweetly greeted him, hesitating for a moment before also leaning in for a kiss. Zhou Wen, grinning widely, produced a stack of large leaves and handed them to the two women, saying, "Here, hurry and take care of your personal matters. I assure you, it won't poke your backside." "Thank you, Wengu," they replied, their cheeks flushed, as they shyly retreated into the jungle with the leaves. Zhou Wen squinted thoughtfully, pondering whether he should find a suitable spot to dig a latrine. Otherwise, Carelessness could lead to an unfortunate mishap. Moments later, the two women returned with relaxed expressions. Zhou Wen donned a backpack and grasped a wooden spear, urging them, "Grab your baskets. Let us go." The women responded in unison, coming. As they stepped onto the beach, the cool sand greeted their feet in the morning light. Nearby, seabirds tilted their heads curiously at the trio before waddling away, maintaining their distance. The beach was dotted with numerous small holes, and intrigued, Zhou Wen picked up a shard of stone to begin digging. After a few strokes, moist sand yielded a clam. "Ah, what a find!" Zhou Wen exclaimed with delight as he scooped the clam into his backpack. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi were utterly awestruck, exclaiming, "Wow, Wengu, you are truly remarkable." Zhou Wen chuckled modestly, responding, "It's nothing special." As he ambled along, he stumbled upon a fist-sized protrusion in the smooth sand. Curiosity piqued. He brushed away the top layer of sand, revealing a sizable cat's eye shell. He picked it up, squeezing it gently, and it emitted a delightful splash of seawater. Much to his amusement, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi frequently gasped in excitement, seemingly uncovering treasures of their own. After a thorough search of the beach, Zhou Wen concluded that the bounty was scant. The stranded fish, squid, and shrimp had likely been swiftly claimed by the keen-eyed seagulls. He pondered whether he should weave a few fishing nets to cast into the sea for a chance at catching fish. "Stay close on the beach. I shall venture to the rocky area." The two women replied in unison, "Understood." "Wengu, be careful not to hurt your legs." Zhou Wen waved his hand, signaling his comprehension. The tidal pools in the rocky zone were far more fruitful than the beach. After only a few steps, Zhou Wen discovered 2 sea urchins and quickly added them to his basket. He collected an array of sea snails, crabs, and small fish, and even stumbled upon a cluster of wild seaweed on a rock. Snatching a handful of the seaweed, he brought it to his nose, inhaling the faint briny scent, which felt quite fresh. Content: Zhou Wen placed some seaweed into his basket, recalling how delicious it became when roasted on stones, a splendid source of vitamins. Having gathered a half basket of seafood from the tidal pool, he contemplated returning, but suddenly a splash erupted from the pool ahead. Intrigued, he approached to discover a black sea bream, approximately 30 centimeters in size, swimming in the pool, akin to a round table. Zhou Wen's heart leaped with joy. He preferred fish over shellfish, believing that only fish could truly be considered meat, while other sea creatures lacked the same satisfaction. He set down his basket and spear, cautiously wading into the tidal pool to catch the fish, but the black bream darted away swiftly, evading his grasp. Amused, Zhou Wen thought, "Oh, you're quite stubborn. Don't blame me for being ruthless." He returned to shore, grasped his wooden spear, and took careful aim. With one precise thrust, he pierced the belly of the black bream, lifting it from the water as it thrashed, splashing Zhou Wen's face with droplets. Chuckling, he removed the fish and, using a stone shard he always carried, swiftly gutted it, scraping off the scales and tossing the remnants back into the tidal pool. Placing the cleaned black bream into his basket, Zhou Wen felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he began his return journey. Upon reaching the beach, he found Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi squatting face to face in the sand, seemingly engrossed in an activity that elicited peals of laughter. With curiosity, Zhou Wen approached and discovered that they were playfully teasing a small red crab with a twig. The poor creature was being turned over repeatedly, bubbling away in silence. Its inability to voice its discontent surely leaving it quite vexed. Spotting Zhou Wen's arrival, Ding Yutong exclaimed, "Wengu, look at this red crab. It appears so adorable." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "So adorable. It must be delicious when roasted. Let's catch it." "Ah," Ding Yutong replied with a pained expression, "Please, no. Look at the basket. I've collected so many scallops and sea snails. It's enough for us." Zhou Wen teased her, "If it's not enough, then I'll just have to eat you." Ding Yutong playfully pouted, "You're so annoying, Wengu." Zhou Wen chuckled, "Come on. I've gathered plenty of seafood too. Let's head back and roast it." "All right." The two girls agreed, standing up to grab their baskets. Ding Yutong gently kicked the red crab's rear with her toe and whispered, "Run away. Don't let the bad guys catch you." Zhou Wen pretended not to hear and led the way off the beach. Chapter 19. Zhou Wen thrives on chaos while Zhou Wen and the others busied themselves collecting seafood. Gu Qinghe and her companions were embroiled in a quarrel. The trouble began when Gu Qinghe, who had been on night watch, fell asleep due to exhaustion, resulting in the campfire dying out. Hu Sisi and Gao Lu, who had not properly constructed their shelter, were awakened by the cold after the fire extinguished. Though Hu Cixi dared not directly blame Gu Qinghe, she resorted to sarcastic remarks, constantly mocking her. Gu Qinghe felt both angry and indignant. None of them wanted to keep watch the previous night, yet she had taken it upon herself to do so, only to be criticized now. However, she acknowledged her mistake in dozing off, which led to the fire going out, and thus felt too embarrassed to retort. Then, the naive Luo Xiaoman defended Gu Qinghe, stating that she had worked hard for their sake throughout the day and that it was understandable for her to accidentally fall asleep. Moreover, it was she who had borrowed the fire starter from Zhou Wen to ignite the campfire. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's name, Hu Cixi immediately became irate. Though she dared not confront Gu Qinghe, she looked down upon Luo Xiaoman. Seizing the opportunity, she disparaged Luo Xiaoman, calling her clumsy and accusing her of deliberately losing her swimsuit to attract men, and so forth. Luo Xiaoman, overwhelmed by Hu Cixi's tirade, burst into tears. Gao Lu, who had already been displeased with Hu Cixi, quickly reprimanded her for her loose tongue, suggesting Zhou Wen should teach her a lesson. At that moment, Hu Cixi seemed to hit a nerve, letting out a scream and lunging at Gao Lu, intent on scratching her face. Gao Lu was not one to tolerate such antics, and they immediately began to wrestle. "Stop it! Please stop fighting!" Gu Qinghe exclaimed, both frustrated and anxious, rushing to intervene. She strategically restrained Hu Cixi's arm, allowing Gao Lu to land a few slaps. In a fit of rage, Hu Cixi began to curse and retaliate against both Gu Qinghe and Gao Lu, leading to utter chaos. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Wen and his companions curiously approached. They were greeted by the sight of three beautiful women entangled on the ground, rolling about, pulling each other's hair, and slapping one another, their leafy garments in disarray, revealing much more than intended. Zhou Wen laughed. "Oh, morning exercises, I see. Go on, go on. Hey, why does pull her hair? Grab her swimsuit straps." Zhou Wen, reveling in the spectacle, stoked the flames of chaos. Ding Yutong giggled, nudging Zhou Wen's arm playfully. "Wenge, stop causing trouble." Luo Xiaoman approached with tear-filled eyes, pleading, "Wenge, I beg you, please separate them." Upon seeing her pitiful little face, Zhou Wen felt a twinge of compassion and smiled. "All right, don't worry, just watch me." He clapped his hands and called out, "Hey ladies, stop fighting. Instead of wasting energy, why not think of a way to prepare breakfast?" Hearing Zhou Wen's voice, Gu Qinghe turned to glance at him, her cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze and retreated from the fray. Zhou Wen gently grasped her chin, lifting her face. A deep nail mark marred her cheek, causing him to feel a pang of concern as he exclaimed, "Who could be so cruel? What if it leaves a scar?" Gu Qinghe stepped back, covering her face, and replied, "It's nothing. You should take care of those too." Zhou Wen cleared his throat and said, "You too. That's enough. Quickly separate, or else I might have to take action." Hu Cixi and Gao Lu remained entangled, paying no heed to Zhou Wen's words, not one to indulge their antics. Zhou Wen seized their arms and gave a firm squeeze, prompting both women to yelp in unison and release each other. He then held one in each hand, separating them and warning, "If you don't behave, I won't hesitate to give you a good slap. Don't say I didn't warn you." Both Hu Cixi and Gao Lu shivered slightly at his threat, daunted in his silence, exchanging only glances filled with animosity. Women truly have a penchant for trivial disputes. Zhou Wen mused internally, uninterested in the reasons behind their quarrel. He admonished, "All right, now we're all part of the same team. We need to survive on this deserted island for 30 days. Oh, wait, 29 days. So no infighting." Seeing their disheveled and woeful appearances, Zhou Wen's heart softened momentarily. Nothing is more important than food. I, along with Mengqi and Yutong, have gathered quite a bounty from the sea. Come, let us have breakfast together. After we eat, we'll consider this matter settled. Ding Yutong, a bit discontented, muttered, "Why should we share what we worked so hard to collect?" Cheng Mengqi tugged at her hand, shaking her head slightly, signaling her to remain silent. Gu Qinghe took Luo Xiaoman's hand, following Zhou Wen and the others towards his shelter. Gao Lu disdainfully shot a glare at Hu Cixi before strutting along behind them. Left behind, Hu Cixi hesitated momentarily, her expression fluctuating, before suddenly stomping her foot and following suit. The group settled around the campfire. Upon seeing Zhou Wen and his companions pour out a bounty of seafood from their woven basket, the eyes of the other four women widened in astonishment. Luo Xiaoman enviously asked, Where did you get that basket? It can hold so much seafood, lacking proper storage tools. They had been making multiple trips back and forth between the beach and the shelter the previous night, and eventually they became weary and ceased gathering, resulting in insufficient food. Ding Yutong proudly showcased her basket, exclaiming, "Wen Ge taught us how to weave these. They're so convenient to use." Gu Qinghe gazed intently at Zhou Wen, saying, "Wen Ge, could you teach us as well?" Zhou Wen replied, "Sure, those who have finished breakfast, let us get to work. Don't just eat without contributing. I won't indulge anyone here." He distributed a pair of chopsticks to each of them. A group of women gathered together, placing seaweed, scallops, small squid, tiny crabs, and small fish upon a stone slab to grill. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen busied himself constructing a simple rack to hold the Black Sea bream, which he positioned beside the bonfire for roasting. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi, having feasted well the previous evening, were not overly eager that morning. However, Gu Qinghe and her companions, who had only foraged a few small scallops the day before and had gone to bed with empty stomachs, were now gazing longingly at the seafood on the stone slab, unable to suppress their salivation. After 20 minutes of grilling, the first batch of seafood was nearly ready. Cheng Mingxi picked up a scallop from the slab and placed it into a coconut shell bowl. She then took a piece of the scallop meat, blew on it gently, and brought it to Zhou Wen's lips, softly saying, "Brother Wen, the scallops are ready. Do try some." Zhou Wen, not one to be polite, bit into the succulent meat, chewed a few times, and remarked, "Delicious. Let us eat together." Luo Xiaoman, Hu Sisi, and Gao Lu were oblivious to everything else, their eyes gleaming with greed as they eagerly grabbed the seafood in front of them, hissing and laughing as they endured the heat, devouring it heartily. Cheng Mengqi transformed into a server, neglecting her own meal while continuously bringing morsels of seafood to Zhou Wen's mouth as he diligently turned the fish over on the grill. Ding Yutong and Gu Qinghe exchanged suspicious glances at Cheng Mengqi and Zhou Wen, sensing something amiss between the two. Chapter 20. Foraging for wild meant many hands make light work, but they also consume a considerable amount of food. The seafood Zhou Wen and his companions had initially prepared for lunch was entirely devoured by the group. Gu Qinghe and her friends finally enjoyed a satisfying meal after more than a day of hunger, nearly moved to tears with gratitude. Zhou Wen glanced at the sky. The sun had just risen and was not yet too hot, allowing ample time to gather more food for lunch. He instructed, "Qinghe, come with me to the jungle to collect some vines. We will return later to weave baskets. Mengqi, Yutong, I'll leave the backpack with you. Take them to the beach to gather more seafood. And remember to dispose of the scraps and empty shells properly to avoid attracting insects." Zhou Wen then cautioned Luo Xiaoman and the others, "Our lunch has been entirely consumed by you. I hope you will be diligent this time and not make me regret my kindness." Removing a pair of vine shoes from the shelter, Zhou Wen offered them to Gu Qinghe, saying, "Here, borrow these for now." Gu Qinghe gratefully accepted the shoes, exclaiming, "Thank you." In the realm of reality, she would not have glanced at shoes priced under 1,000 yuan. Yet here, even a pair of unsightly vine shoes felt immensely precious. Once Gu Qinghe had donned the shoes, Zhou Wen handed her a spare wooden spear while he took up another, saying, "Let us go." The two departed the shelter and ventured into the jungle. The remaining women exchanged glances. Ding Yutong, feigning authority, declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us get moving. We wouldn't T1 anger Brother Wen. Be careful, or he might scold you." Zhou Wen was indeed capable of delivering a stern reprimand. And though Gao Lu and Hu Sisi were reluctant, they felt compelled to work under Ding Yutong's command, fearing Zhou Wen's wrath. Ding Yutong wore a serious expression, internally reveling in her newfound sense of power. Zhou Wen and Gu Qinghe cautiously brandished their wooden spears, delicately probing the nearby thickets and dried leaves to avoid any concealed serpents or insects. After traversing a short distance, they sensed that the outside world could not hear their movements, and thus they planted their spears into the earth and leaned against each other. Moments latte. Gu Qinghe playfully pushed Zhou Wen away, exclaiming with mock annoyance, "How bothersome. You nearly took my breath away." Zhou Wen chuckled mischievously, pressing her against a tree trunk, and whispered into her ear, "I have come for my reward." 30 minutes later, Zhou Wen embraced her slender waist, allowing her to rest upon his lap, while he playfully toyed with her rabbit charm and inquired with a grin, "What transpired this morning?" Gu Qinghe's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, "Oh, I accidentally dozed off during the night watch yesterday. She recounted the events, eliciting an uncontrollable laughter from Zhou Wen, who praised, "Not bad. Out of the three others, two-sided with you. You must be quite popular. Popular my foot." Gu Qinghe shot Zhou Wen a scornful glance and retorted, "Apart from the foolish Xiaoman, the rest are hardly virtuous. Don't be fooled by Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi's apparent compliance. They are not to be trifled with." Zhou Wen expressed his surprise. "Surely, it cannot be that bad. They seem quite well behaved to me." Gu Qinghe scoffed lightly, insisting, "Cheng Mengqi may be reticent, but she harbors a deep-seated grudge. Anyone who crosses her is sure to face retribution. I've witnessed her stealthily slipping bugs into others' shoes. As for Ding Yutong, she carries an air of arrogance and generally dismisses ordinary men. It's perplexing that she actually listens to you." Zhou Wen laughed. "I see now. Your modeling team is indeed a treasure trove of talents." "Not at all." Gu Qinghe, feeling a bit dissatisfied, twisted around and cupped Zhou Wen's face in her hands, observing him with curiosity. "How peculiar. You don't fit the mold of her ideal handsome man." Zhou Wen brushed her hands away, replying with feigned irritation, "That's merely a flaw in your taste. My charm is enough to astonish even the highest echelons." Gu Qinghe burst into laughter, prompting Zhou Wen to retaliate playfully by pinching her rabbit charm twice in jest. After a brief respite, the two adjusted their attire and resumed their labor. The jungle was abundant with vines, and they soon gathered 2 bundles. One lighter bundle was draped over Gu Qinghe's shoulder, while the heftier one rested on Zhou Wen's. Upon delivering the bundles back to their shelter, Zhou Wen led Gu Qinghe back into the jungle to gather some dry branches for firewood. As the sun ascended, the beach began to warm under its rays. Zhou Wen called the girls back and proceeded to teach Gu Qinghe and the others how to weave baskets. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, not wishing to remain idle, eagerly joined the crafting effort, recognizing that the more equipment they amassed, the better. Zhou Wen, having become quite adept at the task, completed his creation early, remembering his promise to Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to fashion them outfits made of leaves. He seized the opportunity to fulfill his vow. Informing the girls of his intent, he grabbed a backpack and ventured back into the jungle, seeking fresh, supple leaves for the garments. After a brief search, he stumbled upon a patch of wild mint, his spirits soaring at the discovery. Not only was it edible, but it could also serve as an emergency toothpaste. Zhou Wen plucked a few leaves of wild mint and chewed them, a refreshing aroma resonating within his mouth, dispelling the day's accumulated impurities. Moreover, the leaves of wild mint contain menthol, possessing antibacterial properties that could inhibit the proliferation of bacteria within the mouth. After chewing for a while, Zhou Wen snapped off a small twig, detecting no pungent odor, and proceeded to strip away its outer bark. He then crushed one end, fashioning it into a makeshift toothbrush to cleanse his teeth. Spitting out the remnants of the chewed leaves, he exhaled into his palm, pleased to find his breath notably fresher, almost devoid of any foulness. With a sense of delight, he gathered a generous handful and placed it into his backpack. Earlier, during his conversation with Gu Qinghe, the less-than-pleasant breath of both parties had hindered their exchange. How he wished he had discovered this patch of wild mint sooner. After collecting some larger leaves, Zhou Wen returned to the shelter. The young women were still clumsily weaving baskets. Clapping his hands to gain their attention, Zhou Wen joyfully announced, "I have discovered a patch of wild mint. You can use it to brush your teeth." The mention of dental hygiene instantly brightened their eyes. Girls, being naturally inclined towards beauty and cleanliness, found it particularly uncomfortable to go an entire day without washing their faces, brushing their teeth, or bathing. Zhou Wen distributed the wild mint leaves among them and produced some small twigs, demonstrating how to brush their teeth. "Thank you, Brother Wen," the girls chimed in unison, gratefully learning from him as they began brushing. They spat out the remnants of the mint leaves, giggling and playfully blowing breath at one another, creating a lively atmosphere. Cheng Mengqi, her eyes crinkling with joy, approached and asked, "Brother Wen, can you smell it? Is it fragrant?" Zhou Wen smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is fragrant." Ding Yutong also leaned in, saying, "Brother Wen, could you smell mine too?" Zhou Wen treated them all equally, taking a whiff and affirming, "Yours is fragrant as well." Gu Qinghe, Gao Lu, and Hu Cixi exchanged glances, internally muttering, "Humph, those 2 little vixens." Chapter 21. Crafting leaf garments. Once the girls had finished cleansing their mouths, although they still could not bathe or wash their faces, Their visibly elevated spirits were undeniable. They resumed their weaving tasks. Zhou Wen found the difficulty of crafting garments from leaves to be manageable. Essentially, it involved systematically unfolding large leaves, threading them with cord, tying knots to secure them, and layering them together, connecting them with string. The vines were rather thick, unsuitable for cord making. Thus, Zhou Wen stripped some resilient bark and twisted it into rope. These leaf garments, while not particularly durable or aesthetically pleasing, would protect the skin from sunburn. The ultraviolet rays at the seaside are notoriously intense. Zhou Wen recalled a trip to the beach during his university days with friends. Lacking experience in sunscreen, he ended up with sunburn on his back, peeling painfully for 3 days, forced to sleep on his stomach, a harrowing ordeal. As the group busied themselves with weaving, engaging in light conversation, Zhou Wen gleaned various insider tidbits about the modeling industry, satiating his curiosity for gossip. Before long, he had crafted a complete set of leaf garments. Mengqi, come and try it on. All right, brother one. Cheng Mengqi approached with a cheerful demeanor, while Ding Yutong's gaze sharpened in confusion. Why was Cheng Mengqi being called again? Within her mind, a tiny figure wielding a hammer incessantly struck at Cheng Mengqi's head, as she lamented that she was the one who had initially acquainted herself with Wen Ge. Zhou Wen, oblivious to Ding Yutong's inner turmoil, assisted Cheng Mengqi in donning her leafy attire. Upon stepping back to admire the ensemble, he nearly burst into laughter. Cheng Mengqi resembled a figure clad in camouflage, entirely enveloped in foliage, as if she were poised to take aim from a thicket at any moment. How do I look? Is it pretty? Cheng Mengqi showcased her skills, strutting before Zhou Wen with a catwalk flourish, striking a pose with her hands on her hips. Regrettably, her graceful curves were entirely obscured by the leafy garment, rendering her appearance far from attractive. The other girls whispered among themselves. Although the outfit was unappealing, it was undeniably more organized than their own creations. Ding Yutong's discontent deepened. Zhou Wen stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. She was in need of a straw hat. Just a moment. You continue with your tasks. I shall weave you a hat, Zhou Wen declared, retrieving a vine to commence crafting a simple straw hat. The hat he fashioned was not akin to those worn by vendors, but rather reminiscent of the headbands used during stealthy endeavors. He constructed the primary framework and adorned it with leaves and tender grass. Calling Cheng Mengqi over, he placed the hat upon her head, stepping back to assess the ensemble. He found it now exuded the right essence. Clad in this attire, if she lay low in the grass, she would be nearly invisible from a distance. Although I can never seem to acquire camouflage in the Battle Royale game, I can certainly create it myself, Zhou Wen stated earnestly. Yes, splendid. This way. The sun shall not scorch your face or body. I would rather not see a gaggle of sunburnt maidens in a few days. Unaware of Zhou Wen's mischievous intentions, Cheng Mengqi gratefully replied, Thank you, Wen Ge. Ding Yutong shot Cheng Mengqi a furtive glare before adopting a pitiful expression, sweetly imploring, Wen Ge, I want one too. Very well. I shall make one for you right now, Zhou Wen responded. Ding Yutong beamed, saying, Thank you, Wen Ge. Once Zhou Wen completed the second leafy outfit, the girls had finally finished their baskets. Though they appeared rather unattractive, they were quite pleased with their creations. After crafting the baskets, Zhou Wen instructed them on how to weave vine shoes. In his view, the scarcity of fresh water suggested they would not remain in this spot indefinitely. They must venture deeper into the jungle, necessitating proper footwear in advance. By the time they finished weaving the shoes, it was nearly noon. The sun had ascended high in the sky, radiating immense heat upon the earth, rendering the outdoors unsuitable for activity. Everyone sought refuge beneath the shelter of trees to rest. After a simple lunch, each held a coconut to drink. The heat was relentless, and the green coconuts were quickly depleted. Zhou Wen donned his sunshade hat and climbed the coconut tree, gathering over 30 green coconuts. The girls joined in to assist in bringing them back to the shelter. Zhou Wen generously shared some with Gu Qinghe and her companions. Once the bustling tasks were complete, Zhou Wen found a breezy patch of shade beneath a tree, lying down to catch up on much-needed rest. Gu Qinghe returned with the others to refine the shelter. The nighttime temperature was still quite chilly, leaving the young women feeling rather cold and unable to sleep soundly. The harsh reality reminded them that if they wished to avoid becoming like the cold birds of winter, they needed to improve their refuge. Upon awakening, Zhou Wen felt invigorated, as if all fatigue had vanished and both mind and body had been rejuvenated. As he sat up, he suddenly heard the faint sound of snoring. Following the sound, he discovered that Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, two beautiful women, had unknowingly fallen asleep beside him, one on each side, lost in peaceful slumber. Observing their serene faces, Zhou Wen found it curious that he felt no stirring of desire. Instead, he gazed at the tide, which had engulfed much of the beach, and felt a profound sense of tranquility. Shortly after graduating from university, having faced challenges in securing employment, Zhou Wen was inspired by survival shows featuring Bear Grylls and Les Stroud, leading him to impulsively aspire to become an outdoor host. After over a year of trials and considerable expenditure, he ultimately abandoned that dream. Though he was not averse to hardship, the solitude of wilderness living was something he could not bear. He recalled his first experience of spending a week alone in the wild. Upon returning, he found himself reluctant to enter his home and instead sat by the roadside, watching people for an entire day until he regained his composure. Fortunately, this survival challenge provided him with many companions. Despite having inadvertently selected an option that required him to lead a group of women, he speculated that perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Had he been surrounded solely by men, any arising conflicts would likely have been resolved through collective effort. However, introducing even one woman into the mix could potentially lead to chaos, akin to a single drop of poison tainting a pot of porridge, inciting discord that could have dire consequences. In this scenario, Zhou Wen took on the role of the group's protector. If any woman became unruly, he would simply deliver a firm reprimand to ensure compliance. After watching the sea for a while, he heard a soft murmur as Ding Yutong stirred from her slumber, her sleepy visage incredibly alluring. Rubbing her eyes, she stared at Zhou Wen for a few seconds, and as her mind finally engaged, she focused her gaze and greeted him with a sweet smile, saying, "Good afternoon, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen responded with a smile, "Good afternoon." Ding Yutong then nestled closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder as they gazed at the ocean and engaged in quiet conversation. Soon, Cheng Mengqi also awoke from her nap. Seeing Ding Yutong clinging to Zhou Wen stirred feelings of discontent within her, though she concealed it beneath a sweet facade. Greeting him warmly before moving closer, Zhou Wen found himself in the middle, delighting in the contrasting sensations of their presence. Chapter 22. Exploring the jungle. After a while of admiring the sea, Zhou Wen called the two women back to the shelter. He added some firewood to the campfire to maintain the flame. He instructed Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to gather twigs for firewood from the nearby woods while he donned his rattan shoes, armed himself with a wooden spear, and planned to delve deeper into the surrounding jungle. Cheng Mengqi bit her lip and said, "Brother Wen, I want to go with you." Ding Yutong, eager not to be left behind, chimed in, "I want to go too." Zhou Wen hesitated briefly before declining. "No, it's best not to risk it. I don't know if there are dangerous beasts lurking in these woods. I can manage on my own. I can run or climb a tree. Bringing you along might only serve as a burden." Cheng Mengqi, slightly disappointed, replied, "Very well then, Brother Wen, take care of yourself." She leaned in, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on Zhou Wen's lips. "All right, I understand." Zhou Wen smiled, caressing her cheek before turning to leave. Once Zhou Wen's figure faded into the forest, Ding Yutong's smile suddenly vanished. She looked at Cheng Mengqi and remarked, "You two are acting strangely. Have you been up to no good?" Cheng Mengqi responded with a mysterious smile guess. She then put on her rattan shoes, preparing to gather firewood as instructed by Zhou Wen. Ding Yutong, feeling displeased, furrowed her brows and began to don her own rattan shoes. In the jungle, Zhou Wen proceeded cautiously. It is said that islands are rife with venomous snakes, and he certainly did not wish to become a victim. The humidity within the forest was considerably greater than outside, causing Zhou Wen's skin to feel clammy and uncomfortable, though the temperature was somewhat cooler, providing a modicum of relief. During this exploration, Zhou Wen was primarily in search of a freshwater source. Consuming too much coconut water could lead to diarrhea, and it was not sustainable. Additionally, maintaining personal hygiene was paramount. Prolonged periods without bathing could invite skin ailments, which would be dire. If he failed to locate a freshwater source, he would at least need to seek alternative food sources. Having feasted on seafood for several meals, Zhou Wen felt his body's purine levels rising rapidly, and he mused that developing gout would be rather unfortunate. Furthermore, seafood is predominantly cold in nature, and excessive consumption could upset his stomach. He certainly did not wish to experience diarrhea in such a remote place. This island appeared to be quite expansive, with a jungle stretching far and wide. Climbing a tree to survey the surroundings, he could see rolling hills, and in the distance, the faint outline of towering mountains. Thus, Zhou Wen surmised that the resources here should be plentiful, and with careful searching, he could likely discover many treasures. Proceeding carefully through the woods, Zhou Wen marked the trees around him with a stone shard, ensuring he would not lose his way. Nightfall was when the animals stirred. Should he become stranded in the jungle, encountering a ferocious beast would be catastrophic. After wandering for over half an hour, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a chorus of chirping birds, his ears perking up in interest. Could there be a nest nearby? The thought of roasted birds and bird eggs made his mouth water. Following the sound, Zhou Wen soon spotted a sturdy wild mango tree, where a vibrant array of birds flitted about, pecking at the ripe mangoes. Ecstatic, Zhou Wen realized that wild mangoes were a boon, rich in carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals, with the flesh containing a significant amount of fat. At that moment, he completely forgot about the birds and their eggs. With renewed enthusiasm, he rushed over, picked up a pale yellow wild mango with a rosy blush, wiped it on his shirt's hem, peeled away the skin to reveal the succulent flesh, and eagerly took a bite. The sweet and tangy flesh of the fruit burst with juice in Zhou Wen's mouth, causing him to squint with delight. Ah, how delectable! The wild mangoes were not large, and within just 2 or 3 bites, he had consumed the one in his hand, discarding the pit before picking up another. After devouring 3 of them, Zhou Wen, still yearning for more, plucked 2 leaves from a nearby tree to wipe his hands. He took a moment to scrutinize the wild mango tree, which stood impressively at nearly 10 meters tall, its lush branches laden with fruit. Many of the wild mangoes had ripened, attracting a multitude of birds in search of nourishment. Moreover, Zhou Wen spotted several gray squirrels scurrying about. The ground was strewn with numerous green and pale yellow fruits, and without the need to climb the tree, he easily collected a half basket's worth. After a brief assessment, he estimated it weighed over 20 pounds, sufficient to last several days, so he decided to stop gathering. It wasn't that he couldn't carry it. Rather, he feared encountering other delectable finds later on. Should he be unable to manage, it would be a shame to lose them. Zhou Wen committed this location to memory, planning to return for more wild mangoes once his current supply was depleted. Continuing his exploration of the jungle, Zhou Wen soon felt fatigued and sought a moment's respite on a fallen tree trunk. He picked up his wooden spear, inspecting the trunk and its surroundings to ensure no venomous snakes lurked nearby. Satisfied, he set down his basket and sat down heavily. From within, he retrieved a wild mango, peeled away its skin, and savored it for hydration and sweetness, all while curiously surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a long vine entwined around a cluster of shrubs, its leaves strikingly familiar. Abandoning the mango pit, he strode over, plucking a leaf to confirm his suspicion. It was indeed kudzu. Zhou Wen couldn't help but burst into laughter. This plant was a treasure, with its roots, stems, vines, flowers, leaves, and seeds all possessing medicinal properties. Yet, that was of little concern at the moment. What mattered was that its roots, known as kudzu root, contained a substantial amount of starch, which, even if extraction proved difficult, could be roasted and consumed directly. Elated, Zhou Wen followed the vine to its root, first using a stone knife to sever the stem, then scraping away the soil about 20 centimeters from the root. This precaution was necessary due to the extensive root system of kudzu. Digging too close might damage it. As the soil was gradually unearthed, the kudzu root emerged, resembling a sweet potato, accompanied by several slender lateral roots beside a thick main root. Zhou Wen grasped the kudzu root in his hand, its weight substantial, several pounds at least. He brought the cut into his nose, inhaling its natural fragrance. After wiping away the dirt, he cautiously bit into it. The texture was crisp and tender, with a slight powderiness, and the taste was mildly sweet, accompanied by a faint fibrous sensation upon chewing. Satisfied, he realized it was safe to eat and not toxic. He placed the kudzu root into his basket and carefully refilled the hole with the excavated soil, preventing any potential mishaps on his next visit. Noticing several kudzu vines in the vicinity, Zhou Wen opted to stay put, finding another vine and following it to unearth the kudzu root hidden beneath the ground. This root was considerably larger than the previous one, boasting numerous lateral roots and weighing nearly 10 pounds. The young ladies had modest appetites. 2 roots of kudzu combined with seafood and wild mangoes could sustain them for several days, prompting Zhou Wen to forego further foraging. Glancing upwards at the shifting light, he resolved to retrace his steps. Chapter 23. Roasting oysters on the rocks, wandering through the forest with a heavy basket upon his back was no trivial endeavor. Despite the familiar route, Zhou Wen remained vigilant, persistently probing ahead with his wooden spear. After all, venomous snakes and insects could be lurking, and their absence on his way in did not guarantee their absence on the return journey. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, the forest dimmed in anticipation of twilight. Fortunately, Zhou Wen emerged from the thicket just in time to avoid spending the night in the woods. Upon returning to the shelter, he noted the absence of Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, yet a substantial pile of dry branches lay near the campfire, evidently the fruits of their labor. Fatigued and parched, Zhou Wen opened a green coconut and savored its refreshing juice while resting. Moments later, he heard voices. The 2 women returned, arms laden with dry twigs. Upon spotting Zhou Wen seated in the shade, their faces lit up with joy. They dropped their bundles and rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Wen, you're back." With a smile, Zhou Wen replied, "Indeed, I stumbled upon some delightful finds. Come and taste." He reached into his basket, pulling out a handful of wild mangoes, offering them first to Cheng Mengqi and then to Ding Yutong. Ding Yutong gasped in delight. "Wow, mangoes! Thank you, Brother Wen." Cheng Mengqi mirrored her happiness. "Thank you, Brother Wen." After days of feasting solely on seafood, they were elated at the prospect of fruit. Ding Yutong brought a wild mango close to her nose, inquiring, "Brother Wen, is this mango sour?" Zhou Wen replied, "Not at all. I find it quite sweet." Skeptical yet curious, Ding Yutong peeled the mango cautiously, taking a tentative bite. Satisfied with the taste, she began to eat with gusto, while Cheng Mengqi had already moved on to her second fruit. The 2 women devoured 3 mangoes in quick succession. But when they reached for more, Zhou Wen intervened, advising, "These are cooling fruits. Do not indulge excessively, or you may upset your stomach." Obediently, they set aside the remaining wild mangoes. Ding Yutong, intrigued, approached the basket for a closer look, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Wen, you gathered so many. What is this?" "A white sweet potato," Zhou Wen replied. "That is kudzu root. It resembles a sweet potato and can be roasted for consumption. After days of seafood, I am nearly nauseated." Cheng Mengqi chimed in, "That sounds wonderful. I too am somewhat weary of seafood." Observing the beads of sweat on Zhou Wen's forehead, she added, "Brother Wen, you've worked hard carrying all this back. Are you not exhausted?" Zhou Wen stretched his neck and shoulders, responding, "I'm all right. The uneven path was a bit taxing." Cheng Mengqi offered, "Allow me to give you a massage." "Sure," Zhou Wen agreed. Cheng Mengqi positioned herself behind him, kneeling close, her delicate hands gently pressing against his temples before moving to knead his shoulders. "Brother Wen, is this comfortable?" Zhou Wen, closing his eyes to relish her gentle touch, responded, "Indeed, quite pleasant. If only the pressure were a touch stronger." Ding Yutong silently cursed under her breath and approached, saying, "Wen Ge, may I give your legs a massage?" Zhou Wen, uncharacteristically polite, reclined into Cheng Mengqi's embrace and stretched out his legs. Ding Yutong knelt beside him and began to apply pressure to his legs. Cheng Mengqi shot a subtle glare at Ding Yutong, adjusted her position to let Zhou Wen rest his head on her thigh, and continued to massage his temples. Zhou Wen, indifferent to the underlying tension between the 2 women, chose to simply revel in the moment. As the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, the tide receded, revealing vast swathes of beach. Gu Qinghe and her companions, having secured their shelter, ventured onto the sand with their little baskets to gather seafood, their excited exclamations echoing in the air upon discovering treasures. Zhou Wen patted the hands of both women, stood up, and declared, "Let us join in on the excitement." Ding Yutong, puzzled, queried, "We already have dinner. Do we really need to collect more seafood?" Zhou Wen replied, "Idleness is not our friend, and one can never have too much food. Preparing a bit more can only be advantageous." The 2 women obediently acquiesced. All right then. The trio gathered their baskets and backpacks in preparation for departure. Zhou Wen's gaze inadvertently swept over a pile of dead branches, and he was suddenly reminded of the rock covered with oysters he had discovered the previous night. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he turned to fill his backpack with the branches, carrying an additional handful, before saying, "Mengqi, grab a torch, and Yutong, please hold the wooden spear for me. I shall take you both for a feast." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong exchanged puzzled glances. Ding Yutong picked up the spear, while Cheng Mingqi retrieved a burning branch from the campfire. Following Zhou Wen toward the beach, Zhou Wen led the two women directly to the rocky area, carefully instructing them. Wait on the edge for me. Do not venture in just yet. Some of the rock edges are quite sharp, and you could easily injure your legs or feet. After ensuring the two women were safely waiting, Zhou Wen approached the large rock alone. He spread the branches he had collected over the rock's surface, took the torch from Cheng Mingqi, and returned to ignite the branches. Soon, a roaring flame erupted atop the rock, piquing the curiosity of Gu Qinghe and her companions nearby, who paused to observe. Zhou Wen tossed the torch in the fire and clapped his hands, announcing, "All right, now let us all tend to our own tasks. We can feast once everything is ready." Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi gazed at the bonfire, bewildered, and asked, "Wenge, what exactly are you doing?" Zhou Wen gestured with his hands, explaining that rock is encrusted with numerous oysters, likely aged for years, and they are quite substantial in size, virtually impossible to purchase even with money. The women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed, "Wow, they must be delicious." Zhou Wen affirmed, "Indeed, I had hoped to bring them back yesterday, but they were too firmly attached to the rock. However, just because we can't take them back doesn't mean we can't enjoy them right here, does it?" The two women giggled in agreement. "Exactly." Zhou Wen added, "All right, let us focus on other tasks for now. We can return once the fire dies down." The trio then dispersed to pursue their individual activities. Zhou Wen primarily searched the tidal pools, currently uninterested in scallops or conchs, desiring instead to catch fish and squid, which offered more substantial meat. The tidal pool is abundant with marine life, yet it is unfortunate that the fish are scarce, mostly consisting of diminutive specimens just a finger's length, which leaves Zhou Wen somewhat disheartened. He contemplates crafting a few fish traps to cast into the sea, as the yield from this tidal pool proves to be quite unreliable. Once the flames upon the rocks have extinguished, Zhou Wen beckons Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi to join him. "Be cautious, you two. Mind your feet and avoid any cuts," he advises, as he uses a wooden spear to stir the embers, revealing the steaming oysters beneath. These oysters are nearly fully cooked, their shells ajar, exposing the succulent flesh within. Zhou Wen retrieves a pair of chopsticks crafted from branches from his backpack, distributing one to each of the women, before himself indulging in a piece of oyster meat. "Delicious. Come, join me." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong gleefully approach, finding the experience not only delightful in flavor, but also thoroughly engaging. Chapter 24. Gao Lu exchanges dance for food beside the rocks along the beach. The three of them relish the sumptuous oyster meat. As they roast the oysters directly over an open flame, their faces inevitably bear some soot. Just as they are savoring their feast, Gao Lu cautiously wades over. "What are you all doing?" The trio turns to her, and before they can respond, they notice her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leans closer to the rocks, nearly drooling at the sight. "Wow, such enormous oysters. They look absolutely delectable." Zhou Wen recalls Gu Qinghe's assessment of her. She ranks among the most attractive in the modeling team, yet her demeanor is somewhat lackadaisical, often eager to seize the first bite at mealtime. Observing her gaze riveted on the oysters like a hungry pup, Zhou Wen playfully invites, "Since you're here, why not join us?" Gao Lu beams, "Absolutely." Scanning the surroundings for something to use as cutlery, she ultimately decides to dive right in. "Ouch, that is hot. But oh, so fresh." The modest rock quickly yields all its oysters. Licking her fingers, Gao Lu exclaims, "This is my first time tasting such large oysters. It's exhilarating." She glances at other nearby rocks, encouraging, "Wenge, there are plenty more rocks over there. Let us go roast some more." Zhou Wen shrugs. "We've run out of firewood. Perhaps you could gather some more." "What?" Gao Lu's enthusiasm wanes as she becomes reluctant to gather firewood, deflecting the suggestion with a few vague comments before darting away. Zhou Wen shakes his head in resignation. Ding Yutong expresses her displeasure. "Wenge, you should be firm with her. Gao Lu is quite shameless and always seeks to mooch." Cheng Mingqi concurs, indeed. The two join forces to tease Gao Lu. Alas, Gao Lu's beauty and figure surpass theirs, prompting an instinctual urge to sideline her from Zhou Wen's company. Zhou Wen chuckles. Next time she approaches to scrounge for food, you both can chase her off. Cheng Mingqi smiles silently, while Ding Yutong playfully retorts, "But Wenge, you must assist me. I can't fend her off alone." Zhou Wen laughs heartily, That's not possible. I am a firm believer in fairness. Ding Yutong rolls her eyes at him. You're incorrigible. The trio giggles merrily as they make their way back to the shelter. With the sun fully set, it is time to prepare dinner. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong placed the seafood they had gathered onto a stone slab to grill. Zhou Wen extracted a segment of kudzu root and deftly sliced it into smaller pieces with a stone knife. He then cleared a relatively flat area beside the bonfire, retaining some of the glowing embers, and placed the kudzu root atop to roast. Gradually, a delicate aroma, reminiscent of grains and nuts, began to waft from the root, akin to the fragrant scent of roasted chestnuts, enticing the two young women, who frequently caught themselves glancing at the kudzu. Every few minutes, Zhou Wen would turn the root, ensuring it cooked evenly and did not burn. After approximately 20 minutes, he prodded it with chopsticks. The ease with which they penetrated indicated it was thoroughly cooked. Zhou Wen first placed a piece into a coconut shell bowl, blew on it gently, and took a bite. The flavor resembled that of sweet potatoes, albeit less saccharine. It's ready. Let us dig in. The three of them joyfully savored the roasted kudzu alongside their seafood, the warm carbohydrates providing a comforting fullness, distinctly different from that of the seafood. Not far off, in front of Gu Qinghe and her companion's shelter, the four of them gathered around their bonfire for dinner. They had emulated Zhou Wen's setup, balancing a stone slab over the flames to avoid directly tossing the seafood into the fire, which would result in charred morsels. Gao Lu, having gathered the least, quickly finished her portion and gazed longingly at Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman, desperately flattering them in hopes of a morsel. Gu Qinghe, exasperated, ignored her. Luo Xiaoman, feeling somewhat bashful, succumbed to her pleas and shared a bit of her food. Hu Cixi wore a disdainful expression, teasing Gao Lu with a sarcastic tone. Yet, Gao Lu remained undeterred, cheerfully savoring her meal. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of roasted sweet potatoes, her nostrils flaring as saliva pooled in her mouth. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she grabbed her coconut shell bowl and twig chopsticks, scampering over to Zhou Wen, intent on begging for a taste. Wow, what smells so delightful? Can I have a bite? Gao Lu immediately noticed Zhou Wen and the others enjoying a pale yellow, block-like substance, akin to roasted yams or sweet potatoes. No way. Ding Yutong turned her back, blocking Gao Lu's path to the fire. Oh, don't be stingy. Gao Lu gulped, her eyes fixated on a roasted kudzu. Ding Yutong insisted. Not happening. I want tea share. Gao Lu turned to Zhou Wen, pleading, Brother Wen, you're the most handsome. Can I please have a taste? Zhou Wen chuckled, teasing her. I worked hard to dig this up. Why should I share it with you? Gao Lu brazenly replied. Because I'm pretty. Zhou Wen burst into laughter. You have no shame. But what does your beauty have to do with me? After a moment's hesitation, she said, I'm a dancer. I could perform for you later. Zhou Wen appraised her for a moment and remarked, all right, but you mustn't wear that hideously leaf outfit. Gao Lu readily agreed. No problem. Zhou Wen signaled for Ding Yutong to step aside. Though she was displeased, she complied, muttering under her breath as if cursing. Gao Lu eagerly settled by the campfire, picked up a piece of roasted kudzu root, blew on it gently, and popped it into her mouth. The next moment, she squinted her eyes and exclaimed, delicious. Like a whirlwind, Gao Lu swept through an array of food, and although Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi were not pleased, Zhou Wen found it quite amusing, which even whetted his appetite. Gao Lu, her belly full and round, patted it contentedly inside. Ah, another satisfying meal. How delightful. Zhou Wen remarked. Now that you're full, it's time to fulfill your promise to Cheng. Gao Lu waved her hand dismissively, saying just a moment. Let me catch my breath. I ate a bit too much. Jumping now might be a waste. After a brief pause, Gao Lu stood up, removed her tattered leaf attire, revealing her pristine form, and stepped into the clearing. She cleared her throat and announced, Here I go. Humming a little tune, she began to dance. Zhou Wen initially expected her to merely sway her hips casually, but he was taken aback as he observed her shoulders and back gracefully extending, her waist steady. Her feet gliding through various steps, her hands performing an array of gestures, stretching, kicking, and twirling, creating a captivating spectacle. Had she donned traditional Tang or Han attire, her dance would surely exude elegance and poise. However, in her swimwear, the performance radiated an indescribable allure. Upon finishing her dance, panting, Gao Lu plopped down beside Zhou Wen, fanning herself with her small hand, and said, Oh, I'm exhausted. It's been ages since I danced. Zhou Wen applauded appreciatively. That was truly splendid. With a flirtatious glance, Gao Lu replied, "Of course, I'm a professional." Zhou Wen, admiring her exquisite form, noticed beads of sweat glistening on her skin and presented her with 2 wild mangoes, saying, "Here, a little treat for you." Gao Lu gratefully accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you." Vian Yi. Chapter 25. Together with one, success is achieved. As night descended, a heavy darkness enveloped the surroundings. The orange flames in the fire pit danced and flickered, casting the outlines of nearby trees in and out of focus. Occasionally, the eerie calls of night owls echoed from a distance, sending shivers down the spines of Gu Qinghe and her companions. Thankfully, they were not alone on this deserted island. Had they been solitary, the fear might have driven them to madness. The trio engaged in casual conversation, their voices resonating ethereally in the tranquil atmosphere. Luo Xiaoman occasionally peered toward Zhou Wen's shelter, unable to resist saying, "Where is Sister Lu? She won't be sleeping over there tonight, will she?" Gu Qinghe, stirring the fire with a stick to ensure it burned brightly, replied, "Don't worry about her. She'll return once she has had her fill." Usisi scoffed. How pathetic to demean oneself for a morsel of food, lacking even a shred of feminine dignity. Gu Qinghe felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing Usisi's veiled criticism, and shot her a glance before silently noting to assign her the worst tasks upon their return. Just then, Gao Lu returned, humming a melody and scampering back with a wicker basket in hand. "Ding, ding, ding. Look what I brought back," she exclaimed joyfully, showcasing the basket from which she retrieved several pale yellow fruits. "Ah, Mongol." As Luo Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with delight, an involuntary salivation overtook her, prompting her to swallow. Gu Qinghe also displayed an expression of eager anticipation, her gaze fixed intently on the fruit held by Gao Lu. Had it been 2 days prior, such a diminutive mango would have gone unnoticed by them. Yet now, they found themselves unable to resist the temptation. Indeed, Gao Lu exclaimed cheerfully, "Wen Gu is truly remarkable." Today he discovered a plethora of delectable treats in the woods. "Qinghe Jie, these are for you, and Xiaoman, these are yours." She distributed several fruits to Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman, deliberately excluding Usisi, as the two had clashed earlier that morning. She was not one to repay kindness with enmity. A frost settled upon Usisi's countenance as she scoffed. "Humph, look at your demeanor. You must have gone off to peddle meat. You're only worth a few rotten fruits." Gao Lu remained unfazed, theatrically lifting a wild mango to her nose, inhaling its aroma, and exclaiming, "Wow, it smells divine. It looks absolutely delicious." She then made a face at Usisi, taunting, "I won't give you any. It LL drive you mad. Enough. You two settle down." Gu Qinghe assumed a commanding posture, first glaring at Gao Lu, then dividing the wild mango in her hand to share with Usisi. "We are all sisters. Let us refrain from hurtful words. We must coexist on this deserted island for nearly a month. If we cannot unite, we shall undoubtedly falter." Unable to resist the allure of the wild mango, Usisi's lips twitched, but she ultimately chose silence. Gao Lu exclaimed, "Oh," and proceeded to pour all the wild mangoes from the vine basket into her own, declaring, "I shall return the basket to Mengqi shortly." Luo Xiaoman, engrossed in her fruit, discreetly surveyed the others, and a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The distant waves crashed against the rocks, seemingly reminding them that the true challenges were only just beginning. Gao Lu soon returned, and the four gathered around the campfire, peeling wild mangoes to eat. After savoring one, Gao Lu licked her fingers and suggested, "Qinghe Jie, what if we team up with Wen Ge? He is incredibly skilled. Not only did he find mangoes, but he also unearthed kudzu root, which is delicious when roasted. I reckon if it appeared before us, we wouldn't even recognize it." Before Gu Qinghe could respond, Usisi leaped forward like a cat stepped on its tail, vehemently declaring, "No way. We are modern women. We can thrive without men." Gao Lu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "If you're so resolute, then don't eat the mangoes. They were gathered by man." Gu Qinghe found herself in a state of contemplation. Although she had forged a deeper connection with Zhou Wen, it was merely a strategic utilization of physical resources to acquire survival knowledge. The thought of becoming entirely dependent on him filled her with resistance. Gu Qinghe was inherently contradictory, akin to a model whose balding, greasy superior would lavish her with gifts. She refused to become a mere pet, desiring instead to assume the role of leader. While the financial rewards were not significantly greater than before, the responsibilities had multiplied, leading to increased fatigue, yet she embraced it willingly. After pondering for a moment, Gu Qinghe stated, Lulu, as the saying goes, it is better to seek help from oneself than from others. We can certainly learn survival skill from Zhou Wen, but we must not become entirely reliant on him. Otherwise, should an unforeseen event arise one day and we become separated from him, what shall we do when we are left with nothing? Gao Lu pouted and remarked, but I truly do not wish to eat scallops and conchs for every meal. Gu Qinghe comforted her, saying, it is all right. We can learn. Look, we can now use stones to crack coconuts, and have even built a shelter by the trees. This is progress. Gu Qinghe winked playfully and added, I have already summarized the best survival method. Do you wish to know? Gao Lu's eyes widened with curiosity as she asked, Sister Qinghe, what is it? Luo Xiaoman and Hu Sisi also gazed at Gu Qinghe with eager anticipation. Gu Qinghe stated earnestly, it is simply this. Follow what one does, and success shall follow. Huh? The three of them exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her meaning. Gu Qinghe explained, essentially, we observe what Zhou Wen does and learn from him. That will lead to success. Huh? Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman burst into laughter. Luo Xiaoman coughed a few times, tears almost streaming down her cheeks, exclaiming, Sister Qinghe, you are so amusing. Gao Lu gave Gu Qinghe a thumbs up, sincerely saying, Sister Qinghe, you have great insight. Hu Sisi's lips twitched slightly before she rolled her eyes, lost in her thoughts. Gu Qinghe chuckled softly, gazing up at the night sky, and said, all right, it is getting late. Let us prepare to rest. She glanced at Gao Lu and Hu Sisi, adding, tonight is your turn to keep watch. Who will take the first half of the night, and who will take the second? Gao Lu grimaced and asked, Sister Qinghe, why must we keep watch? Can't we just add more firewood and let it burn slowly? Hu Sisi seemed somewhat reluctant as well, lowering her head and remaining silent, though her eyes darted quickly to Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe replied, somewhat exasperated, keeping watch is essential for maintaining the bonfire. Nighttime is when wild beasts roam. How do you know that there are no wild beasts lurking nearby? If everyone falls asleep, what if someone is taken by a beast? Gao Lu muttered, but even if a beast comes, we cannot fight it. Gu Qinghe, irritated, picked up a dry twig and tossed it at her forehead, scolding, you fool. If you cannot fight, at least shout for help. It will give his sisters time to escape or climb a tree. Gao Lu dodged and said, fine. I shall take the first half of the night. Hu Sisi disagreed, asserting, no, I want to take the first half. The two glared at each other, unwilling to yield. Gu Qinghe interjected, stop arguing. You both can decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors. All right, rock, paper, scissors. Gao Lu gleefully formed a scissors gesture, declaring, I won. I will take the first half of the night. Oof. Hu Sisi, having lost, turned away in a huff. Gu Qinghe said, very well, you shall keep the first half. Xiaoman, let us go to sleep. Luo Xiaoman obediently replied, all right, Sister Qinghe. Good night, everyone. Good night. Chapter 26. Weaving fish traps. Meanwhile, in front of Zhou Wen's shelter, Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong diligently tidied up their leftover scraps, discarding them at a distance to avoid attracting ants and other pests. The three of them strolled along the coastline, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze to aid digestion. As the night breeze gradually intensified, they returned to their sanctuary. Zhou Wen contemplated that idleness was unproductive, so he decided to weave a few fish traps to cast into the sea for fishing. Without further ado, he fetched the prepared rattan strips. The process of weaving a fish trap was akin to that of crafting a basket, with the distinction that the trap required an entrance adorned with inverted barbs to prevent the fish from escaping. The baskets he had woven over the past few days were square, yet a cylindrical shape was more suitable for a fish trap. Zhou Wen selected 4 long rattan strips, crossing them in an X shape, securing the intersection tightly with bark rope. He then gathered the rattan strips upward, pinching them in his hand to form a cylindrical framework. To prevent it from coming apart, he initially secured it with a length of bark rope. Next, he retrieved another long rattan strip and began weaving around the framework in an alternating pattern, applying firm tension with each round to prevent looseness. He continued this until the trap reached a height of about 50 to 60 centimeters. Zhou Wen then released the bark rope, trimming any excess rattan with a stone knife and closing off the top. The next step was to create the inverted barbs, resembling a funnel-shaped entrance. Zhou Wen measured the size of the trap before taking another rattan strip to weave a conical shape. After trimming the excess rattan at the tip, he fashioned an opening roughly the size of a fist, completing the inverted barbs. He then embedded the barbs into the mouth of the trap, threading the bark rope through the edges, pulling tightly to secure the two together. Thus, a fish trap crafted from rattan was born. If he were to fish in a stream or lake, all that was needed was to place some bait and toss the trap into the water, weighing it down with a stone. However, fishing in the sea was a different matter altogether. Without proper anchoring, the waves would easily sweep the trap away. Zhou Wen then took a sturdy rattan strip, intertwining it with bark rope to enhance its overall resilience. He tied one end of this braided rope to the fish trap, while preparing to anchor the other end to a heavy stone or directly to a reef. With the task accomplished, Zhou Wen patted the fish trap, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, who had been drowsily observing, suddenly perked up and offered their enthusiastic compliments. "Wow, Wenge, you are amazing." Zhou Wen stretched lazily and replied, "Tomorrow morning, we'll cast it into the sea, and by evening, we shall see if it proves effective." Ding Yutong, intrigued, suggested, "Wenge, let us go now, so we can enjoy fresh fish in the morning." Zhou Wen glanced toward the beach, shrouded in darkness, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Never mind, it's pitch black outside. If I accidentally fall into the sea, it would be disastrous. Let us wait until tomorrow morning." Cheng Mengqi concurred, "Yes, safety first." Ding Yutong nodded, "All right then, Wenge, we'll do as you say." Zhou Wen yawned and remarked, "Well, it's getting late. We should rest now." He looked at Ding Yutong and said, "Yutong, you take the first half of the night watch." Although reluctant, Ding Yutong remembered that Cheng Mengqi had kept watch the previous night, and she obediently nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen pointed at the remaining vines and remarked, "If you find yourself bored, you might as well weave some baskets from these vines. After all, one can never have too many storage baskets." Ding Yutong nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi then slipped into the shelter. In the enveloping darkness, only the subtle sound of their breathing could be heard. Zhou Wen, feeling a stir of excitement, suddenly inquired softly, "Mengqi?" Cheng Mengqi responded gently, Zhou Wen's heart soared with joy as he mounted his horse. Outside the shelter, Ding Yutong was far from interested in weaving baskets. Instead, she was idly gazing at the sky, counting the stars. At that moment, she caught a faint rustle from within the shelter. Listening intently, her expression shifted as she muttered angrily to herself, "Cheng Mengqi, you wicked girl. How dare you indulge in such indiscretions? No wonder I sensed something amiss between them today." Ding Yutong's mood fluctuated, and a cloud of displeasure settled on her face. "I was the one who met Wenge first." The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, and she couldn't help but spit out in disdain, "Bah, shameless pair." In the vast, starlit sky, the constellations twinkled. Gao Lu, also engaged in counting stars, increasingly felt a sense of emptiness and boredom. Having gone 2 days without her phone, she now found herself restless and unfocused, experiencing mild withdrawal symptoms. To divert her attention and pass the time, she gazed at the stars and began to imagine them as delectable treats. "Ah, those few look like chicken legs, and those over there resemble skewers," she mused. "Oh dear, I'm starting to feel a bit hungry." Instinctively, Gao Lu began peeling wild mangoes, consuming one after another. And before she knew it, she reached into the basket only to find it empty. Gao Lu paused in surprise and quickly checked the basket, completely devoid of fruit. "No way. Have I really eaten them all?" She looked at the scattered mango peels and pits before her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhou Wen had said there was enough for the 4 of them, yet she had inadvertently devoured it all herself. If Cece saw this tomorrow, she would surely mock her for her gluttony. Scratching her head, Gao Lu hurriedly tidied up the mess, tossing the peels and pits far away to eliminate any evidence. Gazing at the empty basket, she contemplated shamelessly asking Zhou Wen for more in the morning. After all, she could always dance for him again, and that would keep her actions a secret. A relaxed expression graced Gao Lu's face as she glanced at the sky, realizing it must be time for Cece to take her watch. With an air of confidence, Gao Lu approached Cece, squatted down, and gently nudged her shoulder while whispering, "Hey, wake up. It's your turn to keep watch." Cece, bleary-eyed, sat up and complained, "Why are you waking me so early?" "I just fell asleep." Gao Lu scoffed, "You've been asleep for ages. Get up." I'm going to sleep now. With that, she nonchalantly strolled back to her shelter and lay down to rest. Hu Cece, feeling disgruntled, sat in silence for a moment before reluctantly standing up and moving to sit by the campfire, her mind a blank and disconnected. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Gao Lu was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp pain in her abdomen. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she felt as if someone were wielding a pair of scalding scissors, forcefully stabbing into her belly and relentlessly stirring. Gao Lu gritted her teeth, emerging from the shelter amidst Hu Cece's puzzled gaze, and hastily sought refuge in a patch of grass. In the next moment, a gushing sound erupted, and her face turned pale, her heart racing as she thought, "Oh no, I've overindulged in mangoes and now I have diarrhea. What am I to do?" Chapter 27. Gao Lu's diarrhea as dawn broke. Gu Qinghe awoke from her slumber, her eyes immediately falling upon Hu Cece, who was dozing off in front of the fire pit. Unsurprisingly, the fire had once again extinguished. Gu Qinghe let out a weary sigh. Pampered girls like them could hardly endure the rigors of keeping watch, and it was only natural for them to doze off. If she herself could barely stand it, she could hardly expect others to do better. Well, mostly, there was simply nothing to do, which made it exceedingly dull. If only she had a phone to occupy her time, it would be a different story. Gu Qinghe approached and gently tapped Hu Cece on the shoulder, rousing her from her slumber. "Wake up, it's dawn." Hu Cece jolted awake, glancing at the fire pit, her expression shifting dramatically. She sheepishly looked at Gu Qinghe and stammered, "Sister Qinghe." Gu Qinghe raised her palm to signal her to remain silent. "It's all right. We can borrow fire from Zhou Wen later." Hu Cece nodded awkwardly, recalling how she had grumbled about Gu Qinghe falling asleep and letting the bonfire die out, even getting into a quarrel with Gao Lu. Little did she expect to make the same mistake today. And yet Gu Qinghe showed no signs of taking advantage of her misfortune. At that moment, Luo Xiaoman also awoke, cheerfully greeting everyone. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning." Gu Qinghe glanced over at Gao Lu, who remained motionless in her shelter. "Xiaoman, please wake Gao Lu. Why is she still asleep?" "All right, Sister Qinghe," Luo Xiaoman replied, making her way to Gao Lu's shelter. Upon merely glancing inside, her face paled, and she exclaimed, "Oh no, Sister Qinghe, something's wrong with Gao Lu. What happened?" Gu Qinghe rushed over, her heart sinking at the sight of Gao Lu, who appeared in a dire state. Her complexion was ashen and devoid of luster, her eye sockets sunken, eyelids drooping, and dark circles prominently visible. Her lips seemed parched, and her expression was one of distress, frequently furrowing her brow as though she were in considerable discomfort. Throughout the night, Gao Lu had repeatedly exited the shelter, unaware of how many times she had gone, and now she lay on the dry leaves, nearly in a stupor. Gu Qinghe was taken aback, quickly squatting down to gently pat Gao Lu's shoulder, calling out, "Xiao Lu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Gao Lu offered no response. Hu Cece yawned, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone as she remarked, "She has probably just got a case of diarrhea. I saw her going in and out all night, maybe 7 or 8 times." "What?" Gu Qinghe asked, her voice tinged with discontent. "Why didn't you wake me?" Hu Cece, seemingly perplexed, replied, "It's just diarrhea. Why make such a fuss? In the modeling industry, one can't always eat on time when work calls, so having a sensitive stomach is rather normal. Many suffer from constipation or recurrent diarrhea, so Hu Cece saw no reason for alarm." Gu Qinghe scrutinized Hu Cece for a moment, causing her to feel uneasy, and she asked, "Sister Qinghe, what is wrong?" Gu Qinghe sighed, finally convinced that her foolishness did not extend to a heartless indifference toward her sister's perilous state. She explained, in the past, diarrhea was not considered serious. Even if medication proved ineffective, one could seek treatment at a hospital. However, we are now stranded on a deserted island, and diarrhea can lead to severe dehydration, which can be fatal. Hu Cece felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, "Surely it can't be that dire." Beside them, Luo Xiaoman was horrified, her fists clenched tightly as she asked, "Sister Qinghe, what shall we do?" A grave expression crossed Gu Qinghe's face as she gently called out to Gao Lu, "Xiao Lu, can you hear me?" Gao Lu's eyelids fluttered, seemingly responding to Gu Qinghe's call, yet she lacked the strength to open her eyes. Gu Qinghe urged Luo Xiaoman, "Quickly, go find Wen Ge." Okay. Luo Xiaoman replied, her voice tinged with panic as she hurried off. Gu Qinghe continued to call for Gao Lu, imploring her not to succumb to a deep slumber. for there was a risk she might never awaken again. After a brief moment, Gu Qinghe's calls bore fruit. Gao Lu struggled to open her eyes, gazing vacantly at her, and muttered, "Sister Qinghe, I didn't finish the mango." "What?" Gu Qinghe momentarily stood dumbfounded before glancing into Gao Lu's basket, which was utterly devoid of any remnants of the fruit. A mixture of anger and urgency surged within her, and she silently cursed, eating without restraint. Now we're in deep trouble. Seeing Gao Lu's pale visage softened Gu Qinghe's heart, prompting her to suppress her urge to curse and force a smile instead. "It's all right. If you finished it, you finished it. Once you recover, I'll accompany you to pick some more." Just then, Zhou Wen strode over, followed closely by Luo Xiaoman, Cheng Mengqi, and Ding Yutong. "What's going on?" Gu Qinghe replied helplessly. She devoured all the mangoes by herself, and now she is suffering from relentless diarrhea, looking utterly dreadful. "Damn," Zhou Wen cursed. "Mangoes are cold fruits. One shouldn't indulge in them. Utterly reckless." Gu Qinghe made space for Zhou Wen to crouch beside Gao Lu. Gao Lu's face was pale, and she managed a pitiful smile, saying, "Wen Gu, good morning." Zhou Wen touched her forehead and retorted, "Good morning? Are you eager for an early trip to the afterlife? How are you feeling now? Any nausea? Do you feel like vomiting? Is your head aching?" Gao Lu weakly replied, "I'm okay. My stomach hurt badly during the night, but it's not too painful now. I don't feel nauseous, nor does my head ache. I just lack strength." Zhou Wen sighed in relief. It's normal to feel weak from diarrhea. Zhou Wen stood up, and Gu Qinghe inquired with concern, "What is Gao Lu's condition?" The other girls looked anxiously at Zhou Wen. He replied, "I'm not a doctor, so I can't say for certain. However, I suspect it might be acute gastroenteritis. Fortunately, there is no fever or nausea, so it shouldn't be too grave. We need to replenish her fluids immediately." Zhou Wen then asked, "Is Gao Lu allergic to coconut juice? Does it cause diarrhea?" Gu Qinghe shook her head. "No allergies." "That's good. Wait for me a moment." Zhou Wen hurried away, returning shortly with a coconut shell and a backpack. He set down his backpack and handed a coconut shell to Gu Qinghe, instructing her to remove the outer skin and the coconut husk. Gu Qinghe, perplexed but compliant, proceeded to do as told. Zhou Wen glanced at the fire pit and shook his head, exclaiming, "Ah, your bonfire is rather delicate." Gu Qinghe, Luo Xiaoman, and Hussisi exchanged silent glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Wen rummaged nearby and found a few sticks, constructing a makeshift rack over the fire pit. He then turned to Cheng Mengqi and said, "Mengqi, please fetch a torch." Cheng Mengqi nodded in agreement and hurried away. Zhou Wen took a green coconut from his backpack and began to strike it with a stone. Gu Qinghe soon understood his intention and asked, "Are you planning to prepare coconut water for Xiao Lu?" Zhou Wen affirmed, "Indeed, coconut water serves as an excellent natural electrolyte drink, rich in potassium, sodium, and magnesium. It is gentle and non-irritating to the digestive tract, making it ideal for replenishing Gao Lu's fluids. Since her stomach cannot tolerate cold substances right now, we should warm it before she drinks." Gu Qinghe hesitated, voicing her concern. "I have heard that drinking coconut water can lead to diarrhea. Won't that exacerbate her condition?" Zhou Wen chuckled. "Indeed, some individuals may experience diarrhea after consuming coconut water, but this is not an issue with the coconut water itself. Rather, it's due to their pre-existing digestive problems. They would similarly react to milk, soda, or cold water." Gu Qinghe nodded, enlightened. Chapter 28. Searching for medicine in the forest. Cheng Mengqi returned with the torch, reigniting the bonfire. Zhou Wen carefully placed the cleaned coconut shell on the rack and poured in about 2/3 full of coconut water. He adjusted the flames, ensuring the coconut shell was approximately 20 centimeters above the fire to prevent it from cracking due to direct heat. Fresh coconut water is inherently clean. Thus, it does not require boiling, as excessive evaporation of moisture should be avoided. While the coconut shell was heated over the bonfire, Zhou Wen instructed the others, "Do not crowd around here. One person should stay to tend to Gao Lu, while the rest can go to the beach to gather seafood." Gu Qinghe agreed. "All right, Xiaoman. You stay here with Gao Lu. The rest of us will head to the beach." The young women took their baskets and departed, leaving the shelter in a tranquil silence, occasionally interrupted by the crackling of burning firewood. After a while of gentle heating, the coconut water began to emit steam. Zhou Wen used 2 twigs to extract the coconut shell, pouring the coconut water into another shell to cool. He took a sip, finding the temperature just right, and instructed, "Xiaoman, help Gao Lu sit up." Luo Xiaoman hurriedly complied, supporting Gao Lu as she sat upright. Gao Lu felt utterly weak. So Luo Xiaoman leaned her back against her chest, providing support. Zhou Wen brought the coconut water to Gao Lu's lips, saying, "Here, take a sip of coconut water, just a little at a time." After she had a few sips, Zhou Wen set down the coconut shell and cautioned, "Your stomach is currently very weak. You cannot drink too much at once. Wait about 20 minutes before continuing." Gao Lu nodded weakly, and after a few sips of coconut water, her spirits seemed to improve slightly. "Let her rest lying down," Zhou Wen suggested, assisting Luo Xiaoman in gently lowering Gao Lu back down. "Xiaoman, stay here with Gao Lu, and after about 20 minutes, feed her the remaining coconut water." Luo Xiaoman nodded and said, "Understood, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Luo Xiaoman anxiously inquired, "Brother Wen, where are you going?" Zhou Wen replied, "I'm going to set up a fish trap and later venture into the woods to see if I can find some anti-diarrheal herbs." "Oh, please be careful." Zhou Wen nodded and turned to leave. During the late-night watch, feeling somewhat bored, Zhou Wen wove another fish trap. Cradling 2 traps, he made his way to the beach. There, the young ladies were foraging for seafood. Upon seeing Zhou Wen approach, they greeted him warmly. He waved back and proceeded to the rocky area. Zhou Wen gathered several scallops, crushed them with a stone, and placed the remnants into the traps as bait. He also added a few stones as weights to ensure the traps wouldn't float on the surface. Next, Zhou Wen found 2 large stones and secured the bark ropes of the traps to them before casting the traps into the sea. He wedged the stones into the crevices of the rocks to prevent the waves from sweeping them away. Having completed these tasks, all that remained was to return at low tide that evening to collect his haul. Before leaving the beach, Zhou Wen sought out Gu Qinghe, instructing her, "Please ensure Gao Lu stays hydrated and refrain from allowing her to eat seafood for now. At noon, come to my place to fetch some green coconuts and mash the coconut flesh to cook with the coconut water for her." Gu Qinghe responded, "All right. Where are you headed?" Zhou Wen replied, "I'm going into the woods to search for anti-diarrheal herbs." Gu Qinghe, visibly touched, gazed earnestly at him and said, "Brother Wen, thank you. I truly don't know what I would do without you." Zhou Wen chuckled heartily, pinching her chin playfully. "When I return, make sure to reward me handsomely." Gu Qinghe smiled brightly. "I will. All right, I'm off." Zhou Wen waved goodbye, then relayed his instructions to Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong before heading back to the shelter. Uncertain about the duration of his expedition, Zhou Wen packed 2 green coconuts into his backpack, grabbed a handful of wild mangoes, and wrapped some leftover roasted kudzu root from yesterday in leaves as provisions. With his backpack secured and a wooden spear in hand, Zhou Wen ventured deeper into the jungle once more. Reflecting on his explorations from the previous day, he realized he hadn't encountered any plants that could alleviate diarrhea, prompting him to consider an alternative route. Gently prodding the underbrush with his spear, he advanced cautiously. The jungle remained challenging to navigate, with mosquitoes frequently disturbing him, leading to an incessant chorus of swatting sounds. Consequently, he added another objective to his quest, to locate plants that could repel mosquitoes. As he delved further into the jungle, the biodiversity around him flourished. Vibrant birds flitted among the trees. Zhou Wen spotted several nests perched atop the treetops, regretting their height, for otherwise, he would have climbed to retrieve some eggs for roasting. After approximately an hour of searching without finding any anti-diarrheal herbs, he recognized that it was not due to the barrenness of the jungle, but rather his limited knowledge of herbal remedies. During his exploration, Zhou Wen stumbled upon some vines. However, his primary objective was to locate herbs for Gao Lu's diarrhea, so he refrained from wasting time digging for kudzu root. Traversing through the jungle for an hour proved far more exhausting than in other locales. Zhou Wen took a moment to rest on a stone, indulging in 2 wild mangoes and quenching his thirst with the juice of a green coconut. Just as he settled in, a small green creature suddenly darted from the grass beside him. Quick as lightning, Zhou Wen seized a nearby wooden spear and thrust it forward, striking the creature down with a resounding thud. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a plump grasshopper. A thought flashed through his mind. Even without its head, it could be consumed. Crisp and reminiscent of chicken, this creature was rich in protein and minerals. A little roasting with a sprinkle of salt would render it a delightful delicacy. Elated, Zhou Wen picked up the half-stunned grasshopper, bound it with a blade of grass, and tossed it into his backpack. In the quest for survival on this deserted island, eschewing insects would hardly qualify as true survival. Following this encounter, as if beckoned by a signal, Zhou Wen continued to catch a dozen grasshoppers of varying sizes in the vicinity. While foraging, he discovered a cluster of berries in vibrant shades of green, yellow, red, and deep purple, each crowned with remnants of sepals, resembling exquisite little goblets. To his great delight, Zhou Wen recognized these as myrtle berries. His first knowledge of this fruit had come from reading Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, where it was mentioned in passing. Curiosity had led him to research it further. Thus, he was aware that myrtle berries were indeed edible. He plucked a ripe dark purple fruit and bit into it, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor, its unique aroma and texture delightful to the palate. Quite delectable. Discarding the hard seed, he eagerly gathered numerous ripe myrtle berries into his backpack. Chapter 29. Finding herbs. Considering Gao Lu was awaiting the herbs, Zhou Wen did not linger long, merely collecting a few before continuing on. After more than half an hour of walking, the thicket ahead gradually thinned, and after some time, he emerged into a clearing. Once again, he beheld the beach and the vast sea, waves rhythmically lapping at the shore, gradually submerging the sands as the tide rose. Scratching his head, Zhou Wen realized he had inadvertently traversed through the jungle. The coastline here appeared rather elongated. Gazing southeast, he could discern no edge to the island, pondering whether this isle might be in the shape of a slender ellipse. After wandering nearby, he suddenly spotted a familiar cluster of plants at the juncture of sand and jungle, spreading low to the ground, with reddish-purple stems and thick, teardrop-shaped leaves growing in pairs. It was none other than purslane. This plant, commonly found in modern society, fell well within Zhou Wen's realm of knowledge. Purslane is known for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, alleviate inflammation, and relieve diarrhea. However, it is said to be suitable only for treating heat-related diarrhea and ineffective for cold types. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Wen decided to pluck some, reasoning that even if Gao Lu could not consume it, others might appreciate it as a wild vegetable. With determined resolve, Zhou Wen swiftly uprooted the purslane in the vicinity, filling his backpack to the brim. He glanced back at the dense thicket behind him, contemplating his route. Ultimately, he decided against retracing his steps and opted to return along the beach, reasoning it might prove swifter than traversing the jungle. The sun blazed down relentlessly, prompting Zhou Wen to seek refuge in the shade of the trees as he made his way along the coastline. After nearly an hour, he rounded the bend at Crescent Bay and once more beheld the familiar stretch of beach, feeling a slight alleviation of his anxiety. The shore lay deserted, the sands scorching under the sun, and he could faintly perceive the air shimmering with heat. The young women must have sought solace in the shade beside the shelter. Zhou Wen quickened his pace, hurrying back to the refuge. As he passed his own shelter, the sound of his footsteps stirred Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, who were resting in the shade. They sat up, and upon seeing Zhou Wen's figure, their faces lit up with joyful smiles as they exclaimed, "Brother Wen, you're back." Their enthusiastic reception warmed Zhou Wen's heart, prompting him to smile back and say, "Yes, you too should rest." Cheng Mengqi inquired, "Brother Wen, have you had lunch yet?" Zhou Wen replied, "Not yet. I need to administer the medicine to Gao Lu first, and I'll prepare lunch afterwards." Cheng Mengqi offered, "Brother Wen, let's help you grill the seafood and kudzu." Zhou Wen responded, "That would be wonderful. I appreciate your assistance." The two young women chimed in unison. "It's no trouble at all." Hearing the commotion, Gu Qinghe emerged with concern etched on her face, asking, "Brother Wen, did you find the anti-diarrheal medicine?" Zhou Wen nodded affirmatively, "Yes. How is Gao Lu faring?" A hint of worry crossed Gu Qinghe's features as she replied, "I've been keeping her hydrated. Her spirits have improved somewhat, but she has had 2 more episodes and hasn't fully recovered yet. Let us hope the herbal remedy proves effective." Entering the shelter, Zhou Wen placed down his backpack and first checked on Gao Lu. She appeared somewhat better than in the morning, despite her pallor. She had regained enough strength to converse with Luo Xiaoman, who seated in front of her own shelter, noticed Zhou Wen and made a slight movement as if to greet him, but hesitated and settled back down, pretending not to see him. Luo Xiaoman's face brightened with delight as she cheerfully greeted him, "Brother Wen, you're back." Zhou Wen nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Xiaoman shifted aside to make space for him. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, Gao Lu's expression relaxed as if she had spotted her anchor, softly saying, "Brother Wen, you've worked hard." Zhou Wen's appearance was rather disheveled. Sweat had matted his hair into strands resembling seaweed, and his face and body were coated in grime from his arduous trek through the jungle. Had anyone outside encountered such an unkempt figure, Gao Lu would surely have kept her distance. Yet in this moment, Zhou Wen's venture into the jungle for her sake deeply moved her. Zhou Wen humbly replied, "It's nothing." He crouched down to feel Gao Lu's forehead, assessing her temperature. Thankfully, she was not feverish. He asked, "How are you feeling now? Is your stomach still in pain?" Gao Lu softly replied, "Much better. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm not as uncomfortable, though I occasionally still feel the urge to use the restroom." Zhou Wen recalled the symptoms of cold-type diarrhea and inquired, "Do you feel cold?" Gao Lu shook her head and replied, "Not at all." Zhou Wen then said, "Stick out your tongue for me to examine." Obediently, Gao Lu extended her tongue, and Zhou Wen inspected it, noting that the coating was not excessively white, suggesting that it was likely not cold-type diarrhea. He leaned closer to sniff and found no foul odor, indicating it was probably not heat-type diarrhea either. Zhou Wen contemplated that perhaps she had indulged in an excess of wild mangoes, with the fruit's acidity irritating her intestines, leading to a case of stimulative diarrhea. Thus, purslane could still be utilized. Gao Lu maintained her tongue-out position, and as Zhou Wen leaned in to smell, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks, her gaze evasive. Unable to meet Zhou Wen's eyes. At that moment, Zhou Wen felt both exhausted and hungry, completely oblivious to her bashful demeanor, and said, "All right, you can retract it now." Gao Lu sensed a warmth creeping to her ears and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Zhou Wen retrieved a handful of purslane from his backpack and handed it to Gu Qinghe, instructing, "Take it to the beach and wash it in seawater, removing any dirt and debris. Remember to rinse it quickly and avoid soaking it for too long. Then, try to shake off the excess water to prevent an overload of salt." "Understood," Gu Qinghe replied, donning her sun hat before departing for the shore. Zhou Wen then procured a coconut shell, stripping away its outer husk and fibrous coating, and opened a green coconut, pouring some coconut water into the shell to prepare a medicinal broth. He drank the remaining coconut water, quenching his thirst in one go. Gu Qinghe soon returned, her fair face flushed from the sun's rays after only a brief time. Zhou Wen took the purslane from her, vigorously shaking it to remove any residual moisture. Once nearly dry, he measured out approximately 30 to 40 grams, placed it in a coconut shell bowl, and mashed it before combining it with the coconut water. He then set the coconut shell on the rack over the campfire to heat. To minimize evaporation, as soon as the potion began to emit a gentle steam, Zhou Wen carefully removed the coconut shell and poured the liquid into the bowl. After allowing it to cool slightly, Zhou Wen assisted Gao Lu into a sitting position. "Here, it's time to take your medicine." Gazing at the concoction filled with bits of residue, Gao Lu grimaced and said, "Brother Wen, I feel much better now. Could I possibly skip it?" Zhou Wen smiled gently and replied, "No, you must." Then, with a serious expression, insisted, "Drink it." Reluctantly, Gao Lu took a small sip. Grimacing as she noted, "It has a taste that is sweet yet slightly sour and mildly bitter. It's rather peculiar." Gradually, she finished the medicinal liquid, spitting out a few remnants. Once Gao Lu had completed the potion, Zhou Wen turned to Gu Qinghe and said, "Please keep a close watch and see if there are any side effects." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement. "All right." Zhou Wen then addressed Gao Lu, "Make sure to rest well. I shall take my leave now." Gao Lu smiled and expressed, "Thank you, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." He picked up his backpack, extracted a few myrtle fruits, and handed them to Gu Qinghe, saying, "I found these along the way. Give them a taste. Oh, and be sure not to let Gao Lu have any." Upon hearing of the treat with no portion for herself, Gao Lu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, she recognized that her current condition prohibited her from indulging, and silently resolved that once her diarrhea subsided, she would certainly make a point to visit Zhou Wen to reclaim her share. Gu Qinghe said, "All right, thank you, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen chose not to elaborate further, waving his hand as he departed with his backpack. Upon returning to his sanctuary, he found Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong busily preparing lunch for him. "I am utterly exhausted," Zhou Wen exclaimed as he set down his backpack and settled into a shaded spot. Cheng Mengqi brought over a freshly opened coconut, gently saying, "Brother Wen, I prepared a coconut for you. Please enjoy some coconut water." "Thank you," Zhou Wen replied with a smile, accepting the coconut. As their hands brushed against each other, he playfully patted her small hand, prompting her to cast a mock glare at him. Ding Yutong then timely presented a coconut bowl filled with roasted kudzu root, scallops, and conch meat. Brother Wen, you've worked hard. Please have something to eat. Zhou Wen chuckled. All right, thank you too, Yutong. He reached into his backpack and handed them both a handful of myrtle berries, saying, I picked some fruits along the way. They taste delightful. Do give them a try. The two smiled sweetly and replied, Thank you, Brother Wen. Feeling somewhat hungry, Zhou Wen sipped the coconut water and grabbed a pair of chopsticks made from branches. Indulging in the food before him, Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong each savored a myrtle berry, then busied themselves grilling seafood, continually replenishing Zhou Wen's plate. Under the sweltering heat, they toiled by the campfire, their faces flushed and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads and chests. Zhou Wen couldn't help but reflect that had he not been selected for the survival challenge, he would not have the privilege of being attended to at mealtime by two stunning beauties. After hastily filling his stomach, Zhou Wen stretched comfortably and decided to take a nap. He had participated in night watch for the past 2 days, scarcely catching a wink of sleep, and had been running through the jungle during the day. Thankfully, his robust physique spared him from exhaustion. He beckoned Cheng Mingqi and whispered a few words in her ear. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly agreed and took a seat under the shade of a tree. Zhou Wen was elated and promptly reclined on her lap, relishing the comfort of her thigh as a pillow. His head rubbed against her smooth and resilient thigh, providing a sense of unparalleled comfort. Cheng Mingqi instinctively caressed Zhou Wen's head, gently combing his hair. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Wen gradually drifted into slumber. Ding Yutong, casting a sharp gaze at the two being affectionate, muttered under her breath, Humph, shameless couple. She then huffed away to another shaded spot, gazing at the sea in boredom, and unknowingly fell asleep as well. After more than an hour of deep slumber, Zhou Wen awoke. As he opened his eyes, he noticed two rounded forms obscured by the leafy canopy, blocking his view of Cheng Mingqi's face. Unable to resist, he rubbed against her thigh again, feeling its elasticity. Cheng Mingqi stirred awake, suddenly exclaiming, Oh, my leg is numb. Zhou Wen quickly sat up. Cheng Mingqi frowned and rubbed her thigh, biting her teeth in discomfort. Let me help you massage it. Zhou Wen hastily extended his hand, assisting her while playfully taking advantage of the situation. Cheng Mingqi pouted, This is so uncomfortable. I won't let you use my lap as a pillow anymore. Zhou Wen wrapped his arm around her shoulder, grinning as he replied, You just need to get used to it. A few more times will do the trick. Cheng Mingqi, dissatisfied, wiggled her body slightly. Before long, Ding Yutong awoke. Although she felt a twinge of discontent, she was reluctant to let Zhou Wen completely side with Cheng Mingqi. She approached nonchalantly and settled beside Zhou Wen, leaning against his shoulder. The three of them sat under the shade of a tree, facing the sea, observing the surging waves while engaging in light conversation. Having escaped the clamor of modern society, they found themselves relishing an unusual tranquility. After some time, Zhou Wen stood up, saying, I'll go check on Gao Lu. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong exchanged glances and chimed in. Let us go together. All right. Zhou Wen extended his hands, and the two girls obediently placed their small hands into his larger ones. Up, with one hand each, Zhou Wen lifted them both, exclaiming, Let us go. The trio made their way to the adjacent shelter. Gu Qinghe and company appeared to have just awakened from a midday slumber, their languid postures exuding a unique charm. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Wen stood beside Gu Qinghe and turned his gaze toward Gao Lu. Gao Lu's condition had markedly improved. Her complexion was no longer so pallid and dry. She sat against a tree trunk, engaged in a soft conversation with Luo Xiaoman. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong rushed over to inquire about her well-being, and the girls embraced, laughing and crying together, chattering away. If one did not know they were merely casual friends, one might have been deceived by the scene. Zhou Wen inquired, How is she? Gu Qinghe displayed a hint of relief, stating, The medication seems to be effective. She hasn't experienced any further diarrhea since. Zhou Wen nodded in satisfaction, replying, That is good to hear. It appears this time we have escaped danger. Let us give her another dose in the evening. Gu Qinghe silently nodded, then turned to Zhou Wen, earnestly expressing, Thank you for your help. Without you, Xiao Lu could have truly been in danger this time. Zhou Wen chuckled, It's nothing. I was actually worried you might blame me for giving her too many wild mangoes, which led to her upset stomach. How could I? Gu Qinghe shot him a playful glare with her lovely eyes, reproaching, I the type of unreasonable woman? Zhou Wen laughed. We're not that familiar, after all. There are so many peculiar little fairies in today as society. One must be cautious. Gu Qinghe's gaze sparkled mischievously, and seizing a moment when no one was watching, she quickly pinched Zhou Wen's side, teasing, "I may not know you well, but I've had my fair share of encounters with it." Zhou Wen grimaced slightly, whispering, "Dear lady, be gentle. If you hurt me, there would be no joy for a month." Gu Qinghe scoffed, "Who wants to engage in joyful activities with you?" Zhou Wen slyly tugged her hand, murmuring, "It's me who wants that." Gu Qinghe gently struggled, but could not break free. Her fingers tickled Zhou Wen's palm as she whispered, "Let go quickly. Don't let them see." Zhou Wen teased her, "So do you want to?" Gu Qinghe, with no other option, replied in a low voice, "All right, I want as well." Zhou Wen stifled a laugh and released her hand. Gu Qinghe sighed in relief and stepped aside, increasing the distance between them. The two were engaged in their secretive conversation, unaware that Hu Cixi, seated nearby, had inadvertently caught sight of them. Although the words exchanged between them were inaudible, the expressions and gestures of the two individuals led Hu Cixi to sense something amiss. These two were clearly conspiring, and it seemed they had something to discuss. Chapter 31. Abundant harvest. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the tide gradually receded, revealing vast stretches of sandy shore and rocky outcrops. Seabirds circled overhead, occasionally emitting their piercing calls. Zhou Wen glanced towards the beach and remarked, "The tide is out. Let us go. It is time to gather seafood." Survival on the island transformed everyone into akin to laborers at an ancient dock. A single day of idleness could lead to hunger the following day. Gao Lu no longer required anyone to stand guard by her side. Thus, except for her, who remained at the camp to rest, everyone else equipped themselves with tools and ventured to the beach. After 3 days of roaming along the seashore, the girls had markedly improved their skills in foraging for marine treasures, even learning to identify the breathing holes of clams. The most effective method would be to sprinkle salt into the holes, prompting the clams to emerge on their own. However, Zhou Wen was currently preoccupied and could not afford to contemplate the task of salt harvesting, leaving the girls to employ their rudimentary digging methods. Nonetheless, Zhou Wen recognized that salt harvesting would eventually become necessary. Although seafood naturally contains some salt, over time, the body would require additional salt intake. Regrettably, they lacked sufficient fresh water. Even if they managed to produce salt, it could not be consumed directly. Sea salt obtained through sun-drying was laden with impurities, bacteria, viruses, parasitic eggs, and other pathogenic microorganisms, as well as harmful substances like heavy metals. It required high-temperature sterilization and filtration before it could be deemed safe for consumption. Zhou Wen intended to consider salt harvesting only after locating a freshwater source. On the beach, the girls gathered seafood while frolicking and laughing, their melodious laughter ringing through the air. With the sunlight no longer harsh, they shed their leafy garments, revealing their graceful silhouettes, which added a touch of enchanting beauty to the shores. Of course, the unfortunate Luo Xiaoman had to cover her upper body with leaves. After admiring the scene for a moment, Zhou Wen wandered towards the tidal pools near the rocky area. He had lost interest in collecting large-shelled and meagerly fleshed creatures like conchs and scallops, feeling that the nutrition they provided was insufficient to replenish his expended energy. In the tidal pool, he gathered a few sea urchins and a starfish, but was at a loss as to how to consume them. After a moment's contemplation, he cast them back into the sea. Having caught several palm-sized fish, Zhou Wen suddenly encountered an unexpected delight. In a shallow, tidal pool, a dark red figure emerged, brandishing 2 pincers adorned with sharp spines, its long antennae swaying back and forth. Zhou Wen nearly burst into laughter. It was a large lobster. Grateful for the bounty of the sea, he murmured a word of thanks and approached with his wooden spear. The lobster, sensing danger, raised its head high. Its pincers aimed menacingly at Zhou Wen. Observing its fearsome shell, Zhou Wen decided against risking an attempt to capture it whole. He raised a spear and thrust. The unfortunate lobster was pierced and lifted from the water, measuring a substantial 50 centimeters in length. Its legs and pincers flailed wildly, and its tail thrashed up and down in a desperate struggle. But alas, it could not break free. Zhou Wen assessed the weight of the colossal lobster, which weighed an impressive 7 to 8 pounds. It promised to be a delectable feast when roasted. He had never before encountered such a large lobster, and merely contemplating it set his mouth watering profusely. With a sense of pride, Zhou Wen skewered the half-alive lobster onto a wooden spear. striding towards the beach with the swagger of a fisherman who, after catching a great fish, finds himself inexplicably lost on his way home. The girls foraging for seafood on the sand gazed in astonishment, exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, what a massive lobster! You're incredible, brother one." Zhou Wen feigned modesty, responding with a light-hearted, "Haha, it's nothing special." After taking a stroll along the beach, Zhou Wen returned to the shelter. Realizing the lobster was too large to fit in his backpack, he ventured back to the shore, intending to retrieve the fish traps he had cast aside earlier that morning. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, he felt around for a stone wedged in the crevices and then located the rope tied to it. A gentle tug confirmed that the line had not snapped. With deft movements, Zhou Wen pulled the fish trap back towards him. As he hoisted it onto the rocks, water gushed out from the crevices, accompanied by the sounds of flapping, suggesting that some quarry was struggling within. Weighing the trap in his hands, he estimated it to be around 7 to 8 pounds, and after accounting for the residual seawater and stones he had previously added, the actual catch was likely over 5 pounds. He placed the trap on the sand and proceeded to retrieve another one, which yielded a similarly impressive haul. Spreading a large leaf on the beach, he untied the first trap, flipping it over to release a lively assortment of seafood. There were a dozen shrimp, 7 or 8 small crabs, several mantis shrimp, and numerous fish of varying sizes, along with a few small octopuses. Delighted, Zhou Wen collected the shrimp, crabs, and mantis shrimp into his backpack, then proceeded to process the fish and octopuses right there, using a stone to slice open their bellies and remove their innards, which he tossed back into the traps as bait. After cleansing the cleaned fish and octopuses in seawater to rid them of sand and blood, he placed them into his backpack. He then untied the second trap and emptied its contents onto the leaf, discovering a solitary blue crab among the catch, while the rest was comparable to the previous haul. Once he had processed the second catch, he added it to his backpack. Zhou Wen resealed both traps and cast them back into the sea, planning to return at low tide the following morning for further collection. He glanced at the bustling seafood in his backpack, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Such a bountiful yield would have taken an eternity to gather solely from the beach and tidal pools, yet by employing traps, he had exerted minimal effort aside from the initial crafting. Thus, the creation of tools stands as humanity's most formidable capability. Picking up his backpack, Zhou Wen waved to the girls, calling out, "Ladies, it's time to head back and prepare for the barbecue." Coming, they chimed back with laughter as they gathered their small baskets and made their way back under the setting sun. Due to Gao Lu's illness, the previously subtle rift between them had lessened considerably, allowing everyone to come together for dinner this time. A single campfire proved insufficient, prompting Zhou Wen to set up an additional one nearby. He gathered several branches and secured them on either side of the fire, crafting a barbecue rack with 2 long branches. Thus, the original campfire was designated for stone grilling, while the second one was reserved for direct barbecuing. When Zhou Wen emptied the contents of his backpack, revealing a bounty of seafood, the young women were left astonished. Luo Xiaoman, wide-eyed with disbelief, exclaimed, "Brother Wen, in just a short while, you not only found a large lobster, but also gathered so much seafood." Zhou Wen, with a satisfied smile, replied, "It's merely routine, no need for alarm." He further elaborated, "I set 2 fish traps in the sea, which automatically catch smaller seafood." Luo Xiaoman, filled with admiration, remarked, "Brother Wen, you are truly impressive. I gather seafood daily and my back aches from it. So when chakid, no waities. I can teach you how to weave fish traps." Luo Xiaoman joyfully responded, "That sounds wonderful." The others laughed, yet only Hu Cc pursed her lips, murmuring something under her breath. Chapter 32. The delicacy of lobster. Everyone pitched in, placing the seafood on the stone slab and grill to roast. Zhou Wen took a stone and cracked open the lobster's shell, then designated a section of glowing coals in the campfire for grilling the lobster. Finding seafood alone too monotonous, Zhou Wen instructed Chung Mengqi to bring over other foods. "Mengqi, you and your companion chop the kudzu root into small pieces and place them on the coals. Qinghe, you are responsible for opening coconuts and grilling the seafood." Zhou Wen began issuing commands, and the young women instinctively obeyed, while maintaining a calm demeanor. Zhou Wen felt a sense of triumph within. With each command, they would gradually come to instinctively submit to his leadership. He retrieved grasshoppers from his backpack, skewered them on slender branches, and placed them on the grill. Luo Xiaoman, astonished, inquired, "Brother Wen, what are you doing? You eat insects too?" Zhou Wen responded with curiosity, Grilling grasshoppers. Haven't you ever had barbecue? They're quite common at street vendors. Several pieces cost just a few coins. Luo Xiaoman, looking disheartened, replied, I have a tendency to gain weight. Eating too much makes me plump, so I rarely indulge in such oily foods. Zhou Wen glanced at her rounded figure, adorned in leaf attire, yet unable to conceal her ample form. He thought to himself, indeed, your nourishment has developed where it should. Gaining any more weight would compromise your balance. The other young women wore expressions of disdain, keeping their distance. Zhou Wen, perplexed, asked, haven't any of you tried them? They all shook their heads. Zhou Wen shook his head in disbelief. This is a delicacy, rich in protein. You truly lack fortune. Ding Yutong pouted. I've seen them at barbecue stalls. They look too unappealing for me to try. Zhou Wen pointed at the lobster and chuckled. In essence, this is merely a bug from the water. Yet I see no one refusing to eat it. Ding Yutong playfully retorted. That's different. So when's mirkt, fine? Your refusal works in my favor. I find it insufficient for myself. Each person tended to their ingredients, ensuring even heating. Soon, the air was filled with a delectable aroma. Gurgle. An unknown stomach protested, signaling hunger. With her gastrointestinal function still quite weak, Gao Lu found herself excluded, sitting alone at the back, gazing longingly at the food roasting over the campfire, lamenting, help, I want to eat too. Gu Qinghe, with a stern expression, admonished her, always thinking about food. Who told you to devour so many mangoes at once? You were merely fortunate, and with Wen Ji's assistance, your life might have been in jeopardy otherwise. Gao Lu, with a woeful countenance, replied, Sister Qinghe, I understand my mistake, but I'm truly hungry now. Gu Qinghe turned a glance at Zhou Wen, seeking his opinion with her eyes. Zhou Wen subtly shook his head, stating, illness descends like a mountain, but departs like a thread. Gao Lu's recent bout of diarrhea will require several days for her gastrointestinal function to recover. For now, we should provide her with light food. Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement. All right, I shall prepare some mashed coconut meat for her shortly. Upon hearing this, Gao Lu stretched her arms towards the sky and cried out in despair, no, I will starve. Zhou Wen, typically lenient with food enthusiasts, chuckled, how about I make you fish soup with coconut milk later? Gao Lu's eyes brightened, eagerly nodding her head like a chick pecking a grain, exclaiming, yes, yes. Wengu, you are the best. I love you. Zhou Wen laughed heartily. All right, I grant you permission to love me. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong instinctively frowned, casting disapproving glances at Gao Lu. Zhou Wen selected a silver pomfret, approximately 20 centimeters in length, intending to prepare fish soup for Gao Lu. Cheng Mengqi gently pressed his hand down, saying softly, Wengu, you have worked hard all day. Let me handle it. Zhou Wen, indifferent, replied, sure, go ahead. Cheng Mengqi took the silver pomfret, using a stone knife to remove its head and tail, retaining only the body, which she placed in a coconut shell, pouring in about 2/3 of the coconut milk before placing it on the rack to cook. As the food gradually cooked, the young women instinctively looked at Zhou Wen, none daring to pick up their chopsticks first. Zhou Wen, feeling quite pleased, picked up a piece of roasted kudzu root, took a bite, and declared it's nearly ready. Everyone dig in. Only then did the young women smile and eagerly reach for their chopsticks, while Gao Lu lingered at the back, begrudgingly muttering to herself. This marked their second communal meal, and the atmosphere was rather pleasant. Even Hu Sisi refrained from complaining, knowing she could not procure such a variety of food herself. As the fish soup began to boil, its aroma wafted through the camp, enticing others to salivate. Zhou Wen himself felt slightly overheated from the constant barbecue. However, the coconut shell was rather small, sufficient only for a patient's meal, and given Zhou Wen's appetite, it would require several batches, which seemed a waste of time. He pondered whether to create pottery, which could be used for soup, stews, and even for storing fresh water. However, pottery production necessitated clay and fresh water. Finding a freshwater river or lake would meet both requirements at once. Zhou Wen increasingly felt the urge to explore deeper into the deserted island to swiftly locate a freshwater source. Once the fish soup was ready, Cheng Mengqi carefully removed the coconut shell from the campfire with a stick, poured its contents into a coconut shell bowl, and then presented it to Gao Lu. Gao Lu accepted it joyfully, saying, Mengqi, thank you. Cheng Mengqi replied coolly, you're welcome. Then she returned to sit beside Zhou Wen, gracefully serving him a variety of dishes like a devoted wife. Gao Lu blew on the fish soup, cautiously sipped a mouthful, and squinted her eyes in delight, exclaiming, wow, this is delicious. Zhou Wen added 2 slices of roasted kudzu root onto her plate, saying, "Here, let me provide you with some starch, but do not overindulge in this." Gao Lu smiled sweetly, replying, "Thank you, Wen Ge." After a while, the lobster was finally roasted to perfection. Zhou Wen placed the lobster onto a pristine large leaf, lifted the shell from the tail, revealing the translucent meat underneath, its rich aroma wafting through the air, making him swallow involuntarily. He took a wild mango, squeezed its juice over the lobster meat, and enthusiastically declared, "Come, come, everyone have a taste." The girls exchanged glances, and it was Cheng Mengqi who first picked up a piece and brought it to Zhou Wen's lips, saying, "Wen Ge, you should eat first." Zhou Wen chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might poison you?" Cheng Mengqi playfully retorted, "Of course not. We merely wish to show you respect." Zhou Wen took a hearty bite of the lobster meat, chewing thoughtfully. The lobster's flesh was firm and springy, infused with the ocean's natural sweetness, while the tanginess of the wild mango masked the marine taste, elevating the overall flavor experience. After swallowing the lobster, Zhou Wen remarked, "Not bad. Everyone dig in." "Great." The girls eagerly picked up their chopsticks, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, this is truly delicious." Gao Lu glanced at her bowl of fish soup, suddenly feeling it lacked freshness. The succulent meat from the lobster's tail was quickly devoured, leaving everyone satisfied as they sipped on coconut juice to aid digestion. Chapter 33. Weaving a straw hat after dinner. Having tidied up, the group took advantage of the remaining daylight to frolic by the seaside. During the night watched the previous evening, Zhou Wen had woven a rattan ball, filled with leaves as a cushion. The girls joyfully engaged in a game of beach volleyball on the sand, alleviating the psychological stress of being stranded on a deserted island. The beach, long silent for years, was suddenly filled with the sweet laughter of young ladies. Zhou Wen played alongside them for a while, watching the white, round balls bounce around, finding it immensely entertaining. As night fully descended and the sea breeze turned cooler, everyone returned to their shelter to prepare for rest. Zhou Wen believed that although the fish trap could not catch large seafood, it would yield a steady supply. So he spent some time before sleeping to weave 2 more traps. That night, it was Cheng Mengqi's turn to keep watch for the first half, while Zhou Wen and Ding Yutong retreated to the shelter to rest. In the confined space shared by a man and woman, the atmosphere was undeniably intimate, and Zhou Wen could not resist the temptation to reach out cautiously. "Wen Ge, no," Ding Yutong protested, caught in a playful refusal. After a brief snack of soft tofu, fatigue washed over Zhou Wen, and he unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Hearing rhythmic snores beside her, Ding Yutong was taken aback, turning to gaze at Zhou Wen for a moment. Realizing he was genuinely asleep, frustrated, she bit her teeth together, feeling a pang of self-doubt about her own charm. The night passed in silence, and at the stroke of midnight, Zhou Wen awoke automatically to take over the watch from the drowsy Cheng Mengqi. The 2 individuals embraced each other affectionately for a while, and upon noticing that Cheng Mengqi was utterly fatigued, Zhou Wen felt a surge of tenderness and refrained from disturbing her, allowing her to retire for the night. He added some wood to the campfire, coaxing the flames to burn more vigorously. The sea breeze whistled around them, and the rhythmic sound of the waves echoed, becoming particularly distinct in the tranquil embrace of the night. Listening to this soothing white noise, Zhou Wen's mind gradually emptied, nearly lulling him in a slumber while seated. He quickly stood up, stretched lazily, and moved his limbs to dispel the drowsiness. Realizing he needed to engage in some activity, he contemplated the tedium of sitting idle, which could easily lead to sleep. Zhou Wen was not particularly concerned about the fire extinguishing. Rather, he feared the intrusion of unwelcome wild beasts or sudden changes in the weather during the night. Surveying the campsite, he noted that he had woven numerous baskets of various sizes over the past few days, enabling him to store different foods in separate containers. Additionally, he had fashioned several wooden spears, placing them around the shelter for quick access in the event of danger. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. There were indeed many tasks he could undertake, such as charcoal burning, pottery making, or stone tool crafting. Yet all these activities necessitated fresh water, leaving Zhou Wen in a predicament akin to a skilled housewife unable to cook without rice. After pondering for a while, he concluded that only wood and vines were in abundant supply. However, working with wood was labor-intensive and required appropriate tools. So he decided to focus on how to manipulate the vines instead. What else could he weave from the vines? As he contemplated, His gaze inadvertently fell upon a straw hat hanging from a tree branch, and an idea sparked in his mind. Why not craft a conical hat? It could shield him from the sun during the day and protect him from falling insects while traversing the jungle. Without further ado, he set to work. The vines were plentiful in the vicinity, so he had no shortage of materials. There existed a particular technique for weaving hats, which involved finding a long branch resembling an octopus's tentacle, trimming away the superfluous twigs, and tying a knot with the vines at the center. Then, he would wrap the vines around the branch in an alternating pattern. Although this method was straightforward and efficient, the resulting hat might lack aesthetic appeal. At that moment, Zhou Wen could not find a suitable branch, and thus resorted to traditional weaving methods. He gathered 4 vines and arranged them in an X shape on the ground, securing the center with fine string to form the hat's framework. He then took another vine and began the circular weaving from the center of the framework, employing the same alternating technique. With each round, the vine would pass alternately through the adjacent framework, tightening every 3 rounds to shape the hat's crown into a hemisphere. As he continued weaving, the conical hat gradually expanded, and when it reached a satisfactory size, he began to finish the edges, cutting off the excess vine. After completing the basic structure, Zhou Wen inspected the junctions of the crown, body, and brim, reinforcing any loose areas and filling gaps with finer vines to enhance the overall structural integrity of the hat. Finally, he twisted a piece of bark into a length of cord, threading it through the brim of the hat with a sharp branch and securing it with a tight knot to serve as a hat strap. Having crafted a straw hat, Zhou Wen placed it atop his head, finding it somewhat satisfactory. Although not aesthetically pleasing, it certainly promised to provide shade and protection from insects. He planned to seek out some resin, perhaps pine sap, to coat it for added waterproofing on rainy days. Zhou Wen hung the completed hat on a tree beside the shelter to let it air out, then stretched his limbs and yawned. Gazing upward, he noted the heavy darkness of the night, estimating that dawn was still 2 or 3 hours away. Contemplating the abundance of materials at his disposal, he decided to weave another hat. Today, he intended to accompany Gu Qinghe into the jungle to familiarize her with the paths, and this new hat would serve her well. His recent endeavors in crafting rattan products had significantly enhanced his weaving skills, allowing him to create a hat with relative ease. By the time he finished the second hat, the sky was beginning to brighten with the first hints of dawn. After yawning again, Zhou Wen made his way to the shoreline, observing the awakening sea. He slowly stretched his body, performing a series of morning exercises. After breathing in the slightly salty air for a while, he returned to the shelter to rouse Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong. Each morning and evening, during low tide, they needed to scavenge the shore for seafood. Currently, this was their primary means of supplementing their food supply, but Zhou Wen hoped that as he increased the number of fish traps, they would eventually enjoy a more stable and abundant harvest. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong lingered in bed for a moment before sleepily emerging from the shelter, greeting him with, "Brother Wen, good morning." Zhou Wen replied, "Good morning." Noticing their lethargic demeanor, he patted their backs and encouraged, "The early bird catches the worm. Let us wake up." The 2 girls rubbed their faces and mustered some energy. They took out wild mint leaves and soft twigs to brush their teeth, spitting out the remnants. Ding Yutong murmured, "When we be able to brush our teeth with real water? This makeshift method feels like it's turning my teeth green." Zhou Wen laughed. "Green teeth could be fun. You could audition for the role of Shrek without makeup." Ding Yutong retorted playfully, "Brother Wen, you're annoying." He reassured her, "Haha, I'll find a way to get some fresh water later, so we can brush our teeth properly every day." Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi's eyes brightened with delight as they exclaimed, "Really? Brother Wen, you must work hard." Zhou Wen patted his chest, declaring, "Trust me, it will be fine." Chapter 34. Excavating the condensation pool after their playful banter, the trio gathered their tools and headed to the beach. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong meandered along the shore, while Zhou Wen went directly to the spot where he had set the fish traps. Upon retrieving the 2 traps, he emptied their contents and was pleasantly surprised to find that the night's catch exceeded that of the day, with nearly 10 pounds of seafood in each trap. He processed the fish and squid innards, discarding them back into the traps as bait before casting them once more into the sea. The 2 older traps, as well as the 2 newly woven traps from the previous day, were similarly prepared and cast back into the water. After meandering around the tidal pools, Zhou Wen regrettably noted the absence of larger catches that morning, not wishing to expend energy on smaller creatures. He decided to return to the shelter with his basket. Let Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong prepare breakfast, while Zhou Wen ventures to the beach to excavate some condensation pools, intending to collect fresh water through the process of evaporation. He lifts his gaze to the sky, where the sun timidly reveals half its face, casting a golden hue along the horizon. Zhou Wen finds a stone, steps out from the shade, and races to the shoreline, discerning the tide line before commencing to dig. Close to the seawater, he soon uncovers moist sand. The morning breeze caresses his skin, invigorating him. At that moment, Gu Qinghe and the others awaken, chattering excitedly as they carry their tools to the beach. Upon observing Zhou when digging, their curiosity peaks. Luo Xiaoman calls out, "Brother Wen, what are you up to? Are you digging for something delicious?" Zhou Wen waves to them and replies, "I'm constructing a few condensation pools to collect some fresh water for our needs." Luo Xiaoman's eyes widen in admiration as she exclaims, "Brother Wen, you're amazing." Zhou Wen chuckles modestly. It's nothing special. The three young women walk along the beach, occasionally glancing back at him as they gather seafood, clearly wishing for fresh water but tactfully refraining from asking for it. Zhou Wen resumes his digging. Time slips away, and after sweating profusely, he finally excavates a pit over 30 centimeters deep and nearly 60 centimeters wide. He returns to the shelter to fetch several empty coconut shells, selecting an appropriate one to place in the pit. Next, armed with a stone knife, he harvests some leaves from a nearby banana tree. Dragging the broad banana leaves back to the pit, Zhou Wen carefully covers it, ensuring it is tightly sealed and pressing the edges with sand to prevent air leakage, securing it further with stones. Lastly, he places a small stone at the center of the banana leaves, causing a slight dip, allowing the condensation to flow toward the center and drip into the coconut shell. Digging in the sand proves to be relatively effortless, and Zhou Wen continues without resting, knowing that this condensation device is not highly efficient and requires multiple setups to be effective. He diligently constructs 5 condensation pools, nearly stripping the nearby banana trees bare. Once completed, Zhou Wen washes the sand from his hands at the water's edge before returning to the shelter. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong are bustling around the campfire, one grilling seafood and kudzu root, while the other skillfully opens coconuts with a stone. Under the pressure of survival, it has only been a few days, yet these formerly delicate young women have already acquired numerous wilderness survival skills. Upon seeing Zhou Wen approach, they beam at him. Cheng Mingqi says, "Brother Wen, please sit and rest. The meal will be ready soon." Zhou Wen nods, "Yes, make sure to grill more kudzu and fish. I plan to take Gu Qinghe into the jungle to familiarize her with the terrain and how to procure food, so I want to be back for lunch." Cheng Mingqi responds affirmatively, while Ding Yutong pouts, "Brother Wen, you're being so biased. Why aren't you taking us along?" Zhou Wen, with a playful smile, pinches her cheek and replies, "I'm just concerned about how hard it would be for you." While expressing such sentiments verbally, her heart harbored the thought that Gu Qinghe, being the captain, possessed significantly stronger management skills than the other girls and commanded a certain influence among them, making her a suitable candidate to cultivate as a deputy. Ding Yutong felt a surge of happiness and remarked, "She is not afraid of hard work." Zhou Wen encouraged her, saying, "All right then, I'll take you next time." Ding Yutong's delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile as she nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen added, "You all continue with your tasks. I shall go next door to relay some information." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong responded in unison, "Understood, Brother Wen." Upon entering the adjacent area, Zhou Wen noticed Gu Qinghe and her companions busily tending to the campfire. They greeted him warmly. "Brother Wen, good morning." He reciprocated, "Good morning to you all as well." His gaze fell upon Gao Lu, whose condition had improved significantly since yesterday. She could move freely now, though her complexion still bore a hint of pallor, and her demeanor appeared somewhat languid, reminiscent of a delicate flower. "Gao Lu, how are you feeling today?" he inquired. A faint smile graced Gao Lu's face as she replied, "Much better. However, standing for extended periods still tires me." Zhou Wen reassured her, "That is a normal occurrence. A few days of rest and some nutritional replenishment will suffice." Gao Lu nodded appreciatively. "All right, thank you, Brother Wen." Gu Qinghe, observing Zhou Wen, teased, "Brother Wen is quite concerned about Xiao Lu. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Why not make Xiao Lu your girlfriend?" Gao Lu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as her eyes shyly met Zhou Wen's, suggesting a flicker of interest. Zhou Wen shot Gu Qinghe an exasperated glance, silently pondering. "I maintain a pure relationship with Gao Lu, Yet you, Gu Qinghe, engage in playful banter with me. How dare you say such things? With a hint of annoyance, he retorted, Indeed, I have taken a liking to you. It's merely an extension of affection towards her. How about you offer yourself in return? With a playful spark in her eyes and her chin slightly raised, Gu Qinghe provocatively replied, Why not? Bring on. As models. They had likely encountered countless risque jokes, and such banter was dismissed by Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu as mere jest, eliciting laughter from the sidelines. However, Hu Sisi regarded them with suspicion, feeling that there was something amiss between them, which consequently led her to harbor a disfavor towards Gu Qinghe. In front of everyone, Gu Qinghe maintained an air of modesty, refraining from overtly displaying intimacy with Zhou Wen, allowing the playful exchanges to conclude without further escalation. Zhou Wen articulated his intentions, stating, We should no longer perceive significant risks regarding our food supply. Thus, we must prioritize the search for fresh water above all else. Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement. The lack of washing facilities over the past few days had nearly driven the girls to madness. Zhou Wen continued, In my recent explorations of the vicinity, I have not located any water sources. Therefore, I plan to traverse the jungle tomorrow and ascend that mountain. He gestured toward the nearby hill. Gu Qinghe, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Do you require my company on this venture? Zhou Wen shook his head. No, you should stay behind. Today, I intend to take you on a stroll through the nearby jungle to teach you about edible plants and medicinal herbs. Tomorrow's expedition may extend for an indefinite period, and the girls will need your leadership in my absence. A hint of concern flickered in Gu Qinghe's eyes as she asked, Will there be any dangers? Zhou Wen said, It's all right, I will be cautious. If we don't find fresh water soon and can't maintain personal hygiene, I fear that everyone will gradually fall ill, and that would be disastrous. Thus, a bit of risk must be undertaken. Gu Qinghe felt a weight in her heart and nodded silently. Chapter 35. Familiarizing Gu Qinghe with the jungle after a brief exchange, Zhou Wen returned to have a meal. Following a satisfying feast, he began to pack his gear in preparation for entering the jungle. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong wrapped some roasted kudzu root and grilled fish in leaves, placing them in a backpack as Zhou Wen's lunch. Zhou Wen also took 2 green coconuts to replenish their hydration. Dressed in vine shoes, a bamboo hat atop his head, a backpack on his back, and a wooden spear in hand, he was ready to set off. Cheng Mingqi approached and kissed Zhou Wen gently, expressing her concern. Be careful on the road, Brother Wen. Ding Yutong followed suit, hugging Zhou Wen's neck and giving him a kiss, saying, Come back early, Brother Wen. Zhou Wen waved his hand with a smile, reassuring them. There's no need to worry. I'm just taking Gu Qinghe to familiarize herself with the nearby jungle. We won't venture far. Zhou Wen then equipped himself with another set of gear and walked over to the adjacent campsite. Gu Qinghe was packing food into her small basket with the help of Luo Xiaoman. Zhou Wen said, Don't take that little basket. Use this backpack instead. It holds more and frees up your hands. Gu Qinghe accepted the backpack, replying, All right, Brother Wen. She transferred the items from her basket into the backpack and then slung it over her shoulder. Zhou Wen handed her a bamboo hat and a wooden spear, saying here, Gu Qinghe donned the hat, securing the chin strap, and took the wooden spear, exclaiming, I'm ready. Zhou Wen replied, Then let us set off. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman expressed their concern from the side, saying, Brother Wen, Sister Qinghe, please be safe. Hu Sisi, however, lurked in a corner, disdainfully curling her lip, seemingly muttering something derogatory. Zhou Wen paid her no mind, giving Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman a thumbs up, indicating that everything would be fine with him around. As they entered the jungle, Gu Qinghe felt a bit anxious. Over the past few days, they had only gathered twigs at the jungle's edge and had not ventured deep within. Gu Qinghe had often heard tales of the jungle's dangers, filled with venomous snakes and wild beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to getting lost and potentially trapped within its depths. Thus, she was hesitant to proceed further. Zhou Wen led the way, using his spear to part the grass, twigs, and brush, cautiously guiding their path while advising, in the forest, try to avoid walking through dense grass, shrubs, or areas with a lot of fallen leaves, as they may conceal dangers. If you absolutely must cross such areas, use the spear to probe ahead first. Gu Qinghe maintained a serious expression, her breathing slightly hurried, uncertain of how much she absorbed from his instructions. Upon entering the jungle, the light dimmed significantly, and the surrounding trees and shrubs were lush and dense, rendering the horizon nearly invisible. The distant sounds of birds added immense pressure to the atmosphere. The air felt damp, and each breath felt sticky, leading Gu Qinghe to believe that something was constricting her chest. Zhou Wen glanced back and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "There's no need to be so tense. There are no monsters here." Gu Qinghe shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "I am not tense." Zhou Wen teased, "Then who is causing such a ruckus?" The sound of the wind, whistling, could likely be heard from 2 miles away. Annoyed, Gu Qinghe spat at Zhou Wen. Though her tense emotions had eased considerably, Zhou Wen advised her, saying that upon entering the jungle, one should remain vigilant but not overly anxious, as excessive tension could rapidly deplete one's energy. Gu Qinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Wen then took a sharp stone and marked a tree trunk nearby, explaining that it is easy to get lost in the jungle, so it is best to create a noticeable marker after traveling a certain distance. He carved an arrow on the trunk, handed the stone to Gu Qinghe, and encouraged her to give it a try, reminding her that the marker should be prominent and indicate direction. All right. Gu Qinghe accepted the stone and diligently carved an elegant arrow beneath the one Zhou Wen had made. Zhou Wen suggested, "Try to make it thicker. That way, it will stand out more and be easier to find." Gu Qinghe nodded and followed his guidance, thickening the arrow. Once satisfied with her work, she stepped back to admire her creation and turned to Zhou Wen with hopeful eyes, asking, "Is this acceptable?" Zhou Wen responded, "Quite well done. Just like that. Let's continue." The two resumed their journey, and after a while, Zhou Wen pointed to a patch of plants at their feet, saying, "Look, this is wild mint." He plucked a handful of leaves and handed them to Gu Qinghe, explaining, "Wild mint possesses certain antibacterial properties. It is what we now use to replace toothpaste for brushing our teeth." Gu Qinghe accepted the wild mint, carefully examining the leaves and the plant itself, determined to commit it to memory. Zhou Wen continued, "The leaves of wild mint, when brewed into a tea, can alleviate headaches, sore throats, and indigestion. When crushed and applied to the skin, they can repel mosquitoes and relieve itching." As he spoke, Zhou Wen picked another handful of wild mint, crushed it, and applied it to his straw hat and body to fend off the buzzing insects around him. He then mischievously grabbed another handful, looking at Gu Qinghe with a grin, saying, "Let me apply some for you." Gu Qinghe rolled her eyes and replied, "I can manage on my own." Zhou Wen, still smiling, insisted, "No need to be modest. I simply enjoy helping others." He then smeared the mint juice on her neck and arms. Gu Qinghe squirmed slightly, teasingly exclaiming, "It's so itchy. Ugh. It feels a bit chilly." After gathering some wild mint to place in her backpack, they continued onward. The jungle was abundant with edible plants, and soon Zhou Wen spotted some wild shepherd's purse. He picked a few, handed them to Gu Qinghe, and said, "This is wild shepherd's purse, also known as revolutionary vegetable. It is also edible and can relieve constipation and symptoms of colds." Gu Qinghe took the wild shepherd's purse and examined it closely. Zhou Wen remarked, "We'll review it later. For now, let us keep moving." "Okay." Gu Qinghe grabbed a handful of wild shepherd's purse and tossed it into her backpack. As noon approached, Zhou Wen led Gu Qinghe to a patch of kudzu vines. He said, "This is kudzu. Its roots are what we have been consuming these past few days, serving as an important source of carbohydrates. While you may not need to recognize other plants, you must remember this one clearly." Zhou Wen guided Gu Qinghe along the vine to its roots, taking the sharp stone to dig near the root area. The roots of kudzu are remarkably extensive, thus one should not dig too close to avoid damaging the kudzu itself. "Come, let us join forces." Zhou Wen handed Gu Qinghe a flat stone. Gu Qinghe squatted beside him, and they began to work together. As the soil was continuously excavated, a thick section of kudzu root emerged. Zhou Wen broke off a side root, brushed off the dirt, inhaled the scent of the broken end, and, after taking a small bite and chewing a few times, feeling assured of its safety, he offered it to Gu Qinghe. Wild kudzu is generally non-toxic. However, some poisonous plants bear a resemblance to it. So it is wise to first check for any irritating odors and then take a tiny nibble. If any unpleasant or bitter taste is detected, it must not be consumed. Gu Qinghe accepted the kudzu root, following his guidance, first inhaling the aroma at the cut surface, then taking a small bite and chewing slowly, diligently committing the flavor to memory. Chapter 36. Gu Qinghe is bitten by a snake together. They unearthed this piece of kudzu root, weighing approximately several dozen pounds, enough for several girls to eat for days. They placed the kudzu into a backpack and continued on their journey. In the jungle, many tender leaves of plants are edible. But Zhou Wen merely offered a brief introduction without insisting that Gu Qinghe memorize them. Primarily, these items, lacking in oil and seasoning, are rather unpalatable. Survival necessitates such sacrifices. Yet in their current situation, food was not scarce, rendering the consumption of bitter fare unnecessary. Around midday, they rested on a large rock, sharing the food they had brought. Like a pair of young lovers on an outing, they fed each other, creating a sweet atmosphere. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen understood that all of this was but an illusion. Once they completed the challenge and returned to modern society, it was highly probable that they would never see each other again, like strangers. Therefore, he felt it imperative to cherish the present moment. Having satisfied their hunger, Zhou Wen opened 2 green coconuts, handing one to Gu Qinghe. "Thank you," Gu Qinghe replied, sipping delicately from the coconut water. Zhou Wen turned to observe her. Her cheeks flushed, and despite several days without grooming or makeup, her natural beauty remained striking. Gu Qinghe glanced back at Zhou Wen, noticing his gaze fixed upon her face, and felt a surge of pride. Teasingly, she asked, "What's the matter? Are you so captivated by my innate beauty that you cannot look away?" Zhou Wen playfully retorted, "Stop being vain. I'm merely satisfying my basic needs, settling for you." Gu Qinghe, dissatisfied, twisted her body and swatted Zhou Wen's hand away, saying, "Humph, I want to settle for you." She inadvertently spotted a small green lizard resting on a nearby rock and pointed to it, saying, "Go find it to settle for." TSK. Women can be so tiresome. She had initiated the jest, yet became offended at his playful retort. Zhou Wen leaned over to glance at the small lizard, then wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer and said with a smile, "All right, I'm not like Sangu. I do appreciate your fair skin, beauty, and splendid figure." Gu Qinghe pouted. "Then why would you settle? The mighty salmon embarks on a journey across half the globe for a purpose." Zhou Wen, in an attempt to charm the fair maiden, leaned in close to Gu Qinghe, showering her with compliments that left her flustered and soon pliable. Startled, the little lizard flicked its tail and scurried away. 40 minutes later, under the bright sun amidst the dense forest, the two found themselves in a primal embrace. Zhou Wen, cradling Gu Qinghe as they sat upon a stone, gasped for breath and chuckled, remarking, "It feels as though we are reenacting Tarzan." Gu Qinghe laughed heartily, playfully touching Zhou Wen's stubble, and inquired, "So, are you the ape or Tarzan?" Zhou Wen replied with a grin, "That depends on whether you favor humanity or the animal kingdom." Such a tease. Gu Qinghe playfully slapped Zhou Wen's chest before nestling quietly in his arms, relishing the moment in silence. After a while, they parted and tidied themselves. Zhou Wen glanced at the sky and suggested, "Let us proceed, circumventing from the southwest. There are many myrtles along the way. Not only can they be consumed directly, but they can also be dried for provisions." They resumed their journey, with Zhou Wen leading the way and Gu Qinghe following closely behind. Through their profound exchange, Zhou Wen remained remarkably composed, while Gu Qinghe found her focus wavering and her legs growing weak. After walking for a while, Gu Qinghe inadvertently lost her balance, stepping into a patch of wild grass. She seemed to have trodden upon something slippery and suddenly felt a sharp sting on her calf. Glancing down, she saw a small yellow-green snake had bitten her before it hastily slithered away. Like a thunderbolt, the realization struck Gu Qinghe, who let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground, her mind blank except for a singular thought. "I have been bitten by a snake. I am doomed." Zhou Wen, hearing her scream, swiftly turned and raised his wooden spear, yet saw no threat, only Gu Qinghe sitting on the ground, dazed. He hurried over in a few quick strides. "What happened?" Zhou Wen crouched beside her, repeatedly asking, but she appeared as though she had frozen. With a swift slap, he jolted her back to reality. Gu Qinghe focused her gaze upon Zhou Wen and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Zhou Wen, I've been bitten by a snake. I'm going to die." Silence. "It's not so easy to die. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine." Zhou Wen admonished her, knowing that excessive emotion could accelerate the spread of venom through the bloodstream. "Were you bitten?" Gu Qinghe lifted her calf, pointing to a line of shallow bite marks. "Here." Zhou Wen gently held her leg, inspecting the bite marks closely. They were shallow, with only a single row of indentations, and he could find no sign of venomous fangs. He breathed a sigh of relief. It probably wasn't a poisonous snake. The snake's bite force seemed minimal, as it had left marks without breaking the skin, likely less potent than the pressure she had felt during their earlier intimate conversation. What did the snake look like? Zhou Wen inquired. Gu Qing had gestured, describing about this long and thick, yellow-green in color. Zhou Wen mused to himself, realizing it was less than a meter long, appearing to be a small snake, which explained why it hadn't pierced her skin. Is the head triangular or oval? Gu Qing pondered for a moment, then, with tears in her eyes, replied, I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. With her eyes brimming with tears, she looked at Zhou Wen and asked, What now? Are you going to make me take drugs? Zhou Wen couldn't help but chuckle, saying, What's the matter? Just because you were bitten by a snake, you think you need drugs? That's quite a stereotype. Let me share an interesting fact. If bitten by a venomous snake, taking drugs would be utterly useless, and it might even endanger the person trying to assist you. Gu Qing burst into tears, exclaiming, So, am I just left to wait for death? Zhou Wen reassured her with a smile. All right, don't be anxious. The snake that bit you is non-venomous. You won't die. Gu Qing froze momentarily, then excitedly asked, Really? Zhou Wen laughed heartily. If it were a venomous snake, with you crying like that, the venom would have taken effect by now. Do you feel any discomfort? Gu Qing checked her body, suddenly exhaling in relief, and through her tears, she said, That's wonderful. You scare me to death. Noticing Zhou Wen laughing beside her, Gu Qing felt a bit annoyed and punched him lightly, saying, You're so mean. I was almost terrified, and you're still laughing. Zhou Wen grasped her fist and replied, I just think you're adorable. Gu Qing had always presented herself as a strong and charismatic woman in front of him, but seeing her cry like a little girl due to a snake startled Zhou Wen, revealing a different charm in her. Her cheeks flushed. Gu Qing turned her head away, sulking. Well, although it was a non-venomous snake, there are generally numerous bacteria in a snake's mouth, so one should not be careless. Fortunately, this snake was small and had only nipped her in a moment of panic, barely breaking her skin. Zhou Wen took out some mint leaves from his backpack, crushed them, and gently applied the paste to the bite mark. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Gu Qing shook her head, saying it feels cool, not painful. Zhou Wen replied, That's good. It means your skin isn't broken, so it should be fine. Stand up. He helped Gu Qing to her feet and asked, Take a few steps and see how you feel. Gu Qing walked a few steps, joyfully exclaiming, Wow, I really feel fine. Zhou Wen picked up the wooden spear she had dropped on the ground and handed it back to her, saying, Let us go. Chapter 37. Gu Qing, I think I might be developing feelings for you. After experiencing this unexpected yet harmless incident, Gu Qing fell into silence. Zhou Wen noticed her distracted demeanor, but chose not to say anything, leading her to a patch where myrtle grew. This cluster of myrtle must have dozens of plants, laden with fruits of varying sizes, in green, yellow, red, purple, and dark purple hues. The dark purple ones are ripe, suitable for direct consumption or drying into fruit preserves. Let us gather some to take back. Gu Qing nodded, okay. The two of them worked together, picking all the ripe fruits nearby, estimating they had gathered about 7 or 8 pounds. There were still many myrtle fruits that were not fully ripe, so they could return for another harvest in a while. Observing Gu Qing's demeanor, Zhou Wen decided against continuing their exploration. Let us head back. Gu Qing silently nodded. Zhou Wen sighed softly to himself, understanding that it was reasonable for a delicate girl to feel low-spirited after encountering such an emotionally charged incident. The path through the jungle was treacherous, and Zhou Wen had no intention of retracing his steps. Based on his previous exploration, he was aware that advancing a little further would lead them to the beach, where a safer and swifter route back could be found. Soon, they emerged from the dense foliage, greeted by the endless expanse of the sea. Breathing in the briny air, a sense of clarity washed over him, and Gu Qing's spirits visibly lifted. Zhou Wen scanned the ground nearby and spotted purslane. He gathered a generous handful, shaking off the sand, and gestured for Gu Qing to come and sit. Although she was puzzled, she obediently approached and settled down. Kneeling before her, Zhou Wen gently lifted her calf and placed it on his knee, crushing the purslane to extract its juice and applying it to the bite mark. As he worked, he explained, the antibacterial properties of purslane are stronger than those of wild mint. Although the snake did not break your skin, it is always better to err on the side of caution and avoid any risk of infection. Gu Qing watched Zhou Wen with a dazed expression, her thoughts a tangled mess. Suddenly, she blurted out, Thank you. Without looking up, Zhou Wen casually replied, You're welcome. Her emotions surged, and she impulsively declared, Zhou Wen, I think I might have developed feelings for you. Startled, Zhou Wen looked up and chuckled. All right, I approve. He intentionally jested, aware that Gu Qinghe might indeed be feeling something for him in this unusual circumstance. Yet he understood that such feelings would likely dissolve once the challenge concluded. After all, a woman like Gu Qinghe would not be entangled with an ordinary office worker like himself. Thus, he resolved to engage physically without allowing his heart to become involved. To avoid future heartache, irritated, Gu Qinghe kicked Zhou Wen and stood up, angrily picking up her wooden spear and striding forward without a backward glance. Zhou Wen jogged to catch her hand, but she huffed and tried to shake him off. He held her hand firmly, walking alongside her while glancing at her profile and saying, "Thank you for liking me." A slight tremor coursed through Gu Qinghe's slender frame. Though she continued to gaze straight ahead, her grip relaxed, and she ceased her attempts to pull away. Hand in hand, they walked along the coastline toward the shelter. Silence enveloped them, yet it felt as though they had shared an abundance of unspoken thoughts, their bond seemingly deepening beyond mere physical attraction. As they approached the shelter, Gu Qinghe suddenly released Zhou Wen's hand, turned, wrapped her arms around his neck, and stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips. Looking into his eyes, she said, "You're welcome," before taking a step back and skipping away with a light-hearted gait. Zhou Wen touched his lips, shaking his head slightly as he followed her. Upon their return, the girls who had remained behind were delighted to see them. Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu surrounded Gu Qinghe, chattering excitedly about her jungle exploration. Gu Qinghe recounted their journey with vivid detail, as if narrating a Hollywood adventure film, eliciting gasps and exclamation from her audience, especially when she mentioned the snake bite. Displaying the bite mark on her leg, she provoked another round of concerned inquiries from the two girls. Zhou Wen nearly burst into laughter. The faint tooth marks would have been invisible had he returned any later. He divided his harvest in half for the others before retreating to his own campsite. "Brother Wen, you're back." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong greeted him eagerly, assisting him in taking his backpack and wooden spear, placing them aside with care. Zhou Wen removed his hat, hanging it on a branch to air out, then settled down in the shade to rest. "Brother Wen, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a coconut to drink?" Cheng Mingqi inquired. With a smile, Zhou Wen replied, "Yes, please." "Thank you." Cheng Mingqi beamed sweetly, saying, "You're welcome." Ding Yutong, her eyes glinting mischievously, suggested, "Brother Wen, may I give your shoulders a massage?" Zhou Wen cheerfully accepted, "Sure. Just what I need. My shoulders are a bit sore." Ding Yutong grinned as she positioned herself behind him, her delicate hands pressing onto his shoulders. Their gazes met briefly, and then they nonchalantly looked away. After resting in the camp for a while, the sun began to set, casting a fiery glow across the sea. Zhou Wen recalled the condensation pools he had made in the morning and quickly got up to inspect them, with Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong curiously trailing behind. Upon reaching the first condensation pool, he cautiously lifted the banana leaves covering it, careful to prevent any sand from falling into the coconut shells beneath. Leaning down, he discovered that the coconut shell indeed held a fair amount of clear liquid. Grasping the edge of the shell, he carefully lifted it out. Dipping a finger into the water and tasting it, he confirmed it was fresh water. Taking a gentle sip, the coolness flooded his mouth, an extraordinary sensation. Having been accustomed to the sweet coconut juice, the pure fresh water felt remarkably refreshing and natural. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong looked at Zhou Wen expectantly, asking, "Brother Wen, how is it?" Zhou Wen gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It tastes wonderful." He passed the coconut shell to Cheng Mingqi, saying, "Here, have a taste. But don't drink too much. We'll boil it later for a proper drink." "Thank you, Brother Wen." Cheng Mingqi took a delicate sip, her eyes narrowing in delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, it's delicious." She then handed the coconut shell to Ding Yutong. Ding Yutong eagerly took a sip as well, her expression lighting up with joy as she remarked, "So refreshing. Drinking coconut juice every day feels a bit odd." Zhou Wen opened the other condensation pools, finding that the water levels were modest, about half a coconut shell's worth each, totaling around a liter. While sufficient for one person, it would barely provide a few sips per person when shared. Yet, having some was certainly better than none. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 38. The long-awaited boiled water. He combined the water from 5 coconut shells into 3, each person carrying one back to the camp. Assigning Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong the task of peeling the coconut shells to create pots for boiling water. Zhou Wen retrieved 3 empty coconut shells to re-establish the condensation pools on the beach. Next to the original campfire, he reconstructed a fire pit using stones, preparing a grilling rack, and placed the 3 coconut shell pots filled with fresh water atop to boil. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong sat nearby, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for some delectable dish. 10 minutes later, the water in the 3 coconut shells began to boil in succession. After an additional 2 minutes, Zhou Wen carefully removed the shells using a twig. Once they had cooled sufficiently to avoid burns, he distributed a bowl to both Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." "Thank you, Brother Wen," the 2 girls exclaimed sweetly, accepting the coconut shells, blowing gently on the liquid, and sipping cautiously. For the past few days, they had relied solely on coconut juice to quench their thirst, the sweetness overwhelming their palates, almost causing them to forget the taste of plain water altogether. The first sip felt rather bland, yet with subsequent sips, they gradually discerned the pure crispness, a simple flavor that rekindled their sensitivity to taste. Although it was equally hydrating, drinking plain water at that moment bestowed upon them a profound sense of pure replenishment, direct and tangible. As they savored the hard-earned plain water, expressions of joy and satisfaction adorned their faces. Zhou Wen lifted the last bowl of water, preparing to leave. Cheng Mengqi inquired curiously, "Where are you going, Brother Wen?" Zhou Wen explained, "Gao Lu has been experiencing diarrhea, and her gastrointestinal function has yet to fully recover. It's not advisable for her to continue consuming coconut juice, so I will bring this to her." Cheng Mengqi hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why not give her my portion as well?" Ding Yutong paused, glancing between Cheng Mengqi and Zhou Wen. Feeling somewhat reluctant, but still understanding, she handed her coconut shell bowl to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen smiled appreciatively. Regardless of whether their intentions were genuine or feigned, he appreciated the sentiment. "It's all right, you two keep it. Although Gao Lu is unwell, our relationship with you is far more intimate, so of course, you come first." Cheng Mengqi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glinting with a mix of joy and pride as she thought to herself how clever she was for boldly pursuing Zhou Wen on the very first night, undoubtedly changing her standing in his heart. She cast a furtive glance at Ding Yutong, thinking, TSK, allowing this little girl to take advantage is quite disheartening. However, maintaining her persona of being gentle and understanding before Zhou Wen, she refrained from targeting her. Meanwhile, Ding Yutong felt a touch of shyness, pondering whether she should take a more proactive approach, despite having shared a shelter for several nights without becoming overly close. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the 2 girls, Zhou Wen carried the plain water to the neighboring camp to enhance his rapport. Upon arriving at Gu Qinghe and the others' campsite, he observed Gu Qinghe, Gao Lu, and Luo Xiaoman engaged in lively conversation. In stark contrast, Hu Cixi sat awkwardly in front of her own shelter, her expression sour, as if someone owed her a considerable sum of money. Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow, wondering if she had been ostracized. He had heard that girls often tend to isolate and exclude a particular companion in their gatherings, and it appeared to be true in this case. Zhou Wen held a rather unfavorable view of Hu Cixi, thus he was disinclined to intervene. To him, Gu Qinghe, Gao Lu, and Luo Xiaoman were amiable individuals, and Hu Cixi's exclusion was likely due to her own issues. This was Gu Qinghe's first deep exploration of the jungle, and she was brimming with a desire to share her experiences. After having cried like a child from a snake bite, she was now embellishing her tales of bravery and fearlessness, causing Zhou Wen to chuckle at her exaggerated recounting. Gu Qinghe turned around and was taken aback to see Zhou Wen approaching. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately fixed him with a sharp gaze, signaling him to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Zhou Wen suppressed a chuckle as he settled beside her, adopting a serious demeanor to jest. Indeed, our brave Qinghe's sister launched a fierce attack, sending that snake flying. If it had been an ordinary girl bitten by a snake, she would surely have been terrified to death. A smile, both awkward and polite, graced Gu Qinghe's face, but she discreetly pinched Zhou Wen's arm from behind and shot him a glare, admonishing him to stop his nonsense. Wow! Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu gazed at Gu Qinghe with admiration. Luo Xiaoman's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fist to her chest, exclaiming, "Sister Qinghe is so impressive. If I'd been bitten by a snake, I would have likely burst into tears on the spot." Gu Qinghe's smile faltered for a moment. Gao Lu playfully waved a finger in front of Luo Xiaoman, teasingly retorting, "Oh, but you wouldn't do that. If I were bitten, I wouldn't utter a single cry." After a brief pause, she continued, "I would simply faint." Ha ha! This set off a wave of laughter among them, while Hu Cece, sitting nearby, glared at them with resentment. Growing increasingly displeased, after a bout of laughter, Zhou Wen handed a coconut shell bowl to Gao Lu, stating, "This is fresh water collected from the condensation pool today, and it's been boiled to perfection. Here, have a drink." Gao Lu joyfully accepted the coconut shell, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother One." She glanced at Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman, hesitantly inquiring, "Am I the only one who has this?" Zhou Wen sighed softly, alas. The yield from the condensation method is too meager. There's simply isn't enough for everyone. I don't even have any myself. Upon hearing that Zhou Wen had none for himself, Gao Lu was deeply touched, her gaze softening as she gently replied, "Thank you, Brother One. No trouble at all." Zhou Wen reassured Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman. "Gao Lu is unwell, so I'm taking care of her. But don't worry, tomorrow, I will set out to find a water source, and in a few days, everyone will be able to drink their fill." Though Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman felt a twinge of jealousy, they recognized the greater picture and nodded in understanding. Gao Lu took a sip of the boiled water, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. It has a wonderfully warm and pure taste." She offered the coconut shell bowl to Gu Qinghe, saying, "Sister Qinghe, you should try some too. I never thought boiled water could taste so exquisite." Gu Qinghe glanced at Zhou Wen and declined. "No, this is for Zhou Wen. You enjoy it." Zhou Wen was taken aback, thinking, "If you don't want it, why look at me? Could it be that she's feeling jealous?" Even the most sensible of women can't escape the clutches of jealousy. Gao Lu insisted, "Just one sip, come on." Unable to bear the scene of their playful bickering, Zhou Wen interjected, "You two share a deep bond. If she offers it to you, just take a sip." Gu Qinghe playfully pinched Zhou Wen again, took the coconut shell, and sipped, saying, "Quite delightful." "Thank you, Xiao Lu. You're welcome." With a radiant smile resembling a blooming flower, Gao Luolai handed a coconut shell to Luo Xiaoman. Zhou Wen, feeling indifferent towards the trio sharing fresh water, merely greeted them before returning to his own campsite. Chapter 39. Constructing the smoker as the sun gradually descended. The tide receded once more, unveiling expansive stretches of sandy shore. Before the birds returned to their nests, they indulged in foraging, pecking at the small fish and shrimp stranded on the beach. Zhou Wen typically commenced his search at the tidal pools among the rocks, successfully catching a dozen palm-sized fish, after which he collected his 4 fish traps. The yield from the traps proved bountiful, containing numerous large shrimp, mantis shrimp, as well as squid, crabs, and various other fish. He disposed of the entrails of the sea fish and squid on site, casting them back into the traps as bait before sealing them up and returning them to the ocean. At that moment, Ding Yutong approached, cradling a piece of dark green seaweed. Wingo, look what I found, a whole bunch of kelp. Is it edible?" Zhou Wen examined the kelp, feeling its texture, tearing off a piece, and finding it resilient, smooth, and glossy, without any signs of decay. Bringing it to his nose, he detected only a faint scent of the sea, devoid of any sour or putrid odor. "It appears fresh enough. We could take it back in the basket." "Great." Ding Yutong gleefully placed the kelp into the basket, and then leaned over to inspect the contents of the backpack, asking curiously, "What did you catch today?" Zhou Wen, busy with his tasks, replied, "The usual, large shrimp, mantis shrimp, squid, small crabs, and various fish. The traps have their limitations and yield nothing extraordinary." Ding Yutong peered into the backpack, observing the lively shrimp and mantis shrimp, along with the wriggling squid, and said, "That's already quite impressive. Such things are nearly impossible to find on the beach, as the seabirds have already snatched them up." Looking up at the soaring seabirds, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, how I long for some grilled chicken wings." Zhou Wen chuckled. "Grilled chicken wings might be a challenge. But once I locate a water source and resolve our food and freshwater issues, I shall find a way to catch some birds for you." "Yes, yes." Ding Yutong clapped her hands in delight, but after a moment's consideration, she added on second thought, "Perhaps not. Catching birds seems a bit perilous, and I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Zhou Wen stood up, lifting the backpack, and playfully ruffled her cheek, saying, "Silly girl. Did you think I would have to climb trees to catch birds?" Ding Yutong widened her eyes at Zhou Wen. "Isn't that the case?" Taking her hand, he led her toward the campsite while explaining, "Catching birds primarily relies on traps. I wouldn't recklessly invite danger upon myself. When I have the time, I'll try to fashion a few snares to see if I can catch some of the more foolish seabirds." Ding Yutong, realizing this, patted her chest and smiled shyly. "That's a relief. I thought you would have to climb trees." inviting Cheng Mingqi to join them. The two girls began grilling seafood and kudzu root for dinner. After several days of practice, they had honed their grilling skills, and Zhou Wen now rarely cooked, simply enjoying the fruits of their labor. He began preparing supplies for the journey ahead. Zhou Wen's aspiration was to ascend the modest hill beyond the jungle, utilizing the terrain to survey the surroundings in hopes of discerning a water source with clarity. Although the hill was not particularly lofty, it likely stood at around 200 to 300 meters. In contemporary society, such a small elevation, if equipped with steps, could be scaled in an hour or two. However, in this untamed wilderness, fraught with scattered rocks and dense underbrush, Zhou Wen estimated it would take him a significant portion of the day to reach the summit. Furthermore, traversing through the jungle would consume additional time, leading him to predict he would need to remain outdoors for several days, necessitating the preparation of a sufficient supply of food and fresh water. Given the island's sweltering climate, common foodstuffs might spoil by the following day, prompting Zhou Wen to consider smoking some sea fish to carry with him. The smoke from the curing process contained certain antibacterial properties that could inhibit bacterial growth, while the oils would form a thin film over the food surface, isolating it from the air and aiding in dehydration during the smoking process. Thus, smoked foods typically had a longer shelf life. Zhou Wen instructed the two women to select some aesthetically pleasing sea fish, stringing them together with vine and hanging them from a tree to drain excess moisture. He took a stone knife to gather the materials necessary for smoking the fish. Soon, Zhou Wen returned with a bundle of long branches adorned with lush leaves, a collection of odorless dry twigs, and some stones for constructing the smoking chamber. Upon returning to the campsite, Zhou Wen began to dig a shallow pit near the original campfire, creating a depression approximately 20 centimeters deep, which he then encircled with stones. He laid some branches atop the stones as a grate and suspended the dried sea fish above it. Zhou Wen retrieved some glowing charcoal from the nearby fire and, after gauging the heat from a distance of 10 centimeters above the charcoal, found it was not excessively hot. He then sprinkled some dry twigs over the charcoal. Planning to employ the cold smoking method, he ensured the temperature within the smoking chamber would not be too high. Soon, the dry twigs began to smolder, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. Zhou Wen promptly covered the smoking chamber with leafy branches, leaving a small gap for excess smoke to escape. As long as he periodically checked the chamber, replenished the fuel, and regulated the temperature, the fish would be ready to consume after a night of smoking. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong watched Zhou Wen's industriousness with curiosity, inquiring, "Brother Wen, what are you doing?" Zhou Wen replied, "I must venture out for several days, starting tomorrow. So I am preparing some smoked fish to eat on the journey, alleviating the burden of food concerns along the way." Ding Yutong, in a naive tone, asked, "Why not just bring roasted fish? Why go through the trouble of smoking it?" Zhou Wen explained, "Given the current high temperatures, roasted fish cannot be preserved for long before spoiling, and I certainly do not wish to suffer from an upset stomach in the jungle." Ding Yutong stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Is smoked fish tasty? Eating roasted fish every day feels like it might be too much." Zhou Wen was uncertain. Previously, when smoking meat at home, he had all the necessary ingredients and ample preparation time. This time, on a deserted island with limited resources, he doubted the outcome would be particularly palatable. Zhou Wen stroked his stubble and remarked, "I have no idea. This is my first attempt at smoking fish, but I suggest you temper your expectations." At that moment, Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong had finished preparing dinner and gazed at Zhou Wen eagerly, exclaiming, "Brother Wen, let's dine. All right, let's feast." Ding Yutong glanced at the smoking stove and inquired, "Shouldn't we tend to it?" Zhou Wen waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. It needs to smoke overnight. Just add fuel at intervals, and it will take care of itself." The two women sat beside Zhou Wen, one on each side, frequently bringing him the grilled seafood, attending to him as if he were a revered elder. Zhou Wen couldn't help but ponder. When this challenge concludes, and he returns to modern society, how will he manage without such attentive care? Chapter 40. Weaving the vine armor for shins after dinner. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong busied themselves with the cleanup, while Zhou Wen continued his preparations for the journey ahead, intending to upgrade his equipment. Today's incident, with Gu Qinghe being bitten by a snake, served as a reminder. Even when clearing a path with a wooden spear, one cannot always guard against snakes that may strike from the shadows. Fortunately, it was merely a non-venomous snake today. Had it been a poisonous one, Zhou Wen could only have watched helplessly as Gu Qinghe succumbed, potentially regretting his inaction deeply. Traversing through jungles and climbing mountains, Zhou Wen feared little except for the possibility of being bitten by a snake that, like Gu Qinghe, appeared out of nowhere. Thus, he resolved to create a specific form of protection, considering the serpents and scorpions that lurked in the underbrush and crevices, which were most likely to strike at the lower legs. Zhou Wen decided to craft a pair of vine shin guards. While such armor may not offer significant protection against larger beasts, it could provide some defense against venomous snakes and scorpions. Without delay, Zhou Wen gathered a substantial bundle of sturdy dried vines from the forest. Due to the constraints of his circumstances, he opted not to boil them for disinfection and hardening. Weaving the shin guards began similarly to crafting a basket or fish trap. He took 2 vines and arranged them in a cross shape, subsequently adding more vines in a pattern of alternating overlaps. This time, there was no need to curl the vines upward. It sufficed to weave a rectangular piece of armor, which was even simpler than basket weaving. As the armor took shape, Zhou Wen placed it against his calf for sizing, continuing until it sufficiently covered his shins, then finishing the edges and trimming any excess vines with a stone knife. Using resilient tree bark, he fashioned cords, then threaded them through the edges of the armor with a sharp twig, akin to lacing shoes. Considering the potential for the vines to chafe his legs, Zhou Wen sought out some soft leaves to serve as an inner lining, stitching them into the interior of the shin guards. Ideally, fur would be preferable, but lacking that, he settled for the leaves. Once the shin guards were secured around his calves and the cords tightened with a knot, they resembled a fish trap encasing his legs. Zhou Wen took a few tentative steps, finding them somewhat uncomfortable as the lower edges rubbed against the tops of his feet. Consequently, he contemplated upgrading his vine footwear to include a shoe upper and ankle protection. Crafting the upper and ankle guards would not prove difficult. The simplest method involved weaving several appropriately sized armor pieces and securing them to the shoe sole with fine cords. Although Zhou Wen had never attempted such a task before, he diligently pondered and toiled, modifying his creation several times until he finally fashioned a pair of shoes that appeared both endearingly awkward and charmingly peculiar. Once donned, along with shin guards, the overall discomfort remained, yet it was bearable. Zhou Wen reasoned that the bite force of common venomous snakes and insects would likely be insufficient to breach such protection. Seizing the moment, he crafted another shin guard and upgraded the vine shoes. With his legs adorned in this new gear, he ambulated around the camp several times. Though still slightly uncomfortable, it was manageable. After all, discomfort would not lead to death, but a bite from a venomous snake or scorpion could indeed be fatal. As night fell, the island was once again enveloped in profound darkness. The surroundings grew tranquil, with only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the shore. Tonight, it was Ding Yutong's turn to keep watch. Zhou Wen instructed her to periodically add dry twigs and charcoal to the incense burner, ensuring it maintained a state of smoke without flame. Subsequently, Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi nestled into their shelter to rest. Considering their journey the following day, Zhou Wen decided to conserve his energy. Thus, he whispered sweet nothings to Cheng Mengqi before they embraced and drifted into slumber. As dawn approached, Zhou Wen abruptly awoke from his dreams. After a moment's pause, his body gradually regained its functions, and he cautiously extracted his arm from beneath Cheng Mengqi's neck. Tiptoeing out of the shelter, Ding Yutong was seated before the campfire, dozing, in the warm, orange glow of the flames. Her lovely face appeared as if coated in a layer of olive oil, exuding an irresistible allure that made one wish to take a bite. Ding Yutong's head bobbed slightly before she suddenly roused, noticing Zhou Wen's silhouette. Initially startled, she quickly composed herself and softly asked, "Brother Wen, why are you up?" Zhou Wen settled beside her and inquired, "It's nearly dawn. Why didn't you wake me sooner?" Ding Yutong rested her head on his shoulder and gently replied, "Brother Wen, you needed a part at dawn, so I wanted you to get a bit more rest." Zhou Wen was somewhat taken aback. He had never encountered such a considerate girl before. Hadn't Gu Qinghe mentioned that Ding Yutong was proud and aloof? She certainly did not appear that way. It is often said that scholars look down upon one another, and that beauties also tend to dismiss one another. Yet here was a delightful exception. Zhou Wen wrapped his arm around Ding Yutong's slender waist, playfully caressing her, and then said, "It's getting late. You should go back to sleep." Ding Yutong giggled, twisting her waist, and exclaimed, "That tickles." She pressed Zhou Wen's mischievous hand down and softly insisted, I'm not sleepy. I want to keep you company for a while. Zhou Wen was indifferent. Having a beautiful companion was certainly more enjoyable than sitting alone in silence. Ding Yutong quietly asked, Brother Wen, how many days will you be gone? Zhou Wen estimated the journey and replied, if all goes well, 2 to 3 days. However, if we encounter complex situations along the way, it might extend to 4 or 5 days. Ding Yutong sat up straight, turning to face Zhou Wen in surprise. Is it really going to take that long? Zhou Wen affirmed and elaborated, first, we must traverse the jungle, which could consume a good half a day. Then we'll need to climb that small hill. Although it isn't very high, the rugged terrain of the primitive forest makes it quite challenging, likely taking a considerable amount of time. Ding Yutong inquired, will the journey be dangerous? Zhou Wen shrugged and replied, I'm not certain. Perhaps it will be. Even in the absence of formidable beasts, serpents, spiders, and scorpions are ever present, evoking a sense of dread. Ding Yutong's expression revealed her apprehension as she grasped Zhou Wen's arm. After a brief moment, she spoke softly. Must we go? Isn't this quite pleasant? We have food and drink, and it will be nice to pass these 30 days in peace. Zhou Wen playfully brushed her nose and chuckled. Pleasant? Look at you. After days without washing your face or bathing, you're nearly a little stinker. Ding Yutong, with a playful pout, shook Zhou Wen's arm and retorted, not at all. I always smelled delightful. Zhou Wen teasingly leaned closer to her, jesting, is that so? Let me have a whiff. Ding Yutong giggled and pushed him away, playfully scolding, Brother Wen, your beard is prickly. After a spell of laughter, Ding Yutong suddenly yawned. Zhou Wen ruffled her hair and said, you should sleep now. You've worked hard tonight. I'll speak with Mingqi and ask her not to disturb you, so you can have a good rest. Ding Yutong stubbornly shook her head, insisting, no, I want to wait until you leave before I sleep. Zhou Wen chuckled, all right, but we can't just sit here in silence. What shall we do? Ding Yutong glanced around, and under the tranquil night, a surge of courage filled her. Biting her lip, she turned to face Zhou Wen, earnestly asking, Brother Wen, do you think I'm pretty? Zhou Wen nodded, affirming, you are pretty. Ding Yutong pressed further. Do you like me? Zhou Wen replied, of course. With a radiant smile, Ding Yutong suddenly lunged forward, bringing Zhou Wen down to the ground. Chapter 41. Crafting the charcoal stove as dawn broke. Cheng Mingqi awoke from her slumber. Blinking her eyes open, she discovered she was alone in the shelter, momentarily fearing abandonment, which startled her fully awake. Once she regained her senses, she faintly heard the hushed conversation between Zhou Wen and Ding Yutong outside. Emerging from the shelter, she stretched and smiled at the pair, greeting, good morning, everyone. Zhou Wen and Ding Yutong responded in unison, good morning. Cheng Mingqi eyed Ding Yutong with suspicion, asking Yutong, you're up early. Ding Yutong glanced at Zhou Wen before replying, I haven't slept yet. Cheng Mingqi, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter? Ding Yutong simply shrugged, nothing. I just can't seem to sleep. Not wishing to elaborate further, Zhou Wen quickly interjected, I'm setting out on a journey today, and Yutong wanted to chat with me. After I leave, please let her rest without interruption. All right, Cheng Mingqi replied, albeit with a lingering suspicion as her gaze flitted between them, sensing something amiss. It was unlikely that they had simply been conversing. Nevertheless, shrewd as she was, she chose to remain discreet. Nonchalantly, she brushed her teeth with mint leaves and tender twigs before sitting beside Zhou Wen, asking, Brother Wen, what are you working on? Zhou Wen responded, I'm making a charcoal stove to bring some embers along. Otherwise, I'll have to start a fire by friction in the wild, which is both cumbersome and exhausting. It's likely we'll need to spend the night outdoors, and without a fire, it could be perilous. Cheng Mingqi leaned in with keen interest, observing Zhou Wen at work. Zhou Wen procured a coconut shell and laid a bed of gravel at the bottom. He then used a stick to extract several glowing embers from the fire, placing them carefully into the coconut shell. Next, he stuffed the shell with numerous dry twigs and grasses, enveloping the charcoal and ensuring a minimal supply of oxygen to maintain the embers in a smoldering state. Zhou Wen then took a piece of bark to cover the top of the coconut shell, leaving a small opening for ventilation, and secured it tightly with vines. Thus, the charcoal canister was complete, capable of sustaining the embers for several hours, ready to be reignited upon reaching their campsite. Cheng Mingqi, observing with admiration, exclaimed, Wenge, you are so impressive. How do you know how to do everything? Zhou Wen chuckled and replied, it's not too bad. I practiced specifically for this. At that moment, the sky gradually brightened, and early rising seabirds returned to the beach to forage. Zhou Wen set the charcoal canister aside, stretched his limbs, and declared, "Let us refrain from gathering seafood today. I will teach you how to retrieve and redeploy the fish traps. While I am away in the coming days, you will need to rely on yourselves." Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen led them to the rocky area, saying, "The rocks here are quite sharp. It will be wise to wear vine shoes when approaching, and take care with each step as you leave." The two women cautiously followed Zhou Wen to the rock where the rope was snagged. He located the rope and gently pulled it back, bringing the retrieved fish trap onto the beach. After laying a large leaf on the ground, Zhou Wen instructed them on how to untie the trap, pouring its contents onto the leaf. Tiny fish and large shrimp flopped about, and the trio hastily collected them into their baskets. Zhou Wen picked up a small fish, using a thin stone shard to gut it, explaining, "When you catch fish or squid, process the innards on-site and toss them back into the trap as bait." The two women nodded, somewhat understanding. Zhou Wen then taught them how to reseal the trap before returning it to the sea. Regarding the remaining fish traps, he inquired, "Would you like to give it a try?" Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong exchanged determined looks and replied, "Sure." Zhou Wen watched as the two clumsily pulled back the fish trap, awkwardly untied it, and poured the catch onto the leaf. Sea water splashed onto their faces, reflecting a colorful halo in the morning light. It was evident that despite their lack of experience, they persevered with determination. The two women clumsily processed the seafood, discarding the innards back into the trap, then awkwardly resealed and secured it before casting it back into the ocean. Clapping his hands enthusiastically, Zhou Wen praised them. "Well done. Congratulations on mastering another survival skill." Their faces and hands smeared with dirt, the two women beamed with joy at his commendation. Zhou Wen dealt with the last fish trap, then brought the basket to the water's edge, using seawater to wash away the blood and debris from their catch. The two women washed their hands, laughing and chatting with Zhou Wen as they returned to the campsite. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong began preparing breakfast, while Zhou Wen lifted the lid of the smoking oven, inspecting a piece of smoked fish with great care. The surface of this smoked fish exhibits a beautiful brownish-yellow hue with an even coloration and a natural luster. Its skin is slightly wrinkled, presenting a dry yet taut texture to the touch, while the flesh is resilient. Upon taking a bite, the meat reveals a firm chewiness, neither too dry nor difficult to swallow. The area near the skin possesses a slight toughness, while the core of the fish is relatively tender, creating a distinctly layered overall taste. Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled. Although this was his first attempt at smoking fish, it appeared to be quite successful and the flavor was delightful. The fresh, sweet fish meat carried a subtle hint of the ocean, devoid of any fishy scent, complemented by a rich woodsy aroma. The overall fragrance was gentle and not overpowering, harmoniously blending with the fish's freshness. "What does it taste like?" asked Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, watching Zhou Wen with curiosity. Zhou Wen tore off a piece of the smoked fish and offered it to them, saying, "It tastes quite good. You should try it." The two girls accepted it with skepticism, took a bite, and, after chewing for a moment, they exclaimed in delight, "Wow, it's really delicious." Ding Yutong added with a smile, "It's much better than grilled fish. It could even serve as a snack." Zhou Wen chuckled, "I'm glad you like it. I also caught plenty of seafood today, so you can continue smoking more." "Yes, not just sea fish, but squid, large shrimp, and crabs can all be smoked." Ding Yutong's eyes lit up. "Really? So we could smoke all sorts of snacks?" Zhou Wen nodded, "Indeed. Furthermore, you could seek out various aromatic materials to enhance the flavors, such as pine branches, birchwood, or coconut shells. Each would impart a unique taste. Pine branches can produce a piney fragrance, birchwood offers a rich woodsy aroma, and coconut shells lend a coconut scent." Ding Yutong listened intently, her mouth watering. Although she wasn't as gluttonous as Gao Lu, what girl doesn't enjoy snacks? Stranded on a deserted island, having satisfied her basic food needs, she found herself yearning for the taste of treats. She glanced at Zhou Wen, her heart brimming with determination, ready to busily work after waking from her nap to create a variety of flavored snacks, intending to surprise Zhou Wen upon his return. Lost in thought, Ding Yutong inexplicably smiled. Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi exchanged puzzled looks, shaking their heads slightly, unsure of what was amusing her. Chapter 42. Farewell before departure after finishing breakfast. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong prepared Zhou Wen's travel pack like two diligent wives. Cheng Mengqi carefully wrapped the smoked fish in clean leaves, securing them tightly with fine vines before placing them in a backpack. She remarked, "Wen Ge, I've arranged to smoke fish in separate portions, so you can take one each time without dirtying the others." Zhou Wen, who was donning his gear, smiled upon hearing this. "That's great. Thank you." Cheng Mingqi continued, "I've also brought you some roasted kudzu root, grilled fish, and large shrimp. You can eat those first and save the smoked fish for later." Zhou Wen replied, "Understood." Cheng Mingqi cautioned, "The smoked fish is wrapped in banana leaves, the roasted kudzu root in these dark green leaves, and the grilled fish and shrimp in these reddish leaves. Please don't mix them up." Zhou Wen chuckled, "Wow, Mingqi, you're so attentive. If it were me, I would certainly just bundle everything together carelessly." Cheng Mingqi chuckled lightly, covering her mouth, and remarked, "You men are always so careless in your tasks." Ding Yutong, wielding a stone to crack open coconuts, had no water pouch and could only rely on the coconuts to store a certain amount of fresh water. However, to prevent the coconut juice from being contaminated, Ding Yutong merely shattered the outer shell and peeled back the husk, revealing the eyes of the green coconut. When Zhou Wen felt thirsty, he could simply strike the eye with force to enjoy fresh coconut water. Ding Yutong opened one after another, prompting Zhou Wen to hurriedly intervene, saying, "Yutong, that's enough. 3 or 4 will suffice. I have ways to quench my thirst in the jungle." Ding Yutong, feeling insecure with reddened eyes, replied, "Wen Ge, I truly do not want you to leave." Zhou Wen smiled and said, "I'm not abandoning you. Rest assured. I'll return in 2 or 3 days with good news." Ding Yutong nodded silently. Zhou Wen wrapped several crafted stone knives and chisels in leaves, secured them with vines, and placed them into his backpack. As he journeyed through the jungle, he was likely to need to fell trees or strip bark, so it was far better to be prepared than to scramble at the last moment. After donning his gear and checking the charcoal pot, he attached it to the front of his backpack. Once ready, Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong approached Zhou Wen. He embraced each of them around the waist and cautioned, "Do not wander off here. Communicate more with Gu Qinghe if needed. Once I find a water source and return in a few days, we can enjoy a lovely bath together, and I can help scrub your backs." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong, initially feeling a tinge of sadness, burst into laughter upon hearing this. They playfully punched Zhou Wen's chest and teased, "How annoying. Who needs you scrub our backs?" Zhou Wen laughed heartily, replying, "If you don't want that, you can help me scrub my back instead. I wouldn't mind." "No way." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong playfully hit Zhou Wen a few more times, then stood on their tiptoes to plant a kiss on his lips, saying, "Wen Ge, take care on your journey." Zhou Wen released them, affirming, "Yes, you need not worry. I shall take my leave." He waved goodbye to them and headed towards the adjacent camp to speak with Gu Qinghe. Upon arriving at the neighboring camp, Gu Qinghe and her companions were busy preparing breakfast. Seeing Zhou Wen approach, they greeted him in unison, "Wen Ge, good morning." Only Hu Cece mumbled something indistinctly, making it unclear whether she was greeting or scolding him. Zhou Wen nodded to them and first addressed Gao Lu. "Xiao Lu, how are you feeling today?" Gao Lu responded with a sweet smile, "Much better, though I feel sticky all over. I really want to take a bath." Zhou Wen confidently assured her, "I will definitely find a water source this time. When I return in 2 or 3 days, I will take you for a bath." Hearing this, Gao Lu beamed. "All right, it's a promise." Zhou Wen affirmed, "A promise indeed. Qinghe, while I'm away for the next few days, I would appreciate your efforts in looking after the sisters. I've set up a condensation pool on the beach and placed a fishing net in the sea. Although I have shown Mingqi and Yutong how to use it, I fear they may forget, so please remind them." Gu Qinghe nodded and handed him a leaf-wrapped item, saying, "I made some roasted kudzu root. Take it along for the journey." Zhou Wen did not reject her feelings. He accepted the offering and placed it in his backpack, saying, "Thank you." Gu Qinghe gently shook her head and replied, "You're welcome." Zhou Wen continued to advise her, "While I'm away these few days, please ensure you have proper night watch arrangements to guard against wild beasts or sudden changes in weather." Gu Qinghe nodded, saying, "I understand." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Wen added, "If it's not absolutely necessary, you should refrain from venturing into the jungle for the time being. Your lack of experience may hinder your response in dangerous situations." Gu Qinghe recalled her encounter with a snake the previous day, her complexion slightly pale. The thought of Zhou Wen delving deep into the forest and possibly spending the night there stirred a sense of unease within her. Zhou Wen reiterated a few more precautions, cautioning her to be mindful of fire, water, and to avoid consuming unfamiliar food to prevent illness, his tone reminiscent of a worried mother. Gu Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "All right, don't treat us as though we are completely clueless and inept." Suddenly, Zhou Wen realized that his concern was causing him to act irrationally. Although he had resolved to remain emotionally detached, it was impossible to be entirely unconcerned. With a smile, he waved goodbye to them. After taking a few steps, Gu Qinghe unexpectedly caught up with him, saying, "Let me see you off." Zhou Wen laughed. "No need. You should continue your meal." Gu Qinghe insisted stubbornly. "I must see you off." Zhou Wen, with a resigned sigh, said, "Well, if you insist." Only then did Gu Qinghe reveal a bright smile, linking her arm with his, exclaiming, "Let's go." Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman waved, bidding Wen goodbye. "Safe travels." Without looking back, Zhou Wen waved his empty right hand in farewell. Hu Cixi dropped a shell, chewing it thoughtfully, feeling that Gu Qinghe and Zhou Wen's relationship was rather extraordinary. She swallowed the shellfish with determination, casually rising to follow them. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman exchanged glances with her, but were indifferent to her actions, returning to their hushed conversation. Meanwhile, after walking more than 10 meters, Gu Qinghe suddenly pressed Zhou Wen against a tree, wrapping her arms around his neck as they passionately exchanged enzymes, mucins, and inorganic substances. After a prolonged moment, they parted, both slightly breathless. Gu Qinghe gazed intensely at Zhou Wen, saying, "There's still time. Let us have one more." Uncertain of her own feelings, the thought of Zhou Wen leaving for several days into the perilous jungle ignited a fervent desire within her to share something special with him. Zhou Wen, having just been toppled by Ding Yutong that morning and still in a state of composure, silently lamented, "Heavens, I might be drained by this enchantress." He chuckled lightly. "Perhaps not. I need to conserve my strength." Gu Qinghe, with a dreamy expression and a charming smile, replied, "Don't move. I'll take care of you." With that, she slowly crouched down. Chapter 43. The Offshore Current. Reductions once again in the heart of the jungle. Insects chirped merrily. Hu Cixi stealthily followed the path taken by Zhou Wen and his companions. Upon turning a tree, she stumbled upon an intimate scene, her pupils dilating in shock. In a different circumstance, a typical person would either quietly observe or discreetly retreat. However, Hu Cixi, in a fit of rage, leapt forth, indignantly pointing at the two and berating them. "Scoundrels, what are you doing?" Zhou Wenjing, caught off guard by her sudden outburst, trembled, nearly losing his composure. Gu Qinghe was equally startled, gripping Zhou Wenjing tightly. Following the direction of her voice, they beheld Hu Cixi, her face flushed and her hair seemingly standing on end, glaring furiously at them. Zhou Wenjing felt perplexed, questioning what business it was of Hu Cixi's regarding their activities. "Is it really necessary to be this angry?" he pondered. Hu Cixi exclaimed, "I knew you two were up to no good. It turns out you have been colluding all along." Zhou Wenjing felt a twinge of displeasure at her words. What did she mean by colluding? Hu Cixi's expression was one of disdain as she continued, "Gu Qinghe, I misjudged you. I thought you were an independent woman capable of surviving with us on this deserted island. Yet it seems you are no better than those who rely on their bodies for gain." Zhou Wenjing was taken aback by her harshness, feeling that such words warranted a strong rebuttal on Gu Qinghe's behalf. Just as Zhou Wenjing was about to confront her, Gu Qinghe calmly stood up, flicking a hair from her mouth with a nonchalant gesture, and said with deliberate poise, "Hu Cixi, you would do well to temper your words. Zhou Wenjing and I are both unmarried individuals. It is entirely natural for us to engage in activities we enjoy." Zhou Wenjing hastily adjusted his shorts, nodding in agreement. "Yes, we share a bond." Hu Cixi's scorn deepened as she appraised the pair, sneering before turning to leave, perhaps fearing Zhou Wenjing's wrath should he be provoked further. With her departure, an awkward silence enveloped Zhou Wenjing and Gu Qinghe as they exchanged glances. Zhou Wenjing, perplexed, inquired, "What was that all about? She seems quite resentful." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that she has harbored a secret crush on you, and upon witnessing us, her fantasies were shattered?" Gu Qinghe chuckled, playfully striking Zhou Wenjing on the chest. "What nonsense are you spouting? She simply has a distaste for men and has become somewhat obsessed with boxing." Zhou Wenjing raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I had assumed that those who boxed were often overlooked and undesirable. Typically, women are treated like princesses by the men around them. Who would choose to box otherwise?" Gu Qinghe replied with a grin. Her temperament is rather extreme. Her boyfriend couldn't tolerate her antics, and ended their relationship. Coupled with her recent overindulgence in sweet potatoes, her disposition has grown even more volatile. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, pondering how her former partner must have felt. Any man worth his salt would surely flee from such a tempestuous woman. Never mind her. He concluded, shall we continue? Of course. Why should we allow someone else's issues to delay our own pursuits? Guqing teased. I bet our little brother was quite frightened. Let me comfort him. Meanwhile, Hu Sisi stormed back to the campsite, encountering Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman, and immediately began to vent. Do you know what I just witnessed? Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. With a face full of disdain, Hu Sisi remarked, I initially believed Gu Qinghe was a modern independent woman, yet I never expected her to be clandestinely entangled with Zhou Wen. Just now I can hardly bring myself to say it. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman exchanged puzzled glances and questioned, what of it? Luo Xiaoman added, indeed, Wengu is quite admirable. It's perfectly normal for Qinghe Jie to have feelings for him. Hu Sisi's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had just swallowed a fly, in a fit of exasperation. She retorted, do you all lack common sense? These insufferable men are only capable of base behavior. Can they ever contemplate anything else? Without these wretched men, we women could achieve so much more. Gao Lu, having received considerable support from Zhou when during her illness, harbored a fondness for him and had never been particularly fond of Hu Sisi. Unable to restrain herself, Gao Lu shot back. Oh, the modern independent woman. The fire you use daily for cooking was kindled by those very men you deride. And all the delectable treats you enjoy, brought to you by those same men. If you're so capable, why not refrain from indulging and instead gnaw on shells yourself? Hu Sisi, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Lu, exclaiming, you sycophant. You are betraying your own gender. Gao Lu dismissed her indignation with a scoff. What of it? I resemble a delicate flower. If I were to forego the attention of men, wouldn't that be a waste of my appearance? Only those ugly creatures rejected by men would dare to label others as sycophants. Her words struck a nerve, and Hu Sisi felt her head nearly erupt with rage. Luo Xiaoman tugged at Gao Lu's arm, whispering, Sister Lu, you ought to stop. You're still recovering. If she decides to strike you, you won't stand a chance. Realizing the wisdom in her friend's words, Gao Lu conceded that it was prudent to avoid confrontation. Thus, she ignored Hu Sisi and resumed her quiet conversation with Luo Xiaoman. Fuming, Hu Sisi felt as though the world was filled with adversaries conspiring against her. With an irritated stomp, she turned and sprinted toward the beach. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman exchanged a brief glance at her retreating figure before nonchalantly averting their eyes. Upon reaching the beach, Hu Sisi gazed out at the vast ocean, her simmering resentment gradually dissipating. The sun ascended steadily, warming the sands beneath her. As she looked upon the crystalline waters, an impulse surged within her. She shed her leafy attire and waded slowly into the sea, reveling in the refreshing embrace of the waves. As a model, Hu Sisi boasted an enviable physique, her fair skin gliding through the water like a graceful mermaid. The surface of the sea remained tranquil, and she swam with delight, the cool water soothing her earlier frustrations. After a while, feeling fatigued, she resolved to return ashore. At that moment, an uncanny occurrence unfolded. It was as if invisible hands beneath the surface were relentlessly pushing her deeper into the ocean, no matter how fervently she swam. The shore remained tantalizingly out of reach. Terrified, Hu Sisi struggled against the current, yet her body was inexorably drawn towards the abyss. Help! Help! In her exhaustion, she inadvertently swallowed a few mouthfuls of the bitter, briny sea, further escalating her panic. She suddenly experienced a vivid hallucination, as if she beheld Yao Yao's pallid visage. Her face twisted into a sinister grin, dragging her into the depths of the ocean. Hu Sisi pleaded in tears, Yao Yao, I am sorry, I was wrong. I should not have interfered with Zhou Wen's attempt to save you. Please spare me. If Yao Yao's spirit lingered in the heavens, she would likely retort, you do not truly comprehend your error. You merely recognize your impending demise. The sounds of weeping and desperate entreaties echoed intermittently across the water, gradually fading into silence. Chapter 44. Quenching thirst with water vines, Gu Qinghe returned to the campsite with a light-hearted gait, only to find Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman observing her with peculiar smiles, causing her cheeks to flush. Gu Qinghe settled down in the camp. Gao Lu, grinning broadly, nestled beside her and playfully nudged her shoulder, teasingly inquiring, "So, how was Wenji's performance?" Gu Qinghe feigned composure, directing her gaze at the campfire, and replied nonchalantly, "What performance? I do not comprehend what you mean." Gao Lu draped her arm around Gu Qinghe's shoulders and chuckled, "Do not play coy. That rogue Usisi has already divulged everything to us." A rosy hue blossomed on Gu Qinghe's face, yet being a seasoned individual, she casually remarked, "Oh, you mean that?" It was adequate, quite effective. Gao Lu continued to jest, eliciting a shy response from Gu Qinghe, who squirmed slightly as Gao Lu tickled her. The two shared laughter for a while, but Gao Lu, still recovering from her illness, soon found herself pinned beneath Gu Qinghe, who continued to tease her. "Qinghe Jia, I concede. Please have mercy," Gao Lu exclaimed in surrender. Gu Qinghe let out a soft hum, shifting to one side to tidy her hair, and surveyed the campsite, asking, "Where is Usisi?" Gao Lu, catching her breath, replied, "She just had a quarrel with me," and stormed off, seemingly heading towards the beach. "No need to worry about her. She will return once she gets hungry at noon." Gu Qinghe, not wishing to confront Usisi at the moment, decided to disregard her. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen trudged laboriously through the jungle. The underbrush was thick, and had he possessed a sharp machete, he could navigate more freely. Alas, he wielded only an ineffective stone knife, forcing him to take detours. Despite the small hill appearing relatively near, he found himself making little progress after an extended period of time. The temperature in the forest, though slightly cooler than outside, remained stifling, with the humid air clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Zhou Wen felt a touch parched, but hesitated to consume his coconut juice too soon. Instead, he searched nearby and discovered a cluster of dense vines. He severed a vine with his stone knife, examining the sap that oozed from the cut. It appeared as a clear liquid, devoid of any noxious odor. He dripped a few drops onto the back of his hand, noting the absence of any irritating sensation. Zhou Wen surmised that the liquid from this vine was likely non-toxic. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he cautiously dripped about 10 drops into his mouth. After a few minutes without any adverse effects, he felt reassured. He retrieved a coconut shell bowl from his backpack, then grasped another length of the same vine, cutting it with his stone knife at the base, angling the cut towards the coconut shell bowl. The clear liquid dripped steadily into the bowl, soon accumulating to half a bowl's worth. Zhou Wen raised the coconut shell bowl to his lips, consuming the refreshing liquid in one gulp. The cool nectar flowed smoothly down his throat, enveloping his senses with a faint botanical fragrance and a subtle sweetness, alleviating much of his fatigue. Satisfied, Zhou Wen smacked his lips and continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered a cluster of purple raspberries. He plucked one and tasted it, though slightly tart. It was edible, so he gathered a handful, wrapping them in leaves for later. As the sun reached its zenith, Zhou Wen began to feel fatigued. He sought out a relatively open tree, tapping its trunk with his wooden spear. After a brief wait, no snakes or lizards emerged. Zhou Wen then approached the great tree, inspecting the trunk meticulously. The bark was dry and devoid of thorns, while the leaves and branches bore no unpleasant odors, and there were no signs of insect activity upon the trunk. Reassured, Zhou Wen decided it was a suitable spot to rest. He cleared away the dead grass beneath the tree, using a stone to dig a shallow pit, and then stacked stones nearby to create a rudimentary fire pit. He gathered some dry twigs and grasses to toss in the fire pit. Zhou Wen fashioned a nest-like bundle from dry grass, placing some crushed leaves in the center to serve as tinder. Carefully, he extracted a piece of charcoal from a fire canister with a twig and placed it at the heart of the tinder. The charcoal was nearly spent, yet still glowed red, prompting Zhou Wen to gently blow on the tinder. Soon, smoke began to rise, followed by a flicker of flame. He promptly transferred the ignited tinder into the fire pit, cautiously adding small twigs and dry grass to stoke the flames. Using a burning branch as a torch, he scorched a circle around the tree trunk to drive away any small insects that might be hiding in the crevices of the bark. Next, Zhou Wen gathered 4 sturdy sticks, inserting them around the fire pit to create a rack. He retrieved the roasted kudzu roots given to him by Gu Qinghe, as well as some grilled fish prepared by Cheng Mingqi, skewering them on twigs and placing them on a rack to heat. While waiting, Zhou Wen busied himself by searching for drinkable vines nearby, cutting them and placing a coconut shell bowl beneath the cut ends to catch the dripping juice. Returning to the campfire, he first sampled some roasted kudzu root, then took a piece of the oily grilled fish, mashing raspberries to spread atop it before taking a bite. The sweet and sour flavor of the grilled fish was delightful, causing Zhou Wen's eyes to light up as he quickly devoured it. After consuming 2 pieces of grilled fish, some roasted kudzu, and a handful of raspberries, he felt moderately satisfied, believing he had enough sustenance for the tasks ahead. Zhou Wen returned to the vine to collect the coconut shell, drinking the remaining juice before wiping his mouth. He added more dry twigs to the fire and leaned against the tree, closing his eyes for a brief respite. Meanwhile, at the seaside camp, as noon approached, Hu Cece had yet to return. Guqing has sensed something was amiss and hurried next door to inquire. "Have you seen Hu Cece?" Ding Yutong, who had just awoken from a night of vigil, yawned and stretched lazily, responding, "I was on night watch and just woke up. I know nothing." Cheng Mingqi shook her head, adding, "It seems Hu Cece has some grievances with Wengu. She rarely comes here alone." What could have happened? Guqing has stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "That rascal Hu Cece quarreled with Gao Lu this morning and then ran off, and she still hasn't returned." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong exchanged glances, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, perhaps she's just hiding somewhere, taking a nap. I recall a time when she quarreled with her ex-boyfriend and ran away to stay at a friend's house for several days, pretending to be missing." Ding Yutong added, "Hu Cece used to wear a perpetual scowl, as if everyone owed her money. She is probably hiding somewhere, venting her frustrations. Once she gets hungry, she should come back." Gu Qinghe voiced her concerns. "This place is unfamiliar. I fear she might encounter danger." Ding Yutong replied, "That is unlikely. We've been here for several days without facing any peril. She wouldn't recklessly venture into dangerous territory, would she?" Gu Qinghe pondered this, realizing that Hu Cece had headed towards the beach, which was likely safe. She might truly be sulking somewhere. Chapter 45. Sharing culinary delights after a brief respite. Zhou Wen stood up, stretched, and felt his energy returning significantly. He retrieved several glowing pieces of charcoal from the campfire, placed them into the charcoal container, added fine twigs and dry grass, sealed it with leaves, and secured it with vines before attaching it to his backpack. Subsequently, Zhou Wen extinguished the campfire, covered it with soil to prevent any fire hazards, and marked a tree to indicate his direction before continuing on his way. Along the path, Zhou Wen encountered a nearly 2-meter-long venomous snake, sending a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the snake seemed indifferent to him, and after a moment of standoff, Zhou Wen managed to circumvent it. This incident heightened his vigilance. In uncertain areas, he preferred to take longer routes rather than risk danger. As twilight descended, Zhou Wen finally reached the foot of the mountain. He looked up at the mountain, mostly covered in shrubs, and deemed it unsuitable for an overnight stay. Thus, he decided to set up camp at the mountain's base. Much like earlier, Zhou Wen sought a suitable spot, dug a fire pit, and kindled a flame. While the light still lingered, he gathered a considerable amount of dry branches nearby, as he intended to keep the fire burning throughout the night. To deter any nocturnal predators from attacking, Zhou Wen scattered a circle of pungent plants around his campsite. This would likely prevent common animals from passing through unless they were intent on attacking him. Concurrently, he fashioned some snares from vines in the inner circle. Theoretically, any beast that wandered by would be caught, and even if it didn't get trapped, it would at least be startled and driven away. Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't guarantee the effectiveness of his traps, but he certainly didn't feel inclined to sleep soundly that night. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Zhou Wen warmed some kudzu root and grilled fish over the fire, satisfying his hunger to a degree. Beneath the night sky, the jungle took on a sinister aura, filled with eerie cries and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, as if staging a horror film. Zhou Wen, who prided himself on his bravery and had even dared to tease ghosts in haunted houses, now found himself trembling, his heart pounding like a drum. The campfire blazed, drawing in swarms of insects that occasionally crackled in the flickering light. A few days prior, while staying by the seaside, the strong sea breeze had kept the mosquitoes at bay. However, tonight, as they camped in the jungle, the mosquitoes were overwhelming. Zhou Wen, persistently swatting the pests, grew increasingly agitated, yearning for some diversion. On the beach, Gu Qinghe was genuinely worried. The sun was perilously close to dipping below the horizon, and the tide had receded. Yet Hu Cece had yet to return. Gu Qinghe doubted Hu Cece possessed the audacity to spend the night alone outdoors, gathering Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman. She also called upon Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to join her in searching for Hu Sisi. Although none of them harbored fond feelings for her, Gao Lu had even quarreled with her. They were not at the point of ignoring her potential plight. Let us split into two groups along the beach, Gu Qinghe proposed, but refrained from venturing into the jungle, lest we lose ourselves. The other girls, lacking a better plan, acquiesced and divided into two teams, one to the left and the other to the right, calling out for Hu Sisi. Hu Sisi, where are you? Their voices echoed across the shoreline, yet no response came. Hu Sisi's leafy garments had long been swept away by the rising tide, leaving no trace behind. After some time, the group reconvened on the beach, each reporting no sighting of her. Ding Yutong expressed her concern. Could she have ventured into the jungle? Gu Qinghe shook her head. The paths are treacherous, and there are snakes and insects. She wouldn't be foolish enough to enter. Luo Xiaoman, a hint of fear in her voice, suggested. What if there are wild beasts or savages on this deserted island? Perhaps they saw that when Gu had left and came out to attack us, capturing Hu Sisi. The other girls shuddered at the thought, but Gu Qinghe, attempting to maintain her composure, reassured them that won't happen. Zhou Wen has been exploring the nearby jungle for days without encountering any signs of beasts or savages. If there were, he would have warned us. Her words provided a modicum of comfort. Gao Lu, feeling a pang of guilt, murmured, "It's all my fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have argued with her." Gu Qinghe approached her, enveloping her in an embrace and gently patting her back. "It's not your fault. She chose to leave on her own. Do not let it weigh on your heart. After all, she is an adult and must take responsibility for her actions." Despite this, Gao Lu still felt troubled and nodded silently. As darkness descended, Gu Qinghe resolved to abandon the search, stating, "Sisters, let us return. Perhaps she will come back on her own by tomorrow." The girls exchanged glances before following Gu Qinghe back to their campsite. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong chose to accompany her rather than return to their own quarters. They gathered around the campfire, enveloped in silence. After a while, Gu Qinghe broke the quiet, forcing a smile. "We are but flesh and blood. A meal is essential for our well-being. Sisters, let us set aside our worries and prepare dinner." Suddenly, Ding Yutong slapped her thigh, springing to her feet. "Oh no, in our haste to find Hu Sisi, I forgot to check on the fish trap in the condensation pool that when Gu instructed us to monitor." She turned abruptly, intent on rushing toward the beach. But Cheng Mengqi hurriedly grasped her arm and said, "It's too late today. Let's just forget it. The seaside can be quite perilous. We wouldn't want to be swept away by the waves." Gu Qinghe concurred, adding, "Indeed, Mengqi is right. It's no matter to wait until morning. We might miss a few treasures, but that is hardly a calamity." Ding Yutong, feeling a twinge of fear at the thought of venturing alone into the inky darkness of the shoreline, readily agreed, saying, "Very well. Let's visit the beach in the morning instead." Having spent the day searching for Hu Sisi, the girls had not taken the opportunity to gather seafood during low tide, leaving Gu Qinghe with a meager supply of provisions, consisting only of a few myrtle berries and kudzu root. With a spark of inspiration, Cheng Mengqi said, "Wait here a moment before dashing off." Moments later, she returned, carrying a small basket filled with food. After Zhou Wen departed in the morning, and following Ding Yutong's nap, Cheng Mengqi busied herself by smoking the surplus seafood she had gathered. After nearly a full day of smoking, the seafood was now ready for consumption. Cheng Mengqi distributed the smoked delicacies among the group, exclaiming, "Everyone, do try this. It's food prepared using the techniques taught by Brother Wen. Wow, this is truly delicious." The girls exclaimed as they savored the smoked fish, squid, and large shrimp, the unique flavors imbued with a rich, woody aroma that whetted their appetites. With Hu Sisi absent, the atmosphere at the camp seemed to have softened considerably. The girls laughed and shared their culinary delights, discussing the varied tastes of the offerings. Gao Lu, ever persistent in her quest for food, pleaded for a taste. Gu Qinghe considered for a moment, having recovered somewhat over the past 2 days. She nodded in agreement, but cautioned her to take only a small portion. "Thank you, Sister Qinghe. Thank you, Mengqi. Thank you, Yutong." Gao Lu, who was always amiable when food was involved, delightedly seized a large shrimp, biting into it and her eyes instantly sparkling with joy. After swallowing the succulent meat, Gao Lu enviously remarked, "Sister Qinghe, since you and Brother Wen are so close, why not join forces with us? There are so many delicious things in your camp." A flush crept to Gu Qinghe's cheeks as she retorted, a bit irately, "Just eat your share and refrain from prattling." Gao Lu, caught off guard, fell silent. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong exchanged sharp glances, scrutinizing Gu Qinghe for a moment. Then turning their attention to Gao Lu, their hearts inexplicably heavy with discontent. Chapter 46. Gao Lu's inner conflict at dawn. Zhou Wen stirred from a state of half-sleep. Throughout the night, he had remained on edge, too anxious to fully immerse himself in slumber. However, being young and robust, he did not feel excessively fatigued. Stretching his limbs, Zhou Wen cracked open a green coconut, pouring the juice into a shell stripped of its outer husk and fibers, and set it over the campfire to warm. He retrieved 2 strips of smoked fish and a skewer of roasted kudzu root, placing them over the flames to heat as well. To prevent them from burning, the food was kept at a distance of about 10 centimeters from the flames, relying on radiant heat for warming. Nearby, he found some large leaves that were devoid of thorns and irritating scents, and he discreetly attended to his personal hygiene in the downwind area, feeling instantly refreshed. Returning to the camp, he discovered that the coconut juice had begun to steam. Using a stick, Zhou Wen carefully lifted the coconut shell, allowing it to cool momentarily before taking a sip. The warm coconut milk flowed into Zhou Wen's mouth, a comforting liquid cascading down his esophagus and into his stomach, causing his body to shudder and feel refreshingly invigorated. Upon rising in the morning, indulging in such a warm beverage awakened his senses. Accompanied by the coconut milk, Zhou Wen savored smoked fish and roasted kudzu root, feeling as though he had been revitalized, ready to forge ahead. After preparing the charcoal stove once more, Zhou Wen extinguished the campfire and filled in the fire pit with earth to ensure no embers lingered. Donning his conical hat, strapping on his backpack, and grasping his wooden spear, Zhou Wen began his ascent. The mountain path proved treacherous. Initially, some trees flourished on the slope, offering him support. Gradually, however, the trees became sparse, leaving only wild grasses and scattered shrubs. With each stretch of progress, Zhou Wen sought suitable spots to rest for 5 to 10 minutes, ensuring he retained ample stamina. Climbing in the wild is no trivial matter. One must never be reckless. Should fatigue render his legs weak, a misstep could lead to a perilous fall, resulting in severe injury or worse. Time slipped away as Zhou Wen rested upon a massive boulder. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he gazed upward toward the mountain peak, estimating he ought to reach the summit by noon. It was at this moment that he realized the hill was predominantly composed of stone. No wonder there were no grand trees, only wild grasses and sporadic shrubs. He surmised that sufficient fuel for a fire might be scarce on the mountain, and if he wished to avoid confronting the night's chill without a campfire, he must descend before dusk. After a brief respite, Zhou Wen pressed on. The higher he climbed, the more seabirds soared above, their flapping wings and cries alternating in a melodious cacophony. Considering that many seabirds favor nesting on mountains, Zhou Wen speculated that there might be nests at the summit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sisi had yet to return after a night's absence. Although the girls remained silent, they understood deep down that she had likely encountered misfortune and might not be alive. With Zhou Wen absent, Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong hesitated to sleep alone in their shelter, opting instead to spend the night with Gu Qinghe. Though Gu Qinghe's shelter was modest, it could accommodate 2 with a bit of squeezing. Thus, Cheng Mengqi and Gao Lu shared a space for the night, while Ding Yutong and Luo Xiaoman did the same. Although Sisi's shelter stood empty, they had no desire to occupy it. The morning atmosphere felt heavy, but it was Ding Yutong's boisterous insistence to head to the beach and tend to the fish traps that momentarily lifted their spirits. Given that Sisi had vanished while at the beach, both Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi felt a twinge of fear, prompting Gu Qinghe to lead the other girls on their excursion. Reluctant to venture into the rocky areas for fear of injury, Gu Qinghe and her companions found this outing to be quite novel. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong bravely waded into the water, reaching the large rock where they retrieved the ropes and brought back the fish traps. As they clumsily dismantled the traps and emptied their contents onto a large leaf, the lively sea creatures astounded Gu Qinghe and the others. Wow, there are so many. If we were to collect this, how long would it take us? Gao Lu exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Mengqi Yutong, you get to enjoy so many delicious treats every day. I'm so envious. She turned to Gu Qinghe with utmost seriousness, saying, Sister Qinghe, although I still love you the most, I must make a decision that goes against my heart. When Gu returns, I shall join him. Gu Qing, he playfully slapped her on the shoulder, laughing. With your shameless demeanor, who would want you? Gao Lu lifted her chin slightly, cradled her face in her hands, and with sparkling eyes said in a teasing tone, Brother One, I'm feeling quite hungry. She narcissistically touched her face and then stated earnestly, I look like a little flower. With just a little bit of charm, Wengu will surely feed me. Ha ha ha. The other girls laughed uncontrollably, and Gu Qing, he, laughing to the point of tears, playfully slapped her again. All right, enough of your banter. The girls giggled together and began to gather all the seafood into baskets. Cheng Ming-chi and Ding Yutong clumsily started to prepare the traps. And Gu Qing, he felt she couldn't just watch, so she picked up another fish trap, sought their guidance, and began to attempt the assembly. After securing the 4 traps, Ding Yutong said, We can't toss them back just yet. We need to prepare the bait. Gu Qing, he inquired, What should we use as bait? Ding Yutong replied, Just take the innards of the fish and squid we caught earlier and throw them back in. Cheng Ming-chi and Ding Yutong retrieved small stones and began to process the fish and squid on the spot, creating a bloody scene that made Gu Qing, he, Gao Lu, and Luo Xiaoman feel a bit queasy. They had never even killed a fish before, let alone prepared one. They had only ever eaten those that were already made. Seeing the calm demeanor of the two, Gu Qing, he couldn't help but ask, What have you learned from Zhou Wen? Though Zhou Wen appreciated their beauty, he did not indulge them. He made sure they handled any tasks within their capacity. Strangely, the more assertive Zhou Wen was in his demands, the more compliant they became, without any resentment in their hearts. Hearing Gu Qing, he's words, Cheng Ming-chi, without looking up, casually remarked, Killing fish is nothing. When Gu said that the modeling industry is highly competitive and relies on youth. If we ever find ourselves unemployed, we can always go to run FA and kill fish. Gu Qing, he, and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. You are so forward-thinking. Cheng Ming-chi and Ding Yutong exchanged a strange look and suddenly burst into laughter. You can't possibly be serious. Gu Qing, he, and the others were left dumbfounded. Cheng Ming-chi chuckled. When Gu teased us in the same way back then, he was just joking. The 3 of them found themselves both amused and exasperated, as the beach filled with a joyous atmosphere. Chapter 47. Ascending the mountain to discover water sources and gather bird eggs. As noon approached, Zhou Wen finally reached the mountain summit. Breathless, he plopped down onto a cool stone, sweat streaming down his forehead like a small stream, blurring his vision. He removed his bamboo hat, wiped his sweat, and felt the refreshing mountain breeze, experiencing an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Gazing back towards the direction from whence he came, the jungle below appeared diminutive, akin to a verdant carpet spread across the earth, leaving one to ponder how an entire day was required to traverse it. His calves ached unbearably, prompting Zhou Wen to unfasten his shin guards and remove his shoes. His legs were damp, seemingly emanating warmth. Rubbing his calves, he lifted his gaze. In the distance, the boundless sea unfolded before him, a panorama of pristine blue that invigorated the spirit. After a brief respite, Zhou Wen rose to survey the landscape ahead. Before him, the undulating mountains came into view, their green hills rising and falling like waves. A silver ribbon meandered through the mountains, ultimately cascading into 2 magnificent waterfalls that plunged downwards. The nearer waterfall, situated across a mountain from him, formed a tranquil pool in the valley before flowing along the riverbed and merging with the sea. Under the sun's rays, the splashing droplets reflected a spectrum of colors, creating an illusion of hidden treasures within the waters. Faintly, Zhou Wen sensed a gentle mist. Since the water flowed down from the mountains, it should, under normal circumstances, be pure fresh water, perfectly meeting Zhou Wen's needs. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into hearty laughter, having finally discovered a source of water that appeared bountiful. His laughter startled numerous birds, sending them fluttering into the sky, their panic calls echoing around the mountaintop. Zhou Wen's laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld the flock of birds, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. After taking a few steps in the direction the birds had fled, he peered ahead and noticed numerous nests dotting the cliff walls, many of which contained varying quantities of eggs. Zhou Wen felt a pang of desire. With so many eggs, how long could they sustain him? Alas, most nests were precariously perched on the cliffs, and he lacked the courage to climb over and pilfer them. However, given the length of the ridge, He was reluctant to believe that no seagulls had constructed their nests within easy reach. As Zhou Wen traversed the ridge, he soon discovered a smattering of nests, boldly visible before him. He grinned mischievously as he approached. The circling seabirds became agitated, squawking loudly as if preparing to dive and confront him. Zhou Wen tightened his grip on his wooden spear, remaining vigilant for any foolish bird that might descend, ready to demonstrate the terror of a formidable upright creature. Reaching the first nest, Zhou Wen observed its rudimentary construction, haphazardly assembled from stones and dry grass. Inside lay 3 pale brown eggs adorned with darker speckles, pointed in shape and slightly smaller than chicken eggs. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against taking all the eggs, as there were plenty of nests in sight. Thus, he carefully selected 2 eggs to place in his backpack, leaving 1 behind for the birds. The cacophony of birds grew increasingly intense overhead, yet they dared not descend. Truly timid creatures. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, continuing along the ridge and collecting 3 or 4 dozen eggs, nearly filling his backpack to capacity. Zhou Wen felt that this journey had not been in vain. Not only had he discovered a water source, but he had also stumbled upon numerous bird eggs and identified a new source of sustenance. On days when he craved a delectable treat, he could return to forage again. Regrettably, he dared not ascend the mountain at night. Otherwise, he could have captured some seabirds to savor daily seafood, as he had developed a yearning for meat. Upon returning to the initial ascent point, Zhou Wen settled once more in the shade, retrieving a green coconut and some smoked fish from his backpack. Unable to light a fire atop the mountain, he had to make do with his cold meal. As Zhou Wen departed, the birds in the sky chirped excitedly, returning to their nests, their sounds tinged with relief, while the owners of the nest Zhou Wen had visited expressed a hint of lament. After finishing his lunch, Zhou Wen contemplated his descent. Should he retrace his steps along the beach to reach the estuary, or should he descend directly from there, heading straight for the pool beneath the waterfall, then follow the river to the estuary, and finally loop back along the beach? After a moment's deliberation, Zhou Wen resolved to return the way he came. The conditions on the inner mountain path were uncertain, and the valley might harbor dangers. Moreover, the second option would consume too much time, and he was somewhat apprehensive about the safety of the girls on the beach. Upon retracing his route, he decided to circumvent the beach. Although this might delay his access to the water source, it offered a comparatively higher degree of safety. Zhou Wen planned to relocate the camp to the edge of the forest near the estuary, enabling him to gather ample food from both the shoreline and the jungle, as well as to secure fresh water. With fresh water, he could attempt to craft pottery. Relying solely on coconut shells to boil water was not a sustainable solution. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Wen set off down the mountain without delay, eager to avoid traversing the mountain path in darkness. As the saying goes, ascending is easy, but descending is fraught with difficulty. By the time Zhou Wen painstakingly made his way down, the sun was nearing its descent. He hurriedly located the campsite from the previous night, digging through the soil that had filled the fire pit, tossing in the unused twigs from last night, and retrieving the charcoal pot to rekindle the bonfire. Throughout the day, to ensure the fire would last into the evening, Zhou Wen periodically checked the charcoal pot, making certain that the embers glowed fiercely without igniting. With the bonfire finally lit, Zhou Wen felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he was fatigued, he gritted his teeth and set out to gather a pile of dry twigs from the vicinity. After reinforcing the protective measures he had established the previous night, the sun sank below the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. Zhou Wen exhaled, massaging his temples before sitting down by the bonfire to rest. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Zhou Wen decided against searching the forest for vines that might yield drinkable sap. Instead, he cracked open one of the remaining green coconuts and took a few sips to soothe his throat. Climbing mountains was indeed a physically demanding endeavor, and Zhou Wen's stomach was now growling with hunger. He retrieved several bird eggs from his backpack, shaking them gently by his ear to ensure they were still fresh. Beside the bonfire, Zhou Wen dug a shallow pit, burying the bird eggs and covering them with soil. He then removed some glowing charcoal from the fire and placed it atop the eggs. Once this was done, he took out the roasted kudzu root and smoked fish, heating them slightly over the bonfire before devouring them ravenously. After consuming a satisfying portion of food, Zhou Wen sipped a few mouthfuls of coconut juice, then used a twig to carefully stir the embers, unearthing a bird's egg. "Wow, that's hot," Zhou Wen exclaimed as he transferred the egg between his hands, blowing gently to cool it down. Once it was bearable, he skillfully peeled the egg open, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma. After blowing a few more times, he eagerly took a bite. The egg had a slightly gamey taste, yet it was tolerable, resembling the texture of a quail egg. In just 2 bites, Zhou Wen finished the egg. The warmth of the egg settled comfortably in his stomach, prompting him to extract the remaining eggs, peel them, and consume them as well. At this point, Zhou Wen felt fully satiated. He drank the remainder of the coconut juice in one go, concluding his meal. He placed his wooden spear beside him and leaned against a tree, intending to rest for a while, but the fatigue overcame him, and he fell asleep instantly. Chapter 48. Midnight Visitor at the Beach Camp. The young women had tacitly agreed to refrain from mentioning Husisi. After dinner, they gathered around the campfire, engaged in conversation. Ding Yutong rested her elbows on her knees, cradling her face in her hands, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Suddenly, she remarked, "It has been 2 days. When will Wengu return?" Gu Qinghe snapped a dry twig and tossed it into the fire, responding, "He should be back soon." He mentioned around 3 or 4 days. Ding Yutong lowered her eyelids. Concern etched on her face as she said, "I wonder where he is sleeping at night, and if he has encountered any danger." Luo Xiaoman, busy mending her leaf attire, often requiring repairs due to wear and tear, spoke without looking up, "Wengu is quite capable. He should be fine." Ding Yutong sighed, "I hope so. It's only been 2 days apart, yet I miss him so much." Gao Lu was savoring a piece of smoked fish, since her stomach had yet to fully recover. Gu Qinghe forbade her from eating too much, leaving her to nibble on the fish for comfort. With a cheerful smile, she looked at Ding Yutong and asked Yutong, "You don't really have feelings for him, do you? Wengu doesn't he seem like your type?" "Yes, different." Ding Yutong raised her voice slightly. "Wengu is actually quite handsome, exuding a sense of security and charm." Gao Lu initially wanted to point out Zhou Wen's scruffy appearance, but then recalled how he diligently cared for her during her illness, venturing into the jungle to gather medicinal herbs. Indeed, he provided a sense of safety. Gu Qinghe and Cheng Mengqi nodded in agreement. Except for Luo Xiaoman, who looked confused, the others were lost in thought, gazing intently at the flames. Silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the occasional crackle from the fire. As night deepened, someone yawned, triggering a chain reaction, and soon everyone was yawning in unison. Gu Qinghe stretched her neck, wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, and said, "It's time for bed." "Who is on night watch tonight?" Gao Lu raised her hand. "I've slept enough these past few days. I'll take the watch." Cheng Mengqi added, "Count me in. I can't just sleep here for free." Gu Qinghe replied, "All right, Xiaolu, you're still recovering, so you'll take the first half of the night. Mengqi, you'll take the latter half." The 2 girls nodded in agreement. "Okay." With Husisi's incessant complaints about fate and fortune, Gu Qinghe suddenly felt that the team had become much easier to manage, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. "Good night." The young women exchanged their farewells before retreating to their respective shelters for slumber. Cheng Mengqi continued to occupy Gao Lu's territory, while Ding Yutong remained squished alongside Luo Xiaoman. Although Husisi's shelter lay vacant, they seemed to share an unspoken taboo, unwilling to rest there. At the foot of the mountain, before the flickering bonfire, Zhou Wen was abruptly roused from his slumber by a sudden commotion. He opened his eyes wide, grasping the wooden spear beside him, and sprang to his feet, alertly scanning the surroundings. The source of the disturbance was the area where Zhou Wen had set his snares, now filled with a cacophony of frantic rustling and the piercing cries of an unidentified creature, suggesting that an animal had become ensnared. Zhou Wen's heart raced in his throat as he strained to see through the thick darkness ahead, but only shadows greeted him. Hesitant to venture forth into the unknown, he quickly added dry twigs to the fire, intensifying the flames. The dancing light cast eerie shadows on the nearby bushes, transforming them into monstrous figures and amplifying the atmosphere of dread. Though Zhou Wen feigned courage, he was indeed frightened, and he clenched his jaw, striving to maintain composure, determined not to succumb to panic. The disturbances at the snare gradually diminished. He could not discern whether the creature had escaped or simply ceased its struggles. Regardless, Zhou Wen resolved to remain steadfast beside the bonfire, unwilling to confront whatever lay beyond until dawn. Moments later, when Zhou Wen thought the ordeal had passed, the sounds of struggle erupted once more, sending his heart racing anew. At this juncture, both Zhou Wen and the ensnared creature shared a mutual frustration, each wishing the predicament had never occurred. The tension fluctuated, leaving Zhou Wen's mind oscillating between anxiety and relief, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. As dawn approached, the commotion finally subsided. It remained uncertain whether the creature had fainted from exhaustion or managed to escape its bonds. The sun slowly ascended, illuminating the jungle. Cautiously, Zhou Wen approached, spear in hand, to investigate. The snare still hung intact, albeit misshapen, with vines tangled together, suspending a dusty gray object in midair. Hearing the disturbance, the creature resumed its frantic writhing, emitting a hoarse, squeaking noise. Zhou Wen exhaled in relief, and as he drew closer, he discerned that it was a rat. Over 20 centimeters in length, its gray fur matted with dirt, with one hind leg firmly caught in the snare. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, the rat became increasingly agitated, struggling desperately, yet finding itself powerless, dangling helplessly. Zhou Wen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of having been on edge all night over such a creature. Deciding to let it pay its debt, he refrained from piercing it with his spear, fearing the sin of blood might attract predators. Instead, he raised the spear and swung it down upon the rat's head. With a thud, the rat was sent swinging like a pendulum, still squeaking in distress. Bam! 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 Zhou Wen struck the large rat several times until it was rendered immobile. To ensure it was truly dead and not merely fainting, he delivered a few additional blows. Once he was certain of its demise, Zhou Wen approached cautiously. He secured the rat with a length of vine, binding it tightly before finally undoing the noose. With a sense of satisfaction, he lifted the rat, which weighed over a pound. Although the meat was scant, it would suffice for everyone to savor a taste of it upon his return. Back at the campfire, he wrapped the rat in leaves and secured it with vine, ensuring that even if it attempted to play dead, it could not escape. He placed the rat into his backpack and began preparing breakfast. Keeping one green coconut in reserve for emergencies, Zhou Wen ventured nearby to gather some vines. After cutting a section to confirm it was non-toxic, he gathered a handful, sliced them open, and positioned a coconut shell beneath to catch the dripping juice. Returning to the campfire, he cleared a spot in the embers, burying a few bird eggs beneath the ashes. He then retrieved some smoked fish from his bag, skewering them on a branch and placing them near the fire to warm. While waiting, Zhou Wen broke a tender twig, sniffed it for any unpleasant odor, and checked the cut for skin irritation. Satisfied, he peeled away the outer layer, chewed the end into a makeshift toothbrush, and cleaned his mouth. He returned to the coconut shell bowl, which had collected a considerable amount of juice. After taking a sip and gargling, he spat it out. He then heated the coconut shell bowl over the fire and began to eat his breakfast of smoked fish. Once he had finished the fish, he retrieved the roasted bird eggs from the embers, peeled away the shells, and consumed them one by one. Finally, he drank a bit of the warm juice, feeling invigorated. After gathering his fire starter, Zhou Wen extinguished the campfire, covering it with soil. He donned his gear, shouldered his backpack, and set off in the direction of his shelter. Chapter 49. Return to the camp. The journey back seemed more straightforward than the way there. By afternoon, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Wen was nearing the edge of the jungle, faintly hearing the sound of the waves. Spotting the sturdy tree that Gu Qinghe had once leaned against for support, Zhou Wen smiled knowingly, feeling a surge of excitement that quickened his pace. Suddenly, hearing a rustle from the jungle, Gu Qinghe, who had been seated on the ground, stood alert, gazing intently into the foliage. The other girls looked at her in confusion, about to speak, but were silenced by her raised hand. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged before them. Upon noticing the girls' focused gazes, Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and exclaimed, "Hello, I'm back." The girls' faces lit up with joy as they excitedly shouted, "Wenge, you're back." Ding Yutong rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Zhou Wen's neck and kissing his lips repeatedly, tearfully saying, "Wenge, I missed you so much." A warm feeling surged within Zhou Wen as he patted her back, replying, "I missed you all as well. How has everyone been?" As soon as he spoke, an unexpected silence enveloped the camp. Confused, Zhou Wen gently pushed Ding Yutong aside. She hesitated, biting her lip and stepping back. The other girls exchanged glances, avoiding Zhou Wen's inquiring gaze. Uncertain, Zhou Wen turned to Gu Qinghe for clarity. Gu Qinghe cleared her throat and said, "Hu Cece has gone missing." What? Zhou Wen was momentarily bewildered. How could someone simply disappear? He adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What happened?" Gu Qinghe's face flushed slightly as she elaborated. "That day, she saw us. Well, and upon returning, she spoke ill of it, which led to an argument with Gao Lu. She might not have been able to handle the confrontation and, in her anger, ran off to the beach. With a somber expression, Gu Qinghe continued. Then she never came back. We searched everywhere in the afternoon, but found no trace of her. Gao Lu lowered her eyelids, her hands wringing together, and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have argued with her. Zhou Wen sighed. What could he say? Usisi had left of her own accord. No one had forced her away. Even if she were to go missing and lose her life, it would be her own doing. To Zhou Wen, the absence of 4 team members at the outset had already been a blow. Losing another wound didn't matter much, especially if it was someone he didn't particularly care for. If Gu Qinghe, Cheng Mingqi, or Ding Yutong were to vanish, that would truly grieve him. Zhou Wen smiled reassuringly at them, saying, Let us not be disheartened. The deserted island is fraught with dangers. She ran off recklessly, so we cannot blame anyone else. For instance, I encountered a venomous snake on my way here quite long, and it nearly cost me my life. He spread his arms wide to illustrate the scene, vividly recounting the event, which caused the young women to pale in fear, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and surprise. However, it successfully lifted them from the shadow of Cici's disappearance. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mingqi took the wooden spear and a straw hat from Zhou Wen's hands, setting them aside, and assisted him in removing his backpack. They urged him to sit down, asking with concern, Brother Wen, are you tired? Please take a moment to rest. Zhou Wen chuckled, replying, I'm all right. His appearance, however, was quite disheveled. His hair was a tangled mess resembling a bird's nest, damp with sweat, and clinging together in strands. His short sleeves and loose shorts were filthy, marred by numerous scratches from the jungle-ass underbrush. Under normal circumstances, the young women would have kept their distance from such an unkempt figure. Yet at this moment, no one seemed to mind. Instead, they gathered around him, offering warmth and care. Luo Xiaoman approached with a freshly opened green coconut, saying, Brother Wen, you must be thirsty. Please have some coconut water. Zhou Wen accepted it, expressed his gratitude, and then drained it in one go. Gu Qinghe inquired, Brother Wen, how is it? Have you found a water source? Zhou Wen set down the coconut and gave a thumbs up, proudly declaring, When I take action, nothing is beyond reach. I've already located it. There's a waterfall just beyond the mountain, and below it flows a large pool. Initially, Gu Qinghe was quite pleased, but upon hearing that it was on the other side of the mountain, her spirits dampened, and she asked, Do we have to climb the mountain? Zhou Wen shook his head, reassuring her, not at all. The water from the pool flows through a riverbed directly to the seaside on the other side of the island. We can circumvent it from the beach. Upon hearing that climbing was unnecessary, Gu Qinghe finally felt relieved, eagerly pulling Luo Xiaoman into an affectionate embrace and exclaiming, Yay, we can finally take a bath. Zhou Wen chuckled, adding, considering that once we relocate to the new campsite, we must prioritize preparing shelter. We want to have time to search for food. Thus, tomorrow we shall prepare provisions, and on the day after, we shall embark on our journey. The young ladies nodded in agreement, responding, All right. Gao Lu, with a cheerful demeanor, approached and inquired, Wengu, have you discovered any delectable treats along the way? Zhou Wen replied with a grin, Indeed, you can find them in the backpack. Great, Gao Lu exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she hurried over. At the top of the backpack was something wrapped in leaves. Curiously, she extracted it, feeling its soft texture, and asked Wengu, What is this? Zhou Wen, with a mischievous smile, replied, It's something delicious. Open it and see for yourself. It's a rat. Gao Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm, unveiling a fluffy gray rat, which startled her into a shriek. She dropped the creature and leapt several feet away, landing on Gu Qinghe, crying out, Sister Qinghe, help. There's a rat. The other girls, equally terrified, recoiled in horror. Zhou Wen laughed heartily, proclaiming, This is a protein-rich delicacy. With a quivering voice, Gao Lu retorted, Wengu, you're insufferable. Take it away quickly. Gu Qinghe shot Zhou Wen a disapproving glance and gently patted Gao Lu's back to soothe her. Zhou Wen, still chuckling, went to retrieve the rat, taking a thin stone with him to the seaside, where he skinned and eviscerated it, discarding the head and entrails, which were teeming with parasites. He kept only the body and its tattered fur, which felt light, indicating there was little meat left. After rinsing away the blood and remnants with seawater and giving the fur a simple wash, Zhou Wen returned to the campsite, rubbing it with ash and propping it up with branches to dry. Gao Lu glared at him. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed in displeasure, appearing utterly adorable, prompting Zhou Wen to resist the urge to tease her further. With a grin, Zhou Wen picked up the backpack and offered, "I have more delicious treats here. Would you care for some?" Gao Lu instinctively recoiled, turning her head away and declaring, "No, it's what you don't want." Zhou Wen then pulled out a handful of raspberries from the backpack, distributing them among the others, saying, "These raspberries I picked along the way are sweet and tangy. Do give them a try." "Thank you, Wengu." The other girls giggled as they accepted the berries. Gao Lu, feeling indignant, pounced on Gu Qinghe, exclaiming, "Sister Qinghe, look at Wengu. He is bullying me again." Gu Qinghe, bemused, cast a helpless glance at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen laughed, saying, "If you call me good brother, I shall share." Gao Lu's expression shifted, and just as Zhou Wen anticipated a retort, she broke into a smile and, with a playful voice, exclaimed, "Good brother, good brother." Zhou Wen felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily interjecting, "Enough, enough, I have goosebumps. Here, you can't have too much. Just savor the flavor." Gao Lu beamed as she accepted the raspberries, continuing in her high-pitched tone, "Thank you, Wengu." Zhou Wen couldn't help but shiver again. As the sun began to set, the young ladies rose to gather seafood from the beach. "I shall join you," Zhou Wen said, rising to accompany them. Gu Qinghe gently restrained him, her voice soft as she said, "Wengu, you have labored throughout your journey. It is best that you remain here to rest. We shall take care of the trivial matters." The other young women echoed their agreement with enthusiasm. Gu Qinghe pointed to Gao Lu and continued, "Little Lu, your health is not yet fully restored. Stay here and keep Wengu company." Gao Lu was momentarily taken aback. She had no desire to work and found this an opportune chance to shirk her duties. Her face brightened as she cheerfully replied, "Of course. I will certainly keep Wengu company and ensure he is in good spirits." Gu Qinghe shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, "I knew you would avoid work. How could I not leave you behind?" The young women picked up their baskets, giggling as they departed. "Well then, thank you for your hard work." With Gu Qinghe's arrangement, Zhou Wen could only agree with joy. A peculiar sensation washed over Zhou Wen, as if he were a patriarch of ancient times, with Gu Qinghe as his principal wife and the other young women as his concubines and attendants. He shook his head, quickly dismissing the thought otherwise. Young Zhou Wen would surely raise an objection. Gao Lu nestled beside Zhou Wen, asking, "Wengu, did you encounter anything particularly special in the jungle?" She was eager to learn about Zhou Wen's experiences, though her primary interest lay in whether there were any delectable treats in the wilderness. Zhou Wen replied, "There is quite an abundance of edible items." He introduced her to various wild vegetables and tender leaves, but noted that while they were indeed consumable, their flavors were rather lackluster. Disappointment crept into Gao Lu's voice as she asked, "Is that all? Any special foods?" Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before responding. "In the jungle, there are vines with a high water content. If you cut them open, you can drink the water directly. We could call them water vines. Cut them open and drink. What does it taste like?" she inquired. "The flavor is quite bland, with just a hint of botanical freshness." Gao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she mused, "I've never drunk water from tree vines before. I would love to try it." Zhou Wen chuckled. "That is simple. Once we move, I will find an opportunity to take you to the jungle to sample the water from the vines." "Really? That would be wonderful," Gao Lu exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around Zhou Wen's. "Thank you, Wengu. You are truly kind." Zhou Wen's arm was suddenly enveloped in a soft embrace. Feeling the gentle pressure against his arm, he feigned an accidental move, casually brushing against her, while squinting and saying, "Just a small favor." Gao Lu seemed oblivious to any implications, continuing to engage Zhou Wen with cheerful inquiries and occasionally expressing exaggerated exclamations, providing him with ample emotional support. It must be said that Gu Qinghe had an excellent eye for character, although Gao Lu was not industrious in labor. Her ability to engage in conversation and offer emotional value was indeed commendable. After a while, Gu Qinghe and the others returned with their harvest. Gao Lu discreetly released Zhou Wen's arm and resumed her previous position, conversing with him as if nothing had happened. Zhou Wen was astonished, sensing a strong aroma of tea. These young women were certainly not to be underestimated. "Wengu, we also discover a plethora of seafood today." Ding Yutong, unaware of her near misfortune, cheerfully presented the basket to Zhou Wen, eagerly showcasing their finds. Zhou Wen glanced at the assortment of seafood in the basket, offering praise. Not bad. Ding Yutong smiled sweetly and remarked, "It is your impressive fish trap, Wengu, that yields such plentiful rewards each day." The young ladies commenced preparations for dinner. Suddenly, Zhou Wen recalled that he had brought back a considerable number of bird eggs and quickly exclaimed, "Hold on, there are still many delightful treasures in my backpack." He rummaged through his pack and produced a handful of bird eggs, which caused the eyes of the young women to light up with excitement as they exclaimed, "Wow, eggs." Gu Qinghe inquired, "Wengu, where did you find these bird eggs?" Zhou Wen explained, "Some seabirds prefer to nest in the mountains. After climbing up, I discovered numerous nests at the summit and took a few eggs." Gao Lu began to salivate, exclaiming, "Wow, they look absolutely delicious." "Wengu, how do you plan to prepare them?" Zhou Wen replied confidently, "Patience, just watch me." He dug a shallow pit by the campfire, arranged about 20 eggs within, covered them lightly with soil, and then placed some hot coals atop. Dusting off his hands, he announced, after roasting them for about 20 minutes over the coals, "We shall be able to enjoy baked bird eggs." The young ladies began grilling seafood and kudzu root, while Zhou Wen took out the body of a large rat, propping it open with a twig and placing it by the fire to roast. Soon, a delicate aroma of meat wafted through the camp, enticing the young women, although the thought of it being a large rat made them feel somewhat queasy. Only Gao Lu could not resist glancing over, her expression fluctuating as she wrestled with her feelings. How could such an unsightly creature smell so enticing and appear so appetizing? What was she to do? She desperately yearned for a taste. Unaware of the young women's inner turmoil, Zhou Wen continued to rotate the twig, ensuring that every part of the rat was thoroughly heated. Before long, the rat's skin began to sizzle, releasing oil that dripped onto the coals, producing wisps of smoke that mingled with the fragrant aroma of burning wood, filling the air around the camp. Zhou Wen could not help but swallow hard. The flesh of land-dwelling creatures seemed far more enticing than that of their aquatic counterparts. After a while, the skin of the rat turned an even deep brown. He cut into it with a sharp stone, and steam, carrying the rich scent of meat, escaped from the incision, revealing pink flesh without a trace of blood. Without any seasoning at hand, Zhou Wen merely smeared some crushed raspberries onto the meat, then twisted off one of the hind legs and took a bite. The skin, crisped by the flames, emitted a satisfying crackle when torn, bearing a hint of earthiness, but the raspberry juice tempered it, making it quite palatable. The meat of the rat was denser than chicken, with finer fibers yet a satisfying chew, and with careful mastication. Zhou Wen discerned a subtle meatiness that he found quite enjoyable. Gao Lu gazed longingly at the tantalizing roasted rat, swallowed hard, and asked Wengu, "Is it delicious?" Zhou Wen nodded, saying, "Indeed, the flavor is delightful. Would you like to try some?" After a moment of hesitation, Gao Lu succumbed to her appetite and decisively declared, "Yes." Zhou Wen then twisted off another hind leg and handed it to her. "Thank you, Wengu." Gao Lu expressed her gratitude as she accepted the leg, placed it in a coconut shell bowl, hesitated for a brief moment, then closed her eyes and took a bite. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled as she chewed a few times and exclaimed, "The taste is delightful." After devouring a portion of the hind leg, Gao Lu gazed intently at the large rat and said, "Wengu, I want more." Zhou Wen chuckled in surprise, recalling how terrified he had just been. He glanced at the other girls and asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" The food supply at the camp was relatively ample, yet the other girls shook their heads, unwilling to taste the flavor of the large rat. Truly, they missed a culinary opportunity. Zhou Wen and Gao Lu shared the remaining portions of the rat. Gao Lu, licking her fingers, eagerly inquired, "Wengu, where did you catch this large rat? Shall we go catch some more?" Chapter 51, Discovery of the Blue-Ringed Octopus. Estimating the time, Zhou Wen retrieved the bird eggs from the fire and distributed them among the girls. "Thank you, Wengu," the girls exclaimed in gratitude, eagerly peeling the shells off the bird eggs to savor the delicious roasted treat. The camp was soon filled with the sounds of their hissing breaths, along with praises and exchanges of delight. "Ouch, it's hot." Luo Xiaoman frowned and remarked, "It has a slight fishy taste, somewhat resembling goose eggs." Gao Lu offered her a few raspberries, suggesting, "If you find it fishy, squeeze some raspberry juice. It will enhance the flavor." Luo Xiaoman tried it, crushing a raspberry and spreading it over the peeled bird egg. Taking a tentative bite, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow, it really works. Not only is it no longer fishy, but the tangy sweetness is quite delicious." Gao Lu beamed with pride, saying, No one understands food better than I do. The camp was instantly enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. After finishing the bird eggs, Ding Yutong patted her belly and, with a squint of pleasure, remarked, "My stomach feels warm and comfortable." After a brief rest, the girls began tidying up, collecting the scraps and discarding them. To prevent spoilage, Gu Qinghe placed the excess seafood into a smoking oven she had constructed. Zhou Wen, astonished, remarked, "You all built a smoking oven too?" Luo Xiaoman replied, "Sister Qinghe said that every endeavor flourishes with your guidance, so we modeled it after yours." Zhou Wen asked, "What?" "Speak less." Gu Qinghe playfully tapped Luo Xiaoman on the head and, absent-mindedly toying with a strand of hair, nonchalantly remarked, "Nothing much. Recently, our harvest has been good, and the sisters don't eat much, so I learned to make a smoking oven like yours to avoid wasting ingredients." She squinted, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she looked at Zhou Wen. "Are you planning to collect royalties?" Licking her lips, she added, "It's not out of the question." Zhou Wen felt a warmth in his heart, but noticing the other girls still present, he laughed it off, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. Your initiative to learn is commendable." After dinner, Gu Qinghe directed the girls to use coconut shells to brew the collected condensation water, adding some raspberries for flavor. As they sipped the sweet and tangy hot tea around the campfire, free from the pressures of everyday life, they felt utterly content. As night deepened, Zhou Wen, weary from the day's labor, yawned. Just as he was about to take his leave and retire for the night, he heard Gu Qinghe suggest, "Wenge, why not sleep here?" Zhou Wen replied, "Why?" Gu Qinghe remarked, "With only us few here, splitting into two camps and having two groups on night watch is a waste of manpower. Moreover, with you around, the sisters can sleep more soundly." Zhou Wen pondered this and found it reasonable. The nightly vigils were becoming quite burdensome for him, and if other girls could take turns, it would indeed be much better. He then inquired, "But where will I sleep?" Gu Qinghe pointed to one of the shelters and said, "Hushishi shelter is unoccupied. Brother One, you can rest there." Zhou Wen glanced over. The semi-open shelter seemed rather intriguing, and he chuckled. "Sounds good." Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman cheered, exclaiming, "Brother One, we'll help you arrange the leaves again to ensure your comfort." Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of disappointment, as they had hoped to launch a nighttime raid on Zhou Wen, which was now thwarted. As Zhou Wen lay in Hushishi's shelter, he listened to the girls chattering animatedly, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being in a female dormitory. Before he realized it, drowsiness washed over him, and he gradually slipped into slumber. Awakening naturally, Zhou Wen enjoyed his first uninterrupted sleep since arriving on the deserted island. He remained still, eyes closed, lying on the dry leaves, akin to a tirelessly operating computer finally receiving a well-deserved rest. After a brief moment, Zhou Wen opened his eyes and rose. The day had dawned, and the camp was deserted except for him. He stretched his limbs and then ventured into the woods to attend to personal matters. Strolling to the beach, he observed the girls busily gathering seafood from the rocky shore. Upon noticing Zhou Wen's approach, they greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Brother Wen." He waved back, replying, "Good morning." Luo Xiaoman chuckled, "Brother Wen, you snored quite loudly last night." Zhou Wen felt a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. "I usually don't snore. Perhaps I'm just a bit worn out from the past few days. Maybe I should return to sleep there tonight." Luo Xiaoman smiled warmly. "It's all right. Hearing your snores made me feel secure. I wasn't scared at all when I woke up at night." Zhou Wen laughed, "Is that so? That's wonderful." The girls were working together harmoniously, leaving Zhou Wen with little to contribute. So, he wandered over to the tidal pool, having not visited in a while, curious if there would be any bountiful finds. Alas, today yielded no surprises. The tidal pool was primarily populated with crustaceans, and the few fish present were small, failing to pique his interest. After a leisurely stroll, Zhou Wen collected a few sea urchins and suddenly spotted something soft and deep yellow with blue elliptical rings nestled between the rocks in a tidal pool. A chill surged down his spine, and instinctively he took a step back. Upon closer inspection, he realized with horror that it was indeed a blue-ringed octopus. How could such a deadly creature be found here? The hairs on his arms stood on end. A careless bite could spell dire consequences. A flash of realization struck him, and he immediately turned and ran toward the girls, shouting, "Be careful! Put everything down!" Amidst the inexplicable gazes of the young women, Zhou Wen rushed over, promptly inspecting the treasures nestled among the leaves and within the confines of the fish trap. Fortunately, no traces of the blue-ringed octopus were found. Gu Qinghe inquired, "What is the matter?" Gasping for breath, Zhou Wen replied, "I discovered a blue-ringed octopus in the tidal pool and feared that such a creature might infiltrate our fish trap." The young women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with innocent queries. Zhou Wen steadied his breath, gazing earnestly into their eyes, and pronounced deliberately, "The blue-ringed octopus is deemed one of the 10 most lethal toxins globally. A single bite renders one nearly beyond salvation." The young women shuddered in fear, questioning the perilous nature of their seaside haven. A wave of trepidation washed over Zhou Wen as well. Thankfully, no such creature had infiltrated their fish trap in recent days, or one of the girls would have surely faced dire consequences. Survival on this desolate island harbors unforeseen, lethal dangers. Gu Qinghe feigned composure and asked, "What does it look like? None of us recognize it." Zhou Wen replied, "Wait here." He dashed off, soon returning with a wooden spear. He ventured into the tidal pool, locating the octopus concealed among the crevices of the rocks, and with a swift thrust, pierced it, hoisting it triumphantly upon his spear and returning to the young women. Chapter 52. The approaching storm. With a flick of the spear, Zhou Wen cast the blue-ringed octopus upon the sandy shore. The gravely injured creature writhed, its blue-hued appendages emitting a blinding luminescence. This marine aberration, already somewhat unnerving, now radiated an otherworldly blue light, evoking an uncanny sensation of being scrutinized by an unseen force. The young women gathered curiously, yet dared not approach, whispering amongst themselves from a distance of over a meter. "It looks so peculiar, and it emits blue light. I find it rather beautiful. Keeping it in an aquarium as a centerpiece would certainly be intriguing. Hiss, I wonder if it's edible?" Generally, poisonous creatures are quite delicious. Zhou Wen recognized this remark as undoubtedly belonging to Gao Lu, the corners of his mouth twitching as he struggled to articulate the folly of her thoughts. Clearing his throat, he solemnly advised, "Pay close attention, everyone. This creature is highly venomous. If encountered, one must keep a safe distance. Exercise caution while retrieving the fish trap. Never allow it to bite you." "Understood, Brother Wen." The young women nodded in unison. Zhou Wen once again speared the blue-ringed octopus, reluctant to touch it directly, fearing that returning it to the ocean might contaminate the waters, so he opted to dig a pit and bury it instead. Having navigated this unsettling episode, Zhou Wen returned to assist the young women with their baskets, leading them back to the campsite. Since they had not truly encountered danger, and the blue-ringed octopus was less fearsome than a venomous snake, their reactions were mostly subdued. Zhou Wen found himself questioning whether they had truly internalized his warnings. While preparing breakfast, he conferred with Gu Qinghe about their tasks for the day. He stated, "Today, I plan to venture into the forest to gather more kudzu roots and forage for wild fruits. We should prepare at least 3 days' worth of provisions and set off early tomorrow morning to relocate closer to the estuary." Gu Qinghe remarked, "All right, I will take the girls and smoke the excess seafood to make it easier to carry and consume." Zhou Wen nodded and added, "You have another task. Gather some resilient tree bark from the nearby trees. Establishing a new shelter will undoubtedly require a significant amount of rope, and crafting it on-site will be exceedingly time-consuming, so we should prepare some in advance." Gu Qinghe replied, "Understood, we'll handle it." Zhou Wen said, "Excellent. I will craft a few stone knives for you shortly." After breakfast, Zhou Wen donned his gear, slung his backpack, and grasped a wooden spear as he ventured into the jungle. This time, his primary objective was to dig up some kudzu roots for provisions. So he refrained from delving deep into the forest, remaining in the vicinity of a patch of vines not far away. As midday approached, and Zhou Wen diligently excavated, the forest gradually darkened. The gentle breeze that had been stirring the leaves transformed into a chaotic gust, fluctuating in strength, causing the foliage to sway erratically. Zhou Wen gazed up at the sky in bewilderment. The bright morning had succumbed to the emergence of dense cumulonimbus clouds, clearly signaling an impending storm. And it appeared to be of considerable magnitude. "Oh no, a tempest is approaching," Zhou Wen exclaimed, hastily lifting his backpack and turning to flee. Storms were a common occurrence on this island, and having only encountered one after several days was already a stroke of fortune. Had such a storm struck during his recent search for water, it could have jeopardized his very life. With urgency propelling him forward, Zhou Wen frequently glanced skyward. The cloud formations shifted from a pale gray to a deep charcoal, their lower edges sagging and roiling, resembling a mass of cotton candy being compressed. The clouds accelerated in their movement, clearly heading towards the island. The wind intensified, causing branches to sway violently and emit a chilling howl. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had not strayed far and soon returned to the camp. The girls were in a flurry, darting about the camp like headless chickens. Upon seeing Zhou Wen's return, their anxiety visibly eased, and they regarded him with apprehensive eyes. Gu Qinghe approached him, her voice tinged with urgency. "Brother One, the storm is coming." Zhou Wen smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's merely a storm, nothing to worry about. When I chose this campsite, I specifically opted for a relatively elevated area, so we won't be flooded." Casting a glance at the open shelter of the camp, Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, stating, "We cannot remain here. Let us seek refuge in my place." The girls responded in unison, "All right." Zhou Wen then looked up at the sky. "We still have a little time. Everyone, quickly gather the food and other items to prevent them from getting wet. Also, collect some dry grass and leaves to stuff into the rattan baskets. This will serve to block the entrance and ensure we have materials to start a fire after the rain." Gu Qinghe nodded and promptly directed the others to begin their tasks. Zhou Wen assessed the campfire. It would undoubtedly be extinguished in the downpour. He hurriedly retrieved some embers from the fire, placed them in a coconut shell, and filled it with twigs and dry grass, crafting a makeshift ember pot. Upon arriving at the adjacent campsite, Zhou Wen glanced at the shelter's walls. After a few days, the leaves had begun to wilt. He quickly instructed Mengqi Yutong, "Please hurry and fetch some banana leaves or palm fronds. We must reinforce the shelter, otherwise it may leak during the rain." Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong nodded and ran off with their stone knives. Zhou Wen turned to Gu Qinghe, saying, "It seems the rain is quite significant. Let us deepen and widen the drainage trench to prevent water from flooding back in and soaking the shelter's floor." Without hesitation, Gu Qinghe replied, "All right." The two procured sharp stones and diligently began to dig along the original trench. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman prepared smoked seafood and kudzu, placing them in 2 woven baskets before bringing them into the shelter. Just then, Ding Yutong returned, dragging several banana leaves. "Brother Wen," she said, "I thought it might be too late to cut more leaves, and since the rain will render the condensation pool unusable, I brought back the banana leaves from above." Zhou Wen was overjoyed, almost wanting to embrace her and shower her with praise. "Well done. You should continue to gather more leaves. The more the better." He then turned to Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman, instructing, "You two quickly cover the shelter with the banana leaves, starting from the bottom and binding them layer by layer to the framework." Zhou Wen demonstrated, and they promptly set to work. The air grew oppressively humid, making the skin feel clammy and breathing laborious. The waves surged violently, crashing against the shore with a booming sound that became increasingly heavy and intimidating. Suddenly, raindrops the size of eggs plummeted from the sky. Zhou Wen shouted, "Let us go! Into the shelter!" The girls hurriedly scrambled inside. Zhou Wen piled the baskets filled with twigs and dried leaves at the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap. Once inside, he shifted the pile to nearly seal the entrance. A deafening thunderclap reverberated, and torrential rain poured down. Chapter 53. Song in the Rain. The fierce wind enveloped the torrential rain, plunging the world into chaos. Lightning occasionally pierced the heavens, followed by the rumbling of thunder, causing the entire island to tremble. Inside the shelter, the dim light rendered it akin to nightfall. The girls huddled together in fear, trembling with apprehension. Zhou Wen sat at the entrance, peering through the gaps in the woven baskets, watching the relentless downpour blur his vision. Raindrops pelted the shelter above, resembling someone rhythmically drumming on a small drum, instilling a fear that the structure might be breached. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had been prudent in his choice of location. He had selected 2 large trees that formed a leafy canopy, shielding them from most of the rain. The water seeping through and that blown by the wind remained within the shelter's capacity to endure. After the initial panic subsided, and realizing that the shelter could withstand the tempest, the girls' spirits lifted, and they began to converse softly. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoman remarked, "It's been several days since I last bathed. I feel so uncomfortable. With the rain pouring outside, can we perhaps take a wash?" Indeed, her words jolted the others from their reverie, and they too began to express eagerness at the prospect. Days passed without a bath, and even though the young women were permeated with various cosmetics, a faint odor lingered about them. Yet, their noses had grown accustomed to this scent, rendering it temporarily unnoticeable. Gu Qinghe felt a twinge of temptation and inquired, When go? Is it possible? Zhou Wen scoffed, replying, don't even think about it. If you value your life, stay put. Confused, Gu Qinghe asked, what's the matter? Zhou Wen explained, such a fierce storm poses significant danger. You might be struck by debris carried by the wind. Moreover, this tempest often brings a sharp drop in temperature. A brief exposure could lead to hypothermia, resulting in fever or even worse. Is it really that serious? Gu Qinghe gasped. Very well, we shall remain indoors. The girls gasped in surprise, but the desire to venture out for a bath faded. Observing their spirits dampen, Zhou Wen reassured them. Do not fret, we have located a water source. In a day or two, we shall relocate and enjoy our baths without peril. The young women sighed in resignation. All right then, we shall wait a couple more days. In a cramped shelter, 6 individuals were squeezed together, forced to sit closely. Zhou Wen couldn't help but brush against them, feeling a mix of reverence. He glanced around in the dim light, distinguishing the outlines of Gu Qinghe and Ding Yutong beside him. Ding Yutong sat to his left, while Gu Qinghe faced him, seated cross-legged. A mischievous thought crossed Zhou Wen's mind. He stealthily reached out, his left arm encircling Ding Yutong's slender waist while his right hand caressed Gu Qinghe's smooth leg. Both women tensed momentarily before relaxing, remaining silent throughout. Zhou Wen, having received tacit approval, secretly reveled in his boldness, gradually exploring in the obscurity. In such a confined space, with others present, the endeavor of exploration was undeniably intriguing. It was no wonder that countless films have been made about such adventures. As the relentless rain poured, the group sat idly in the shelter until Gao Lu suddenly complained. How dull. Gu Qinghe cleared her throat and suggested, it is somewhat tedious. Why don't we sing? Gao Lu immediately agreed. Sounds great. After a moment's thought, the other girls concurred, recognizing that idleness could be put to better use. Gu Qinghe smiled and said, all right, Gao Lu, you go first. Confident in her vocal prowess, Gao Lu asserted, no problem. I shall begin. Let me think. I will sing 3 bowings to the chilling world. Clapping her hands, Gu Qinghe announced, now, let us welcome Gao Lu as she performs 3 bowings to the chilling world. The others joined in applause. Gao Lu cleared her throat and began. She sits in a crimson tent, adorned in heavy makeup, as the Swana plays, under the bright moonlight. Beautiful, truly enchanting, they exclaimed as she finished. Gao Lu sang with vigor and spirit, emphasizing certain lyrics, transforming a gentle Wu Nong dialect into a battle-ready anthem. Zhou Wen laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, clapping his thighs and exclaiming, Gao Lu sang splendidly, capturing the force of a female general compelling a scholar into marriage. The shelter fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into uproarious laughter. Gao Lu's hair seemed to bristle in indignation as she shouted, you're talking nonsense. I really put in my best effort. This remark sent the crowd into fits of even greater hilarity. Typically, when Gao Lu spoke in a coy manner, she maintained a semblance of grace. But for some inexplicable reason, when she sang, she exuded the boldness of a northeastern girl. Zhou Wen, chuckling, reassured her, little Lu, don't be upset. I genuinely meant it. Your performance was commendable. This song originally denounces the oppression of women in the old society, and under your interpretation, it transforms into a tale of women standing up and actively pursuing love, which is entirely justified. The shelter echoed with laughter once more. Ah, I shall bite you to death. Gao Lu fumed, attempting to push her way over to strike Zhou Wen, creating a slight commotion in the shelter. Zhou Wen found himself inadvertently subjected to the advances of several individuals. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against him. It was Gu Qinghe, who took advantage of the chaos to turn around and sit against his chest. Zhou Wen blinked in surprise, forgetting to tease Gao Lu, as his right hand instinctively wrapped around her waist. With a playful giggle, Gu Qinghe said, all right, Wen Gu, don't tease little Lu anymore. Who's next? Everyone, fearing Zhou Wen's jests, fell into a hush. Gu Qinghe boldly called out, Xiao Man, it's your turn. Luo Xiaoman apearet flüstert, stuttering. Okay, I'll sing as you wish. Gu Qinghe clapped her hands, encouraging, go for it. The group applauded in unison. Luo Xiaoman cleared her throat and began. You're the distant path, the light in the fog of the mountains and fields. Zhou Wen was genuinely taken aback. Luo Xiaoman's timbre was quite pleasing. Although her singing skills were modest, her pitch was spot on, and her voice was quite melodious. Just as he was appreciating her performance, A warm little hand unexpectedly slipped into his shorts, seizing hold of him. Zhou Wen gasped in surprise. Gu Qinghe, are you playing with fire? From that moment on, Zhou Wen could hardly focus on Luo Xiaomon's singing. All his attention was consumed by that singular distraction, leaving everything else forgotten. The rain continued to fall, and within the small shelter, the sound of singing filled the air, though Zhou Wen had grown somewhat withdrawn. Chapter 54. The storm ceases as dusk approached. The heavy rain abruptly ceased, revealing a magnificent rainbow adorning the horizon. Zhou Wen moved aside the wicker basket blocking the entrance, eager to step outside. Perhaps due to sitting for too long, his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to collapse. Gu Qinghe, emerging behind him, quickly supported him. A mischievous smile gracing her face as she teased. Wengu, why are your legs so weak? Zhou Wen shot her an incredulous glare, silently mouthing, Enchantress. Clearing his throat, he replied, It's nothing, just sat for too long, my legs are a bit numb. The young women streamed out one by one, stretching their bodies before the shelter. Ding Yutong sighed, My legs have gone numb. Fortunately, the rain has ceased. If it continues through the night, I might lose all sensation in them. The other girls echoed her sentiment. Indeed, the air is filled with a refreshing aroma, as if it has been thoroughly filtered by the rain, devoid of any dust. Zhou Wen inhaled deeply, distinctly savoring the briny tang of the sea, the fragrance of the flora, and the moist essence emanating from the depths of the earth. The surrounding trees and shrubs have been cleansed by the rain, droplets cascading down the leaves like miniature waterfalls. Zhou Wen found the stickiness between his legs quite uncomfortable and pretended to excuse himself to the woods. Once he ensured no one was following, he quickly shed his underwear, leaving only his shorts. He rinsed his underwear in a nearby puddle and couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a mischievous sprite. However, upon reflection, he found the experience quite exhilarating. After wringing out his underwear and stowing it in the pocket of his shorts, he nonchalantly made his way back to the camp, feeling a cool breeze against his thighs. In a secluded spot, he found a branch and hung his underwear to dry. Upon returning to the camp, he noticed the girls were absent. Having been cooped up in the shelter for several hours, they likely needed to address their personal hygiene. Zhou Wen first inspected the fire pit, recognizing that survival hinges upon fire. The pit was thoroughly soaked, the ash and soil mingled by the rain, resembling riverbed silt. The ground was damp, rendering the prospect of digging a new fire pit impractical for the moment. He examined the basket of dry twigs and grass. While the exterior was drenched, the side facing the shelter retained a fair amount of dryness. Discarding the original fire pit, Zhou Wen sought a sheltered area nearby, encircled it with stones, and arranged dry branches within, layering them with dried leaves and grass. He fashioned a fire starter from the dry grass and leaves, poured embers from the coal canister, and carefully blew on it. After a cloud of thick smoke, flames flickered to life above the starter. Zhou Wen quickly placed the burning starter into the new fire pit, sprinkled it with fine twigs and dried leaves, and soon the twigs ignited, flames roaring to life and dispelling the post-rain chill. Zhou Wen exhaled in relief. As long as there was fire, other matters would be manageable. He arranged the damp kindling around the fire to dry, as the rain had not completely soaked them, estimating they would be dry soon. At that moment, Gu Qinghe returned with the girls, chattering excitedly. Upon seeing the flames rekindled, their faces lit up with radiant smiles. We have fire again. How wonderful. You're amazing. Vian Yi. Zhou Wen smiled with pride, realizing they had come from the neighboring camp, and inquired, How is it over there? Gu Qinghe sighed softly. It's a complete mess. Everything is soaked through. We won't be able to sleep tonight. Zhou Wen reassured her. Out with the old, in with the new. We were planning to move anyway. If it's gone, it's gone. Let us rotate sleeping here tonight. Gu Qinghe replied resignedly. I suppose that is all we can do. Zhou Wen noticed that the young ladies were not particularly cheerful. He clapped his hands to capture their attention, and as they turned to look at him, he said, Ladies, let us lift our spirits. Such a tempest cannot deter us. We should be joyful. The young ladies managed to muster up a perfunctory smile. Zhou Wen pondered on how to divert their attention and proposed, Come, let us venture to the beach. It is said that after a storm, the sea bestows bountiful treasures upon us. Let us see what we can collect. At this, the young ladies became intrigued, picking up their small baskets and following Zhou Wen toward the shore. Upon arriving at the beach, they felt the refreshing coolness of the breeze, which carried moisture and was particularly invigorating as it brushed against their cheeks. The oppressive heat that had lingered earlier was swept away. The waves had strewn various debris across the sand, creating a chaotic scene filled with broken branches, fragments of aquatic plants, and lively little fish and shrimp. Above, seabirds, drawn by the gifts of the ocean, swooped and circled, squawking excitedly as they dove down to peck at the small fish, shrimp, and squid left behind on the shore. The young ladies delightedly gathered an array of seafood, especially admiring the beautiful shells they found. With each shell they collected, they joyfully shared their finds with one another. Zhou Wen, however, paid little mind to the treasures on the beach. He headed straight for the rocky area to check on the location of his fish traps. Unfortunately, the site was entirely barren. The stones meant to secure them were missing, and the 4 traps he had tethered were swept away by the turbulent waves, leaving not even a vine behind. It was understandable, given the immense force of the storm's waves. Mere vines could hardly withstand such power. Zhou Wen shook his head in disappointment, realizing that his reliable source of catch had vanished, and he would have to consider crafting new traps once they relocated to a new campsite. After wandering near the tidal pools without any significant discoveries, Zhou Wen casually picked up a few large sea conchs, ensuring his visit was not entirely in vain. At that moment, Ding Yutong hurried over, calling out from a distance. Vainha, Vainha, you won't believe it. Zhou Wen's heart raced as he rushed to meet her, asking, what is it? Ding Yutong, catching her breath, excitedly pointed behind her and exclaimed, Wengu, a sunken ship has been discovered behind those rocks. A sunken ship? Zhou Wen's heart soared with joy. In survival novels set on islands, a ship washed ashore often serves as a vital source of supplies, frequently providing the protagonist with various tools that significantly ease the challenges of survival. Could fortune truly be smiling upon him this time? Zhou Wen was not greedy. He would be satisfied with merely finding an axe or machete aboard the ship. With exhilaration coursing through him, Zhou Wen took off running, while Ding Yutong trailed behind, breathlessly calling out, Wengu, wait for me. But Zhou Wen, captivated by thoughts of the sunken ship, was oblivious to her cries and sped away. Ding Yutong managed to chase a few steps, but soon fell behind, stomping her foot in frustration as she shouted, Wengu, you're so infuriating. I want to tell you next time. Chapter 55. The discovery of the shipwreck as they sprinted along the shoreline. Gu Qinghe and her companions arrived at a large rock formation standing majestically on the beach. They were animatedly gesturing towards something behind the rock, engaged in an excited discussion. Upon spotting Zhou Wen approaching, they eagerly waved him over, exclaiming, Brother Wen, come quickly. There's a shipwreck here. Zhou Wen dashed over, and there, nestled behind the rock, lay a dilapidated wooden vessel stranded on the sand. Once a fishing boat, it might have measured around 17 to 18 meters in length when intact. Now, it was a mere remnant of its former self, the stern completely missing, leaving approximately 12 or 13 meters of the hull exposed. The ropes and nets aboard, long submerged in seawater and ravaged by marine life, were entirely frayed, with remnants clinging to the mast and gunnels, exuding a rather eerie aura. The mast had splintered into 2 parts, the canvas sail vanished without a trace, and the structure was draped with verdant seaweed and other aquatic flora. Most of the planks were rotting, encrusted with various sizes of oysters, barnacles, and vibrant green and red algae. A pungent odor wafted through the air from a distance. Zhou Wen felt a wave of disappointment. This ordinary fishing boat, having languished in the ocean for who knows how many years, likely harbored nothing of value. Even if some iron remnants remained, they would surely be too corroded to be of use. Gu Qinghe's eyes widened with a mixture of anxiety and excitement as she inquired, Brother Wen, could there be a sea monster hidden inside? Zhou Wen scrutinized the vessel from top to bottom and replied, certainly no sea monsters, but it may conceal a variety of marine treasures. Gao Lu perked up immediately, squeezing in to ask, will there be anything delicious? Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I need to take a look. Gu Qinghe grasped Zhou Wen's arm, expressing her concern. You're not thinking of climbing aboard, are you? It feels a bit dangerous. Zhou Wen patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. This boat holds no exploratory value, and I have no idea how corroded the planks are, so I won't take any risks. I'll circle around first to have a look. He set his backpack down on the sand, picked up a wooden spear, and began to circle the wreck. At that moment, Ding Yutong finally returned, breathless, and complained, Where's Brother Wen? He didn't wait for me. How rude. Gu Qinghe pointed ahead and said, Brother Wen went to explore the shipwreck. Ding Yutong immediately forgot her irritation, her brow furrowing with concern as she asked, "Is he going alone? Isn't that dangerous?" She attempted to dash over, but Gu Qinghe quickly stopped her, insisting, "Brother Wen will be careful. Let us wait here and not cause any trouble." "All right." Though slightly reluctant, Ding Yutong complied, standing on the beach, anxiously watching the shipwreck. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen had reached the broken section of the hull. The bow was embedded in the sand, the body slightly tilted upwards. Peering through the gaping wound, he glimpsed the dark, eerie hold filled with green seaweed, while some water had pooled at the bottom, where he could faintly see fish darting about in a state of alarm. Zhou Wen felt a strong urge to venture inside, but hesitated, wary of the potential presence of highly venomous creatures such as blue-ringed octopuses or sea snakes lurking in the water. He picked up a stone from the beach and tossed it into the cabin, testing the waters, so to speak. At that moment, a large creature was startled, thrashing wildly in the cabin and splashing water everywhere. The smaller fish, frightened, darted in all directions, turning the bottom of the boat into a chaotic scene. Zhou Wen rubbed his hands in excitement. Although the light was dim, he could vaguely discern that the creature resembled a large bucket, approximately 80 to 90 centimeters long, likely a grouper. Known for its tender flesh and rich nutritional value, the grouper is universally regarded as a culinary delight. The thought that the sea had taken away his 4 fish traps only to return a magnificent grouper ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. He must not waste the ocean's generous gift. The water accumulating at the bottom of the cabin was rendered murky by the grouper's movements, and after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wen refrained from stepping in, wary of twisting his ankle or being bitten by some lurking creature. After pondering for a while, he concluded that he should first remove the water, depriving the grouper of its space to maneuver while revealing any hidden dangers. Approaching the side of the boat, Zhou Wen crouched down to inspect the hull. The wood at the bottom was somewhat decayed, encrusted with oysters, barnacles, and other shells. He contemplated that if he could create a small hole or gap with a stone, perhaps he could drain the water from the bottom cabin. Resolute, he departed from his sunken vessel in search of a stone. On the shore, the girls watched Zhou Wen with curiosity. Gu Qinghe called out, "Wen Ge, how's it going?" Zhou Wen replied loudly, "It seems there's a big creature in the cabin. I'm figuring out how to get it out." Gu Qinghe inquired, "What kind of creature?" Zhou Wen responded, "I can't say for sure yet. I'll tell you once I bring it out." The girls were instantly intrigued, chattering excitedly among themselves. Luo Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she mused, "Could it be treasure? I've read that sunken ships often conceal valuable treasures." Ding Yutong teased, "You little money grubber. You're thinking too much. How could this old wreck possibly hide anything valuable? At most, it might contain worthless pottery." Disappointed, Luo Xiaoman remarked, "If there's no treasure, ancient porcelain can still be quite valuable, right?" Cheng Mingqi laughed, "Xiaoman, not all porcelain is valuable. Do you think fishermen on such a boat could afford precious porcelain? Besides, this may not even be our world. If we bring back something historically inaccurate, archaeologists would surely be baffled." Luo Xiaoman fell silent, her disappointment palpable. Gao Lu scoffed, "Xiaoman, you're overthinking it. I bet it's some delicious seafood, maybe a big fish or a giant octopus." At that moment, Zhou Wen approached, clutching a large, sharp stone. Upon reaching the side of the boat, he carefully assessed the hull to ensure that making a hole here wouldn't cause the wreck to collapse or result in something falling and injuring him. Satisfied that all was well, Zhou Wen raised the stone and struck the bottom of the boat with force. Bang! The shells adhered to the hull, shattered upon impact, sending forth a spray of pungent seawater. Bang! Bang! Zhou Wen continued to strike vigorously, and the wooden planks of the boat soon began to warp and splinter. Splash! A murky tide of seawater gushed forth from a dilapidated opening. Zhou Wen swiftly leaped aside, discarding the stone, and observed as the water flowed incessantly. After a while, the torrent gradually diminished, eventually transforming into a rhythmic dripping. Seizing his wooden spear, Zhou Wen returned to the site where the ship had fractured. With the water receded, the entirety of the ship's hold was laid bare before his eyes. A thick layer of silt and gravel coated the bottom, where various marine creatures writhed and struggled. Zhou Wen was instantly captivated by a rotund grouper among them. Chapter 56. Grateful for the ocean's bounty within the muck, a stout grouper squirmed and fought for freedom. Its deep brown body was adorned with slanting white stripes, interspersed with countless tiny black spots that resembled black sesame seeds scattered across a brown cloth. This was undoubtedly a highly recognizable tiger grouper, a delicacy of the sea, and such a sizable specimen could provide several hearty meals. Besides the grouper, other fish, octopuses, large shrimp, and crabs scuttled about in the mire. Zhou Wen laughed heartily, clasped his hands together, and bowed towards the ocean, exclaiming, "Thank you for the ocean's generous gifts." He leaned out from the wreckage and called to the young women on the shore. "Hey ladies, bring over your baskets." The women, having eagerly awaited this moment, promptly approached with their baskets. "Wow, so many marine treasures. What a massive fish!" Gao Lu exclaimed, nearly drooling, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Look, it's a grouper. Tonight will be a feast. Wait outside while I don my gear and catch some fish," Zhou Wen instructed. He retrieved his wrought-tan shoes and shin guards from the campsite, wary of sharp objects concealed in the mud or potentially aggressive creatures lurking nearby. Carefully, he stepped into the muck, while droplets of water dripped rhythmically from the ship's planks above. Stranded fish flapped their mouths, bending their bodies in an attempt to leap, but Zhou Wen expertly grasped them, now indifferent to the smaller ones, only selecting the larger catches. Soon, he had captured over a dozen black sea bream and flatfish, each exceeding 30 centimeters. Filling his basket to the brim, Zhou Wen handed the filled basket outside and exchanged it for an empty one, this time intending to catch large shrimp and crabs. The crustaceans here were far larger than those caught in the fish traps, and he quickly filled another basket. As he prepared to continue his sweep of the hold with yet another empty basket, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a long, sinuous form. A jolt of alarm coursed through him. Could it be a sea snake, a creature known for its venomous bite? However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a curious moray eel. Zhou Wen's spirits lifted. Moray eel is also a culinary delight from the sea. Yet, with its razor-sharp teeth, he hesitated to grasp it with his hands, instead instructing the women outside to pass him the wooden spear. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced the eel's head, and it writhed violently in a desperate struggle. Zhou Wen deftly lifted the moray, measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters and weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms. Zhou Wen placed the conger eel into the basket and, after foraging for some fish and shrimp nearby, filled it to the brim before once again sending it to the lower hold. As this bounty of seafood was delivered, the waiting young women outside burst into delighted laughter. Having spent so many days on the deserted island, they had never encountered such an abundance of marine treasures. However, Gao Lu was preoccupied with thoughts of the tiger grouper, tiptoeing to peer into the hold while calling out, "Wengu, hurry and catch that tiger grouper. Don't let it escape," wiping the mud from his face. Zhou Wen replied, "Why the rush? Let us take our time. We can't abandon the entire catch from the hold just for one tiger grouper. All right, but do be quick." Zhou Wen dispatched another basket filled with fish, prawns, and squid, gradually inching closer to the tiger grouper. Sensing danger, the fish struggled desperately in the mud, splattering murky water everywhere. Stay calm, stay calm." Zhou Wen grinned as he approached, thrusting his wooden spear with lightning speed. The massive head of the fish was instantly pierced, and the tiger grouper thrashed with such force that Zhou Wen nearly lost his grip. He firmly steadied the spear, pinning the fish to the bottom of the boat. And when it finally exhausted itself, he lifted it with a forceful motion. The other end of the spear dipped heavily, bending under the weight. Zhou Wen estimated the tiger grouper weighed at least 17 or 18 pounds. With measured steps, he emerged from the sunken hold and returned to the sandy shore. The young women gazed at the mildly thrashing tiger grouper on the spear, their faces alight with expressions of surprise and joy. Looking at the heaps of fish on the beach, Zhou Wen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, as the saying goes, one may lose in one aspect yet gain in another. Despite having lost several fish traps, the bountiful haul had completely dispelled his earlier disappointment. Gu Qinghe approached with a cheerful demeanor, ran her hand over the tiger grouper, and then peered back at the sunken ship, inquiring, "Is there anything left inside?" Seeing the opportunity to conclude, Zhou Wen nodded, "Of course there is, but we already have plenty for now. Let us quickly process this before nightfall. We can explore further tomorrow." "All right," she agreed, then called over her companions to assist. The sheer volume of the catch was too great for Zhou Wen to manage alone. The group procured thin stones and began to prepare the fish on the spot. Zhou Wen took charge of processing the largest tiger grouper, Such a hefty creature was tricky to handle, and he was cautious not to let the young women take on the task. He laid the tiger grouper flat on the sand, rinsed the mud from his hands and feet with seawater, and found a sturdy branch to keep it restrained, preventing its thrashing. Then, Zhou Wen picked up a sharp stone and inserted it at the base of the fish's dorsal fin, slicing through the skin along the base of the spines. Gripping the dorsal spines firmly, he exerted force upwards to snap them off, completely removing them. He struck the grouper's gill cover with a stone, prying it open and breaking the sharp edges with force, before tearing away the deep brown gills. With a sharp stone shard, Zhou Wen carefully slashed open the belly of the tiger grouper, methodically extracting all the innards. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to keep the swim bladder and liver. Discarding the rest, Zhou Wen carried the meticulously prepared tiger grouper to the water's edge, where he rinsed its belly with seawater repeatedly, simultaneously cleansing the fish's surface of its slimy coating. He then picked up a piece of seaweed, using it as a cloth to wipe the fish's skin and eliminate any adhering impurities. Once he completed this task, Zhou Wen contentedly placed the grouper upon a large banana leaf. Observing the surroundings, he noticed the young women had transformed into fishmongers, creating an overwhelming stench on the beach. As dusk approached, the group finally managed to process the seafood. Though fatigue lingered, the sight of their bountiful harvest instilled a profound sense of accomplishment. Dragging their spoils back to camp, they gazed at the several baskets filled with their catch, suddenly beset with concern. In such sweltering weather, if they did not act swiftly, the seafood might spoil by morning. After some deliberation, they resolved to smoke the fish overnight. Luo Xiaoman was tasked with preparing dinner, while others ventured into the forest to gather firewood and branches, leaving the remaining members to construct the smoking apparatus. Gao Lu, still fixated on the tiger grouper, cautioned Xiaoman, "Don't forget to cook the grouper." Luo Xiaoman responded with an enthusiastic gesture, assuring, "No problem. Tonight, we feast on tiger grouper." With that, she set up a stone slab over the campfire, laid a banana leaf atop it, and wielded a sharp stone shard to begin filleting the grouper, placing large chunks of fish onto the slab for roasting. The rain-soaked branches were somewhat damp, but this was advantageous, as they would produce ample smoke during the smoking process. Soon, several smoking contraptions were established around the camp, fervently enveloping the fish in fragrant smoke. Before long, Luo Xiaoman had the tiger grouper perfectly roasted. She placed the cooked fish on clean leaves and crushed some raspberries, drizzling their juice over the fish to enhance its flavor. Additionally, she roasted some kudzu root to serve as the staple. "Dinner is ready. Come and eat," she called to the others. Having only nibbled on some smoked fish in the dark during the midday downpour, they were now ravenous and quickly gathered around the fire. The roasted fish could be torn apart with ease. Its skin was crisp and fragrant, while the flesh remained tender and slightly briny, creating an exquisite flavor. Gao Lu s'empresse, exclaiming, "Délicieux, absolutely delightful." She scarcely glanced at the roasted kudzu root, fixated solely on devouring the fish. The group consumed approximately 5 pounds of the succulent fish, finishing nearly a third of the grouper. Fortunately, the tiger grouper possessed a low satiety interference characteristic, allowing them to indulge without feeling overly stuffed. Gao Lu, satisfied and rubbing her round belly, looked at the remaining grouper, let out a hearty burp, and remarked, "I really can't eat another bite. What shall we do with the leftovers?" Zhou Wen chuckled, "Don't worry, there will be no waste. Once we finish cutting it, we'll send it to the smoker for preservation." Gao Lu suddenly realized, of course, before the storm arrived, Zhou Wen had deliberately arranged the leftover coconut shells in an open area, which were now filled with rainwater, providing a sufficient supply of fresh water designated solely for drinking. Luo Xiaoman utilized the coconut shells to brew hot water, adding some raspberries for flavor. After their meal, the group gathered around the campfire, sipping raspberry tea and engaging in conversation, feeling utterly content. As twilight gradually descends, the sea breeze shifts direction, blowing from the island towards the vast ocean, rustling the leaves and shrubs in the jungle. Gu Qinghe and her companions find their shelter submerged and must make do with spending the night at Zhou Wen's place. After a brief discussion, they split into 2 groups, one for resting and the other for smoking seafood. After exchanging goodnights, Zhou Wen takes Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to rest, while Gu Qinghe and her group keep watch through the early hours. Once inside the shelter, although Zhou Wen is flanked by companions, the presence of others prevents him from indulging fully in his desires. leading him to merely satisfy himself with some brief exploration before surrendering to slumber. In the dead of night, Gu Qinghe awakens the three for a shift change. Zhou Wen, accompanied by Cheng Manqi and Ding Yutong, gathers around the campfire, engaging in conversation while periodically checking the smoking ovens, adding fuel, or turning the seafood to ensure even cooking. Despite having deep conversations with Zhou Wen previously, the two girls find themselves at a loss for words in his presence, reaffirming the notion that three monks can struggle to find water. As dawn breaks, Gu Qinghe and her companions emerge from the shelter, stifling yawns. With ample fresh water available, they indulge in the luxury of washing their faces and brushing their teeth. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Wen heads to the beach, intending to scour the sunken ship in the favorable light. However, upon reaching the rocks, he discovers that the ship has drifted away with the rising tide. Stunned, he perceives the loss as a kind of compensation from the ocean before its relocation. Unperturbed, he recalls the sufficient supplies he gathered the previous day. Returning to the camp, he informs the girls of the sunken ship's disappearance. Though they express slight regret, they do not dwell on it. Following their planned course of action, they prepare to relocate to a new campsite, loading the smoked seafood and leftover kudzu into their backpacks, along with essential items like ropes, coconut shell bowls, and straw hats. They take one last glance at their campsite, which has served them for several days, and set off without a hint of nostalgia. Along the coastline, they spend nearly 40 minutes traversing from the northwest to the southwest corner of Crescent Bay. After resting in the shade of the trees, they continue their journey, rounding to the island's opposite side and heading northeast. The coastline here is relatively straight, seemingly endless, with birds soaring in a flurry above a distant spot. After a leisurely 2 hours, amidst the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore, they suddenly hear a gentle gurgling of water. Zhou Wen raises his hand, signaling the girls to halt and remain quiet. He listens intently, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaims, "Keep going. We're almost there. I can hear the sound of flowing water." "Really? That's wonderful." The group quickens their pace, and soon they arrive at a trumpet-shaped estuary. The rocks here have been smoothed and rounded by the relentless waves, and a stream flows from the island's interior into the sea. The water at the estuary displays a remarkable gradient, with a translucent light green near the shore transitioning to a soft blue, finally merging into the deep blue of the ocean, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. The girls feel an irresistible urge to leap into the water for a refreshing bath. However, due to a tempest that had swept through yesterday, the river's currents were rather turbulent, prompting Zhou Wen to advise the young ladies against taking any risks in this area. After appreciating the picturesque scenery, the group proceeded upstream along the river. On either side of the waterway, a plethora of reeds, irises, watergrasses, and similar flora flourished, with a few curious little creatures darting about among them. After walking approximately 500 meters along the riverbank, the channel widened significantly, and the flow became less ferocious. "Is this spot suitable, Zhou Wen?" Gu Qinghe inquired, her gaze drawn to the crystal-clear waters. Zhou Wen felt a similar urge, setting down his load. He grasped his wooden spear and stated, "Hold on, let me scout ahead." Cautiously, Zhou Wen stepped onto the smooth stones toward the stream, carefully assessing the state of the water. The river was clear, exuding a gentle freshness, devoid of leeches or other pests, with only slender, transparent fish flitting about. The riverbed was composed of smooth pebbles, free from silt, thus minimizing the risk of sinking into mud. Zhou Wen tested the water's depth with a spear, finding it to be around thigh-high, with minimal resistance indicating a relatively calm current, thus negating the danger of being swept away. Crouching down, Zhou Wen scooped some water into his hands. Bathed in sunlight, the water felt pleasantly warm. Upon scrutinizing it closely, he discerned no small insects or impurities. Tentatively, he tasted the water, finding it sweet and refreshing. After a brief moment, feeling no ill effects, Zhou Wen concluded that this river was indeed a safe source, suitable for boiling and bathing. The weight of uncertainty that had burdened him was finally lifted. Their decision to relocate from their previous campsite had proven wise. Carefully ascending the bank to avoid slipping on the slick stones, he noticed the hopeful gazes of the young ladies upon him. "How is it?" Gu Qinghe asked. Zhou Wen smiled. "Quite splendid. It is fresh water, likely filtered by the surrounding gravel, and the quality is commendable." "Wonderful!" the ladies exclaimed joyously, embracing one another and celebrating. Gao Lu, with eager eyes, asked, "Can we bathe now?" Zhou Wen gestured towards the sky and gently shook his head, saying, "Not just yet. The sun is too fierce, and sunburn is a real risk. We shall wait until it is less intense." Oh, the young women appeared somewhat disappointed. Zhou Wen chuckled. After waiting so many days, "Wes, a few more hours. That makes sense." They reflected, their spirits lifting as they gazed at the river with renewed anticipation. Chapter 58. A new campsite. The group settled beneath the shade of trees, retrieving some smoked fish from their packs to share. Gu Qinghe accepted a piece of smoked fish from Luo Xiaoman, scraping the scales off with her nails, and casually inquired, "Zhou Wen, shall we camp nearby?" Ding Yutong selected a particularly fine piece of smoked tiger fish and handed it to Zhou Wen. "Thank you," he replied, taking the fish, tearing off a piece to chew, and responding, "Yes, this location is quite favorable. It is close to the coast for foraging seafood, offers fresh water for drinking and washing, and there are nearby woods for timber and food gathering. I will explore the area further to determine the exact spot." Gu Qinghe nodded and said, "All right, we will follow your lead." The other young women also nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen smiled faintly, not uttering a word, yet feeling quite pleased with their response. After lunch and a brief respite, Zhou Wen remarked, "You all rest here. I shall explore the vicinity." The young women exchanged glances and collectively cautioned Brother Wen, "Please be careful." Zhou Wen picked up a wooden spear, assuring them, "Do not worry. I shall return shortly." What Zhou Wen sought most fervently was a natural cave, which would provide shelter from elements while conserving manpower and resources. Regrettably, despite the abundance of rocky terrain in the area, he could not locate a cavern spacious enough to accommodate several individuals. After approximately half an hour of exploration, Zhou Wen stumbled upon a promising site in the nearby woods upstream. The trees here were lush and verdant, yet ample space existed between them. Moreover, due to the canopy's coverage, the intense midday sun could not directly penetrate this area, making it an ideal location for constructing a shelter shielded from the sun's rays. Additionally, it was conveniently situated near a gentle stretch of the river, ensuring easy access to fresh water. The elevation of the terrain was also advantageous. Zhou Wen meticulously examined the ground and confirmed that it lay above the flood line, thus mitigating the risk of being swept away by sudden torrents. Furthermore, the site was in proximity to the beach, facilitating the procurement of seafood, which would ensure a steady supply of nourishment. Most gratifying to Zhou Wen, however, was the presence of numerous lemongrass plants nearby. The volatile compounds contained within the stems and leaves, such as citral and lemonal, continuously released a refreshing lemon fragrance, effectively repelling mosquitoes. In the sweltering heat of summer, mosquitoes thrived abundantly, while the coastal area offered some respite. Venturing into the woods felt akin to presenting an all-you-can-eat buffet for the insects. Particularly near the freshwater source, the mosquito population was even more pronounced. Without measures to deter them, restful nights would be a distant dream. Content with his discovery, Zhou Wen made his way back to the riverbank. The young women were resting in the shade of the trees, and upon hearing footsteps, they turned to see Zhou Wen approaching, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Brother Wen, you're back. Did you find a suitable spot? Is there anything delicious nearby?" Zhou Wen walked over, shouldered his backpack, and replied, "I found a wonderful location not far upstream. Let us go." "All right," the young women responded eagerly, rising to gather their belongings. Under Zhou Wen's guidance, they soon arrived at the designated campsite. A subtle scent of lemon wafted into their nostrils. The young women, delighted, inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "How fragrant!" Luo Xiaoman, discerning the aroma, inquired uncertainly, "Does it smell like lemon? Are there lemon trees here?" Zhou Wen pulled a handful of lemongrass and gestured to the young women, saying, "There are plenty of lemongrass plants here. It is their fragrance you are sensing." The young women bent down, mimicking Zhou Wen as they plucked a few stalks of lemongrass to smell, exclaiming, "Indeed it is." Zhou Wen elaborated, though it may appear unassuming. It possesses the ability to repel insects, ensuring mosquitoes keep their distance. Additionally, it can be brewed into a refreshing drink reminiscent of lemonade. Wow, how marvelous! Upon hearing that the lemongrass could repel mosquitoes, the young women gazed at the fragrant grass with delight. While Gao Lu's primary concern was its potential as a base for lemon tea, Zhou Wen led the ladies to a clearing at the edge of the forest, intending to construct a shelter using the available trees, as he had done previously. Following the unexpected storm from the previous day, Zhou Wen felt a sense of unease and resolved to swiftly erect a temporary refuge to shield them from wind and rain, planning to later build a more substantial structure once stability returned. He addressed the ladies, sharing, "After surviving yesterday's torrential rain, we discovered a sunken ship. It has granted us merely one night for exploration, leaving me with an odd feeling." The women exchanged glances, and it was Gu Qinghe who inquired, "Brother One, what do you mean?" Standing beneath the shade of the trees, Zhou Wen gazed skyward through the foliage, furrowing his brow as he replied, "If we were merely ordinary castaways on a deserted island, yesterday's events could be deemed coincidental. However, we have been selected to partake in a survival challenge. I sense that our initiation period has concluded, and storms will henceforth emerge sporadically." Gu Qinghe's expression shifted slightly as she asked, "What shall we do?" Zhou Wen responded, "We must first construct basic shelters to prepare for any impending storms. Once conditions stabilize, we can devise a plan for a more spacious and comfortable refuge." The young women, lacking alternative suggestions, readily agreed. "All right, Brother Wen, we shall follow your lead." Zhou Wen smiled. "Very well, let us divide our tasks. Mengqi and Yutong, accompany me to search for materials nearby. Qinghe, take the other two and clear the weeds and stones from the clearing to prevent any snakes or small creatures from hiding there." The group collectively affirmed, "Understood." They set down their belongings, and Zhou Wen distributed some stone tools before they all began their work. Leading the two into the nearby thicket, Zhou Wen selected a few straight-growing saplings, using a stone chisel to sever the roots in a circle before breaking them forcefully. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong were tasked with removing excess branches and leaves from the saplings, transforming them into straight wooden poles. After a flurry of activity, the trio secured the collected poles of varying lengths with vines and dragged them out of the thicket. Gu Qinghe and her companions had already cleared the ground beneath the trees, revealing ample space for camping. The cut lemongrass, per Zhou Wen's instructions, was neatly piled to one side rather than carelessly discarded. Zhou Wen's group dropped the wooden poles onto the ground. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Gu Qinghe asked, "Brother Wen, what comes next? Shall we construct the same kind of shelter as last time?" Zhou Wen waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. Let's simply create a few basic shelters for now. We can build them like the ones you made, adding fishbone structures on the other side to provide coverage." The understanding dawned on Gu Qinghe and the others. Having previously constructed a semi-enclosed shelter, they had gained some experience. This time, building a fully enclosed structure would not be overly unfamiliar. Chapter 59. At last, a chance to bathe with their plans agreed upon. The group immediately set to work. Each simple shelter would accommodate 2 people, thus necessitating the construction of only 3 shelters. The 3 shelters were constructed using 3 large trees arranged in a triangular formation, with the entrance facing the central clearing. The construction method was quite simplistic. First, a groove was carved into the sturdy tree trunks using stones to serve as pillars. A robust wooden stick was then inserted into the groove on one end and anchored into the ground on the other, firmly pressed down with a foot to serve as the main beam. Subsequently, various lengths of wood were placed at intervals of 10 centimeters, with one end buried in the soil and the other resting on the main beam, secured tightly with ropes. Once the vertical framework was completed, 2 longer wooden poles were horizontally affixed across the structure, and finally, leaves were used for covering. Zhou Wen first dug a shallow pit in the center of the campsite, surrounding it with stones to create a fire pit. Meanwhile, the young women gathered plenty of dry twigs and grass from the nearby thicket for kindling. They reignited the bonfire using embers from the charcoal canister. In preparation for the shelter's construction, they piled some dry branches at the intended site and set them ablaze, ensuring that any lurking insects in the soil would be eradicated. Once the flames subsided, Gu Qinghe, along with Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman, stayed behind to clear away the ashes before commencing the assembly of the framework, while Zhou Wen, accompanied by Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, ventured into the vicinity to harvest palm leaves and banana leaves. Everyone collaborated diligently for several hours, and the 3 rudimentary shelters were finally erected. The young women then scoured the nearby jungle to gather a heap of dry grass and tender leaves to lay down as bedding within the shelters. To prevent rainwater accumulation, Zhou Wen led them in digging a drainage trench around the vicinity of the shelters. Thus, the campsite was established in its initial form, filled with a sense of accomplishment. They sat on the ground and cracked open some green coconuts to replenish their hydration. As dusk approached and the sun became less scorching, Ding Yutong took a sip of coconut water and looked at Zhou Wen expectantly, asking Brother Wen, "Can we go wash up now?" Zhou Wen gulped down the coconut water, showing no interest in breaking open the coconut for its flesh, and nonchalantly tossed it aside. He gazed up at the sky and replied, "Yes, now is the perfect time. UNT gets sunburned." "Yay, that's wonderful." The young women cheered in unison. Zhou Wen then inquired, "Aren't you all hungry? Wouldn't it be better to wait until after dinner?" "No," Ding Yutong replied emphatically. "I can wait for dinner, but I simply cannot delay washing up any longer." "Exactly." The other young women nodded in agreement, unable to tolerate the dirt on their skin any longer. "Well then," Zhou Wen tossed some firewood into the bonfire to ensure it wouldn't extinguish while they were away, picked up a wooden spear, and said, "Wait for me for a moment." With that, Zhou Wen headed into the jungle. The young women exchanged glances, wondering if he had taken a wrong turn, but assumed he was merely going to the restroom, so they said nothing. After a while, just as the young women were beginning to think Zhou Wen was experiencing a delay, he returned with some light green palm leaves. Come, everyone take some." Zhou Wen beckoned them over. Gu Qinghe accepted a handful of the palm leaves, noting their overall softness and surmising they must be newly sprouted tender leaves. Curiously, she asked, "Brother, what were these for?" Zhou Wen distributed palm leaves among the crowd, explaining, "We can't just jump into the water without preparing some scrubbing cloths." The young women suddenly understood. Luo Xiaoman, looking foolishly at the palm leaves in her hand, asked, "Brother Wen, can these leaves be used as scrubbing cloths?" Zhou Wen replied, "Of course. Using them directly won't suffice. They require some processing. We don't have enough time today, so I'll teach you how to make a simple one for now. Later tonight, we can create a more durable version." Zhou Wen picked up some tender palm leaves and instructed, "Follow my lead." He tore the leaves into strips approximately 3 to 4 centimeters wide and about 10 centimeters long, following the direction of the fibers. After collecting a handful of these strips, he folded them in half and secured both ends tightly with thin bark strings. He tested the texture to ensure the fibers were not loose and that there were no sharp edges, thus completing the rudimentary scrubbing cloth. With their makeshift scrubbing cloths in hand, the group joyfully walked towards the riverbank. To prevent any mishaps, Zhou Wen also brought along a wooden spear. Upon reaching the river, the young women could hardly contain their excitement to plunge into the water, but Zhou Wen stopped them. "Hold on, let me check the water first." He carefully stepped on the stones along the bank, sat on a rock, stretched his legs into the water, and with a firm stance, cautiously walked a few steps into the river. After gauging the current, he waved to the shore and smiled. "Ladies, it's safe. Come on in." The young women cheered, quickly shedding their unflattering leaf attire to reveal their swimsuits. Hand in hand, they entered the water, following the path Zhou Wen had taken. Luo Xiaoman, lacking a swimsuit top, paid little mind to her modesty, walking behind the others to shield herself from Zhou Wen's gaze. Yet, in Zhou Wen's eyes, her attempts at concealment were futile. With every movement, she inadvertently revealed herself, much to his delight. How refreshing! Upon entering the water, the young women eagerly splashed the warm river water onto their faces, squinting with pleasure as they relished the long-awaited coolness. "Xiaoman, catch this." With a mischievous grin, Gao Lu scooped a handful of river water and playfully splashed it at Luo Xiaoman's chest, eliciting a startled reaction. "Ah, Lu Jie, you're so naughty," Luo Xiaoman squealed, instinctively pulling back her neck before retaliating with her own splash, her excitement causing her to bounce joyfully. The river water drenched Gao Lu's face. She laughed heartily, squinting as she covered her face with one hand while splashing back with the other, inadvertently soaking Cheng Mengqi, who had received a significant splash to her hair. "Gao Lu!" Cheng Mengqi exclaimed, her eyes wide, and soon she joined in the water fight against Gao Lu. Before long, the other two young women were also caught in the fray, all joining together in a delightful splashing battle. The cheerful sounds of their laughter echoed along the river, and Zhou Wen found himself captivated by the enchanting sight before him, unable to restrain a grin of delight. This scene did not escape Gao Lu's notice. She was currently besieged by the other girls, losing ground in the water skirmish, and cried out for mercy. "Oh dear, help! I was wrong. Please don't splash me anymore." However, she ignited a war, and it was not so easily quelled. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Gao Lu decided to divert the disaster, pointing in Zhou Wen's direction and exclaimed, "Sisters, there's a lecherous wolf over there." The young women, intrigued, turned their heads to behold Zhou Wen, who was on the verge of drooling. A chill ran down Zhou Wen's spine. Just as he was about to flee, he heard Gu Qinghe shout, "Ladies battle," and they all charged at him, dousing him with water. The other girls giggled and redirected their playful assault toward Zhou Wen. "Gao Lu, you wait for me." Zhou Wen fumed and began to retaliate with splashes of water. Chapter 60. A transformation after a bout of laughter and play. Zhou Wen suddenly noticed an unexpected revelation. After so many days, the accumulated grime, sweat, and salt on their bodies began to loosen as they submerged in the river, transforming into murky black water that trickled down their forms. Zhou Wen glanced down at himself, and, to his astonishment, he was even more soiled than the girls. Rubbing his arm, he was shocked to reveal a long streak of black mud. The girls paused, exchanging glances as they too noticed the unsightly black residue on their own bodies, and quickly bent down to inspect themselves. The next moment, startled gasps echoed through the riverbank. "Oh dear, how dirty! How embarrassing!" Their faces flushed crimson as they squatted in the water, only their heads visible, urging, "Brother Wen, we're going to bathe, so don't peek." Zhou Wen's lips twitched. Women were truly peculiar, despite being scantily clad and revealing much during their frolic. They seemed unbothered by their exposure, yet were adamant about not allowing a man to witness their bathing. In truth, the girls were not fearful of revealing themselves, but rather of Zhou when witnessing the ungraceful sight of them scrubbing off the mud. He shook his head slightly, surveying the surroundings, and spotted a large rock not far away. He waded over, checked for any dangers, and upon finding none, stripped down to his bare skin, sitting behind the stone to enjoy a refreshing bath. Seeing Zhou Wen depart, the girls rose, resuming their playful antics while scrubbing each other's backs, occasionally squealing in mock protest, as if one sister had sneakily attacked a sensitive area. Zhou Wen felt a twinge of envy as he scrubbed himself with a makeshift washcloth, calling out, "Hey, need help with your backs? I promise my strength is sufficient for a delightful experience." "Not far off," Gao Lu retorted, "Brother Wen. You are such a lecher." Zhou Wen laughed heartily, replying, "I am merely extending a sincere suggestion. Alternatively, you could help me scrub my back. I wouldn't mind at all." This provoked another wave of playful jeers, primarily from Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman, while Gu Qinghe and Cheng Qi felt a flicker of interest, though they hesitated to become too close to Zhou when in front of the others. Meanwhile, Ding Yutong, after a moment of internal conflict, bit her lip and resolutely walked toward Zhou Wen. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman looked on in surprise at Ding Yutong's retreating figure, while Gu Qinghe and Cheng Mengqi exchanged wide-eyed glances, suddenly overwhelmed with regret. As the gentle melody of Scrub-a-Dub-Dub filled the air, Zhou Wen chuckled merrily, scrubbing himself while joyfully singing. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water caught his attention. Turning around, he noticed Ding Yutong shyly wading through the water towards him. Her damp hair cascaded casually down her back, and glistening droplets adorned her fair, delicate skin, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. She appeared like an enchanting water nymph, her beauty accentuated by her lovely visage. Zhou Wen found himself captivated, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. Ding Yutong offered a bashful smile, her voice soft and inviting. "Wen Ge, let me help you with your back." Zhou Wen opened his mouth, glancing at the other young ladies nearby, and replied with a hearty laugh, "Sure, I appreciate your kindness." Ding Yutong beamed with joy as she moved behind Zhou Wen, her gentle hands grasping a simple scrubbing cloth to apply to his back, diligently working to scrub him clean. "Wen Ge, how's the pressure?" she inquired. Zhou Wen relished the soothing sensation against his back and replied, "It's good, just a bit more pressure would be perfect." After a while, Ding Yutong began to pant slightly from the exertion. With a gasp, Zhou Wen pulled her in front of him and declared, "All right, it's my turn to scrub your back now." Flustered, she shyly responded, "Okay." An hour later, the group returned to the shore, feeling refreshed and invigorated, their bodies cleansed of grime, as if they had been reborn. The evening breeze caressed their damp skin, bringing a delightful chill. Achoo! Gao Lu couldn't help but sneeze. Earlier, while bathing, Zhou Wen had casually rinsed his tattered clothes, now in hand, and felt a bit chilly in just his boxers. "Let's hurry back. We don't want to catch a cold," Zhou Wen exclaimed, brandishing a wooden spear as he led the young ladies swiftly back to their campsite. Upon settling by the campfire, a sense of comfort enveloped them. After drying off by the fire, Zhou Wen twisted his short sleeves and baggy shorts to wring out the water, propping them up with a stick next to the flames. Hesitating for a moment, he decided that the dampness of his underwear was too uncomfortable and removed them as well. "Ah, my eyes!" Gao Lu exclaimed dramatically, shielding her eyes with her hand, though her fingers were splayed wide enough to let the view slip through. Then, with a mischievous tone, she began to sing, "Elephant, elephant, why is your nose so long?" Zhou Wen shot her an exasperated glance, thinking that one day he would silence her antics, but for now, he chose to ignore her. Seated by the fire, he skewered a piece of smoked fish with a stick and held it before the flames to warm it up. Glancing at the young ladies, he chuckled. "Isn't it uncomfortable wearing those wet swimsuits? Why not take them off and dry them? After all, there are no outsiders here." The girls exchanged glances, and with a newfound resolve, Gu Qinghe nonchalantly removed her swimsuit and shorts, placing them by the fire. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong followed suit, shedding their swimwear. Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman hesitated initially, shyly glancing about, but upon seeing Gu Qinghe and the others so at ease, they felt compelled to join in. Especially for Luo Xiaoman, who had removed her top, feeling liberated in her natural state among friends. Zhou Wen seized the opportunity to indulge his eyes, causing Luo Xiaoman's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Unable to voice her discomfort, she shyly crossed her legs and carefully averted her gaze from Zhou Wen. Meanwhile, the unabashed Gao Lu sat casually, mimicking Zhou Wen by skewering smoked fish with a twig, completely unfazed by his scrutinizing stare. Ding Yutong tilted her head, allowing her flowing hair to cascade down as she twisted the ends tightly, droplets of water cascading down. With a sigh, she lamented, "Without shampoo, my hair still feels greasy." The other girls nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoman looked at Zhou Wen with bright eyes and asked, "Brother Wen, you seem to know everything. Can you make soap?" Zhou Wen paused, taken aback, thinking, "Do you consider me a magical being?" However, fortuitously, he indeed possessed the knowledge to make soap, a common skill acquired from traversing through time. Anyone familiar with basic historical web literature would know the theory behind it. Zhou Wen nodded and replied, "I can indeed make soap, though acquiring the necessary fats can be quite a challenge. When I have the time, I shall search for soap trees and prepare some shampoo for you." The girls' eyes instantly sparkled with delight as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Wen. You are truly remarkable," especially Ding Yutong, whose gaze toward Zhou Wen seemed almost adoring. Zhou Wen chuckled heartily, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Chapter 61. The next steps of the plan. After a day of toil and an hour of play in the water, everyone felt a pang of hunger. While the bonfire dried their clothes, they retrieved kudzu root, smoked fish, smoked shrimp, and wild fruit from their backpacks to prepare dinner. Zhou Wen ventured to a nearby river to fetch some clean fresh water, storing it in a coconut shell. He also washed some lemongrass, tossing it into the coconut shell before placing it over the bonfire to brew a fragrant lemon tea. After dinner, their clothes were nearly dry. The girls donned their swimsuits, finding the leafy garments they had worn earlier to be unclean and unfit for further use, prompting them to consider crafting new attire. Luo Xiaoman, lacking a top and cradling a rabbit, suddenly appeared somewhat despondent. Just as Zhou Wen was about to put on his shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he noticed her expression and felt a pang of tenderness. In the early days of this challenge, he might have been indifferent to her plight. However, having spent several days together, and apart from the mysteriously vanished Hu Sisi, he had formed amiable bonds with the others. Luo Xiaoman had also provided him with numerous benefits. Zhou Wen was not devoid of compassion. After a moment of hesitation, he tossed his short-sleeved shirt to Luo Xiaoman. It landed on her lap, and she stared in surprise before picking it up and looking at Zhou Wen, exclaiming, "Brother Wen." Zhou Wen interjected, "While I greatly enjoy the sight of your rabbit, it tends to hop about and distracts me immensely. Therefore, I shall lend you my shirt for some modesty." Luo Xiaoman's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Wen." She donned the shirt, tying the edges into a knot, making her ample rabbit appear tantalizingly alluring. Zhou Wen inwardly cursed his miscalculation, adjusting his stance to quell the protests of his own desires. Gu Qinghe teased, "Brother Wen, why didn't you lend it to me back then? Poor Xiaoman has been feeling insecure these past few days." Zhou Wen retorted with conviction, "At that time, we were not well acquainted." Gu Qinghe chuckled, "So it's ripe now, isn't it?" She winked at Zhou Wen, adding, "Now it could be considered ripe after all. You know my length, and I know your depth." Gu Qinghe's cheeks flushed, and she shot Zhou Wen a glare. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong exchanged glances. their faces also slightly reddening, while Gao Lu and Luo Xiaoman appeared bewildered, not quite grasping the undertones of their conversation. As the sun descended, the forest gradually dimmed. The sea breeze shifted direction, blowing briskly. After a long day, everyone felt a bit weary. After a brief conversation, the young ladies began to yawn one after another. Influenced by them, Zhou Wen stifled a yawn himself, wiping away the tears it brought, and said, "After such a tiring day, let us retire early." The girls responded in unison, "All right." They exchanged glances, and Ding Yutong inquired, "How shall we allocate the shelters?" Zhou Wen scratched his head. Initially, he had planned for 6 people to share 3 shelters without considering who would share with him. His gaze swept across the young ladies before he decisively proposed, "Let us do this. Mengqi and Yutong can share one, Gao Lu and Xiaoman can share another, and Qinghe will be with me." Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong appeared somewhat discontent, both wishing to share a shelter with Zhou Wen. However, since he had made a decision, they begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen continued, "For tonight's watch, I will take the latter half. We'll take the first half." Gu Qinghe objected, "Wenge, you have worked so hard. There is no reason for you to always take the latter shift." She pointed at Gao Lu. "Gao Lu, you have had the least turns. You shall take the night watch tonight." "Me?" Gao Lu pointed to herself, her expression showing slight displeasure. Gu Qinghe, with a stern look, asked, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" Gao Lu shivered slightly and, with a forced smile, replied, "No. I am more than happy to serve everyone." Gu Qinghe huffed. "That is more like it." Then she turned to Zhou Wen, softly saying, "Wenge, you've worked hard. I will take the first half of the night watch." Zhou Wen inwardly clicked his tongue, thinking how Gu Qinghe seemed to be a matron managing a concubine. With a smile, he gracefully declined, "No need for that. I will take the first half. Having just relocated here, there is much to be organized, and I need to strategize for our future endeavors." With 20 days left until the challenge concludes, he felt compelled to consider every aspect to prevent any unforeseen tricks from the production team. "Very well then." Gu Qinghe acquiesced. Not pushing further, she glanced at Zhou Wen's robust upper body, her ears suddenly warming, and discreetly signaled to him with her lips, "I'll be waiting for you." Since bathing, Zhou Wen had been tantalized by all manner of allure, nearly succumbing to temptation when Ding Yutong offered to scrub his back in front of everyone. Noticing Gu Qinghe's hint, Zhou Wen felt a stir within and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. A faint smile graced Gu Qinghe's lips as she said, "Good night. I'll head to sleep now." The others echoed their good nights, and the young ladies retreated into their shelters, leaving Zhou Wen alone by the campfire. The area around the shelter gradually fell silent. The chorus of insects rising and falling, while the distant woods occasionally echoed with the calls of night owls, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the sea waves, as if performing a grand symphony. Zhou Wen cleared his mind and listened for a while, feeling that much of his inner turmoil had dissipated. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from the bonfire, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He picked up a stick and poked at the burning logs, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead in the coming days. With fresh water secured, many endeavors could commence. His gaze fell upon a coconut shell beside the fire, and an idea sparked within him. He should promptly create some pottery. With pottery, he could simmer food, breaking the monotony of their diet of roasted and smoked meals, which had begun to take a toll on their stomachs. Approaching a tree, Zhou Wen used a stone knife to strip away a section of bark, revealing a pale yellow trunk. He retrieved a piece of charcoal and inscribed the characters for pottery onto the wood. With the prospect of pottery, the need for seasonings became apparent. He then wrote down the words for sun-dried salt. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the surrounding jungle warranted a thorough exploration. Perhaps he could find wild onions, ginger, or edible roots and fruits. Thus, he added jungle to his list. Although the current food supply could last for a few more days, it was imperative to stabilize their food sources quickly. The best approach was to seek provisions from the sea, prompting him to write fish trap. Nearby water pools might also harbor small creatures to provide food and fur for everyone. Even if no animals were present, there could be edible wild vegetables growing, necessitating an exploration of those areas, so he noted water pool as well. Restoring food supplies would mean that enhancing their shelter must be prioritized, which would require suitable tools. At least a few stone axes. He wrote down tools. Zhou Wen felt that he had covered a lot for the moment, but upon seeing the list on the trunk, he scratched his head, realizing there was still much to be done. Chapter 62. A misguided venture and consequences, just as Zhou Wen was pondering his next steps before the trunk. Luo Xiaoman stealthily emerged from the shelter and slipped into Gu Qinghe's abode. Gu Qinghe awaited Zhou Wen's return and, upon seeing the figure enter, felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to speak, she overheard Luo Xiaoman's voice. Sister Qinghe, Luo Jie grind her teeth in her sleep. It's quite scary. May I sleep here tonight? Alas, the opportunity for a tender moment with Zhou Wen had vanished. Gu Qinghe sighed internally, but felt it would be impolite to refuse, so she replied, "All right. You can sleep here." "Thank you, Sister Qinghe." Luo Xiaoman cheerfully expressed her gratitude before, using the dim light of the fire, she nestled beside Gu Qinghe. "Good night, Sister Qinghe," she said, closing her eyes. "Good night," Gu Qinghe replied, her eyes wide open as she stared at the dark ceiling of the shelter. A wave of inexplicable irritation washing over her. Outside, Zhou Wen, having finalized his next plan, returned to the bonfire. He added more firewood and listened intently to the sounds emanating from the other two shelters. It seemed the young women had all drifted off to sleep. A smile crept across Zhou Wen's face, as it was now the perfect time to seek some joyful exercise with Gu Qinghe. After being stirred by them today, his pent-up energy needed an outlet. Before departing, he intended to relieve the pressure on his bladder. Zhou Wen left the camp and, behind a large tree not far away, began to urinate. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghe, listening to the elongated breaths beside her, confirmed that Luo Xiaoman had fallen asleep, unable to suppress the fire within her. She quietly rose and slipped out of the shelter. Upon exiting, she found the campfire deserted, with only the flickering flames casting chaotic shadows of the surrounding trees, resembling a host of mischievous spirits dancing in the night. Gu Qinghe paused, assuming Zhou Wen had gone to patrol or use the restroom. She sat down by the fire, patiently awaiting his return. After a brief moment, she noticed Zhou Wen, bare-chested, stealthily returning from the shadows. Just as she was about to call out softly, she observed Zhou Wen sneaking into the shelter like a thief. He had no idea there was someone still sitting by the fire. "I'm right here." Gu Qinghe was momentarily stunned, extending her hand and parting her lips, yet refrained from uttering a sound. Internally, she lamented. If Luo Xiaoman were to speak up, would she assist her or prevent the other girls from entering? On the other side, Zhou Wen rubbed his hands together, chuckling softly. "Beauty, I'm here." With that, he lunged forward. Through the cotton shirt pressed against the soft curves beneath him, Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. What on earth was happening? Had he entered the wrong shelter? The person beneath him suddenly awoke, their body stiffening before relaxing again. Just as Zhou Wen was about to explain, a pair of warm arms wrapped around his neck, pulling his head down, and fervent lips pressed against his own. Half an hour later, after an exhilarating encounter, Zhou Wen lay on the grass mat, panting, gradually regaining his ability to think. One arm around Luo Xiaoman, he playfully toyed with her rabbit, while his other hand scratched his head, pondering. What is this all about? Could it be arranged by Gu Qinghe? How considerate of her. Luo Xiaoman nestled in his embrace, contentedly murmured, "Wenge, I like you." Zhou Wen tightened his hold, whispering back, "I like you too," after sharing a few tender words with Luo Xiaoman until she fell asleep. Zhou Wen carefully withdrew his arm from beneath her neck and stealthily exited the shelter. As he stepped outside, he saw Gu Qinghe sitting by the campfire, arms crossed, wearing a cryptic smile as she gazed at him. Zhou Wen paused momentarily before casually taking a seat beside her. Gu Qinghe, slightly displeased, shifted away a little, teasingly remarked, "Wenge, you're quite impressive, ensnaring yet another sister. Do you plan to collect us all?" Zhou Wen chuckled, moving closer, and feigned surprise. "Oh, wasn't this your arrangement?" Gu Qinghe twisted her waist, evading his embrace, and retorted, "I am not a madam of a brothel. How could I possibly orchestrate such affairs?" Zhou Wen feigned innocence. But you clearly signaled to me and mouthed that you were waiting for me. I thought you were having a visit from Aunt Flo, which is why you set me up with Luo Xiaoman." Gu Qinghe was utterly dejected, letting out a sigh as she remarked, "Xiaoman mentioned that Gaolu grinds her teeth in her sleep. She secretly came over to ask if she could sleep here, and I felt too embarrassed to refuse her." Zhou Wen scratched his head and pointed to a tree not far away, saying, "I was deep in thought in front of that tree just now, and didn't he notice? Then I remembered our agreement, so I went to relieve myself before searching for you." A hint of helplessness appeared on Gu Qinghe's face as she replied, "I was worried you might come in without knowing and wake Xiaoman, so I came out to find you." Who would have thought you weren't here? Then you just went straight in without giving me a chance to call you. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, unable to resist giving Zhou Wen a pinch. Scolding, you enjoyed yourself. I was outside listening to you two fight, feeling utterly miserable. Zhou Wen gasped, pressing her hand down and saying, Sister, take it easy. I'm innocent. I thought it was you. Gu Qinghe scoffed, seizing an opportunity against Zhou Wen, declaring, Humph, I don't care what you do with others. You must keep your promises to me. Take it easy, take it easy. Zhou Wen felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his neck. Forcing a smile as he added, My second brother is invincible, but he says he needs to calm down right now. Gu Qinghe, with a flirtatious gaze, licked her lips and smiled. That's all right. I'll persuade him properly. Saying this, she pushed Zhou Wen down onto the ground. After a long moment, Zhou Wen lay sprawled on the ground, expressionless as he gazed at the night sky. The stars twinkled in the dark expanse. Yet Zhou Wen felt as though the world around him was but an illusion. Gu Qinghe, in a fit of fury, had taken her fill twice. Even someone as robust as Zhou Wen felt thoroughly drained, as if every ounce of vitality had been extracted from him. Gu Qinghe leaned down to place a gentle kiss on his cheek, smiling sweetly. Darling, I'm going to sleep now. You must keep up the good work. Good night. Zhou Wen twitched the corners of his mouth, but remained motionless on the ground. Satisfied, Gu Qinghe swayed her hips and retreated into the shelter where Gao Lu was resting. After a considerable time had passed, Zhou Wen finally sat up from the ground, rubbing his waist and lamenting, Ah, my kidneys. This bittersweet pain left him feeling somewhat addicted. No wonder the heroes of ancient times often succumbed in the arms of their lovers. In the dead of night, Zhou Wen dragged his weary feet to wake Gao Lu, preparing to switch shifts. Gao Lu, bleary-eyed, emerged from the shelter and was taken aback by Zhou Wen's haggard appearance, exclaiming, Wengo, what happened to you? Zhou Wen rubbed his cheeks and replied, It's nothing. I might just be a bit tired. Gao Lu hurriedly insisted, Wengo, you should go to sleep right away. I'm afraid you might collapse. Zhou Wen rolled his eyes and retorted, If I collapse, I'll come back as a ghost to haunt you. Gao Lu patted her chest, playfully scolding, Don't scare me like that. Zhou Wen let out a light hum, waving his hand, No more talk. I'm going to sleep. All right, Wengo, good night. Gao Lu replied. Zhou Wen waved his hand in farewell, good night. He slipped into the shelter, lying down beside Luo Xiaoman, and within 3 seconds, he fell into a deep slumber as if a switch had been flipped. Chapter 63. Playing in the mud on a deserted island as dawn broke and the jungle regained its vibrant life, the camp slowly stirred back to activity. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and with nothing much to occupy their time, everyone retired to bed early, naturally rising at dawn. The young women emerged from their shelter, yawning and stretching, followed by a few light exercises. Although Zhou Wen had engaged in 3 strenuous tasks during the night, his youthful vigor allowed him to recuperate after just a few hours of sleep, though he still appeared slightly weary and listless. The sight of Zhou Wen and Luo Xiaoman emerging from the shelter in close proximity astonished the other young women, with the exception of Gu Qinghe, who watched with wide eyes, surveying the pair. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong cast disapproving glances, if their gazes were akin to daggers. Luo Xiaoman would undoubtedly be riddled with wounds. Gao Lu looked at Luo Xiaoman in disbelief, murmuring to herself, for a mere short-sleeved shirt. Is she truly willing to offer herself? The thought of having indulged in so many of Zhou Wen's generous offerings left Gao Lu conflicted. Perhaps she should also share his bed, lest she appear ungrateful. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wen, the serendipitous circumstances had led Gao Lu to such capricious thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have chosen to keep his distance, as his weary frame was not yet prepared for further exertion. Luo Xiaoman, being youthful and somewhat bashful, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she lowered her head and hid behind Zhou Wen. In contrast, Zhou Wen was unperturbed by the scrutiny of others. He performed a few chest-expanding exercises and cheerfully greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. After attending to personal hygiene in the nearby woods and washing up by the river, he found that the simple pleasure of brushing his teeth and washing his face had become a delightful experience. Upon returning to the campsite, they retrieved their provisions, warming them slightly by the campfire before sharing breakfast. Gu Qinghe, leisurely nibbling on a piece of smoked fish, inquired, Brother Wen, what shall we do today? Zhou Wen, chewing on a smoked shrimp, paused to swallow before replying, Today, we shall primarily indulge in some mud play. If we finish swiftly, we can consider other activities. Mud play? The young women exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Zhou Wen's meaning. Zhou Wen chuckled and clarified. Involves pottery making. Without pots and bowls, our situation is quite inconvenient. Eating smoked and roasted food daily has left us feeling rather fiery inside, making even the simplest of bodily functions rather uncomfortable. Coconut shells, while suitable for boiling water, are inadequate for making fish soup. Giggles erupted among the young women upon hearing Zhou Wen's candid remark about discomfort. Cheng Mengqi furrowed her brows and asked, Brother Wen, is pottery difficult to make? I heard something about needing a kiln. Ding Yutong, seated beside Zhou Wen, attentively peeled a large shrimp for him. Accepting it with a grateful nod, Zhou Wen responded, It's quite manageable. Our ancestors mastered pottery over 10,000 years ago, and we, their descendants, should certainly not fall short. Besides, we only require functional pottery, not of exceptionally high quality. We can simply stack and fire the clay. Cheng Mengqi nodded in agreement, stating, Well, we know nothing about this, so whatever you say, Brother Wen, we shall follow. The other young women nodded in unison, expressing their accord. After finishing breakfast, taking advantage of the sun's gentle rays, Zhou Wen hurriedly led the young ladies to the riverbank to gather clay. The crafting of pottery necessitates clay, and Zhou Wen, pressed for time, had not the opportunity to search extensively for it. However, he had observed ample yellow earth by the riverside yesterday, which, if all went well, could suffice. A lower success rate was inconsequential. If necessary, he could simply fire the pieces multiple times. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhou Wen identified a patch of yellow earth, scooped a handful, and kneaded it, noting the minimal gravel content and satisfactory soil quality. He used a shard of stone to scrape away the top layer of yellow earth, approximately 10 centimeters deep, and upon examining the underlying soil, he found it had even fewer impurities. After forming a ball of the yellow earth and submerging it in the water, he observed that it did not disintegrate violently, indicating a commendable level of stickiness suitable for basic pottery making. Thus, Zhou Wen resolved to extract the clay from this spot. Young ladies, come here. Let us dig right here, he called out. The young ladies, equipped with wicker baskets lined with layers of banana leaves, gathered around Zhou Wen and squatted down to begin excavating the soil. Zhou Wen instructed, The top layer is too impure. We shall dig from below. Understood, the young ladies replied in unison, energetically using their stone tools to dig into the earth and fill their baskets. As they toiled, pairs of plump rabbits hopped playfully nearby, drawing Zhou Wen's attention despite his calm demeanor. The enchanting young ladies, squatting as they unearthed soil, would surely leave onlookers in awe. After filling several baskets, they dragged them to the shade of a tree not far from the riverbank. To facilitate water retrieval, Zhou Wen decided to craft pottery right by the river, avoiding unnecessary trips back and forth. He found a flat patch of ground, spread some banana leaves, and poured the soil from the wicker baskets onto the leaves. Now, everyone, break the clumps of soil apart, knead it with your hands to crumble it, and remove any stones, roots, or shell fragments. If there's a little fine sand, do not worry about it, Zhou Wen instructed. The young ladies diligently followed his guidance, their nails filled with mud, yet they voiced no complaints. Even the typically lazy Gao Lu, under Gu Qinghe's watchful eye, obediently worked alongside the others. Zhou Wen felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of humanity, striving together for survival. Should he encounter ethereal beings, they would either depart or descend. He would not indulge them. After processing the yellow earth, Zhou Wen fetched water from the river using a coconut shell and began to teach the young ladies the art of mixing clay. With their inexperienced hands, the primary technique involved adding water to dry soil, or vice versa, gradually forming larger clumps of mud. Laughter echoed from the shade as the young ladies enjoyed themselves immensely. Gao Lu playfully crooned, How cold it is! I'm playing in the mud in the northeast, though the northeast is not vast. I have no home in Dalian. The group erupted in laughter, nearly tumbling into the mud before them. As they kneaded the mud like dough, they ultimately formed a cohesive, non-sticky ball ready for use. Zhou Wen pulled forth a sizable clump of clay and declared, Watch closely. I will teach you how to make small bowls. He shaped the clay into a hemisphere, pressing his thumb into the center and gradually working it outward to form the contours of a bowl. Then, with a gentle touch, he refined the rim of the bowl, ensuring its edges were smooth. The walls of the bowl should not be too thick, lest they remain unbaked, nor too thin, which would render them prone to cracking. Uniformity was key. The young ladies watched with keen interest as Zhou Wen demonstrated, subsequently expressing their confidence that it was an effortless task. Zhou Wen chuckled, "Very well. You may begin crafting your own bowls. Remember, the bowls you shape are for your own use. Should they fail to fire correctly or appear unsightly, do not weep." The young women exchanged glances, suddenly feeling daunted. Chapter 64. Shaping the clay body as the young women joyfully molded their small bowls. Zhou Wen planned to create several water jugs and soup basins. Given the larger size of the pottery, direct hand shaping proved somewhat challenging. Thus Zhou Wen opted for the coiling method. He decided to start with a water jug. Grasping a lump of clay, he contemplated adding a bit more, then kneaded it diligently into a round sphere. He laid a banana leaf on the ground and placed the clay ball upon it, pressing it down with his palm to form a disc approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter thick. Next, Zhou Wen pinched off another portion of clay, rolling it into a uniformly thick coil, which he carefully positioned around the edge of the disc, ensuring it was tightly sealed without any gaps. He then began to roll a second coil. Curiously, Ding Yutong inquired, "Brother Wen, what are you making?" As Zhou Wen delicately coiled the second strip atop the first, pressing the junctions to meld them seamlessly, he replied, "I am crafting a water jug. Direct shaping is quite difficult. This method is known as coil building." Ding Yutong's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Wen, you are truly remarkable. You possess such knowledge." Opposite them, Luo Xiaoman nodded in agreement, her gaze toward Zhou Wen brimming with admiration. Zhou Wen laughed heartily, feeling a surge of emotional fulfillment. Indeed, with a team of lovely ladies observing him with admiration, he felt invigorated, energized. While engaging in conversation, his hands remained busy. Layer by layer, he built the coils, reaching a height of approximately 20 centimeters. Satisfied with his progress, Zhou Wen ceased adding more coils and affixed 2 handles near the rim for ease of lifting. Wetting his hands, he gently smoothed the walls of the jug, refining the rim for a more polished appearance. In comparison to the jug's rim, he also formed a lid. Thus, a clay jug was completed, and Zhou Wen admired his handiwork with satisfaction, placing it alongside the bowl he had just crafted. Turning to assess the creations of the young women, he noted that most were, as anticipated, quite abstract. Cheng Mengqi exhibited commendable skill, likely accustomed to crafting by hand, as her clay bowl was notably well-shaped. She had instinctively begun to form a plate. Gu Qinghe approached her work with diligence. Her bowl was meticulously crafted, though not particularly aesthetically pleasing. It was recognizable as a bowl. After completing one bowl, she continued with determination, shaping a second. As for Ding Yutong, Gao Lu, and Luo Xiaoman, their creations are haphazardly crafted, uneven in height, with one side wide and the other narrow, proving to be less reliable than the golden hoop of the supreme treasure. Yet, observing their enthusiastic demeanor, one might marvel at their inability to perceive just how visually jarring their works truly are. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, opting to disregard them. If they failed to produce satisfactory results, they would have to bear their own tears. Zhou Wen continued with his own tasks, realizing that one ceramic pot was evidently insufficient, and it might also fail during firing. Thus, he resolved to shape several more. After a whole morning, Zhou Wen molded 3 ceramic pots and crafted several bowls of varying sizes. The young women, on the other hand, fashioned an assortment of peculiar bowls and plates, blissfully unaware of their lack of aesthetic appeal, leaving Zhou Wen at a loss for words. However, Cheng Mengqi astonishingly devised a way to sculpt soup spoons, which greatly surprised Zhou Wen. Carefully transporting their creations to a cool, well-ventilated area, Zhou Wen clapped his hands and declared, "All set. We will let them air dry here for a day and return tomorrow to commence the proper firing." Ding Yutong blinked in confusion and inquired, "Are we not firing them today?" Zhou Wen explained, "The moisture content is quite high now. Firing them would likely cause them to crack. We shall allow them to dry here for a day before beginning the formal firing tomorrow." "Oh, I see." The young women, though slightly impatient, had no choice but to wait patiently. Zhou Wen suggested, "Let us head to the riverbank to wash up and then prepare lunch upon our return." They made their way to the river, rinsing off the dirt that clung to them before returning to their campsite. After a hearty lunch, they indulged in a brief nap. In the afternoon, Zhou Wen taught them how to weave fish traps. As dusk approached, they carried their completed traps along the river to the sea. At that moment, The tide was receding, revealing numerous rocky formations along the beach. Zhou Wen secured the fish traps with vines to the rocks and cast them into the sea, planning to return the next morning for their harvest. With fresh water available for bathing, the young women delighted in playing on the beach and splashing in the waves. After a while, they gathered some seafood and retraced their steps. They first stored their catch at the campsite before heading to the river for a refreshing bath. During the bath, Ding Yutong suddenly recalled Zhou Wen's promise and asked, "Brother Wen, when will you make the shampoo you promised?" Zhou Wen, while tossing stones into the river, scratched his head and replied, "We need to fire the pottery tomorrow. It will be the day after. I plan to explore the nearby forest to see if I can find a soap tree." Ding Yutong obediently responded, "All right, thank you, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen replied, "You're welcome," before returning to his stone-skipping amusement. The young women watched Zhou Wen gleefully throwing stones, exchanging glances of amusement at the seemingly trivial game. Zhou Wen, typically perceived as a composed individual, now appeared childlike in his laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they departed from the riverbank and returned to their campsite. Having learned from yesterday's experience, the young women confidently shed their swimsuits, propping them up with branches beside the campfire. They transformed into almost primitive beings, their bodies exuding an untamed essence, engaged in roasting their food over the fire. The scene was undeniably alluring, even though Zhou Wen had witnessed it before. He felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill within. After a day's rest, Zhou Wen gradually regained his strength, peering curiously, eager to break free from the crowd. He had to make a concerted effort to keep his legs tucked, lest they attract the attention of the enchanting fairies, who might drag him away to extract his essence. Zhou Wen understood that, in the presence of these alluring beings, he was indeed the vulnerable party. Should he provoke them? He feared his weary form would not withstand their relentless advances. Refusal was not an option. After all, fairies were known for their irresistible allure. Even El Bu, despite his haggard appearance, remained preoccupied with thoughts of abstaining from alcohol. After dinner, Zhou Wen first taught the young women how to weave durable bath cloths from tender palm leaves. Once they completed this task, they turned their efforts to crafting garments from leaves and soft grasses to shield themselves from the sun's rays and the ocean breeze. Lacking short sleeves, Zhou Wen had no choice but to join in, causing Luo Xiaoman to feel slightly embarrassed as she came over to assist him. As night fell, Gu Qinghe assigned Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to keep watch, while the others retreated to the shelter for rest. Fearing that Gao Lu might grind her teeth in her sleep, Gu Qinghe arranged for Luo Xiaoman to share a space with Zhou Wen, while she herself took a room with Gao Lu. Overjoyed, Luo Xiaoman beamed, while Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong cast sorrowful glances at Zhou Wen, making him feel like a heartless scoundrel. He pondered that since they had been the first to accompany him, he had indeed neglected them of late. He would need to make amends tonight. Alas, being a man of sentiment and loyalty is truly a daunting task. Chapter 65. Insufficient Resilience. Upon entering the shelter, Luo Xiaoman's warm and delicate figure immediately entwined itself around him. Having indulged just the day before, Zhou Wen decided to exercise restraint. He thought of Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong, wanting to conserve his energy. So he exchanged a gentle kiss with Luo Xiaoman and then employed the long-lost techniques of the legendary Kato Takashi, playfully striking her twice until she dozed off. Once Luo Xiaoman succumbed to slumber, Zhou Wen stealthily slipped out of the shelter. He first listened intently at the entrance to discern the sound from the other shelters before quietly making his way to the campfire. Ding Yutong, tasked with the first half of the night watch, sat forlornly before the fire, her arms wrapped around her knees, resting her chin upon them as she stared vacantly into the dancing flames. Zhou Wen settled beside her, startled from her reverie. Ding Yutong's face lit up with surprise upon realizing Zhou Wen was beside her. "Brother Wen, what brings you here?" she whispered. Zhou Wen wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Leaning into him, Ding Yutong rested her head on his shoulder. With a light chuckle, Zhou Wen inquired, "What are you thinking? What if a great wolf appeared and carried you away?" With a playful glint in her eyes, Ding Yutong replied, "Where's the great wolf?" "There's only a great lecher here." Zhou Wen feigned seriousness, asking, "Where is this lecher? Tell me, and I'll chase him away." Ding Yutong giggled, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Isn't it you, Brother Wen?" Zhou Wen let out a mock huff, saying, "How dare you slander me? Allow me to show you my prowess." He playfully knocked her down, and Ding Yutong laughed softly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Half an hour later, the two lay side by side on the ground, gazing up at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. Suddenly, Ding Yutong exclaimed, "Wow, the stars are so beautiful." Zhou Wen, having caught his breath, chuckled softly in response. "You are more beautiful." Ding Yutong blushed and smiled shyly, tightening her grip on Zhou Wen's hand, and whispered, "I thought you were ignoring me, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen immediately replied with conviction, "How could I? You are both lovely and charming. It would be impossible for me to overlook you. I've simply been swamped with busyness these past few days, which made me neglect you." Ding Yutong, as if feeling cold, leaned closer to Zhou Wen, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she gazed silently at the night sky. Zhou Wen found himself perplexed. It seemed the girl genuinely harbored feelings for him, but how could that be? Their initial meeting had been rather unpleasant, and he had even slapped her twice. Yet, instead of holding a grudge, she appeared somewhat dependent on him, which was utterly baffling. Zhou Wen pondered. Could she be one of those girls who develop affection after being scolded? Turning to admire Ding Yutong's beautiful profile, he noticed her sensing his gaze and turning to him with a sweet smile. It didn't seem likely. Despite his contemplation, Zhou Wen could not grasp the situation. However, he reasoned that he had nothing to lose, so why concern himself with her thoughts? As they lay side by side, exchanging words, all traces of Ding Yutong's earlier discontent vanished. At that moment, she began to feel a pang of concern for Zhou Wen. "Brother Wen, you must be tired. You should get some rest." Zhou Wen planted a gentle kiss on her soft lips and replied, "All right, I shall go to sleep now." Under the affectionate gaze of Ding Yutong, Zhou Wen made his way to his sanctuary. He glanced at Cheng Mengqi's sleeping quarters, contemplating that, given his diminished strength today, he would seek an opportunity to console her tomorrow. Once nestled in his refuge, he embraced the smooth-skinned Luo Xiaoman and quickly drifted into a dreamland filled with pleasant visions. The following morning, the cheerful chirping of birds heralded the awakening of all. Exiting their shelters, they exchanged morning greetings. After washing up by the small river, they enjoyed a simple breakfast by the campfire. Zhou Wen inspected the clay molds, which, after nearly a day of air drying, had developed a dry surface that didn't stick to his hands, their bodies firm, yet still slightly pliable. Upon returning to the campsite, Gu Qinghe inquired, "Brother Wen, how does it look? Can we fire them?" Zhou Wen reasoned that they wouldn't need much time, so they might as well fire them once to see the outcome. He replied, "It's ready, but firing pottery requires a significant amount of firewood. How about this? Qinghe, you take Yutong, Gaolu, and Xiaoman to gather some twigs from the nearby forest. I will take Mengqi to the beach to retrieve the fishing nets we left behind yesterday." Upon hearing that Zhou Wen would only take her, Cheng Mengqi shot him a surprised glance before quickly masking her delight. Gu Qinghe and the others suspected nothing amiss, believing Zhou Wen was merely being considerate of Cheng Mengqi since she had kept watch during the night, allowing her to handle lighter tasks. As Gu Qinghe and the others ventured into the forest, Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi equipped themselves with their tools and made their way along the river towards the sea. After walking a short distance and ensuring no one else could see them, Zhou Wen took the initiative to grasp Cheng Mengqi's hand. Cheng Mengqi looked at him in surprise, but then gently reciprocated his hold. Zhou Wen, with a smile, asked, "I hope you haven't felt neglected these past few days. That wouldn't make you unhappy, would it?" Cheng Mengqi maintained her gentle and demure demeanor, speaking softly. "Of course not. I understand, Brother Wen, that you're simply too busy, tirelessly working for us girls who know so little. I'm grateful to you, and how could I possibly be unhappy?" She continued, "That's why green tea is not only pleasant to behold, but also refreshing. As for its higher price, that is merely its fault, not that of the green tea itself." Zhou Wenming recognized that Cheng Mengqi was trying to comfort him, yet he still found it quite delightful, feeling that she truly was his dear sister. Hand in hand, they strolled along, engaged in conversation. Cheng Mengqi was indeed lovely, particularly thoughtful. As long as Zhou Wen expressed his appreciation for her, she effortlessly endeavored to win him over, bringing him much joy in return. Upon reaching the beach, the tide receded once more, unveiling numerous rocky formations. Seabirds circled the sky, calling out as they feasted on the bounty left by the retreating waters. Zhou Wen instructed Cheng Mengqi to wait on the sandy shore while he ventured into the shallow water, slowly approaching the rocks to retrieve his fishing nets. Yesterday, he had cast out 10 nets, and merely recovering them would consume a considerable amount of time. He laid a large banana leaf on the sand and emptied the contents of the nets onto it. The catch was similar to previous days, predominantly consisting of small fish, large shrimp, crabs, and squid. As food was no longer scarce, Zhou Wen had become a bit discerning. He discarded the smaller fish and crabs lacking in meat, crushing them and returning them to the nets as bait. Together, they diligently processed the reasonably sized fish and squid, rinsing away blood and debris with seawater before placing the cleaned catch into their basket. After nearly an hour of work, Zhou Wen tossed the nets back into the sea, contemplating that he could return every couple of days instead of daily. With their basket in tow, they walked hand in hand back. Suddenly, Zhou Wen paused, recalling something, and began to scrutinize the beach. Chapter 66. Sun-drying salt during low tide. Extensive areas of fine sand were exposed. The damp, fine sand appeared a dark yellow, marked by two sets of footprints. In the distance, the waves rolled toward the shore, only reaching the edge of the sand and leaving a white frothy trace before receding. The sky was alive with flying seabirds, creating a vibrant scene. Cheng Mengqi, puzzled by Zhou Wen's focus, asked curiously, "Brother Wen, what is it?" Zhou Wen replied, "I am contemplating digging some salt ponds here to sun-dry coarse salt, which we can later refine at home." Sun-drying salt? Cheng Mengqi had no frame of reference for this, but being understanding, she decided to trust Zhou Wen without needing further explanation. He reflected that they had been on the deserted island for several days. Thanks to the natural salt content in seafood, they had not yet exhibited any symptoms of salt deficiency. However, this situation could not last. The heat caused them to sweat profusely each day, and a variety of food might lead to reduced salt intake, making the sun-drying of salt quite necessary. Zhou Wen gently patted Cheng Mengqi's small hand, saying, "Let's not rush back. Let's explore the area a bit longer." "All right, Brother Wen." Cheng Mengqi was more than eager to spend additional time with him and readily agreed. The two individuals set down their heavy baskets, covering the entrance with 2 banana leaves to shield it from the prying eyes of birds above, lest they mistake it for a gift from nature. Had they remained at their original campsite, where they had consumed countless coconut shells over the past few days, they could have used the shells to hold seawater and left them to bask in the sun. Unfortunately, upon arriving here, with fresh water readily available and their appetite for coconuts waning, they had not opened many coconuts in the last couple of days, resulting in a scarcity of coconut shells. Thus, what Zhou Wen most sought was a natural salt pool, such as a large stone with grooves that could be directly exposed to sunlight or a shallow pit that did not absorb water. Accompanied by Cheng Mengqi, Zhou Wen strolled around the vicinity and indeed discovered a suitable location. On the beach lay a stretch of rocks that, having been above the waterline for years and exposed to the sun's relentless rays, showed no signs of oysters or other shellfish growth, nor any moss or insects. This rocky expanse spanned approximately 10 square meters, and they easily located a groove about 7 or 8 centimeters deep and covering an area of 2 square meters. The groove was filled with a mixture of dust, stone debris, and bird droppings. However, this posed no issue. Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi gathered some dry grass and meticulously cleared the debris from the groove, then used a large shell to fetch seawater, rinsing it several times. Once the groove was cleaned, Zhou Wen filled it with seawater using the large shell and observed for a moment, noting that there was no leakage, indicating its suitability. The next task involved repeatedly fetching seawater to fill the groove, which turned out to be quite laborious. Zhou Wen pondered that he must improve the water-fetching tool upon returning, for this back-and-forth labor was exhausting. After nearly an hour of effort, they finally managed to fill the groove with a shallow layer of seawater, just waiting for the sun to work its magic and evaporate it. Jumping down from the rocks, Zhou Wen brushed off the dust from his hands and said, "Let us return this evening. It should be nearly dry by then." Cheng Mengqi leaned over to inspect the seawater in the groove and, perplexed, asked Brother Wen, "Is this all the seawater we're putting in? How much salt can we possibly produce from this?" Ruffling her hair, Zhou Wen replied, "I wish we could add more seawater to yield a greater amount of salt. However, this groove is only about 2 square meters in size, and under optimal sunlight and wind conditions, we can realistically evaporate just a few liters of seawater daily. Adding more would be futile." Cheng Mengqi blinked her eyes and suggested, "If it doesn't dry today, we can come back tomorrow. If we gather enough salt in one go, it will save us trouble later." Zhou Wen laughed heartily, querying, "What if it rains tomorrow? The weather on this island can change unexpectedly. Imagine laboring for hours only to have a sudden downpour wash it all away." Recalling a sudden storm, Cheng Mengqi nodded in realization. You're right, Brother Wen. With a playful pinch to her cheek, Zhou Wen declared proudly, Indeed. Trust my judgment. It will never lead you astray. Cheng Mengqi giggled, looping her arm through his and playfully nudging him, cooing, All right, I'll follow your lead. As they shared laughter, the two retrieved their baskets and made their way back. Upon returning to the campsite, they found Gu Qinghe and the others had collected numerous dry branches, stacking them into a small mound. The young ladies, each covered in dust and leaves, were resting in the campsite. Luo Xiaoman busied herself by the campfire, preparing lemongrass tea using coconut shells. Upon seeing Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi returning hand in hand, their expressions remained unchanged, accustomed to the sight. However, Gao Lu pondered whether she should take the initiative and sleep with Zhou Wen, lest she be the only one left out, feeling out of place. After placing their backpacks in the shade, Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi sat down to rest. Wengo, Mengqi Jie, have some water to soothe your throats. Luo Xiaoman timely brought over a bowl of lemongrass tea infused with lemon flavor. Thank you, Xiaoman. The two expressed their gratitude as they accepted the coconut shell bowls. Observing the pile of sticks, Zhou Wen remarked, You all did exceptionally well. You brought back quite a lot of twigs. Gu Qinghe casually flicked her hair, brushing off a leaf, and replied, It's nothing. There are plenty of twigs in the nearby forest. After all, this was an undeveloped island, and the forest had accumulated dead branches and firewood over the years. If only the ladies had a bit more strength and stamina, they could have gathered even more. The young women beamed with pride, asserting that they were not idle. Gao Lu slyly surveyed Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi, smirking. Why did you take so long to return? Were you too caught up in a passionate moment while we toiled away? Zhou Wen shot her an irritated glance and retorted, We weren't slacking off. We had 10 fish traps to retrieve and reset, not to mention dealing with the seafood. Gao Lu chuckled, clearly skeptical. Cheng Mengqi took a sip of the lemongrass tea and explained, Wen Ge helped me clear an area for salt drying, so we can bring some salt back. Salt drying? The young women perked up at this. Relying solely on the salt from seafood had left them feeling a bit unwell, occasionally lacking energy and appetite. After Cheng Mengqi elaborated, their spirits lifted, anticipating the arrival of salt that night. Zhou Wen added, But don't get too excited. The salt we harvest will be coarse and contain impurities, and it will require further purification before it's safe to consume. No worries. We trust you, Wen Ge. The ladies expressed their faith in him, leaving Zhou Wen momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 67. Firing pottery after a brief rest and finishing their cups of lemongrass tea. Zhou Wen rose to inspect the clay molds drying under the leaves in the shade. The surface of the molds had dried, and though the insides were not completely dry, they were usable. A few bowls had developed fine cracks, but Zhou Wen, feeling too lazy to repair them, set them aside for another time. At the riverbank, he found a clear patch and instructed the ladies to clear away flammable weeds to create a fire break. He began to dig a pit using stones in the open space. Gao Lu, ever the mischievous one, sang cheerfully from the side, digging away on this little island. Ha ha ha. The young ladies laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Zhou Wen, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, pulled her by the cheek towards the pit and said, rather grumpily, If you enjoy digging so much, then why not give it a try? Ouch, that hurts. Gao Lu exclaimed, covering her cheek and turning to Gu Qinghe to complain. Sister Qinghe, look. Brother Wen is bullying me again. You deserve it. Gu Qinghe replied, uninterested. Zhou Wen threatened her, Hurry up and dig, or I'll throw you in the kiln along with the clay. Pouting, Gao Lu mumbled something under her breath, picked up a shard of stone, and began to dig half-heartedly. After a few moments, she inexplicably felt cheerful again and began to sing, digging on the big island, digging and digging. Oh dear, she really is hopeless. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, lamenting that such a beautiful face and figure was wasted on someone so foolish. Unable to tolerate her slacking off, he made her dig a few more times before sending her away, taking the stone shard himself and energetically burrowing into the ground like a gopher. Gao Lu, who was conveniently disinterested in work, brazenly chose to slack off, squatting beside Zhou Wen and watching him dig while pretending to be busy herself. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen had the young ladies dig nearby, watering the soil and mixing in some dry grass before they began working with the mud. Gu Qinghe inquired, Brother Wen, how thoroughly do we need to mix it? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before responding. Just until the mud can be shaped into a ball without sticking to your hands. Got it, Gu Qinghe replied. Before long, Zhou Wen had excavated a circular pit about 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter and 40 to 50 centimeters deep. He compacted the bottom and walls of the pit, then began to build a kiln with the mud that the young ladies had prepared, layering it to a thickness of over 10 centimeters and patting each layer down firmly. Once the kiln was constructed, Zhou Wen laid a layer of fine twigs at the bottom, calling for the young ladies to bring over the clay molds and place them upside down in the pit, ensuring there were gaps between them for heat circulation. After positioning the molds, Zhou Wen ignited the twigs below and continued to stack coarser wood on top, thoroughly covering the molds with timber. The wood on top of the molds quickly caught fire, releasing gray smoke, while Zhou Wen carefully added more firewood, ensuring the flames burned vigorously. After about 2 hours of burning, Zhou Wen, feeling the heat unbearable, had to frequently dash to the riverbank to cool his face. It was only when he noticed the molds turning a dark red through the gaps that he reduced the amount of firewood. After nearly another hour, Zhou Wen ceased adding wood and began sealing the mouth of the kiln with mud, awaiting its natural cooling. He then rushed to the river, bent down to submerge his face in the water to cool off for a while, and washed the black soot from his hands and face. Returning to the campsite, Zhou Wen sprawled on the ground and sighed, "Goodness, it's so hot. I feel like I'm going to be roasted." Guarding the kiln in such scorching weather was truly not an easy task. Luo Xiaoman quickly brought over a coconut shell bowl, saying, "Brother Wen, here is some chilled lemongrass tea. You should drink some." "Thank you." Zhou Wen took it and gulped it down. Ding Yutong fetched a large leaf and knelt beside Zhou Wen, diligently fanning him. Guqingha stood on her tiptoes to glance at the kiln and asked, "Brother Wen, are we just going to leave it like this?" Zhou Wen sat up, rubbed his cheeks, and said, "No need to worry. Let it cool naturally for a few hours, and we can open the kiln tonight." I hope for a stroke of good fortune and managed to produce several finished pieces. Upon hearing this, Ding Yutong's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Could it possibly fail?" Zhou Wen nearly choked, coughing a few times before laughing. "Sister, do you take me for a deity? In a humble clay kiln, if we can retrieve even half of the finished products, that would be considered a stroke of luck." Ding Yutong's expression revealed a hint of disappointment as she replied, "Is that so? I even took the time to decorate my bowl. I wonder if it will turn out well." Zhou Wen stared at her in a daze, unsure of how to respond. In the evening, Zhou Wen took several coconut shells, intending to check on the salt-drying situation by the sea. The girls, having nothing to do, decided to join him for some leisure by the shore. Upon reaching the beach, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After admiring the view for a moment, the girls grew curious about the salt-drying process and followed Zhou Wen to the rocky area where the salt was being prepared. Zhou Wen climbed onto the rocks to survey the salt ponds. The seawater in the ponds had nearly evaporated, leaving behind a thin layer of white granules. Zhou Wen meticulously scraped the white particles together with a stone shard, then gently swept them onto a large leaf. The coarse salt on the leaf primarily consisted of fine granules, mixed with a small amount of impurities, appearing light grayish-white, roughly weighing 7 or 8 taels. After purifying and removing the impurities, he should be able to harvest around half a pound. Did I succeed? He wondered as the girls gathered curiously around him. Zhou Wen presented the coarse salt to the girls, who frowned slightly. Gao Lu, ever straightforward, asked, "Can this be eaten? It looks dirty." Zhou Wen folded the leaf into a small pouch and tucked it into his large shorts pocket, saying, "Don't worry, I'll filter and purify it when we return." He then took the coconut shells from his backpack and distributed them to the girls, saying, "Since we are here, let us get to work." The girls took the coconut shells and looked at Zhou Wen in bewilderment. He explained, "We work up quite a sweat every day, and we need to replenish our salt intake. This salt 1 tea lasts long, so we need to continue drying more, even if we have enough. Having extra salt is never a bad thing. It can be used for preserving food." The girls exchanged glances and obediently ran to the sea to fetch water. Bringing it back to him, Zhou Wen remained perched on the rocks, waiting for the girls to deliver the water, which he poured into the grooves on the stones. Having labored alone in the morning, feeling utterly exhausted, he now relished the ease of having the girls assist him. Once the water level in the grooves reached about 5 millimeters, he called for the girls to cease their fetching. With the task complete, Zhou Wen placed the coarse salt in a dry area on the shore, then spent some time playing with the girls along the beach. In the course of their merriment, they collected beautiful seashells and tidied up the catch from their fish trap. Although they couldn't catch large fish, they managed to net some small fish, squid, and large shrimp, providing ample protein. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, They made their way upstream along the river back to the campsite. Zhou Wen, having deposited the harvest at the campsite, made his way directly to the earthen kiln. The girls, brimming with curiosity and anticipation, trailed after him like eager little tails, neglecting to wash off the seawater from their skin. Upon reaching the kiln, Zhou Wen cautiously touched its exterior, finding it warm but not scalding, indicating that it had likely cooled sufficiently. He procured a wooden stick and carefully punctured a small hole at the opening of the kiln, allowing the air inside to mingle with the external atmosphere. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, and hearing no sound of cracking from within, Zhou Wen gently removed the layer of yellow earth sealing the kiln's mouth. Once the opening was cleared, he paused once more, permitting the pottery within to fully engage with the outside air, thus achieving a better temperature equilibrium. Spreading a large banana leaf on the ground, he tentatively reached inside the kiln, finding the contents warm but not too hot. With great care, he extracted each piece of fire pottery, placing them delicately upon the banana leaf. Throughout this process, the onlooking girls held their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound of breathing might disrupt Zhou Wen's meticulous work. After a considerable time, Zhou Wen successfully retrieved all the pottery from the kiln and arranged them on the banana leaf. The girls approached with excitement, only to be met with expressions of disappointment. The pottery, a dull shade of earthy yellow, appeared rather unappealing, and many pieces had shattered. The success rate for the ceramic bowls was dismally low. Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi had fared reasonably well, with their pieces remaining intact, while Gu Qinghe managed to create one successful bowl. Yet the others crafted by the other girls were abstract creations that had cracked due to uneven thickness, resulting in a complete failure. Ding Yutong, holding the fragments of her broken, quirky bowl, lamented, "Oh, I even took the trouble to carve a design on it. How could it have shattered?" Luo Xiaoman cradled her creation with drooping shoulders, clearly disheartened. Meanwhile, Gao Lu glanced at her abstract piece and, disinterested, opted not to even touch it. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached Zhou Wen, rubbing her rabbit against his shoulder and sweetly imploring, "Brother Wen, all the bowls I painstakingly made have broken. Could you spare one of yours for me?" Zhou Wen, crouched on the ground, meticulously inspected the ceramic jars, tapping them gently with his knuckles and listening intently to their sounds. From this batch, only one jar had emerged unscathed, suitable for use as a pot to cook soup, while another exhibited a minor crack, yet could serve as a water storage vessel. The last piece had split entirely in two, rendering it unusable. Although all three lids had turned out successfully, Zhou Wen squinted, testing the elasticity of the rabbit, and reproached, "Humph. I warned you yesterday to knead the clay carefully, ensuring an even thickness. Just look at the mess you made." Gao Lu pouted playfully, "Oh dear, my hands are clumsy." Zhou Wen playfully smacked her on her pert backside and replied, "I shall think about it." Gao Lu, covering her rear, skipped aside, exclaiming, "I knew you were the best." Brother Wen. Yesterday, during the clay kneading session, Zhou Wen had already sensed that few of the girls were reliable, their craftsmanship lacking. Hence, he had made several extra pieces, as shaping bowls was not particularly labor-intensive. As for the notion of using their own creations, he merely intended to frighten them with the idea that if they failed and broke their pieces, they would have to continue using coconut shells. Once he had meticulously shaped the clay, he could share it with the others, garnering their goodwill. In moments of fervor, he could propose slightly excessive requests, and they would oblige. Newly fired pottery must not be submerged in water immediately. Thus, Zhou Wen set them aside to cool. The ceramic bowls sufficed for the time being. Yet the demand for ceramic jars was substantial. He gestured for the young women to bathe and resumed digging clay, transporting it to the camp, preparing to mold pottery by the light of the bonfire once darkness fell. After sufficient clay was gathered, Zhou Wen, amidst the calls of the young women, leaped into the river to wash away the dirt and sweat from his body. During this time, playful encounters ensued, filled with laughter and joy. After bathing, everyone cleaned the ceramic jars and bowls, discarding any that were broken. Before the bonfire, the young women began to cook, while Zhou Wen retrieved a bag of coarse salt, preparing to purify it. He took the cracked ceramic jar, poured in the coarse salt, and added some fresh water, stirring continuously with a small wooden stick. As the white salt dissolved, remnants settled at the bottom of the jar. He beckoned to Luo Xiaoman, saying, "Xiaoman, may I borrow your short-sleeved shirt to filter the salt water?" Luo Xiaoman glanced at her sisters, feeling a bit shy, yet obediently removed her shirt. The sight of her petite figure made Zhou Wen's heart race. Had it not been for the presence of others, he might have succumbed to temptation. Luo Xiaoman's cheeks flushed as she covered herself with one hand and extended the shirt to Zhou Wen with the other. "Here you go, brother one." Zhou Wen grinned at her, a mischievous thought crossing his mind as he playfully folded the shirt twice before returning it to her. He fetched another jar, saying, "Hold this at the rim for me while I pour in the salt water." "Huh?" Luo Xiaoman blinked, momentarily bewildered. With both hands holding the shirt, she realized it would leave her exposed. Had she been alone, she would have been unbothered. However, the presence of her sisters made her feel a tad self-conscious. In a collective moment of blush, modesty was less of a concern, but being the sole one to reveal herself was another matter. "Stop picking on Xiaoman," Gu Qinghe interjected, approaching Zhou Wen and playfully pinching him. She took the shirt, stating, "I'll handle it." A smile of relief spread across Luo Xiaoman's face as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Qinghe Jia." Zhou Wen inwardly scoffed, casting a glance at Gu Qinghe, contemplating a playful excuse to borrow the sponge from her swimsuit to tease her further. Gu Qinghe positioned the shirt at the jar's rim as Zhou Wen carefully poured the salt water. After filtering through several layers of cotton cloth, the clear brine gradually flowed into the lower jar. He dipped a finger into the salt water, tasting it. It was salty with a hint of bitterness, indicative of the presence of magnesium chloride and calcium chloride, which he would need to eliminate during the crystallization process. His earlier jest about using a sponge from a swimsuit was merely in fun. After multiple layers of filtering, the sponge was unnecessary. The porous structure of the sponge can absorb a considerable amount of salt water. When the sponge is subsequently squeezed, it not only results in a waste of salt, but may also lead to residual impurities mixing into the salt water due to inadequate cleaning of the sponge. Chapter 69. Delicious fish soup. Zhou Wen set up a small stove beside the campfire using stones, placing a clay pot filled with salt water atop it, and ignited a small flame to heat it slowly. Meanwhile, he instructed Gu Qinghe to wash the short sleeves in another clay pot, as they would be needed again shortly. Zhou Wen carefully controlled the fire, ensuring it was not too intense, and took a clean twig to stir the salt water gently. As the water heated gradually, moisture began to evaporate. Soon, a thin crystalline film formed on the surface, with tiny salt grains appearing along the edges of the pot. Zhou Wen quickly alerted Gu Qinghe, saying, "Hurry, fold the short sleeves and prop them over the pot." "Okay." Gu Qinghe deftly folded the sleeves twice and propped them over the pot's opening. Zhou Wen layered several thick leaves to serve as insulation, then grasped the small handle of the pot and swiftly poured the scalding concentrated salt water into another clay pot. The steaming vapors surged upward, causing Gu Qinghe to flinch slightly and turn her head, extending her arm away. Zhou Wen squinted, enduring the discomfort, as he carefully poured the concentrated salt water, aiming to minimize waste and prevent scalding Gu Qinghe. Once the mother liquor had completely dripped out, Zhou Wen gently scraped the white crystals from the filter cloth with clean leaves, also scraping the residue from the pot's wall, and carefully placed it into a ceramic bowl. The young women gathered curiously around, observing the salt in the bowl. The refined salt appeared significantly improved from its initial state, resembling the kind available for purchase outside. Zhou Wen tasted a small amount of the salt, noting that the bitter flavor had considerably diminished. Ding Yutong inquired, "Brother one, can we eat it now?" Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, replying, "It's still a bit bitter. I will refine it once more." He added clean water to the ceramic bowl, dissolving the salt again. By repeating the previous process, Zhou Wen performed a second round of purification. This time, after tasting the salt grains again, he found that the bitter taste was nearly absent. He collected the purified salt into a small bowl and proudly presented it to the young women, declaring, "Mission accomplished." The ladies crowded around, eagerly sampling a bit of the salt, and though they found it salty, their faces lit up with joy. Gao Lu encouraged them enthusiastically, with salt and a clay pot. "Let us make fish soup. I really don't want to eat grilled fish anymore." The women exchanged glances, feeling tempted. Gao Lu had enjoyed fish soup when she was ill, and they hadn't had it since arriving on the deserted island. Zhou Wen waved his hand decisively, proclaiming, "All right, let us make fish soup. Hooray!" The young women cheered in unison. Gu Qinghe pointed to the concentrated salt water in the clay pot, asking, "Brother Wen, what about this?" Zhou Wen scratched his head, saying, "Let us set it aside for now. There is still plenty of salt in there. We can add it during tomorrow's purification." "Okay," Gu Qinghe replied, placing the clay pot aside to ensure it wouldn't be accidentally knocked over. She took the other clay pot and the short sleeves to the river to wash, filling the pot with fresh water. Using branches to spread out the short sleeves, they were placed beside the bonfire to dry, destined to be returned to Luo Xiaoman later. A few freshly washed sea fish were placed into a clay pot, accompanied by some seaweed collected from the shore, kelp, and purslane picked from the jungle earlier, all set to boil over the fire. Soon, the enticing aroma of fish soup wafted from the pot, reverberating through the camp, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. The freshly grilled seafood suddenly lost its allure as all eyes fixated on the clay pot. After a while, the soup began to bubble, and Cheng Mengqi added a pinch of salt, followed by a sprinkle of chopped wild onions, then carefully removed the pot using thick leaves for insulation. Everyone held their bowls, their eyes brimming with anticipation, particularly Gao Lu, who gazed at the pot like a hungry puppy, nearly drooling. "Mengqi, hurry up. I can hardly wait," she exclaimed. Cheng Mengqi smiled gently. "I understand your eagerness, but patience is key. The pot is quite hot." She rubbed her fingers together and pinched her earlobe. She then found 2 long branches, stripped them of their bark, washed them, and fashioned them into chopsticks. "Wenge, this is for you." Cheng Mengqi selected the largest fish from the pot and placed it into Zhou Wen's bowl. "Thank you, Mengqi." Zhou Wen chuckled, receiving it with delight. Cheng Mengqi then scooped a generous portion of seaweed, kelp, and purslane, filling Zhou Wen's bowl to the brim. That's enough. "Thank you, Mengqi," he hurriedly said. Cheng Mengqi smiled softly and served fish and vegetables to the others, then gradually poured the fish soup into everyone's bowls. Zhou Wen pondered, realizing they were missing a large ladle for the soup, reminding himself to make 2 later. Gao Lu, unable to contain herself, took a sip of the soup and immediately yelped in surprise. "Ouch, it's so hot." Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, cradling his bowl, blowing on it for a moment before cautiously tasting a sip. The exquisite flavor of the soup awakened long-forgotten memories, nearly bringing him to tears. Looking around at the other girls, their faces radiated happiness as they carefully sipped from their bowls. Though the clay pot was modest in size, and the amount of fish soup was limited, everyone felt thoroughly satisfied. Alongside the fish soup, they indulged in some grilled seafood and roasted kudzu, eventually feeling pleasantly full. Reclining beside the bonfire to rest, Gao Lu squinted, rubbing her belly, contentedly remarked, "This feels wonderful. If only we could have fish soup every day." Zhou Wen chuckled. "No problem. Such a small request is easily granted, but I fear if you drink it for 2 consecutive days, you might grow weary of it." Gao Lu grinned widely. "That one tea happened. I can never tire of delicious food." Gu Qinghe ruthlessly exposed her previous claims, teasing, "Ha! I wonder who said they could never get tired of smoked and grilled fish. Now you're saying you might." Gao Lu immediately feigned ignorance, grunting softly and pretending not to hear. Laughter filled the camp, creating a joyful atmosphere. After a brief rest, Cheng Mengqi took the clay pot and the used bowls to the river to wash. This pot, having cooked fish soup, would henceforth be reserved for food preparation. With the clay pot in short supply, it was undoubtedly necessary to fire up another batch. Zhou Wen excavated quite a bit of yellow clay, directing the young women to collaboratively engage in their clay crafting endeavors. The girls continued to mold small bowls for amusement, while Zhou Wen primarily employed the coiling technique to fashion jars. Cheng Mengqi, possessing nimble fingers, observed intently and eagerly requested to learn the art of jar making. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and guided her through the process step by step. Cheng Mengqi proved to be remarkably astute, quickly grasping the technique. Albeit her movements were somewhat slow, she still produced commendable results. By the end of the evening, Zhou Wen had crafted 3 jars, while Cheng Mengqi managed to create 1. Additionally, he molded 2 long-handled spoons intended for ladling soup. The other young women also fashioned some peculiar items, showing improvement from the previous day, though they remained rather whimsical, primarily participating for the sake of camaraderie. As night deepened, Zhou Wen repaired the previously cracked clay forms and relocated them alongside the new clay pieces to a cool, well-ventilated area to dry. With torches in hand, the group washed their hands by the river before preparing to rest. This night, it was Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman's turn to keep watch. As Gu Qinghe began to arrange sleeping arrangements, Zhou Wen interjected, stating, "I will share a shelter with Mengqi." Gu Qinghe regarded him briefly, but said nothing further, continuing, "Very well, Then Yutong and Xiaoman will share one, and Gao Lu, you will be with me. Ding Yutong, having been fed just the day prior, had no objections. Although Luo Xiaoman felt a twinge of disappointment, her timid nature prevented her from voicing any dissent, and she merely nodded in agreement. Gao Lu scratched her head, feeling somewhat out of place, yet found it difficult to extend an invitation to Zhou Wen and thus quietly enter the shelter. Cheng Mengqi felt a surge of joy within. Although she maintained a composed facade, her gaze toward Zhou Wen was nearly overflowing with affection. After exchanging goodnights, Zhou Wen led Cheng Mengqi into the shelter. The flames blazed brightly, igniting swiftly, while the other young women outside had to muffle their ears to sleep, lest the heat become unbearable. They were blessed with peaceful dreams throughout the night. On the following morning, Zhou Wen awoke naturally with the dawn. He playfully pinched Cheng Mengqi's cheek, rousing her with a cheerful, lazy pig, rise and shine. Cheng Mengqi murmured softly, gradually opening her eyes to reveal a radiant smile. Good morning, Wen Ge. Good morning. Time to get up, Zhou Wen encouraged. Cheng Mengqi nodded slightly, replying, all right. The two emerged from the shelter, greeting the watchful Gu Qinghe. Good morning. They chimed in unison. Gu Qinghe, stifling a yawn with her hand, smiled warmly at them and inquired, how did you sleep last night? Zhou Wen replied, it was quite good, actually. Gu Qinghe teased, oh, I had a dreadful night. Just as I was drifting off, I suddenly heard a kitten meowing incessantly, which kept me wide awake. Cheng Mengqi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurried away to the nearby thicket. Zhou Wen, with a bold demeanor, adjusted the waistband of his shorts and chuckled. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I could have helped you chase the little kitten away. Gu Qinghe licked her lips, playfully asking, how would you do that? Like that night? Zhou Wen recalled the events of that evening when she had drained him twice, and he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. He chuckled, hesitant to engage in conversation, suddenly clutching his stomach and grimacing, exclaiming, oh dear, my stomach aches. I must find a restroom. With that, he hastily retreated into the nearby woods to attend to his urgent needs. Gu Qinghe cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Wen, spat, and remarked, coward. Feeling unburdened, she returned to the campsite, where the other girls had already risen and were gradually making their way to the river to freshen up. Zhou Wen inspected the clay molds, mending a few cracked ones with leftover yellow earth and a touch of water before leisurely heading to the river himself. Upon returning to the campsite, he found the girls chattering animatedly. Cheng Mengqi was preparing breakfast, which consisted of fish soup once again, but this time she had omitted the seaweed and purslane, opting instead to wash and chop cassava root, adding it to the pot for cooking. Zhou Wen contemplated that both pottery firing and harvesting sea salt would have to wait until evening, leaving him with little to occupy his time during the day. Thus, he resolved to explore the nearby jungle. He had promised the girls he would search for something to substitute for shampoo, and today provided the perfect opportunity to venture into the thicket. When the girls learned of Zhou Wen's impending jungle expedition, they reacted with indifference. Accustomed to his frequent excursions and confident in his abilities, hence not overly concerned for his safety, Gu Qinghe inquired, Brother Wen, how long do you intend to be gone? Will you return for lunch? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before responding, I cannot say for certain. It is possible I may not return. Cheng Mengqi softly suggested, Brother Wen, allow me to prepare some food for you to take along. Zhou Wen replied with a smile, that would be kind of you. Meanwhile, Gao Lu suddenly interjected, Brother Wen, I wish to accompany you. The group turned their attention to Gao Lu, puzzled, given her character, which typically avoided toil. It was unusual for her to voluntarily propose entering the muddy jungle with Zhou Wen. Undeterred, Gao Lu fixed her gaze on Zhou Wen and declared, Brother Wen, did you not mention that there's a type of water vine in the jungle that can be cut open to drink directly? I want to experience that. The other girls immediately understood, realizing the rationale behind her request. Zhou Wen chuckled. I did indeed mention it, but the taste of that water vine is rather ordinary. There's no need to go out of our way to try it. Gao Lu huffed, defiantly stating, I want to and you promised me. I am determined to taste it. She thought to herself, I have yet to find a moment alone with Zhou Wen. This time, I must seize the opportunity to be with him, lest I continue to feel out of place among the group. Thus, Zhou Wen acquiesced, very well, let's go together. Satisfied, Gao Lu beamed, thank you, Brother Wen. She then flashed a charming smile at Cheng Mengqi, adding, Mengqi, could you prepare some food for me as well? Cheng Mengqi gently replied, of course. Gao Lu, beaming with joy, blew a kiss, exclaiming, Thank you, Mengqi, I adore you. Cheng Mengqi's lips twitched slightly, pretending not to hear. But she nonetheless retrieved some cassava and smoked fish, placing them by the campfire for preparation. The fish soup soon reached a boil, and Cheng Mengqi added a pinch of salt and a sprinkle of chopped wild onions, carefully setting the ceramic pot aside. She then took a pair of long chopsticks, distributing the fish and boiled cassava among everyone, ensuring that the largest portion was reserved for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen gently lifted the ceramic bowl, blew softly across its surface, and took a delicate sip of the fish soup. The cooked kudzu root had dissolved partially into the broth, transforming the originally salty and savory flavor of the fish soup into a layer of subtle sweetness. Rather than tasting bland, it offered a soothing warmth that caressed the throat, rendering it more palatable. Zhou Wen complimented, "The flavor is delightful. Mengqi, your culinary skills are impressive." Cheng Mengqi responded with a gentle smile, "If you enjoy it, Wen, I can prepare it for you frequently." Before Zhou Wen could respond, the mischievous Gao Lu interjected, "Oh dear, why has the fish soup turned so sour?" Gu Qinghe picked up a small twig and tossed it playfully at Gao Lu's head, retorting, "Just drink your fish soup. Spare us your chatter." Gao Lu pouted, raising the bowl to her lips, yet her eyes still danced with mischief, as if plotting something. Zhou Wen could only marvel, what a beautiful person, yet she possesses such a sharp tongue. After savoring a few more spoonfuls of fish soup, Zhou Wen fished out a piece of cooked kudzu root and took a bite. The cooked kudzu exuded a hint of sweetness reminiscent of boiled sweet potatoes, gradually melting in his mouth, accompanied by a gentle aroma akin to grains, which did not overshadow the freshness of the fish soup, but rather balanced its saltiness, making it quite enjoyable. Everyone praised the breakfast, consuming every last morsel. Chapter 71. A fruit medley of meat and vegetables after breakfast. Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong set about washing the ceramic pots and utensils. Gu Qinghe, accompanied by Luo Xiaoman, assisted Zhou Wen and Gao Lu in preparing for their jungle expedition. Each donned a backpack filled with provisions and simple stone tools. Although Zhou Wen was confident in locating fresh water within the jungle, Gu Qinghe prudently provided each of them with a peeled green coconut when needed. They could simply crack it open to access the coconut water. To ensure further preparedness, Zhou Wen crafted a charcoal fire pot, carrying fire-starting materials with him. Both Zhou Wen and Gao Lu donned straw hats to shield themselves from falling insects and wielded wooden spears for protection and navigation. Additionally, they wore rattan shin guards. During their previous exploration, Zhou Wen found the protection adequate, so he made an extra pair for Gao Lu. Once ready, the two bid farewell to the group and ventured into the depths of the jungle. Gu Qinghe quietly observed their figures vanish behind the trees, paused in silence for a moment, then turned and clapped her hands to capture the attention of the other girls. She declared, "Sisters, Wen has gone on an adventure. We cannot remain idle." The other three girls looked at Gu Qinghe, who continued, "Today we have two tasks. First, we shall construct 2 smoking ovens. The fish traps yield a considerable amount of seafood daily, and it would be a pity to let any spoil. We can smoke some for preservation, especially in case of prolonged rainstorms." Cheng Mengqi and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Gu Qinghe's words. Gu Qinghe added, "Secondly, once the smoking ovens are ready, we will gather more firewood nearby. Tonight, Wen may wish to fire pottery again, and we will need ample firewood. So let us prepare in advance to avoid any last-minute chaos." In this regard, Cheng Mengqi and the others did not object, nodding in agreement. Observing her sister's enthusiastic cooperation, Gu Qinghe felt a slight sense of relief wash over her, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Let us begin. We shall first search for stones nearby." All right. In the jungle, Gao Lu, like an inquisitive child, displayed immense curiosity, asking about everything she encountered. Naturally, her inquiries predominantly revolved around whether these items were edible, their taste, and the method of consumption, showcasing her true foodie nature. During their previous expedition in the jungle with Gu Qinghe, she had been quite anxious, while Gao Lu remained blissfully carefree, seemingly oblivious to any pressure. Zhou Wen had to remind her to pay attention to her footing, urging her to tread only on the paths she had already traversed. Fortunately, despite her carefree demeanor, Gao Lu was relatively obedient. Once reminded by Zhou Wen, she would comply without question. Perhaps due to their proximity to a freshwater source, This jungle was far more lush than the previous one they had encountered, with a denser undergrowth of shrubs and wild grasses, necessitating Zhou Wen to frequently navigate around obstacles. Similarly, the vitality of this jungle surpassed that of the earlier one, with a greater abundance of birds, small creatures, lizards, and insects flitting about nearby. Shortly after their arrival, the pair stumbled upon an unusual fruit tree. Its clusters of fruit sprouting directly from its stout trunk and aged branches, as if eager to be noticed. Gao Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as she tugged on Zhou Wen's arm, excitedly inquiring, Brother Wen, are these fruits edible? Upon closer inspection, Zhou Wen recognized the tree as a species of fig, known for its unique characteristics, producing both male and female fruits, with the ripe female variety being quite palatable, while the male was less so, presenting a curious blend of flavors. Gazing at Gao Lu's expectant expression, Zhou Wen replied with a smile, Indeed, they are edible and quite delightful, plus they offer a mix of flavors. Gao Lu, having caught only the crucial part of the conversation, immediately brightened at the mention of edibility and eagerly approached the tree to pluck a fruit the size of her fist, a deep crimson hue. Brother Wen, how do we eat this? Should I peel it or eat with the skin? Zhou Wen glanced at the fruit and chuckled. Just break it open and enjoy the flesh inside. Great. Gao Lu wiped the fruit with a leaf, then forcefully split it open, only to reveal a curious little worm wriggling within. Ah, a worm. Gao Lu gasped in shock, shrieking as she tossed the fruit aside, vigorously rubbing her hand against her body, pouting, what bad luck. It's spoiled. Zhou Wen stifled a laugh, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, Oh dear, how unfortunate. Perhaps you should try picking another one. Without a hint of suspicion, Gao Lu approached the tree again, scrutinizing her surroundings before selecting another fruit. After a thorough examination, she found no visible holes, which reassured her, and she confidently split it open. Ah, still a worm. Gao Lu lamented, discarding the fruit once more, her face long with disappointment as she muttered, Why are there still worms? I am truly unlucky. She turned to see Zhou Wen struggling to contain his laughter and suddenly realized, stomping her foot in playful indignation, Brother Wen, you are teasing me again. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wen burst into laughter, spreading his hands wide in mock innocence. What injustice. You picked the fruit yourself. The presence of worms has nothing to do with me. Brother Wen, Gao Lu, in a fit of frustration, lunged at him, tugging at his beard. After days without shaving, the stubble on Zhou Wen's chin had grown quite long, and the pull was rather painful. He quickly seized her hands to prevent further tugging. In a state of exasperation, Gao Lu opened her luscious lips, revealing her pearly teeth, and pretended to bite him. Zhou Wen tenderly cradled her face, captivated by her proximity. Even in anger, her beauty was striking, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to lean down and kiss her. Initially, Gao Lu maintained her furious demeanor, but she soon froze, closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around Zhou Wen's neck. Moments later, she pushed him away, breathlessly chiding, You're insufferable. I almost couldn't breathe. Zhou Wen chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning in once more. Gao Lu, not resisting, stood on her toes to meet him, their lips touching briefly before parting. With a flurry of mixed emotions, Gao Lu playfully pinched Zhou Wen's waist. Ouch! He winced, furrowing his brow in lament. Why do women always enjoy pinching? Regaining her composure, Gao Lu gazed longingly at the fruits on the tree and, perplexed, inquired, Brother Wen, what is going on? Why are there worms? Zhou Wen smiled and explained. This tree is called the banyan figure. Its flowers bloom inside, requiring a tiny insect known as the fig wasp to enter and pollinate them. Gao Lu's eyes lit up with realization. Isn't that just a fig? Zhou Wen replied, quite similar. He plucked a purplish-red female fruit from the trunk, forcefully breaking it open to reveal several fig wasp corpses within. After snapping off a branch, he scraped away the wormy portions and took a gentle bite, savoring the soft, juicy flesh with a hint of sweetness and a slight gelatinous texture. He prepared the other half and offered it to Gao Lu, saying, Give it a try. Gao Lu hesitated. Although she was not fond of insects, her love for delicious food outweighed her fears. Taking the fruit, she inhaled deeply and tentatively took a bite. After chewing for a moment, she nodded, The texture is a bit strange, but it's not bad. In no time, she devoured half of the fruit. Chapter 72. Gao Lu exclaimed how plentiful the delicious treats in the jungle were. After finishing the fruit in her hand, She set down her basket and began selecting the larger ones to add to it. With a mischievous smile, she declared, "These delectable fruits must be brought back for my sisters to taste." Zhou Wen, noticing her insincere demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle. "You want to give them a fright with the worms, don't you?" Gao Lu shot him a glare, retorting, "Of course not. We're the best of friends." After a moment's thought, she narrowed her eyes, warning Zhou Wen, "Brother Wen, you mustn't mention it to them." Zhou Wen raised an eyebrow and reminded her, "I might stay out of it, but if they swarm you and tackle you to the ground, don't call for my help." Gao Lu confidently smirked, "With my long legs, they won't catch me." Zhou Wen merely shook his head, "You do you." As Gao Lu harvested the fruits, Zhou Wen was also occupied. The tender leaves of the banyan tree are edible. They can be added to fish soup or served in a salad, and they taste delightful. Thus, he gathered quite a few. Following this interlude, Gao Lu's interest in the jungle deepened, her gaze frequently drifting to the plants by the roadside as she incessantly inquired whether the flora they encountered was edible. After more than an hour of walking, fatigue began to show on Gao Lu's face. In the midst of this complex, difficult, and humid jungle, Zhou Wen found her quite remarkable for enduring this long without a single complaint, steadfastly following him. Therefore, he suggested, "Let's take a break." Relieved, Gao Lu replied, "All right." Zhou Wen glanced around and spotted a fallen tree. He pointed towards it and said, "Let us go sit there for a while." Gao Lu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and agreed. "Okay." Upon reaching the great tree, Zhou Wen paused and said, "Wait a moment. Let me check." Taking a few steps away, he tapped the tree with his wooden spear. Suddenly, a brown figure darted out from beneath the tree and scurried away, resembling a lizard. He tapped again and waited, but there was no movement. Zhou Wen, reassured, thrust his spear into the crevices of the decayed wood and the pile of fallen leaves beneath it, stirring vigorously, yet still, nothing stirred. Feeling relieved, he approached cautiously to examine the trunk. Fortunately, there was no rot or insects, nor any moss. He gathered some large leaves nearby to place on the trunk and beckoned to Gao Lu, saying, "Come here." The two of them set down their baskets and sat side by side on the trunk. Gao Lu fanned her face with her small hands, glancing around. Swallowing hard as she remarked, "It's so hot. I'm a bit thirsty." Zhou Wen surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a nearby vine draping from the tree, resembling a green rope, saying, "Look, there's a water vine over there. Didn't you want to drink the water from it?" Gao Lu's eyes sparkled as she grasped Zhou Wen's arm and asked, "Where is it?" I see it." She jumped down from the trunk, ran beneath the water vine, and leaped to grab one, tugging at it while turning back with a sweet voice, "Brother Wen, help me." "All right." Zhou Wen chuckled as he took out his stone knife, approached her, and grasped the vine. He instructed Gao Lu, "Open your mouth, but remember, do not touch the vine. Drink only from the air." "Okay." Gao Lu obediently tilted her head and opened her mouth. Zhou Wen sliced the water vine with his stone knife, positioning the cut in towards her small mouth. Clear water began to flow from the cut, trickling down the vine and into her mouth. Gao Lu blinked and swallowed several sips, her face lighting up with joy. After a while, she moved aside, allowing Zhou Wen to quench his thirst as well. They returned to the trunk, where Gao Lu wrapped her arms around Zhou Wen's, savoring the taste of the water vine. It was quite delightful, far surpassing the purified water sold outside. With her eyes narrowed in contentment, Gao Lu exclaimed, "Ah, the jungle is so fascinating. There are so many peculiar and delicious things. If only one could refrain from returning to work and instead indulge in the pursuit of delectable delights every day." Zhou Wen turned to gaze at her profile, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their journey. Along the way, Gao Lu was captivated by a vine entwined around a tree trunk. This vine bore clusters of small green fruits, each resembling the size of a mung bean, round and plump. Gao Lu tiptoed, pointing to it for Zhou Wen to see, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Can these little fruits be eaten? They look so adorable, like miniature grapes. Can we eat them directly? Might they be sour?" As Gao Lu reached out to pluck one, a bead of cold sweat formed on Zhou Wen's forehead. He swiftly grasped her arm, earnestly warning, "Do not touch. This appears to be a type of poisonous vine." Gao Lu fell silent, murmuring in disappointment, "They look rather charming, yet they cannot be eaten. What a waste." Zhou Wen, speechless, ruffled her hair and cautioned, "There are many inedible things in the jungle. If you encounter something unfamiliar, do not touch it, understood?" Gao Lu flashed a sweet smile, obediently replying, "All right, Brother Wen, I will listen to you." Zhou Wen sighed in relief. Although Gao Lu seemed somewhat dim-witted, at least she was compliant, preventing her from becoming an exasperating liability. With a wistful glance at the vine, Gao Lu followed Zhou Wen onward. Before long, Zhou Wen suddenly spotted several tree tomatoes, their branches laden with orange-red fruits. Gao Lu noticed them too, but this time she had learned her lesson and refrained from attempting to pick one. Instead, she turned to Zhou Wen and inquired, "Brother Wen, can these be eaten?" Zhou Wen plucked a few, brushed off the dust, and handed them to her, saying, "These are tree tomatoes. They are edible." Gao Lu held one up, examining it closely, remarking, "It resembles a cherry tomato." She took a bite, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, "It's a bit sour." Yet she did not spit it out. After enduring the tartness and chewing a few more times, her expression softened, and she declared, "Actually, it's not too sour. It's quite tasty." Zhou Wen also sampled a tree tomato, savoring the initial acidity followed by a subtle sweetness, and after swallowing the flesh, a lingering fruit aroma and mild sweet-sour aftertaste remained in his mouth. Gao Lu, brimming with enthusiasm, gathered more and placed them in her backpack, then looked expectantly at Zhou Wen, urging Brother Wen, "Let us go. We must find more delicious food." Her mind was now entirely occupied with thoughts of tasty treats, and any notion of playfully toppling Zhou Wen had long since vanished from her mind. As they traveled, they consistently marked their path to avoid getting lost. Zhou Wen continually educated Gao Lu, relishing the astonished and admiring glances she cast his way, greatly satisfying his desire to teach, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of joy. Their backpacks gradually filled with an array of edible wild fruits and tender leaves. Zhou Wen even discovered some wild ginger and sour sorrel for seasoning. However, they had yet to find the soap tree they were searching for. Chapter 73. Gao Lu remarked, "A family should be whole and intact." Around midday, the two of them rested in a clearing to have their meal. Gao Lu eagerly examined her backpack, her heart soaring with joy at the sight of various wild fruits. She was elated, yet Zhou Wen kept her in check, mindful of the risk of her overindulging and potentially suffering from acute gastroenteritis. As Zhou Wen glanced at the sky, he decided to head east, traversing the jungle to reach the riverbank, and then following the water downstream back to their camp. After a satisfying lunch, their energy replenished, the pair set off once more. Along the way, Zhou Wen stumbled upon some raspberry-like berries, prompting Gao Lu to cheerfully gather a few more to add to her already laden backpack. At that moment, her pack brimmed with an assortment of fruits and berries, appearing quite heavy, yet Gao Lu seemed oblivious to the weight, marveling at how, in the face of delicious treats, her stamina seemed boundless. Just as Zhou Wen began to think they might not locate the soapberry tree and that their primary objective might be unattainable, he unexpectedly spotted a tree ahead, its expansive crown a striking sight. His eyes lit up as he rushed forward in excitement. Gao Lu called out from behind, "Wen Ge, what is the matter? Wait for me," and hurriedly chased after him, her heavy backpack causing her to frown. Upon reaching the tree, she found Zhou Wen had already plucked several yellow, round fruits and was inspecting them closely. Leaning in, Gao Lu exclaimed, "Oh, Wen Ge, is this longan? Let me have one." Zhou Wen playfully tapped her forehead and replied, "Eat, eat, eat. You only think about food. This is soapberry, not longan." "Ouch, that hurts." Gao Lu rubbed her forehead, incredulous. "Not longan? How can it look so similar? Isn't that deceptive? But can we eat it?" Zhou Wen shook his head. "It tastes bitter and has mild toxicity. It's not edible. However, this fruit, known as soapberry, is clearly intended for medicinal use from its name." Gao Lu, puzzled, glanced at the soapberry in Zhou Wen's hand and asked, "Wen Ge, if it's not edible, why did you pick it?" Zhou Wen replied, "Have you forgotten our primary purpose for this jungle exploration?" Gao Lu paused, then said, "I sent it to find delicious food for me." Zhou Wen chuckled in disbelief. "We are here to find something that can replace shampoo." Realization dawned on Gao Lu as she scratched her head, grinning foolishly. "Oh, I completely forgot. It's all these strange and delightful foods that distracted me. So, can this soapberry be used for shampoo?" Zhou Wen nodded. "Indeed. The fruits of soapberry are rich in saponins, producing abundant lather and possessing strong cleaning abilities. They can deeply cleanse scalp oils and have antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, alleviating symptoms like scalp itching, redness, and dandruff, while enhancing the shine and elasticity of hair." Gao Lu gazed in astonishment at the seemingly inconspicuous round fruits, exclaiming, That's impressive. Zhou Wen responded, yes. There are many shampoos on the market made from soapberry, and they reportedly sell quite well. Gao Lu sheepishly scratched her head, admitting, I never really paid attention to that. Zhou Wen gathered some large leaves and spread them on the ground, and together they began to collect soapberry fruits, placing them on the leaves before wrapping them up and putting them into the backpack. After gathering a sufficient amount, Zhou Wen, satisfied, shouldered his pack once more, feeling accomplished as their primary goal for this expedition had been fulfilled, making their journey worthwhile. The two individuals pressed onward, gradually sensing the air becoming increasingly humid. As the faint sound of rushing water reached their ears, Zhou Wen cheerfully urged, hurry, we are about to emerge from the jungle. Indeed, after a short distance, they found themselves atop a small slope, where the view suddenly opened up to reveal a straight, flowing river. A rich mist enveloped them, significantly lowering the temperature of the surrounding air. Gazing upstream, they beheld a crystal-clear pool at the river's end, nestled against a mountain wall, where a waterfall cascaded down like a rolling curtain. The splashing droplets, illuminated by the sunlight, radiated a spectrum of colors, rendering the scene akin to a celestial paradise. How beautiful! Gao Lu exclaimed, her gaze entranced by the waterfall. Unable to contain her excitement, she grasped Zhou Wen's arm and said, Brother Wen, I wish to explore over there. Since we are here, it would be a pity not to take a look. Zhou Wen, equally curious, replied, All right, let's go investigate. Surrounding the pool was a dense growth of wild grass. Cautiously, Zhou Wen used a wooden spear to forge a path when suddenly a brownish creature dashed out in a panic. Zong zong zi, zong zong zi. It squawked, resembling a wild duck, as it flapped its wings in a frenzied attempt to escape Zhou Wen's path. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wen swung his spear with force, striking the creature and sending it flying several meters away. Gao Lu gasped, retracting her neck, and asked what just flew past. Zhou Wen hurried after it. The creature seemed dazed, flapping its wings erratically and circling in place. Upon lifting it, he discovered it was a water hen. Gao Lu rushed over, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it's a wild duck. Brother Wen, you are amazing. This is wonderful. We shall have duck for dinner today. Zhou Wen, too, was elated. After days of seafood and having only consumed a small mouse recently, he craved a more substantial meal. This is a water hen, not a wild duck, he clarified, though the distinction mattered little. He then gathered some nearby vines to securely bind the water hen and placed it in his backpack. Observing the grass, Gao Lu suddenly remarked, Brother Wen, it was hiding in the grass. Could there be a nest nearby? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Wen agreed, That's a reasonable thought. Let us investigate. They slowly approached the spot where the water hen had emerged, parting the wild grass. Zhou Wen's face brightened as he discovered a nest containing 5 or 6 grayish eggs, slightly larger than quail eggs. Gao Lu squealed with delight. He a complete family. She crouched down and carefully lifted the nest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She counted, satisfied. Perfect, 6 eggs, 1 for each of us. She wrapped the eggs in the nest and gently placed them atop her backpack. Gao Lu craned her neck, glancing around with longing, and said, Since there is one here, there must be others. Should we not search for more? Zhou Wen chuckled. It is not so simple. This one was merely a stroke of luck. In such a vast expanse of grassland, how could we know where the others might be hiding? Oh, Gao Lu replied, somewhat disappointed. But one is not enough to eat. Zhou Wen chuckled as he ruffled her hair and said, This creature has little meat. Unless we are fortunate enough to encounter one, it is hardly worth the time to catch it. Let us proceed to the pond. Gao Lu nodded regretfully and replied, All right. In chapter 74, Gao Lu remarked, Brother Wen, you swim too swiftly. Even my shorts cannot keep up. As they traversed the waist-high shrubs and tangled grass, the soft earth beneath their feet gradually transformed into a stony path that was rough and unyielding. Aside from patches of vibrant green moss, no other flora could thrive on the rocks. Looking up, the mountainsides appeared as though they had been meticulously sculpted, curving into a gentle crescent that enclosed a quaint little valley, reminiscent of a mystical realm from a video game. A cascade of water plummeted from the heights, producing a thunderous roar as the water crashed into the pond and rocks, sending up a fine spray. As the mountain breeze swept through, the mist formed a delicate veil, creating rainbows in the clear sky despite the sunshine. The moment they stepped into the valley, Gao Lu could not contain a slight shiver of delight and exclaimed, Wow, It feels so refreshing. The temperature was several degrees cooler than outside the valley, and the cool, moist air rushed to embrace them, instantly dispelling the heat accumulated during their trek through the jungle. The water was crystal clear, revealing a bed of smooth, gray stones polished by the flowing current. Devoid of any sediment, sunlight danced upon the surface, casting a shimmering silver glow in the pond. Leaning over, they could see small fish about the length of a finger. Darting about, Gao Lu pointed excitedly at the fish in the water and said, "Brother Wen, look, there are fish." Zhou Wen glanced in the direction she pointed and joked, "Are you eager to eat? These fish are far too small to be tasty." Gao Lu, slightly miffed, playfully nudged Zhou Wen and retorted, "How rude. I am not a starving ghost. Why would I want to eat everything I see?" Zhou Wen burst into laughter at her declaration, amused by her self-proclaimed restraint. Gao Lu, feigning annoyance, turned her head as if she had not heard him. She squinted her eyes, inhaled the refreshing air, and gazed at the clear pond, eagerly stating, "Brother Wen, I want to go swimming." In the past few days, the water upstream had diminished significantly, causing the river near their camp to lower considerably. The girls had previously gathered to play in the water, but found it too shallow for enjoyment. Now, faced with the pristine pond, Gao Lu could no longer suppress her desire to dive in. Yet she remembered the rules and spoke with a glimmer of cautious inquiry in her eyes. Zhou Wen surveyed the surroundings. The area was dotted with exposed rocks, the moss slippery but free from any obstructing weeds, and there were no signs of insects, alleviating any concern about hidden snakes or pests. The pond glimmered with a refreshing green hue, but it was not very deep, with the stones and small fish clearly visible beneath the surface, indicating the absence of anything dangerous like piranhas. Looking once more at the waterfall cascading down the mountainside, which was not particularly high, he noted that the water flowed gently, creating only soft ripples in the pond and unlikely to form any dangerous whirlpools or undercurrents. Thus, Zhou Wen nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, you may go." "Thank you, Brother Wen," Gao Lu exclaimed, her joy instantly overshadowing the earlier teasing. She eagerly set down her wooden spear, removed her basket, and shed her leafy attire along with her vine armor, leaving only her swimsuit as she stepped barefoot onto the stones, slowly wading into the cool waters of the pool. "Ah, how refreshing," Gao Lu exclaimed, as she ventured into the waist-deep water, and then dove in with a splash, surfacing moments later not far from where she had submerged. With a joyful laugh, she waved her arms at Zhou Wen on the shore, calling out, "Brother Wen, come down and play," as she swam gracefully like a mermaid. Zhou Wen felt a rising warmth within him, a yearning for the refreshing waters to alleviate his heat. "All right, I'm coming," he replied. He too discarded his gear, removed his shorts, and donned only his gray boxer briefs before leaping into the water. Immersed in the cool embrace of the pool, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him. Gao Lu, not far away, excitedly shouted, "Brother Wen, come catch me." It was a game girls seemed to enjoy, the chase and escape, and in that moment, Zhou Wen could hardly refuse. With a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Fair maiden, you had better run, if I catch you well." Feigning fear, Gao Lu gasped, "Oh no, a rogue. Help!" Zhou Wen swam with all his might toward her, prompting her to squeal and flee. They laughed and played, but the pool was small, and soon Gao Lu found herself cornered. With nowhere left to retreat, she splashed water at Zhou Wen, declaring, "You big pervert, I shall never surrender." Zhou Wen pressed forward through the splashes, wrapping his arms around her lively form, and began to tickle her. "Oh, that tickles. Help! Brother Wen, I give up." Gao Lu giggled in surrender. "Now you see my prowess," he teased. As she squirmed from the tickling, her legs grew weak, and Zhou Wen had to hold her tightly to prevent her from toppling into the water. They held each other, panting for breath. After a moment, Gao Lu regained her strength and stood firmly in the water. Suddenly, she looked down and exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Wen, why are you bare?" "Of course not. I'm wearing my shorts," he replied. Gao Lu playfully pinched a handful of fabric, teasing, "Really?" Zhou Wen glanced down, bewildered, then turned to survey the vicinity. Spotting a gray piece of cloth floating nearby, Gao Lu followed his gaze and instantly realized, covering her mouth with laughter, nearly toppling over in the water as she chuckled. Brother Wen, you swam so fast that even your shorts couldn't keep up." Flushed with embarrassment, Zhou Wen pulled her into his embrace and kissed her passionately. She paused in surprise, but then wrapped her arms around his neck, closing her eyes. 40 minutes later, they lay together on a smooth rock, half of their bodies submerged in the water, the coolness washing away the fatigue from their vigorous play. Zhou Wen, who did not smoke and was unfamiliar with the pleasures described in books, found himself filled with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Setting aside the memories of unfortunate girls lost to fate, Zhou Wen realized he had, at this moment, achieved a grand triumph. Regrettably, half of the young ladies are no longer present, rendering this grand achievement somewhat imperfect. Zhou Wen, with a hint of greed, mused, had all the ladies been here, how exhilarating it would have been. Should there be another challenge, he would strive to ensure their survival. Gao Lu, resting her head on Zhou Wen's arm, was preoccupied with her own thoughts, reveling in the fact that she had shared an intimate moment with him, thus placing them on equal footing. After indulging in their tenderness for a while, they decided to return to the campsite. Gao Lu gathered her damp hair into a bun and glanced back at the still clear pool, suddenly struck by a whimsical thought. She inquired, Zhou Wen, the water from this pool flows down the river. Wouldn't Sister Qing, he, and the others be drinking our bathwater? Zhou Wen paused, momentarily bewildered by her earnest expression, unable to fathom her train of thought. Chapter 75. Return to the campsite. After lingering by the pool for a while, the two returned, following the river downstream. Not far along the way, Zhou Wen stumbled upon a patch of kudzu. Considering they had already consumed most of the kudzu root they had previously dug up, he and Gao Lu set to work unearthing a plant. To their astonishment, they unearthed a substantial specimen, akin to a hefty club, weighing at least 17 or 18 pounds. Gao Lu chirped with excitement, while Zhou Wen felt a twinge of concern. Their backpack was already brimming with various finds from their journey, and this hefty root could not possibly fit. However, discarding it would be wasteful after all their efforts. Ultimately, Gao Lu took up her wooden spear, while Zhou Wen hoisted the kudzu on his shoulder like a club. Zhou Wen made a mental note of this location, planning to return with all the ladies someday to harvest a batch of kudzu roots for starch extraction and pancake making. Eating kudzu daily would surely become monotonous. A change in staple flavors was necessary. The path along the river was far easier to traverse than the jungle, and by the time they returned to the campsite, the sun still hung in the western sky, yet to set. Sisters, we're back, Gao Lu exclaimed, brimming with excitement after their inaugural jungle adventure, calling out to the camp from a distance. Moments later, several figures emerged from the campsite, drawn by the commotion, other young ladies who had heard the noise. Gao Lu dashed over with a beaming smile, embracing each of them in turn, exclaiming, I miss you all so much. Zhou Wen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking, come on, it hasn't even been a full day since we left. Such dramatics aren't necessary. The young ladies exchanged smiles with Zhou Wen, greeting him with, You're back, Zhou Wen. He responded with a nod and a smile. Leading the way was Cheng Mingqi, flanked by Luo Xiaoman and Ding Yutong, who linked arms with Gao Lu, chattering excitedly as they guided her toward the camp. Gu Qinghe awaited Zhou Wen's arrival, walking alongside him. Observing Gao Lu's retreating figure, Gu Qinghe's gaze lingered on her damp hair for a moment before nudging Zhou Wen with her shoulder and whispering, Did you indulge? The seemingly nonsensical question left Zhou Wen momentarily perplexed. Turning to Gu Qinghe with a look of confusion, he noticed her gesture towards Gao Lu, accompanied by a knowing smile. In an instant, Zhou Wen understood, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose and replied softly, Ahem, it was quite irresistible indeed. Gu Qinghe smiled and suddenly pinched Zhou Wen's waist, playfully chiding, You monopolized all the sisters. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Wen quickly grasped her small hand, chuckling softly, Oh, absolutely satisfied. How could I not be, with such beautiful ladies favoring me? Though Gu Qinghe felt a tinge of displeasure, being a wise individual, she understood that occasionally displaying a hint of unhappiness added a touch of charm and would not truly provoke Zhou Wen's ire. Hand in hand, they entered the campsite, where Zhou Wen set down the hefty club he had shouldered all the way back, his shoulders subtly aching under the strain. Once he removed the burden from his back, he finally had the opportunity to survey the campsite's layout. In one corner, 2 smoking furnaces had been erected, and on the opposite side, a small mound of firewood had been stacked high. Zhou Wen, taken aback, remarked, Wow, you all have done remarkably well. We were only gone for less than a day, and you've accomplished so much. Gu Qinghe, feeling a sense of pride, yet maintaining her composure, casually brushed a strand of hair from her shoulder and replied, It's nothing. Just a minor task. Zhou Wen chuckled, poking her side playfully and whispering, "Look at you, so pleased with yourself." Gu Qinghe let out a soft laugh, glancing at the girls gathered around before leaning into Zhou Wen's ear and confiding, "I simply thought it best not to let the sisters be idle. Once they have too much free time, trouble might ensue. The more work they do, the less time they have to dwell on unnecessary thoughts." Zhou Wen admired her keen insight and gave her a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Gao Lu animatedly described the sights of the jungle to the sisters. Unlike Gu Qinghe's previous thrilling accounts, her descriptions leaned more toward the delectable offerings found within the jungle. Luo Xiaoman, recalling Gu Qinghe's prior snakebite, anxiously asked Sister Lu, "Is it dangerous in the jungle?" "Dangerous?" Gao Lu blinked, reflecting momentarily. "It's bearable. The paths are just a bit treacherous, and one must be cautious not to trip." "Did you see any snakes?" Gao Lu's expression turned regretful as she replied, "Indeed, I saw one. I wanted to catch it for soup, but Brother Wen said that snake was venomous and rife with parasites and bacteria. We don't lack for protein at the moment, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks." Luo Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment. What a foodie! Instead of fearing the snake, she was contemplating dining on it. Gao Lu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let's not dwell on things we can't eat. I must tell you, the jungle is abundant with all sorts of peculiar and delicious treats. There's this vine that, when cut, flows with water. It tastes faintly of grass, far more delightful than pure water." Gao Lu's expression of reminiscence sparked an impulse in the other girls to want to taste it as well. "Oh, and I brought you all plenty of delicious fruits." As she spoke, Gao Lu eagerly rummaged through her backpack, presenting a variety of wild fruits for the sisters to sample. "This one is delightful. This one is a bit tart at first bite, but upon savoring, the flavor is quite pleasant." The girls praised the assortment of wild fruits. And then Zhou Wen noticed Gao Lu mischievously pulling out large, purple-red figs from the bottom of her backpack, distributing them among the sisters. She eagerly instructed everyone, exclaiming, "This fruit is absolutely delicious. Just tear it open and enjoy the flesh inside." Indeed, the very next moment, Ding Yutong let out a shriek. "Ah, there's a worm," and promptly discarded the fruit. Luo Xiaoman also cried out, "Mine is spoiled too. It has worms." Cheng Mingqi, unfazed by the presence of mere insects due to her rural upbringing, merely frowned and tossed her fruit aside. Gao Lu laughed heartily, her demeanor resembling that of a mischievous schemer, saying, "You've all been tricked. This fruit is called the banyan fig. Like the fig, its flowers reside within, requiring worms to assist in pollination." "Isn't that fascinating? You naughty trickster, Gao Lu." Ding Yutong gritted her teeth in frustration, lunging to pinch her cheek. Gao Lu quickly fled with a grin. Ding Yutong declared, "Sisters, let us team up and catch her for some tickling." Luo Xiaoman and Cheng Mengqi readily agreed, and the three soon cornered Gao Lu, pinning her to the ground as they tickled her mercilessly. "Ha ha, I was wrong. Spare me." Gao Lu cackled in surrender. Yet Ding Yutong and the others were not easily swayed. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, reflecting, "One who courts misfortune will not escape unscathed. She boasts of her long legs and speed, yet here she lies, easily subdued." "Sister Qinghe, save me," Gao Lu cried out. Gu Qinghe merely rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear. Chapter 76. Firing the second kiln of pottery while Gao Lu and the others were in a commotion. Zhou Wen began to sort through his own findings. The first item he produced was the unfortunate young chicken, still alive but bound by vines, appearing quite dejected. As Zhou Wen grabbed it from the backpack, the chicken, startled, began to struggle and squawk. "Dong dongji, dong dongji." Gu Qinghe, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "Wenge, where did you catch this wild duck? It's called isn't even quack, quack." Cheng Mengqi and the others, intrigued by the noise, released Gao Lu and approached, leaving her lying on the ground with a vacant expression, as if utterly exhausted from the antics. "Dong dongji, dong dongji." The young chicken, now aware of its audience, became even more frantic in its calls. Ding Yutong laughed. "This duck is quite peculiar. It's adorably silly." Zhou Wen tossed it into a wicker basket, stating, "This creature isn't a wild duck. It's called a young chicken. Unfortunately, there isn't much meat, but we can make soup with it tonight." Having spent so long on the deserted island, the girls, who had grown fond of ducks, found the notion of eating one peculiar, yet upon hearing about the soup, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, nearly drooling at the thought. Zhou Wen then retrieved from the backpack some soapberry fruits wrapped in leaves, unveiling them for everyone to see, saying, I didn't find a soap tree, but I discovered soap berries, which can also be used to make shampoo. Gu Qinghe, intrigued, picked up a fruit and examined it closely, stating, I know soap berries. I've purchased shampoo containing this ingredient, and it works quite well. However, this is my first time seeing them in person. They resemble longans. Cheng Mengqi and the others, equally curious, picked up a fruit to inspect. Despite the hardships endured during this survival experience on the deserted island, they had indeed gained a wealth of knowledge. Zhou Wen poured all the fruit of the non-fruit tree into another rattan basket and remarked, we currently lack sufficient pottery. Once I fire another batch of pots, I shall assist you in creating shampoo. The young women, displaying their understanding, nodded in agreement. There remained a considerable amount of wild fruits, wild vegetables, and tender leaves in the backpack, which Zhou Wen meticulously sorted into different rattan baskets for future use. Cheng Mengqi approached with a bowl of lemongrass tea, saying, Wengu, you've worked hard. Please have a drink. Since arriving by the riverside, where abundant fresh water was available, Cheng Mengqi had taken to brewing lemongrass tea. On a sweltering day, savoring a bowl of lemon-flavored lemongrass tea after labor was indeed a delight. Thank you, Mengqi. Zhou Wen accepted the earthen bowl and drank it down in one gulp, secretly pondering how wonderful it would be to discover saltpeter, allowing him to enjoy chilled lemongrass tea. Gao Lu lay on the ground, weakly calling out, Mengqi, I'm thirsty too. Cheng Mengqi replied with feigned annoyance, there's none. Yet, she still fetched her a bowl. Gao Lu, overjoyed, sat up to receive the earthen bowl, playfully blowing a kiss to Cheng Mengqi, teasingly declaring, Thank you, Mengqi. I knew you cared for me the most. Love you. Cheng Mengqi, with a hint of disdain, turned her head away, ignoring her. After a brief respite, Zhou Wen checked the clay molds in a shaded, ventilated area, feeling the outer and inner walls and concluding they were nearly ready. Informing the young women, Zhou Wen carefully moved the clay molds to the earthen kiln, following the previous procedure of placing fine twigs in the kiln floor before gently inverting the molds into it. He ignited the twigs and continued to layer larger firewood on top, the roaring flames igniting and warming the surroundings. Cheng Mengqi brought over the pot of lemongrass tea, periodically delivering bowls to Zhou Wen to help alleviate his heat. As evening approached, Zhou Wen found himself unable to leave. Gu Qinghe took the young women to the beach to retrieve the seafood from the fish traps and the coarse salt drying on the rocks. Zhou Wen felt a sense of gratitude. In their struggle for survival, having a capable teammate like Gu Qinghe was indeed fortuitous, particularly one as beautiful and alluring, who could also share a bed, truly perfect. By the time the sun had nearly dipped below the horizon, Gu Qinghe returned successfully with the young women, bringing back a bounty of seafood and a bundle of coarse salt wrapped in leaves. Wengu, what shall we do with this bundle of coarse salt? Zhou Wen replied, I won't have time to purify it tonight. Let us set it aside and discuss it tomorrow. Gu Qinghe nodded, subsequently finding a dry coconut shell to store the coarse salt, preventing it from moisture. The young women set down their belongings and went together to bathe by the river. Ding Yutong didn't forget to call Zhou Wen along. Wengu, come bathe with us. Zhou Wen, scratching his nose, found the habits of women quite peculiar. They always preferred to go in groups for bathing or using the restroom. However, being invited by beautiful women to join them for a bath was an invitation he could hardly refuse. Zhou Wen called out, All right, you go ahead. I'll finish covering the earthen kiln and join you shortly. The kiln had burned long enough, requiring no more firewood, so Zhou Wen smeared it with mud, allowing it to cool naturally. With a clap of his hands to shake off the yellow clay, Zhou Wen casually made his way to the riverside. The river has receded to below the knees, rendering the prospect of splashing about rather unexciting. The young women sit languidly upon the exposed, rounded stones of the riverbed, idly dipping their feet into the water while listening to Gao Lu regale them with tales. You can't imagine, she exclaims. The waterfall is breathtaking. With mist rising and a rainbow forming, it resembles a fairyland. The temperature nearby is cooler than outside, akin to having air conditioning. The other girls, captivated, eagerly inquire for more details. With a proud smile, Gao Lu continues, beneath the waterfall lies a pool. The water is both crystal clear and refreshingly cool, the deepest part reaching up to one's neck, perfect for swimming. Just then, Zhou Wen arrives. Upon catching sight of him, Gao Lu's cheeks flush slightly, perhaps recalling their intimate encounters amidst the splendor of the waterfall. In retrospect, the thrill of engaging in such antics under the broad daylight in the wilderness was exhilarating indeed. Luo Xiaoman splashed at the water enviously, exclaiming, "I too wish to swim in the pool. Swimming in the sea never feels quite right." Ding Yutong nodded in agreement. Though Cheng Mengqi and Gu Qinghe remained silent, their expressions betrayed their yearning. Zhou Wen, somewhat disheveled, moved downstream to cleanse the mud from his hands and the soot from his skin. Ding Yutong, with a playful glint in her eyes, waded over, teasingly splashing water while gently rubbing his back, her voice soft as she implored, "Brother One, I wish to swim in the pool too. Will you take me?" Although Zhou Wen had just enjoyed a hearty meal, the tender caresses and sweet words stirred something within him. Observing this, the other girls began to plead as well. "Brother Wen, we want to go too, please." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Wen replied, "All right, once I finish a few tasks and prepare some food, I will take you," treating it as a picnic. The girls exchanged excited glances and erupted in applause. Hooray! Long life. Chapter 77. Crafting stone axes after bathing. It was time to prepare dinner. Zhou Wen intended to deal with the young chicken, but unexpectedly, Cheng Mengqi took a sharp stone shard and headed towards the riverbank. Cluck, cluck. The poor chick squawked in panic before falling silent. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Mengqi returned, clutching the lifeless chick. After scalding the feathers in hot water, she skillfully began to pluck them, revealing her familiarity with the task. Zhou Wen couldn't help but reflect, while Cheng Mengqi's looks were merely average among this group of models. For marriage, one might indeed consider her. He glanced at Gao Lu, the robust girl from the northeast, whose beauty and figure were commendable. Yet she always exuded a certain naivete. While she might provide moments of joy, the reality of day-to-day life would likely prove challenging. As night fell and the evening breeze brought a chill, everyone gathered around the campfire, watching as the chicken soup bubbled away in a clay pot. Following Zhou Wen's advice, they knew that wild fowl harbored numerous parasites and bacteria, hence it was prudent to cook it longer. While waiting for the soup, the group busied themselves grilling scallops, squid, and large shrimp on stone slabs to whet their appetites. Cheng Mengqi prepared a delightful sauce using wild onions, wild ginger, sour sorrel, and wild fruits, which she paired with the freshly roasted seafood, enhancing its flavor significantly. After simmering for a while, she added a pinch of salt and more wild onions to the broth for seasoning, then carefully removed the clay pot, insulated with leaves. The rich aroma wafted through the campsite, making everyone's mouths water in anticipation. Cheng Mengqi skillfully extracted the cooked chick from the pot with a twig and placed it on a clean stone covered with leaves. Once the chick cooled down slightly, she twisted off a leg and handed it to Zhou Wen, saying, "Wen Ge, you've worked hard. Please enjoy a leg." The other young women looked on eagerly, their eyes fixed on the steaming chick. Cheng Mengqi then removed another leg and offered it to Gao Lu, exclaiming, "Gao Lu, this is for you." Gao Lu swallowed hard, surprised, and replied, "Oh, for me? Shouldn't it go to Qing He Jia?" Cheng Mengqi placed the chick leg in her bowl, blowing on her slightly reddened fingers from the heat, and replied, "This is a reward for you and Wen Ji's hard work, so of course, it's yours." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement, affirming Mengqi is right. Cheng Mengqi proceeded to detach the two wings, distributing them to Gu Qinghe and Luo Xiaoman, while she kept some meat from the neck and back for herself. She then shared the remaining meat. Though it was a modest portion, everyone felt a sense of joy. Having spent several days on the deserted island, apart from Zhou Wen and Gao Lu who had feasted on a large rat, it was the first time the rest had savored something with legs. Zhou Wen watched Cheng Mengqi expertly distribute the chick, feeling increasingly satisfied. A wife like her would be ideal. However, as he glanced at the girls illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, their cheeks aglow, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Gu Qinghe exuded confidence and poise. Ding Yutong was sweet and affectionate, always accommodating in her poses. Luo Xiaoman was charmingly youthful. Gao Lu was both beautiful and fit, making it difficult to choose. It seemed that marrying any of them would be a fine choice. Moreover, a man should not be too narrow-minded, right? Zhou Wen was somewhat reluctant to leave this challenge behind. After consuming the chick, Cheng Mengqi retrieved the buried chick eggs from a bonfire, distributing one to each person. Once the chick's soup cooled sufficiently, she poured it into everyone's bowls. The delicious broth warmed their bodies, providing immense comfort. After dinner, Cheng Mengqi set about washing the clay pots and utensils, while Gu Qinghe led the other girls in curing the seafood, both as snacks and food reserves. Zhou Wen planned to seize the opportunity to craft a stone axe. Once everything was settled in a couple of days, he intended to construct a spacious shelter. The current one was hardly better than a refugee camp, and he felt quite displeased. The new shelter would require a substantial amount of thicker firewood, and relying solely on a stone chisel would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time and energy. Thus, a sharper axe was essential. Anyone familiar with survival games knows that one should prioritize crafting a stone axe right from the start before advancing in technology. After spending so many days on the deserted island, Zhou Wen was only now planning to create his first stone axe, which he considered rather slow. In the realm of gaming, one can casually craft items with ease. However, in reality, the creation of stone axe proves to be quite a laborious endeavor. Zhou Wen unearthed a piece of elongated basalt from a corner of the shelter, a relic he had stumbled upon during a previous excursion to the riverbank. Its shape struck him as perfectly suited for axe making, prompting him to bring it back and store it beside the shelter. This basalt was somewhat sizable, and Zhou Wen retrieved a stick from the bonfire, extinguishing the flames to leave behind a charred tip, which he would use as charcoal for drawing. He sketched the general outline of the axe on the basalt, determining a slightly broader blade and a narrower handle, with the central section forming the body of the axe. He ensured the axe body retained a certain thickness to prevent it from shattering upon impact. Having outlined the rough contours, Zhou Wen knew he needed to remove the excess material. He found a flat stone to serve as a workbench, a sharp stone to act as a chisel, and a coarse sandstone with a rough surface to function as a grinding board. Additionally, he fetched a ceramic bowl filled with fresh water to use as a lubricant. With everything prepared, Zhou Wen sat cross-legged before his task, positioning the basalt and cautiously striking away the surplus material with the stone chisel. The rhythmic sound of striking echoed, resonating in Zhou Wen's mind. As he approached the marked lines, he hesitated to strike further and instead began to grind the axe blank on the grinding board. The sound of grinding filled the air as he added water to cool the stone while washing away the debris and stone dust. He continued to grind tirelessly, his hands aching, having only managed to form a rough outline. It seemed he would need at least another day to perfect it. Curiosity piqued. Ding Yutong approached, observing the axe blank in Zhou Wen's hands. "Brother Wen, what are you making?" she inquired. He handed the axe blank to her for inspection, explaining, "I am crafting an axe. In a couple of days, I plan to renovate the shelter, which will require a substantial amount of wood. An axe will enhance efficiency in felling trees." Ding Yutong glanced at their makeshift shelter, resembling a dog kennel, and her interest was sparked. "Brother Wen, are you planning to build a wooden house?" she asked. Zhou Wen scratched his head and replied, "Not quite a wooden house, but at least something more spacious and sturdy. We are here for a survival challenge, not a misery contest. A bit of comfort is always welcome." Ding Yutong giggled. "Brother Wen, you speak so amusingly. Indeed, when a girl holds affection for someone, even the simplest remarks seem delightful. Conversely, if disinterest prevails, the atmosphere shifts entirely, as in the admonition, 'No swinging in the house.'" As night deepened, fatigue settled over the group, prompting Zhou Wen to cease his work to avoid disturbing their slumber. After a day of travel with Gao Lu, Gu Qinghe, while organizing the night watch, bypassed the two of them and designated Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong to take the night shift. Chapter 78, A False Alarm the Following Morning. The group gradually emerged from the shelter. Ding Yutong, who had kept watch during the latter half of the night, cast a glance at Zhou Wen, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Last night, Zhou Wen had been summoned by Gu Qinghe to assist with juice extraction, leaving him too fatigued to partake in a third round, which he chose to overlook. After addressing personal hygiene, everyone proceeded to the riverbank to freshen up. Cheng Mengqi, yawning, began preparing breakfast. Zhou Wen meticulously pried open the earthen kiln, carefully extracting the fired pottery. Gu Qinghe and the others, filled with curiosity, gathered around to observe. When they witnessed the successful retrieval of pottery, they erupted in joyous cheers. Conversely, the sight of shattered pieces elicited their sympathetic sighs. Having honed their skills through prior experience, the success rate of this batch of pottery was somewhat higher than the last. In total, Zhou Wen retrieved 3 intact clay jars and approximately 11 or 12 clay bowls of various sizes. He placed the newly acquired jars and bowls under the shade of a tree to cool, while the group ventured to their campsite for breakfast. The morning repast consisted of fish soup accompanied by kudzu root and some cold wild vegetables. After breakfast, Zhou Wen, along with the young ladies, washed the freshly fired pottery, ensuring that they were watertight and suitable for use. At this juncture, the quantity of pottery was sufficient, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Wen had no intention of firing a third kiln. He transported the pottery to a corner of the campsite for storage and turned his attention to crafting stone axes. Gu Qinghe volunteered to lead the girls in purifying salt. Having observed Zhou Wen perform the task previously, she believed it manageable, especially with Zhou Wen offering guidance. Zhou Wen welcomed their initiative and readily consented. Thus, amidst the rhythmic grinding sounds, Gu Qinghe and her companions dissolved coarse salt, adding the remaining concentrated brine from their last attempt, and placed the mixture over the campfire to heat. Poor Luo Xiaoman once again sacrificed her short sleeves to release the trapped rabbits. The girls, with anxious expressions, fixated on the clay pot, their earnest demeanor eliciting both amusement and admiration from Zhou Wen. After considerable effort, they successfully purified another batch of salt, enough to last them a long while. Hooray! The girls joyfully embraced one another. Though they had merely refined salt, it felt to them like a significant accomplishment. As noon approached, an unexpected wind swept across the island. Dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon, and the expressions of everyone changed instantly. It seemed a storm was imminent. Zhou Wen, disregarding his stone axe crafting, hastily commanded, "Quickly, reinforce the shelter and move the salt and food inside to prevent them from getting damp. Fill the woven baskets with dry branches and grass to ensure we have kindling after the rain." Understood. Gu Qinghe promptly assigned tasks to the girls. Mengqi Yutong, go fetch large leaves to reinforce the shelter. Gao Lu, Xiaoman, move the salt and food into the shelter and gather some dry firewood. With that, the girls sprang into action. Zhou Wen and Gu Qinghe did not remain idle either. Zhou Wen began constructing a charcoal pot for storing embers, while Gu Qinghe gathered stones to deepen and widen the drainage ditch. Zhou Wen swiftly completed the charcoal pot and assisted Cheng Mengqi and Ding Yutong in fortifying the shelter. In a flurry of activity lasting over half an hour, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the bewildered faces of the group. Everyone looked up in confusion, realizing that, unbeknownst to them, the dense clouds had been blown eastward by the wind. Not far to the east, dark clouds loomed ominously, as if poised to descend. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, torrential rain poured down, seemingly intent on cleansing the earth. Thick bolts of lightning struck with relentless fury, unleashing untold destructive power. The onlookers exchanged uncertain glances at a loss for words. Gao Lu, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "My heavens! Could there be a fairy undergoing tribulation over there? Why is it storming so fiercely in that one spot?" Gu Qinghe swallowed hard, forcing a chuckle as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Since the founding of the nation, fairies are forbidden from becoming spirits." Ding Yutong spoke softly, but this isn't Donda. Perhaps we're not even on Earth. The constellations in the night sky don't seem right. Luo Xiaoman shrank back in fear, quietly edging closer to Zhou Wen, pressing her body against him. The fluffy rabbit rubbed against Zhou Wen, distracting him to the point where he struggled to concentrate. Rather than feeling frightened, Gao Lu grew more excited, her eyes wide with wonder. "Shouldn't we go take a look? It might not be a fairy's tribulation, but some treasure instead." Zhou Wen firmly rejected the idea, stating, "Don't even think about it. Everyone should stay put in the camp and not indulge in wild fantasies." Gao Lu pouted in disappointment. Zhou Wen shot her a disapproving glare and said curtly, "Stop indulging in those short dramas and novels. Even if there were treasures to be found, it wouldn't concern someone like you. Powerful guardians would certainly watch over such treasures. One glance from them could spell your doom, and that's hardly worth it." Gao Lu murmured, "I was just joking. I never really intended to go." "Why be so harsh?" Cheng Mengqi sighed, "Wow, that has already been struck by 4 or 5 dozen bolts of lightning. It seems serious. Let us hope it doesn't involve us." Zhou Wen clapped his hands to capture their attention and said, "Regardless of whether it's a fairy's tribulation, the emergence of treasures, or simply a thunderstorm, it doesn't concern us. We should focus on our own tasks." Gu Qinghe concurred, "Indeed. If we can't even manage our own affairs, we have no time to worry about others." Ding Yutong glanced at the shelter and asked Brother Wen, "Sister Qinghe, what about the things we moved into the shelter? Should we take them out again?" Gu Qinghe hesitated, looking to Zhou Wen for guidance. After a moment of thought, Zhou Wen replied, Let us not move them out for now. We wouldn't want the wind to shift and bring the rain clouds closer. All right. With that, they resumed their work. Zhou Wen returned to his workstation, picking up the axe handle to begin sharpening it. Gu Qinghe and the other girls started twisting ropes in preparation for future upgrades to the shelter. Yet, despite their tasks, their attention was continually drawn to the east. Occasionally glancing up, for 2 or 3 hours, the storm raged on, but gradually the dark clouds dispersed, and tranquility returned. With a collective sigh of relief, they exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. With the alarm lifted, Zhou Wen instructed the girls to bring out various supplies once more. He pondered that having to hurriedly move things every time it rained was hardly a sustainable solution. A shelter should be constructed to store various supplies, to avoid the chaos of scrambling each time. Chapter 79. The successful crafting of the stone axe after grinding until the afternoon, as the sun began to lose its intensity. Zhou Wen finally produced a stone axe head that met his satisfaction. Success. Zhou Wen gazed fondly at the axe head, gently pouring out the water from the ceramic bowl to wash away the stone dust. He casually plucked a slender blade of grass from the ground and lightly grazed it across the edge of the axe. The grass stem snapped effortlessly, fluttering to the ground. Excellent. Zhou Wen, pleased, blew on the axe edge. The next step was to find a suitable wooden stick to serve as the axe handle. Zhou Wen picked up a hardwood stick, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter and 50 to 60 centimeters in length. He carved a concave notch at one end using a stone chisel. He then inserted the narrow end of the stone axe into the notch and carefully tapped it with a flat stone, ensuring a snug fit between the axe head and the wooden handle. Zhou Wen took a piece of twine he had prepared earlier and wrapped it tightly around the junction of the axe head and handle, pulling firmly with each turn. Finally, he tied a secure knot, pressing the wood white with the tension, thereby fixing it firmly in place. After swinging it a few times to test, he felt assured that the axe head and handle were securely bound together, with no risk of loosening. Thus, the stone axe was completed. A wave of indescribable satisfaction surged within him. Zhou Wen stood up, brushing off the stone dust from his clothes, and attempted a few grandiose swings with the axe. Though it felt slightly heavy, it was still manageable. With the sharp blade in hand, a fierce spirit arose. No, it should be said. With the stone axe in hand, the desire to fell trees ignited within him. Zhou Wen immediately sought to chop something down. His gaze fell upon a nearby small tree, and with a sly grin, he jogged over, raising the stone axe and bringing it down with a resounding thud against the trunk. The first strike embedded the axe blade firmly into the wood, splitting the bark with a fresh, fragrant scent of sap bursting forth. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Wen rhythmically continued to chop. In no time, a significant notch appeared on the trunk. He dashed to the other side and delivered a powerful kick, producing a creaking sound as the tree, as thick as a bowl's rim, crashed to the ground, sending up a shower of grass and earth. Zhou Wen inspected the axe blade, finding it unscathed with not a single chip, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He then turned his gaze toward other trees, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. Zhou Wen trimmed off the excess branches and dragged the small tree back to the camp. Gu Qinghe and the others gathered around, admiring the trunk Zhou Wen had brought back and the stone axe in his hand, exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, Wenge, you're amazing. You really made a stone axe." Zhou Wen chuckled with pride, resting the axe on his shoulder, stepping atop the trunk with a raised brow, and asked, "What do you think? Am I handsome?" The girls erupted in laughter. The straightforward Gao Lu chimed in, "Wenge, you do look quite handsome, but more like a rugged barbarian." With those words, the other girls laughed even harder. Zhou Wen feigned a stern expression and bellowed in a gruff voice, "Humph, I am indeed a barbarian ready to descend a mountain and seize lovely maidens." He tossed aside the stone axe and struck a playful pose, mimicking a clawing dragon, grinning mischievously as he charged toward Gao Lu. Gao Lu, pale and flustered, exclaimed, "Help! Help!" Yet, after only a few steps, she was swiftly embraced by Zhou Wen. The surrounding young women watched the scene with amusement, none stepping forward to offer assistance. Zhou Wen playfully tickled her waist, leaving Gao Lu gasping for breath. And then, as a form of reprisal, he pinched her rabbit a few times before finally relenting. Zhou Wen then approached the stone axe, picked it up, and satisfied, gave the axe head a few hearty knocks, leaving Gao Lu slumped in place, pouting and rubbing her sore rabbit. He walked to the large tree that recorded their notes and crossed out the word tools. Unbeknownst to him, Most of the tasks had already been completed, and he could now focus on upgrading their shelter. With the stone axe in hand, Zhou Wen contemplated constructing wooden houses, providing comfortable living while consuming a considerable amount of time and energy, thus distracting him from idle thoughts. After weighing the options between building a single large house to accommodate everyone or 3 smaller wooden houses, he ultimately decided on the latter. Firstly, constructing smaller houses would be easier with better resilience against storms. Even if one were to sustain damage, 2 would remain intact. Secondly, although the idea of a large wooden house was enticing, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered in Zhou Wen's mind, suggesting that such a choice could lead to dire consequences. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Wen approached the young women, cleared his throat twice, and, once all eyes were on him, declared, "Ladies, we no longer have to worry about food and drink. We have entered a stable phase and can consider improving our living environment." The women nodded in agreement. Zhou Wen gestured disdainfully at their lowly temporary shelter, remarking, "This makeshift shelter is cramped and stuffy, making even joyful activities uncomfortable, severely impairing our experience." The maidens blushed, stifling giggles. Thus, Zhou Wen continued, "I plan to begin upgrading our shelter tomorrow, replacing it with wooden houses." The women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they cheered, "Wonderful. We've longed to leave this place." Gao Lu added with distaste, "Even my family's husky lives in better conditions than this." Gu Qinghe shot her a glance, saying, "Wenge, we all agree. Just tell us what to do." The other young women chimed in eagerly, "Yes, yes, Wenge. We'll follow your lead." "Excellent," Zhou Wen replied, his satisfaction evident as he surveyed their enthusiasm. "Starting tomorrow, we will need to prepare materials. I will take charge of the logging, but I will need 1 person to assist in removing excess branches from the wood." The young women's eyes lit up as they all raised their hands to volunteer. Eager to spend time with Zhou Wen gestured for calm, saying, "Hold on, let me finish speaking. We lack nails. So most structures will require mortise and tenon joints, or will need to be tied with ropes. Therefore, we will need an ample supply of rope. While we have already made a considerable amount, I'm uncertain if it will suffice, so we will need to twist some more. Additionally, the roof will require a significant amount of coverage. Therefore, I require individuals to gather a substantial amount of palm fronds or banana leaves, alongside a considerable quantity of thatch, bound into bundles, which necessitates a significant labor force." The young women nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Wen chuckled, "Of course, we might need other materials, but these will suffice for the main structure of the wooden house. We can address the finer details later." Gu Qinghe cleared her throat and said, "Since Wenge has suggested this, I shall commence with the task allocation. Mengqi Yutong, you are to harvest banana and palm leaves. Xiaoman, accompany Wenge to assist him. Gao Lu, you who are prone to idleness, join me to twist some rope first, then proceed to cut grass. Does anyone have any objections?" Gu Qinghe's gaze was stern as she surveyed the other young women, who all shook their heads in agreement. Zhou Wen remarked, "Very well, let us rest one more night. Tomorrow, the labor shall commence earnestly." Chapter 80. Collecting materials and preparing for the wooden house construction. A night filled with pleasant dreams passed. At dawn, as the first light filtered in, Ding Yutong awoke, her biological clock stirring her from slumber. Propping her head on her arm, she savored Zhou Wen's sleeping visage. Having been well fed by him the previous night, her spirits were exceptionally high. In her past aesthetic preferences, she had been inclined towards effeminate, flower boy types. Yet her taste had intriguingly shifted since arriving on the deserted island. Zhou Wen, with his stubbled chin and tousled hair, appeared strikingly virile in Ding Yutong's eyes. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his face, feeling the ticklish brush of his stubble against her palm. As Zhou Wen awakened, his eyes met the enchanting smile of a beautiful fairy. He could not help but smile back, pulling her close and kissing her soft lips. "But I haven't brushed my teeth yet," Ding Yutong protested momentarily, yet surrendered to the moment. After indulging in their affection for a while, they heard the voices of the other young women outside and decided to emerge from their shelter. The girls, still drowsy, rubbed their eyes and stifled lengthy yawns as they gradually emerged from the shelter. The cool morning breeze caressed their cheeks, instantly dispelling the remnants of sleepiness. Zhou Wen performed a few chest-expanding stretches while greeting them. "Good morning, everyone." The young women responded in unison, "Good morning, Wenge." Upon reaching the riverbank to wash up, they were pleasantly surprised to find the water had risen to thigh-deep levels, evidently replenished by the previous day's torrential rain upstream. This fortuitous occurrence brightened the girls' spirits significantly. After breakfast, they set about their tasks as per the plan. Cheng Mingqi and Ding Yutong took up stone knives to gather large leaves such as banana and palm fronds nearby. Consequently, the trees in the vicinity met with unfortunate fates as they were stripped bare. Gao Lu, under Gu Qinghe's supervision, twisted ropes. Not long into this task, Gao Lu suddenly clutched her stomach, frowning. "Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Without lifting her head, Gu Qinghe replied, "Go ahead. Be quick and return." Gao Lu dashed off, but her absence lingered longer than expected. As Gu Qinghe was beginning to believe that Gao Lu had been whisked away by some wild beast during her prolonged absence, she finally returned, swaying slightly with a blade of lemongrass in her mouth. Gu Qinghe shot her an exasperated glance and remarked, "Why did you take so long? Get to work. If you don't produce a sufficiently long rope today, you could forget about lunch." Gao Lu's expression shifted, and she pleaded, "Please, not that long. My hands will be ruined." In response, Gu Qinghe picked up a small stone from the ground and tossed it onto Gao Lu's forehead with a thud, retorting, "Stop your nonsense and hurry up." With a dejected expression, Gao Lu mumbled something under her breath and reluctantly sat down to continue twisting the rope. After a while, she suddenly raised her hand, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Sister Qinghe, my hands are covered in blisters. It hurts so much." Although her palms were slightly reddened, they were far from blistered. Gu Qinghe ignored her, letting out a dismissive hum. "Blisters indicate that you haven't worked hard enough. Once you develop calluses, it won't hurt anymore." Gao Lu, feeling discontented, muttered, "Sister Qinghe, you are truly strict and have no compassion for others." Gu Qinghe's almond-shaped eyes widened as she inquired, "What did you say?" Gao Lu quickly plastered on a smile and replied, "Oh, nothing at all. I was just saying how beautiful you are, Sister Qinghe." Gu Qinghe scoffed, "Don't try to charm me. Get back to work. I'm neither a man nor a fool, so your tricks won't work on me." With a pout, Gao Lu reluctantly resumed her task. After a while, Gao Lu exclaimed, "Oh no, I need to pee." Gu Qinghe, irritated, thought to herself that Gao Lu was as lazy as a donkey, complaining excessively. Her scalp prickled with anger, and she felt tempted to lash out at her, admonishing, "Don't wander far. Just relieve yourself nearby." Reluctantly, Gao Lu scampered behind a nearby tree, but after a long wait, she returned, swaying unsteadily, having produced nothing. After a protracted delay, Gao Lu finally finished twisting a rope and gleefully presented it to Gu Qinghe, exclaiming, "Sister Qinghe, look at the beautiful rope I made." Gu Qinghe inspected the rope, her eyelids twitching as she realized she had made a grave mistake. Gao Lu, always seeking to avoid labor, displayed a lackadaisical attitude, producing a loosely twisted rope that could barely bind a rabbit. Enraged, Gu Qinghe flung the rope at her and shouted, "Gao Lu, take a look at this abomination. Can it even hold a rabbit? What if this breaks while securing the roof beam, and it crashes down on you in the middle of the night?" Embarrassed, Gao Lu picked up the rope, examining it from every angle, and muttered, "I think it looks quite good." Gu Qinghe took a deep breath to calm her nerves, then smiled unexpectedly and said calmly, "It's my fault for assigning you such technical work. Why don't you go cut some grass instead? That requires no thought or skill." Gao Lu shivered slightly and remarked, "Sister Qinghe, your smile is rather frightening." Gu Qinghe sternly replied, "Get lost." "All right." Gao Lu quickly jumped up, grabbed a stone knife, and dashed away. Meanwhile, on the other side, the atmosphere was quite pleasant for Zhou Wen, who was selectively chopping down small trees of just the right thickness. Those too thin were useless, while those too thick required excessive effort. Regardless of the necessity for prolonged use, the imperative lies in successfully navigating this challenge. A tree trunk of a bull's width will suffice. To expedite the process of felling trees, Zhou Wen specifically sought out softer woods, allowing him to bring down a tree in a mere 10 minutes. With each tree he felled, Luo Xiaoman would approach with a stone chisel, meticulously removing the excess branches with rhythmic taps. The discarded branches would not go to waste, as they could be dried and utilized as firewood. Crouching on the ground, Luo Xiaoman peeked into her short-sleeve collar, her two white rabbits frolicking with her movements, far more captivating than the mere sight of red berries. Zhou Wen would occasionally steal glances, using it as motivation to work even harder at his task. Luo Xiaoman, aware of Zhou Wen's ardent gaze, felt her cheeks flush yet did not shy away. Instead, she subtly shifted her position to face him directly, facilitating his view. Having just graduated and begun her career, although somewhat influenced by the modeling profession, she retained a certain innocence. While chopping wood, Zhou Wen engaged her in conversation, listening to her gossip about the modeling industry, finding the exchange quite invigorating. After a morning of labor, Zhou Wen's arms were sore and fatigued. Stretching his arms, he was pleasantly surprised to notice that the muscle definition he had cultivated during university seemed to be returning. Running his hand over his abdomen, he discovered that the softness had considerably diminished, and the outline of his abdominal muscles was discernible, a far cry from the previous uniformity. Zhou Wen mused that once the challenge concluded, he might fully reclaim his six-pack, no longer needing to deceive himself into believing it was merely fat. Chapter 81. Gu Qinghe offers Zhou Wen a massage. Zhou Wen toiled until nightfall, utterly exhausted, his mind consumed by thoughts of trees, nearly believing he had transformed into Wu Gang. After dragging the processed trunks back to the campsite, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though his body might disassemble. Fortunately, the daily labor had conditioned him. Had he commenced with such strenuous work initially, he likely would have been too fatigued to stand. Brother Wen, quickly have some herbal tea. Upon seeing Zhou Wen's weary state, Cheng Mengqi hurriedly brought him a bowl of refreshing lemongrass tea. Thank you. Zhou Wen accepted the ceramic bowl. Yet his trembling hands caused much of the tea to spill. The girls were visibly concerned. Ding Yutong gently offered, Brother Wen, let me feed you. Zhou Wen smiled at her and replied, all right. Ding Yutong carefully brought the bowl to Zhou Wen's lips, assisting him in consuming the tea. After finishing the bowl, Zhou Wen felt significantly more at ease. Gu Qinghe approached, having gathered a few leaves from a nearby camphor tree, and said, Brother Wen, I have learned a bit of massage therapy. Allow me to help you relax your muscles. That sounds wonderful. Zhou Wen looked at her with delight, surprised to discover her proficiency in massage. Little did he know, in today's society, even in romantic relationships, one must possess certain skills to avoid becoming obsolete. As affluent individuals are often surrounded by beauty, without some means of intrigue, they may quickly grow weary and discard their partners. Although Gu Qinghe had secured the affections of the company's vice president, the man was nearing 60, and aside from his hardened liver, the rest of his physique had succumbed to softness. Unable to offer him the allure of passion, Gu Qinghe sought to provide emotional value instead, diligently acquiring various skills such as massage and acupressure. Approaching Zhou Wen from behind, she crushed the camphor leaves and warmed her palms, their subtle fragrance enveloping her hands as she pressed them against Zhou Wen's taut shoulders. The aroma wafted into his nostrils, gradually soothing his frayed nerves, and the furrows of his brow began to ease. With both hands, Gu Qinghe applied pressure, her thumbs kneading along the edges of his shoulder blades, carefully avoiding the most tender spots. Oh, oh, oh. The sensations of discomfort prompted Zhou Wen to emit soft sounds of relief. Brother Wen, your muscles are too tense. Bear with me. You will feel better soon, she murmured gently. First, she relaxed the muscles around his shoulders, then placed her palms against the taut trapezius, massaging delicately. The warmth of her touch penetrated his skin, gradually unwinding the knots of tension. Zhou Wen gasped, his teeth gritted from the ache. Yet he soon began to feel a notable improvement. Once his shoulders and neck were sufficiently relaxed, Gu Qinghe transitioned to massaging his arms. Her fingertips glided along the contours of his muscles, from elbow to wrist, gently kneading any rigid knot she encountered with precision and care, ensuring her touch was both gentle and effective. With his eyes half closed in pleasure, Zhou Wen exclaimed, Qinghe, I never knew you possessed such talents. This feels divine. Gu Qinghe smiled faintly, her efforts causing beads of perspiration to form on her forehead. After a while, she instructed the other girls to bring over freshly bundled tender grass, which she spread on the ground, inviting Zhou Wen to lie down. Brother Wen, position yourself well. I shall massage your back now. All right. Zhou Wen complied without hesitation, settling himself atop the soft grass. Gu Qinghe straddled him, her hands moving from the outer edges of his shoulder blades toward the center, applying gentle pressure. Her fingers pressed firmly along the direction of the trapezius, consciously avoiding the spine, pausing at each tight muscle to knead and release the tension embedded within. As she worked on the erector spinae beside Zhou Wen's waist, she softly inquired, Is this particularly sore? Zhou Wen squinted in pleasurable discomfort, unable to articulate his response, but nodding vigorously. After addressing both sides of his muscles, Gu Qinghe alternated her hands, gliding from his waist up along either side of his spine, gently lifting her palms and then tenderly massaging along the ribs with a delicate yet resilient touch. Should she encounter exceptionally tight knots, she would gently pinch the muscle between her thumb and forefinger, kneading it slowly before releasing to allow the muscle to relax. Once the massage concluded, Zhou Wen felt so blissful that he nearly drifted into slumber, lying on the tender grass bundle, reluctant to move. After a while, Zhou Wen stood up, stretching lazily, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the stiffness in his back had dissipated significantly, allowing him to move with newfound ease. "How delightful!" he proclaimed. Zhou Wenchao gave Gu Qinghe a thumbs up, praising, "Qinghe's skills are truly remarkable. If you ever decide to leave modeling, you should open a traditional Chinese massage clinic. The accolades would be endless." Gu Qinghe, feeling a bit weary, took a seat nearby, breathing lightly. She merely smiled at the compliment, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Cheng Mengqi had finished preparing dinner and called everyone to the table. They all gathered around the campfire, savoring fish soup and indulging heartily. After a day of hard work, each person's appetite had significantly increased. A single pot of fish soup proved insufficient, leading them to nibble on some kudzu root as well. After the meal, they chatted for a while around the fire. Zhou Wen, utterly exhausted, decided to retire early. Gu Qinghe deliberately did not assign him night watch duties and arranged for Ding Yutong to keep him company. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen was so fatigued that he lacked the energy for any merriment, uttering a few words to Ding Yutong before succumbing to slumber. The following day, Zhou Wen lingered in bed for the first time. When he awoke, the sun had risen brightly, illuminating the small space from the entrance of the shelter. As he sat up and stretched his neck, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, leading him to question whether his ambition to upgrade the shelter was a bit excessive. Perhaps he could simply endure the remaining days in a makeshift nest. However, after a moment of recuperation, his confidence was restored. The plan to enhance the shelter was, indeed, sound. It was merely the initial exertion that had left him somewhat unaccustomed. A few days of hardship would lead to a more comfortable existence thereafter. What joy was there in not embracing this challenge? He resolved to regard the current struggle as a means of physical training. After encouraging himself, Zhou Wen emerged from the shelter. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and he squinted for a moment before noticing Luo Xiaoman sitting alone at the campsite, tending to a clay pot over the fire. Upon seeing Zhou Wen, Luo Xiaoman stood up excitedly and exclaimed, "Brother Wen, you're awake." Zhou Wen greeted her with a smile and inquired, "Where are the others?" Luo Xiaoman replied, "Sister Qinghe and the others went to cut grass. They asked me to stay with you, saying you were too tired and should sleep a little longer. I'm warming fish soup in this pot. I can serve you once you're up." Zhou Wen chuckled, "Thank you. But first, I need to freshen up." Luo Xiaoman obediently replied, "All right, I'll wait for you." After breakfast, Zhou Wen, dragging his sore body, took Luo Xiaoman with him to chop trees for another day. Curiously, despite starting in poor condition, he found that as he persevered, by evening, he did not feel more discomfort than the previous day. Gu Qinghe once again provided him with a massage, soothing his tense and aching muscles. During dinner, Gu Qinghe glanced at the pile of wood and asked Brother Wen, "We've chopped so much already. Do we need to continue tomorrow?" Zhou Wen took a sip of fish soup and replied, "That should be enough. Tomorrow we'll begin construction. Let us see how it goes, and we can always supplement if necessary." Gu Qinghe inquired, "Is there anything we can assist you with?" Zhou Wen scratched his head and said, "Just lend me a hand. We can discuss specifics later." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement, understood. After dinner, following a brief conversation, everyone prepared to rest. That evening, Gu Qinghe similarly did not arrange for Zhou Wen to keep watch, and the young ladies expressed their understanding without any dissent. Upon entering the shelter, Zhou Wen embraced Cheng Mengqi's soft form. Although he felt a bit restless, his weary body did not support his impulses, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Cheng Mengqi felt unsettled by his touch, her frustration mounting. The following day, Zhou Wen awoke early. His youthful physique, though still bearing a hint of soreness, had largely recuperated to over 80%. Cheng Mengqi remained in a deep sleep and gazing at her flower-like visage and delicate curves. Zhou Wen, invigorated by the morning sun, found himself unable to restrain his desires and instinctively reached out. Since arriving on the deserted island, Zhou Wen had indulged in hearty meals daily, but having been too fatigued to eat in the past 2 days, the spirited youth found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the lack of sustenance. When Cheng Mengqi finally awoke and noticed the mischievous smile on Zhou Wen's face, she responded with warmth. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered sweetly in his ear, "Wenge, you've worked hard these past few days. Allow me to serve you." With the tension released, Zhou Wen felt a refreshing clarity, playfully pinching Cheng Mengqi's charming cheek before emerging from the shelter. Due to the time spent on morning exercises, the other young ladies had already risen. Observing the rosy-cheeked Cheng Mengqi emerging with Zhou Wen, a myriad of complex expressions crossed their faces, particularly for Ding Yutong, who had spent the previous night alongside Zhou Wen, feeling somewhat aggrieved as they had merely slept without further intimacy. Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi proceeded to wash up as if nothing had occurred, but once out of sight, Cheng Mengqi couldn't help but blush, feeling a bit shy. Upon returning to the camp, Cheng Mengqi went to prepare breakfast, while Zhou Wen took a stroll nearby, seeking a suitable location for construction. To save time and ensure sturdiness in the wooden structure, Zhou Wen intended to find suitable trees to serve as pillars, relying on them for the construction of the cabin. Starting from the installation of pillars would not only waste time, but also pose safety concerns. If the pillars were askew, the cabin could easily be toppled by a strong gust of wind. After wandering the vicinity, Zhou Wen indeed found an ideal spot not far off. This area was populated with straight birch trees, which, despite their relatively soft wood and poor load-bearing capacity, suffice for their temporary needs. The advantages of birch included its straight trunk, minimal branching, and ease of processing, thus saving labor. There were about 10 trees positioned excellently, with 4 trees spaced approximately 3 meters apart, forming a natural square. 3 squares formed a T shape, with 2 additional trees in the center that, once felled, would create a clearing. Zhou Wen lingered in this area, increasingly satisfied. The terrain was flat, eliminating the need for land leveling and elevated enough to avoid flooding. The vicinity was overgrown with lemongrass, which also kept the mosquitoes at bay. Due to the exclusivity of lemongrass, there exists a scarcity of large shrubs. Zhou Wen decided to designate this area for the construction of wooden cabins. Upon returning to the camp, Cheng Mengqi had prepared breakfast. Since Zhou Wen had not yet returned, the young women refrained from starting their meal, patiently awaiting his arrival. "Wenge, breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Zhou Wen acknowledged the call and took his seat at the place reserved for him. Cheng Mengqi served him a breakfast of fish soup accompanied by kudzu root and a side of cold wild vegetables. "Let's dig in." Zhou Wen sipped the fish soup, prompting the young women to begin using their chopsticks. As they ate, they engaged in lively conversation. Gu Qinghe inquired, "Wenge, did you find a suitable location?" After swallowing his soup, Zhou Wen replied, "Yes, I did. It's not far, just a few steps away, where there's a grove of birch trees. Once we finish our meal, I will take you to prepare the ground." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement, all right. After the meal, Cheng Mengqi went to the riverbank to wash the ceramic pots and utensils. Zhou Wen, accompanied by the other young women, strolled to the nearby birch grove. He pointed to the selected area, saying, "Look here, this spot can perfectly form 3 squares. We can use these trees as columns to construct small cabins measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. By removing these 2 central trees, we can create an open space for our living area. What do you think?" "Quite splendid. I assent it." The young women, though somewhat puzzled, exchanged glances and responded in unison, "Wenge, you are absolutely right. This place is quite good." Zhou Wen chuckled. "Since you all agree, let us begin." Gu Qinghe asked, "What should we do now, Wenge?" Zhou Wen gestured with his hand, saying, "Clear away the weeds and other debris. Then use fire to scorch the ground and the trunks to eliminate pests and their eggs. I will chop down the 2 central trees first to avoid complications later." Gu Qinghe nodded, understood. She turned to her sisters, clapped her hands, and said, "Did you all hear what Wenge said? Let us get to work." Clearing weeds and preparing the ground was not a new task for them, so there was no need for Zhou Wen to elaborate. Each person promptly set to work. Zhou Wen retrieved a stone axe and approached one of the central birch trees. After stretching his limbs and neck, he swung the axe, striking the trunk with a resounding thud. After nearly 20 minutes, deep notches were carved into both ends of the birch tree. Zhou Wen called out loudly, "Be careful. The tree is about to fall." The young women quickly stepped aside as Zhou Wen delivered a powerful kick to the trunk. With a thunderous crash, the birch tree toppled, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He intentionally left a portion of the stump, intending to use it as a table, ensuring that meal times would be more comfortable. After another 20 minutes, Zhou Wen successfully felled the second birch tree. Chapter 83. Constructing the framework of the wooden cabin after nearly an hour. The young women had cleared the ground around the foundation of the cabin, cutting down weeds, gathering stones, and smoothing the earth around the bases of the 4 birch trees designated as columns. Upon completing their tasks, they scorched the ground and tree trunks once more, driving away and exterminating any hidden insects and their eggs. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen dragged some nearby timber over and, measuring the distance between the pillars, used a stone axe to cut suitable lengths of logs. The young women continued to clear the remaining ground, while Zhou Wen commenced the construction of the wooden house. Zhou Wen carved a notch at the base of 4 birch trees designated as pillars, then shaped the ends of the 4 logs appropriately. He laid them horizontally at the bottom of the birch pillars, striking them into the notches with stones to form a nearly square base beam. To prevent dislodgement, Zhou Wen secured the connections tightly with sturdy ropes, wrapping them several times. He tested the stability by pulling gently. It felt satisfactory, capable of withstanding ordinary storms, provided no earthquakes or tornadoes occurred. Next, he prepared to erect the walls. Zhou Wen carved shallow notches at both ends of several logs and, along the base beam, made similar shallow notches approximately every 70 to 80 centimeters near the pillars. It was time to fix the vertical posts, which required assistance. Zhou Wen glanced at the diligent young women and called out, "Mengqi, come lend a hand." Among them, Gu Qinghe and Cheng Mengqi were particularly adept workers and somewhat meticulous. However, since Gu Qinghe needed to oversee the others, Zhou Wen summoned Cheng Mengqi instead. "Coming," replied Cheng Mengqi, who stood up from her task of weeding, stretched her back, brushed off the grass and dirt from her hands, and approached gracefully. "Go. What do you need me to do?" Assessing the windward side, Zhou Wen picked up a log approximately 3 meters long, positioned it against the left birch pillar, and stood it upright on the windward base beam, aligning its bottom with the edge of the beam, fitting the notches together. "Come, help me hold this," he instructed. "All right," Cheng Mengqi responded, taking her place to support the vertical post. Zhou Wen fetched a rope and secured the junction of the vertical post and base beam with multiple tight wraps, pulling firmly with each loop and finishing with a secure knot until it passed the tug test without loosening. He proceeded in this manner, and with Cheng Mengqi's collaboration, he firmly bound several vertical posts to the base beam, creating the vertical framework for the left side pillar, vertical post 1, vertical post 2, vertical post 3, and the right side pillar. Having completed this step and aiming to enhance the framework stability, Zhou Wen planned to install 3 horizontal braces. The first brace would be approximately 50 centimeters from the base beam, the second around 1 meter and 20 centimeters above it, and the topmost brace about 2 meters high. Zhou Wen instructed Cheng Mengqi to hold the horizontal brace while he secured it tightly with rope at the junction with the vertical posts. He initially tied the ends to spare Cheng Mengqi from holding it indefinitely. Once the ends were secured, without needing further prompting from Zhou Wen, Cheng Mengqi automatically picked up the rope, assisting him in binding the horizontal brace to the vertical posts. This task posed no difficulty, and since Cheng Mengqi had previously performed similar work during the construction of shelters, she adapted quickly. Once they had securely fastened the 3 horizontal braces, the other young women, having nearly finished clearing the ground under Gu Qinghe's guidance, came over to assist. "The ground has been cleared. Is there anything we need to do here?" To facilitate our work, the young ladies have gathered their long hair into elegant buns, exposing their graceful, smooth necks. Having just completed the cleaning task, beads of sweat glisten on their foreheads, and they are inevitably adorned with bits of grass and dirt, which give Zhou Wen an unexpected allure. Resembling a scene from a factory, Zhou Wen's gaze swept over them, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. However, he reminded himself that work took precedence. "Your arrival is timely. We have just completed the framework for 1 wall. For the other 3 walls, we will need 2 people per side, allowing us to work together and save time." Gu Qinghe nodded in agreement. "Great. Then Yutong and Xiaoman will be 1 group. Gao Lu, you will work with me. And Zhou Wen, please guide us." "Sure. This task is not difficult. It is quite similar to the last time we constructed the shelter's fishbone structure." The 6 of them began working together to build the frameworks for the remaining 3 walls. Gu Qinghe and her group focused on the 2 side walls, while Zhou Wen partnered with Cheng Mengqi to construct the wall facing inward. This wall required a doorway, making it slightly more complex. Zhou Wen retrieved 2 slender wooden beams, each approximately 1.8 meters long, and positioned them on either side of the door frame, about 1 meter from the vertical posts, ensuring the doorway would be around 80 to 90 centimeters wide for easy access. Cheng Mengqi assisted him in securely tying the posts to the ground beams. Zhou Wen then laid a shorter beam horizontally across the tops of the 2 vertical posts to form a doorframe, securing it with rope. Since the horizontal brace could not be fully completed, Zhou Wen adjusted by cutting a thin wooden stick, tying one end to the birch post and the other to the doorframe. After more than an hour of collective effort, the framework for the remaining 3 walls was completed. Zhou Wen meticulously inspected the junctions of the vertical beams with the ground beams and the connections to the roof beams, reinforcing any sections that felt unstable. He then guided the young ladies to smooth the sharp edges of the wooden framework with stones to prevent injuries during passage. With that, the wall framework was officially completed. As noon approached, everyone felt a pang of hunger, so they decided to have lunch and take a short break before resuming their work. The lunch consisted of seafood, wild vegetables, and kudzu root as the staple. To be honest, Zhou Wen was beginning to tire of such meals every day. The young ladies wore expressions of discontent. Even Gao Lu, a known foodie, found her appetite diminished. She nibbled on a piece of roasted kudzu root for quite some time, barely finishing half. She sighed, "Oh, how I long for some Orland-style grilled chicken wings. I also crave braised pork ribs, and more than anything, I desire rice." Cheng Mengqi looked troubled. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot create a meal without good ingredients. Though her culinary skills were decent, the limited variety of ingredients left her at a loss. Zhou Wen forced himself to consume the roasted kudzu root, smoked fish, and smoked shrimp, then downed the fish soup from his ceramic bowl in one gulp. "Let's endure for now. Once we resolve our housing situation, I will think of ways to expand our menu," he reassured them. The ladies perked up at his words. Gao Lu's eyes widened with curiosity. What delicious meals could that entail? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and remarked, "For instance, we could utilize kudzu to extract starch for pancakes, or venture to the seaside to set traps for birds." Initially, I intended to pursue these activities, but I have become rather preoccupied lately and have forgotten. Gao Lu responded with delight. "That sounds splendid." Encouraged by Zhou Wen's enthusiasm, the spirits of the group were notably uplifted. Following their midday meal, they took a short nap in a shaded area to rejuvenate their energy for the tasks ahead in the afternoon. Chapter 84. Constructing the roof. After approximately an hour of rest, the group felt revitalized and ready to resume their work. Zhou Wen, accompanied by Cheng Mengqi, began assembling the roof framework, while Gu Qinghe guided the remaining young women in filling the walls to create a barrier against rain and wind. Since the structure was intended for temporary use, there was no necessity to fully fill the walls with solid timber. Instead, lightweight materials such as bundles of straw, tree bark, palm leaves, and banana leaves sufficed. This task posed little difficulty, though Gao Lu expressed her surprise, asking, "Brother Wen, didn't you say we were building a wooden house? Why has it turned into a thatched dwelling?" Zhou Wen shrugged, helplessly responding, "I, too, wish to construct a house solely from wood. However, the scope of the project is immense, and I fear that by the end of the challenge, we might not complete even one house." He gestured towards the wooden framework, stating, "Moreover, as you can see, the supports and framework are entirely crafted from wood. How can it not be considered a wooden house?" Gao Lu pouted and retorted, "Fine. Whatever you say it is." Gu Qinghe shot her a glare and admonished, "You talk too much. Let us get back to work." "Oh." Gao Lu complied, reluctantly lifting a bundle of straw. Zhou Wen planned to create a gabled roof, as this design offered optimal protection against rain and was relatively straightforward to construct. Given the simplicity of the wooden house and its limited load-bearing capacity, he opted against the traditional method of erecting main beams with horizontal supports. Instead, Zhou Wen devised several trusses. Each support consisted of 2 diagonal beams and a top rod. He meticulously shaped the tops of the 2 diagonal beams with a stone axe into 45-degree complementary angles to ensure a snug fit. Additionally, he carved a shallow notch at the base of the diagonal beams, which would rest on the horizontal beams and walls, preventing any sliding. With the tops of the diagonal beams aligned, he bound them tightly with rope and placed a top rod horizontally between them, securing both ends to the diagonal beams. Zhou Wen then sourced 2 pieces of hardwood to serve as horizontal beams, leaving them slightly longer to extend beyond the walls as eaves. Finally, he selected 10 slender pieces of wood, each just over 2 meters in length, to serve as the rafters. He tapered one end of these thinner pieces for easier placement atop the main beam, thereby reducing the risk of slippage. With the preliminary preparations complete, the time had come to commence the official construction. The roof required the horizontal beams to be erected first, followed by the main beams. Together, Zhou Wen and Cheng Manqi lifted the two horizontal beams into position on the upper cross supports, carefully adjusting them to ensure that the ends extended beyond the walls to form eaves. To guarantee even distribution of weight, they aligned the midpoint of the horizontal beams with the midpoint of the walls. After adjusting the beam, the two individuals meticulously bound it to the cross braces with rope, tugging gently to ensure it remained secure. They pressed down on both ends of the beam, finding no noticeable sag or wobble, thus deeming it satisfactory. At least it would suffice for the next 20 days without issue. Zhou Wen constructed a rudimentary scaffolding and then ascended to the rooftop, where he instructed Cheng Mingxi to lift the truss and position it atop the wall and beam, securing it tightly with rope. To enhance structural stability, Zhou Wen added an additional support beam at an angle on the outer side of the diagonal beam, forming a triangular support. Subsequently, he had Cheng Mingxi pass him the purlins one by one, which he placed on the diagonal beam of the truss, binding them securely at the intersection with rope. They toiled until dusk, and the framework of the roof was finally erected. The next step would be to lay down the waterproof layer. Zhou Wen carefully inspected the stability of the framework before cautiously jumping down from the roof, brushing off the dust from his hands and nodding in satisfaction. Gu Qinghe had already led the girls in completing the wall's filling, thoroughly covering it with bundles of straw, bark, and large leaves, ensuring that no ordinary wind or rain could penetrate. The girls wandered around both inside and outside, and although the roof was not yet fully covered, it felt significantly more spacious than the low temporary shelter. Ding Yutong stood beside Zhou Wen, gazing at the wooden house, and curiously inquired, "Brother Wen, will this little wooden house be finished tomorrow?" Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, realizing that as long as the waterproof layer was applied to the roof and a raised bed was constructed inside, the workload would not be substantial, and it could indeed be completed in a day. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "It should be no problem. It will be finished tomorrow." Ding Yutong beamed with joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Gao Lu observed the semi-constructed wooden house, filled with a sense of accomplishment, and remarked, "If anyone had told me in the past that we could build a small wooden house, I would have thought them insane. Who would have believed we actually did it?" Ding Yutong chuckled, responding, "Don't flatter us. We only did some minor tasks. Brother Wen did the main work." Gao Lu, hands behind her back, surveyed the wooden house with unabashed pride, asserting, "What relationship do we have with Brother Wen? Though he did the main structure and we merely assisted, rounding it off, it could still be considered our effort." The other girls quickly glanced at Zhou Wen, their cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps lost in their own thoughts. Zhou Wen chuckled heartily, affirming, "Gao Lu is right. You all have indeed contributed significantly and done a lot of work. Without you, I certainly could not have accomplished this so swiftly." Hearing Zhou Wen's words, the girls instantly brightened, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Zhou Wen was not merely flattering them. He had initially thought it would take several days to construct the wooden house, but the girls worked efficiently, considerably reducing the labor time. Filling the walls might seem simple, yet the task was quite substantial, requiring meticulous layering of straw bundles, bark, and large leaves, all securely bound to the wall framework with rope. Although the young ladies may not be suited for strenuous labor, they excel in tasks requiring patience and meticulousness, which allow them to showcase their talents. Gu Qinghe clapped her hands and proclaimed, "All right, sisters, that's enough for today. Let's go take a bath." Upon hearing the invitation for a bath, the young women erupted in glee, exclaiming, "Yeah, let's go for a bath." Zhou Wen chuckled softly, shaking his head in bemusement. He could not fathom why girls were so enamored with bathing. Were they truly made of water? However, Zhou Wen himself had grown fond of bathing, for there were so many graceful, fair forms to behold. It was far more enjoyable to have them assist him with his back than to bathe alone. Indeed, Ding Yutong had not forgotten Zhou Wen. After a few steps, she turned back and waved, saying, "Brother Wen, come on, let us go bathe together." "All right, just a moment," Zhou Wen replied, eagerly following her. Upon returning to the camp, the young ladies took the soap made from the fruit of the soapberry tree and cheerfully headed toward the riverbank. After the second batch of pottery was completed, Zhou Wen's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of felling trees to construct wooden houses, leaving him no time to make shampoo. Nevertheless, The task was not particularly difficult. He briefly instructed Gu Qinghe and the others, and after a night of diligent work, they managed to create it. The fruit peel of the soapberry contains natural saponins, which, when agitated with water, produce a delicate foam capable of gently cleansing oil and dirt from the scalp and hair. Thus, Gu Qinghe guided the young women as they carefully peeled the soapberry, discarding the flesh and thoroughly rinsing the peels. They chopped the peels into small pieces and placed them in a pottery jar, adding clean water and heating it over the campfire. After bringing it to a boil over high heat, they reduced it to a low simmer for 20 to 30 minutes, stirring occasionally to prevent scorching. As they cooked, foam gradually appeared, the water transitioned to a light brown hue, and the liquid thickened, indicating the saponins had dissolved. Luo Xiaoman generously provided pure cotton short sleeves to filter out the remaining fruit residue, leaving behind the liquid that served as the soapberry shampoo. Gu Qinghe stored the soapberry water in a pottery jar and sealed it to keep out dust. Having prepared it the day before, today marked its inaugural use. Thus the young women were filled with excitement. Upon reaching the riverbank, they had grown accustomed to Zhou Wen's presence and confidently shed their attire, carefully stepping into the water. Gu Qinghe held the pottery jar, pouring some soapberry water into each girl's hands. As they rubbed their palms together, the soapberry indeed generated a generous amount of foam. Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, "Wow, look at all the foam." Applying the foam to their hair and massaging it thoroughly, they could faintly sense the grease and dirt being lifted away. After rinsing the foam from their hair with clear water, the young women instantly felt a wave of relief wash over their heads, as if they had undergone a rejuvenating transformation. The flowing river swiftly carried away the fallen foam, restoring the water's clarity. "Ah, this feels wonderful." Ding Yutong squinted her eyes in delight, shaking her damp hair. The greasy sensation had significantly diminished. Luo Xiaoman tugged a strand of hair to her nose, inhaling it with surprise. "Oh, there's a faint, pleasant scent of plants. It's quite lovely." The other girls, upon hearing this, pulled their hair to their noses and took a whiff. Exclaiming indeed, Gao Lu lowered her neck, twisting the water from her hair, and suddenly had a whimsical idea. "Hey, Sister Qinghe, could we perhaps gather some fragrant flowers and boil them in the water? Wouldn't that yield a floral scented shampoo?" "Absolutely." The other girls' eyes sparkled, and they turned to look at Gu Qinghe. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qinghe nodded. "It's worth a try. But let's first assist Wen Gu in constructing the wooden cabin. I believe everyone is eager to sleep in a spacious shelter, right?" The girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Mentioning Zhou Wen, they couldn't help but scan their surroundings for his presence. Initially, they expected him to be leering at the bathing girls as he did previously, but to their surprise, Zhou Wen sat quietly in the water, not far away, eyes closed. Seemingly asleep, the girls instinctively lowered their voices. Luo Xiaoman remarked, "Wen Gu must be exhausted after these past few days." Ding Yutong bit her lower lip and said to Gu Qinghe, "Sister Qinghe, may I borrow the shampoo?" Gu Qinghe pointed to a ceramic jar resting on a nearby stone, saying, "It's over there, help yourself." "What do you intend to do?" Ding Yutong smiled brightly. This soapberry was painstakingly gathered by Wen Gu. "I'm going to wash his hair." Gu Qinghe laughed. "Yutong, I feel as if you've transformed into an entirely different person. I bet you've never washed anyone's hair before." Ding Yutong nonchalantly picked up the jar, replying, "I simply hadn't encountered anyone worthy of such an effort before." Gao Lu chuckled mischievously, teasing in the past. "It was always those men fawning over you. Naturally, you wouldn't want to wash their hair." Cheng Mengqi chimed in joyfully. "If the flower boys Yutong used to fancy were stranded on this deserted island, they wouldn't be able to survive. They might just end up crying for ages." Hee hee hee. As Cheng Mengqi spoke, the image of the flower boys weeping surfaced in the girls' minds, prompting laughter from all. Even Ding Yutong herself could not suppress a smile. During their survival journey, their aesthetic sensibilities had subtly transformed. After a fit of laughter, Luo Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, it's hard to believe we've been on this island for over 10 days. I thought we wouldn't last 3. Ding Yutong raised her chin slightly, gazing lovingly at Zhou Wen. "Fortunately, we encountered Wen Gu. Otherwise, we might have perished long ago." The other girls paused, nodding in agreement, realizing how fortunate they were to have met Zhou Wen, a skilled survivor, compared to those sisters who had perished. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'll head over now." Ding Yutong cradled the jar in one hand, waved goodbye with the other, and strolled through the water. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen comfortably leaned against a stone in the water, eyes closed in serenity, as bold little fish swam around him, mistaking him for a mere rock. The cool river water flowed over him, washing away all fatigue and agitation, leaving a refreshing sensation that felt almost ethereal. After a brief moment, Zhou Wen heard someone approach. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Ding Yutong carefully wading through the water, a ceramic jar in her grasp. The little fish swirling around Zhou Wen, startled, swiftly darted away. Noticing Zhou Wen's gaze, Ding Yutong smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Wenge, this shampoo is truly delightful. My hair feels so refreshed after using it. Shall I wash your hair for you?" With someone offering such service, Zhou Wen naturally could not decline. "All right, I appreciate your kindness," he replied. Ding Yutong grinned. "It's no trouble at all." She placed the ceramic jar on a nearby stone, scooped out a handful of shampoo, and approached Zhou Wen. "Wenge, please lower your head." Unabashedly, Ding Yutong stood before him, her round face adorned with rosy cheeks, staring at him with bright red eyes. Zhou Wen couldn't help but give her cheeks a gentle pinch. "Oh dear, how naughty," she protested, twisting her body playfully. "Vian Yi, I'm here to wash your hair. Please remain still." All right. Zhou Wen lowered his head. Ding Yutong rubbed her hands together to create some lather, then applied it to Zhou Wen's hair, meticulously massaging his scalp. Zhou Wen closed his eyes in bliss, yet with her delicate figure so close, he found it hard not to succumb to temptation. By the time Ding Yutong finished washing his hair, both of their faces were flushed and her legs felt weak. Had Zhou Wen not supported her, she might have collapsed into the water. Chapter 86. Crafting a wooden bed after cleansing his hair with soapberry water. Zhou Wen felt utterly revitalized, as if his very spirit had been uplifted. Observing Ding Yutong, who was now on the shore with her soft legs and flushed cheeks, the other girls merely shrugged it off. Only Gao Lu teased her playfully. "Wenge, are you up to the task? Look at Yutong. She seems quite unsatisfied. Have you put in enough effort?" Ding Yutong's face turned a deeper shade of red as she shot a glare at Gao Lu and leaned closer to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen snorted disdainfully, threatening her, "Come closer, and I'll let you experience firsthand just how capable I am." Gao Lu, ever the daredevil, showed no fear. Puffing out her chest and lifting her chin like a swan displaying its graceful neck, and challenged, "Come at me. I'm not afraid of you." Zhou Wen cracked his knuckles, ready to rush over and pin her down, but Ding Yutong grasped his arm and softly advised, "Wenge, don't let her taste any of his sweetness. She should see what it's like to be denied." Zhou Wen suddenly realized, "You're right. My essence is far too precious to be wasted on her." Gao Lu's expression shifted, and she retorted, "Who wants to taste your sweetness?" Laughter erupted among the girls, with Cheng Mengqi teasingly adding, "Then that sweetness shall belong to us." Gao Lu scoffed, mumbling, "A bunch of shameless fools." The group laughed heartily as they returned to their camp. Cheng Mengqi prepared dinner for everyone while the others shared their experiences of washing their hair with soapberry water. Gu Qinghe touched her hair, slightly furrowing her brow. "The cleansing effect of soapberry is quite good, but my hair feels a bit dry and uncomfortable to the touch." Sitting beside her, Luo Xiaoman gently brushed her hair and cheerfully remarked, "Fortunately, I have oily hair, so I need not worry about greasiness." Zhou Wenjing, snacking on smoked squid, chuckled at her words. "That's simple. Tomorrow we can go to the seaside and collect some old coconuts. I shall assist you in extracting coconut oil, which can serve as a natural hair conditioner." At this, the young women gazed at Zhou Wenjing with bright eyes. "You can extract coconut oil? Brother Wen, how impressive. You are just like Doryman." Zhou Wenjing raised an eyebrow, responding modestly, "It's just average." Noticing Gao Lu gazing at him with delight, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Gao Lu, don't be too pleased just yet. You have offended me greatly a moment ago. Even if I manage to produce coconut oil, I shan't share it with you." "Huh?" The smile on Gao Lu's face froze before she quickly donned a flattering grin. "Oh dear, Brother Wen, I was merely joking. You are the best, truly the most remarkable." Zhou Wenjing scoffed, "Humph, it is too late for regrets now. Please no." Gao Lu dramatically pounded her chest, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. She then swiftly darted to Zhou Wenjing's side, hugging his arm tightly, and whimpered, "I beg you, pretty please." Zhou Wenjing relished the attention, yet feigned a stern demeanor, giving a light hum and saying, "We'll see how you behave." All right. Gao Lu released his arm, knelt behind him, and straightened her back, beginning to massage his temples, neck, and shoulders. "Brother Wen, does this feel good?" Zhou Wenjing squinted his eyes in enjoyment, feigning indifference, Just average. Apply more pressure. Don't be so gentle. Gao Lu murmured, I haven't eaten yet. Zhou Wen raised his voice. What did you say? Gao Lu quickly smiled and replied, Nothing. I said it's fine. As a boisterous girl from the northeast, with her striking beauty and impressive figure, Gao Lu often found herself the target of Zhou Wen's playful banter, not out of disdain, but rather affection. After dinner, they rested for a while as the night deepened, and everyone prepared to retire to the shelter. To ensure Zhou Wen would have ample rest and avoid any potential dangers while working during the day, Gu Qinghe once again excluded him from the night watch list. That night, Gao Lu took the first half of the watch, while Gu Qinghe kept guard for the latter half. Zhou Wen, accompanied by the shy Ding Yutong, entered the shelter, employing all his charm to sweep Ding Yutong into the clouds repeatedly. Listening to her exuberant voice, Gao Lu, stationed outside for the watch, felt utterly bewildered. Suspecting they were performing just for her ears, Gao Lu, feeling frustrated, thought it inappropriate for adults to engage in such antics. Unable to contain herself, she squeezed her legs together and picked up a slender twig, violently snapping it and tossing it into the fire. After a while within the shelter, Ding Yutong fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Zhou Wen embraced her soft body, relishing the gradual restoration of his strength, and could not help but kiss her forehead proudly. Ever since arriving on the deserted island, as his body continually adapted through exercise, the excess weight seemed to melt away, and his vitality was swiftly returning to the level he had in his university days. A night of sweet dreams ensued. In the early morning, everyone gradually emerged from the shelter. Gao Lu, with dark circles under her eyes, appeared utterly fatigued. Luo Xiao, surprised by her demeanor, inquired, Sister Lu, what troubles you? Gao Lu cast a gloomy glance at Zhou Wen and Cheng Mengqi, contemplating how she had eavesdropped on a conversation the previous night, leading to a night filled with restless dreams, leaving her in a state of discomfort. She shook her head slightly and replied, It's nothing, just a bit of insomnia. Zhou Wen noticed her distress, but chose not to comment, merely giving Gao Lu a mischievous wink. This only deepened her discontent, prompting her to glare at him before turning away in silence. After breakfast, they resumed the construction of the wooden house. Zhou Wen crafted several rudimentary scaffolds, instructing Gu Qinghe to lead the girls to the roof to lay down a waterproof layer. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen focused on creating a raised bed within the house. With the wooden structure nearing completion, sleeping on the ground would no longer suffice. Thus, a bed was necessary. He procured 4 sturdy logs, driving them into the earth with stones to form a rectangular foundation as the bed's legs. To ensure stability, he added 2 shorter logs as diagonal braces on either side, creating triangular supports. Zhou Wen then retrieved 2 long wooden poles, each exceeding 2 meters, fastening them horizontally atop the bed legs to serve as load-bearing beams. Subsequently, he installed a series of slightly thinner wooden planks between these beams, spaced about 30 centimeters apart, which would act as cross supports, securing them with rope. Once the cross supports were complete, he gathered numerous logs of similar thickness, laying them tightly across the cross beams to form the bed surface, again binding them securely with rope. Testing the bed, Zhou Wen lay down and gave it a shake. It held well, albeit with a slight discomfort. He then layered the surface with a thick bed of straw and several layers of large banana leaves, lying down once more. This time, he found it quite comfortable. Chapter 87. The completion of the first wooden house having constructed the bed, Zhou Wen found the remaining bare floor unsightly and resolved to install floor. He selected a log of considerable thickness, measuring the length of the exposed floor with rope, marking on the wood, and carefully chopping it into segments with a stone axe to serve as the primary load-bearing beams for the floor. He flattened the logs, removing any protruding bark and knots to create a smoother surface for load distribution. Next, Zhou Wen sought out several slender logs, of a diameter similar to the others, ensuring their lengths matched that of the interior of the wooden house. After stripping the bark, he carved shallow grooves into them and slightly flattened one side. With the materials prepared, Zhou Wen began laying the floor. He positioned the short logs, acting as load-bearing beams, parallel to the ground, resting their ends on the walls of the wooden house to enhance stability. Using the stone axe, he carved small recesses where the beams met the walls, allowing them to fit snugly and prevent shifting. With the load-bearing beams established, Zhou Wen proceeded to lay the floorboards. He commenced laying the first wooden plank of the floor from the entrance side of the cabin, resting both ends of the timber on the supporting beams on either side. With a stone axe, he meticulously carved shallow grooves where the panel would meet the supporting beams, allowing the panel to snugly fit into place, thus minimizing any potential sliding. He then bound the planks tightly with rope, methodically placing them one after another until the limited space of the cabin, already occupied by a bed, was filled with floorboards. Subsequently, he fashioned several edge stakes to be driven close to the floor beneath the bed, ensuring the stability of the flooring. After testing the firmness of the floor with his weight, he sought a stone to polish the surface, smoothing out any splinters to prevent injuries. With this, the interior work was effectively completed. As he sat on the bed, brushing off the dust from his hands, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Stepping outside the wooden structure, he observed the young women still busy constructing the rainproof layer for the roof. Gu Qinghe, Cheng Minqi, and Gao Lu, three of the Boulder girls, were diligently working atop the roof, while Ding Yutong and Luo Xiaoman, less daring, remained below, passing materials to them. Spotting Zhou when approaching, Ding Yutong and Luo Xiaoman cheerfully inquired, "Brother One, is the bed ready?" Zhou nodded and replied, "Yes, I've laid down the flooring as well. Would you like to take a look?" With excitement, Ding Yutong and Luo Xiaoman eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes." Glancing up at the roof, they noted that Gu Qinghe and the others had yet to finish their task, so there was no rush to pass new materials. They called up to the roof, "Sister Qinghe, we're going to check inside and we'll be back shortly." Hand in hand, they skipped into the cabin, and moments later, their delighted exclamations echoed from within. "Wow, what a comfortable bed. Finally, we don't have to sleep on the ground anymore." Laughter and playful banter soon followed. Curious, Zhou Wen peered into the cabin, only to find Ding Yutong and Luo Xiaoman lying on the bed, cuddled together, tickling each other, an image too enchanting to behold. Upon noticing Zhou Wen's intrusion, they froze, their cheeks flushing, and quickly leapt off the bed, pretending as if nothing had transpired as they squeezed past him to exit the cabin. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, pondering why it was often said that women sometimes exhibited a hint of romantic inclination towards one another. He mused that if it were two men, unless they were truly intimate, such affectionate behavior would be highly unlikely. Zhou Wen then climbed onto the roof, ready to assist in laying the rainproof layer. Given the frequent storms that beset the island, it was prudent to construct a multi-layered waterproof structure for the roof. The first layer consisted of banana leaves, which Gu Qinghe and the others arranged with the folded leaves facing upwards and the stems directed down the slope between the wooden beams. The edges of the leaves extended slightly beyond the beams, creating a small eave to divert rainwater away from the walls. Adjacent banana leaves overlapped to ensure that all gaps between the beams were completely covered, with no exposed seams, all secured with fine rope. The second layer featured palm leaves, similarly laid from bottom to top. When reaching the apex of the roof, the palm leaves on both slopes were to be interlaced and tightly bound with rope across the ridge beam to prevent rainwater from seeping through any gaps. The third layer comprised bundles of thatch, further obstructing rain while also protecting the underlying palm and banana leaves. At the very top layer, Gu Qinghe and her companions laid down some sturdy tree bark, arranging it like shingles in layers from bottom to top. To prevent the bark from being swept away by strong winds, they pre-drilled holes with sharp stones and threaded ropes through them, securing them to the wooden beams below. Although this may sound simple, the task was quite labor-intensive. Even with Zhou Wen's assistance, they worked until the afternoon to complete the waterproof layer. Zhou Wen instructed Ding Yutong to fetch a jar of river water from the bank and test it by pouring it onto the roof to check for leaks. Fortunately, it appeared that the current level of rainfall could not penetrate the roof and seep into the interior. The first wooden cabin was finally completed. The six of them stood side by side in front of the cabin. Zhou Wen remained relatively composed, while the girls were filled with excitement, struggling to comprehend that they had indeed constructed a wooden house. Though the exterior of the cabin appeared rather unattractive at that moment in their hearts, it was far more beautiful than any mansion outside. After a moment, Gao Lu chuckled and said, "If I mention this in the future, others will surely think I'm boasting." The other girls nodded in agreement. Luo Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she declared, "I want to sleep in this little house tonight." Ding Yutong murmured, "I want as well." The other girls were also tempted. Yet, Gao Lu inadvertently blurted out, "But this little house can't fit so many people. Who will sleep where?" They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Everyone wished to sleep there, But since their relationships were still harmonious, they hesitated to offend one another. Ultimately, their gazes converged on Zhou Wen. He was admiring the cabin when suddenly 10 pairs of eager eyes focused on him, causing him to feel a chill at the back of his head. "What are you looking at me for?" Gu Qinghe glanced at her sisters, cleared her throat, and asked, "Brother Wen, how will we sleep tonight?" The girls gazed at Zhou Wen with affectionate eyes. There is no worry about scarcity, but rather about inequality. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. If hearts are scattered, the team will be difficult to lead. A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhou Wen's mind, and he decisively replied, "Everyone will sleep at the original campsite." Disappointment flickered across the girls' faces. But since the others could not sleep in the new house either, they were somewhat accepting of it. Zhou Wen reassured them, "Don't be anxious. We lacked experience the first time. We only took 2 days to build the first cabin. So just endure for another 2 days, and we can all move into the cabin." The girls considered this and found it reasonable, their smiles returning once more. Chapter 88. Setting traps and preparing to catch birds, although there was still some time before nightfall. The group had worked hard all day and decided to construct the second wooden cabin the following day. After some discussion, they planned to spend the day at the beach. And in the evening, they could conveniently bring back the catch from the fish traps. Zhou Wen thought, since they were heading to the beach, they might as well gather some old coconuts to extract coconut oil and try setting traps to catch seabirds for a change of flavor. Carrying several wicker baskets and some ropes with their respective bundles on their backs, the group cheerfully made their way along the river to the beach. It has been several days since Zhou Wen last visited the beach. Upon seeing the vast expanse of the azure sea, he felt a profound sense of liberation. The water gently receded, gradually revealing the sandy shore. The young women cheered and rushed onto the beach to collect beautiful seashells and small sea snails. Zhou Wen, however, turned his gaze towards the nearby coconut trees and dashed beneath them in search of fallen coconuts. Ding Yutong discovered a lovely large seashell devoid of its flesh, leaving only the exquisite exterior. She held the shell to her ear and was instantly enveloped by a deep, resonant hum, reminiscent of the waves lapping against the shore. With her eyes squinted in delight, she listened for a while before scanning the surroundings for Zhou Wen's figure. Eagerly clutching the seashell, Ding Yutong swiftly approached Zhou Wen, exclaiming, "Brother Wen, look how beautiful this seashell is." Zhou Wen glanced down and admired the graceful spiral shape of the shell, its surface adorned with delicate ridges and speckled in soft caramel and pearlescent hues. He remarked with a smile, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful. You have a discerning eye." Ding Yutong, brimming with joy, held the seashell to Zhou Wen's ear and urged, "Brother Wen, listen. Doesn't it sound like the waves crashing on the shore?" Zhou Wen listened attentively and chuckled. "Yes, it does sound quite similar." Enchanted by the seashell, she played with it for a while before placing it into her small backpack. Noticing Zhou Wen had gathered several brown coconuts, she curiously asked, "Oh, Brother Wen, are you planning to take those coconuts to extract coconut oil?" Zhou Wen stacked the coconuts on the ground and replied, "Indeed. Didn't I mention preparing conditioner for you all yesterday?" Unable to resist, Ding Yutong tiptoed and planted a kiss on Zhou Wen's lips, affectionately saying, "Brother Wen, you are truly wonderful." Zhou Wen embraced her waist and returned the kiss passionately. Ding Yutong gazed at Zhou Wen with eyes filled with adoration and softly offered, "Brother Wen, let me help you find more." "Sure," he responded, reminding her, "Remember to look for the brown, mature coconuts. They contain more coconut flesh, which is better for oil extraction." Ding Yutong cheerfully agreed, "All right." The coconut trees on this deserted island had presumably been growing for many years, resulting in a generous number of fallen coconuts beneath them. The two quickly discovered a considerable amount of mature brown coconuts, discarding any that were damaged or rotten, and collected the sound ones into a small pile. As evening approached, the tide receded further, revealing a vast expanse of sandy beach. Above, flocks of birds, as if responding to an unseen signal, soared in formation above the shore, circling and calling out, occasionally descending to peck at small fish, squid, shrimp, and crabs left behind on the sand. Zhou Wen had mentioned setting traps to catch birds, and the young women became excited, gathering around. "Brother Wen, the birds are here. Hurry and catch them," Gao Lu exclaimed, gazing up at the soaring seabirds. With a glimmer of desire in her eyes, she envisioned plump roasted birds and eagerly remarked, "I want to eat 3. 1 stewed in a clay pot, 1 roasted over the campfire, and another wrapped in leaves and buried beneath the fire for a delightful surprise. As Gao Lu's words echoed, the other young women could not suppress the gulp in their throats. The daily fare of seafood and kudzu had indeed become rather monotonous. The last little moorhen they caught was far too small, offering merely a taste without truly satisfying their cravings. Zhou Wen waved his hand, instructing, "Qinghe, take them to tidy up the fish traps while I prepare the traps. I require some seafood as bait." "All right," Gu Qinghe responded cheerfully, "Sisters, let us go and gather the fish traps." Gu Qinghe led the young women towards the area where the fish traps were set. Zhou Wen surveyed the surroundings and selected a spacious spot, turning a wicker basket upside down on the ground, its mouth facing downwards. He then inserted one end of a sharpened twig into the inner edge of the basket and the other end slanted into the sand, propping up one side of the basket to maintain an elevation of approximately 15 centimeters. Next, Zhou Wen found a shorter branch to serve as a trigger rod, placing it horizontally beneath the support stick, with one end pressing against the middle of the support and the other extending directly beneath the inside of the basket. He then evenly scattered the collected small fish, squid, and other bait around the extended end of the trigger rod, knowing that if a greedy seabird ventured in to peck at the bait, merely touching the trigger rod would cause the basket to collapse. Wary of the struggling seabirds potentially overturning the lightweight basket, Zhou Wen gathered some stones and carefully placed them atop it, to ensure the basket appeared less conspicuous. He collected some seaweed, nori, and small stones from the vicinity to create a disguise. To enhance the likelihood of success, Zhou Wen set up a trap every 20 meters, completing a total of 5 in one go. Once the traps were prepared, Zhou Wen made his way towards Gu Qinghe and the others, who had already retrieved several fish traps and were tending to the seafood. Spotting Zhou when approaching, Gao Lu's round eyes widened as she eagerly inquired, "Brother One, are the traps ready?" Zhou Wen replied with a smile, "They are ready. I'm here to gather some bait." Gao Lu pointed to the seafood on the banana leaves before her and generously said, "Take whatever you fancy. Just make it quick." Zhou Wen chuckled, "Then I thank you." Gao Lu squinted, responding, "No need to mention it." She was quite glad to avoid work and hoped Zhou Wen would take all. Luo Xiaoman also raised her hand, saying, "Brother One, I have plenty here too. Don't hesitate to take what you need." Her offer was genuine. Zhou Wen selected some small fish, squid, and shrimp. Departing with his haul, Gao Lu, a bit distracted, occasionally glanced in Zhou Wen's direction as he walked away, murmuring, "Oh dear, I wonder if he caught anything. I really want to go see." Gu Qinghe shot her a glare and admonished, "Get back to work. Finish processing the catch and return the traps to the sea. Only then can we go take a look." Gao Lu sighed and, with a drooped shoulder, replied, "All right." Meanwhile, Zhou Wen carefully distributed the bait around the trigger rod and placed a few at the opening of the trap to entice the birds. After ensuring the bait was set, Zhou Wen concealed himself behind a tree a dozen meters away, patiently waiting for an unsuspecting bird to take the bait. Chapter 89. Successfully capturing seabirds on this island. Large wild beasts were absent, and hunters rarely frequented the sandy shores, resulting in the seabirds soaring above with little caution. Once Zhou Wen concealed himself behind a tree after leaving the beach, it wasn't long before birds were drawn to the small fish and shrimp at the trap's entrance, happily pecking at their unexpected feast. After consuming the fish and shrimp outside, the birds noticed the bait within the trap and, without a moment's hesitation, waddled inside. Just as one bird was joyfully pecking away, it inadvertently stepped on the trigger rod, and with a soft snap, the support beam fell, causing the entire wicker basket to flip over in an instant. The startled bird flapped frantically within the confines of the basket, but no matter how it struggled, it could not lift the woven barrier. Quack, quack, quack. Nearby birds, alarmed, immediately took to the skies, yet those a bit further away remained oblivious to the commotion. They ambled a few steps, craning their necks to survey their surroundings. Noticing no imminent threat, they resumed their foraging on the sandy shore. Their simple minds could not fathom the nature of the trap. To them, the unfortunate creature flailing within was merely a source of curious noise, easily forgotten as they wandered off a short distance. "How splendid, ha!" Zhou Wen, hidden behind the tree, felt a surge of joy at the sight of a bird ensnared in the trap, yet he refrained from rushing out immediately. At that moment, the trapped bird was undoubtedly in a state of panic, and if Zhou Wen were to charge in recklessly, he risked exacerbating its distress, which could provoke a frantic response. Should he hastily extend his hand into the basket, he might find himself pecked or scratched by the seabird. The remote island lacked adequate medical facilities, and wounds were susceptible to infection from seawater and beach bacteria, potentially leading to inflammation. Zhou Wen had no desire to meet an untimely demise for the sake of a mere meal. Furthermore, a sudden dash would create considerable noise, heightening the alertness of nearby seabirds, already on edge due to the commotion from their unfortunate counterpart, causing them to take flight and potentially avoid the area for an extended period. This would drastically diminish the success rate of other traps. After a brief wait, the trapped bird seemed to tire, its struggles lessening, and the nearby seabirds relaxed their vigilance, resuming their search for food. Zhou Wen quietly emerged from woods, moving with deliberate slowness, as the surrounding seabirds cautiously retreated but did not flee in panic. He approached the trap from a side angle, careful to minimize sound beneath his feet to avoid detection by the bird within. Silently drawing closer, he gently pressed down on the basket, releasing a long-held breath as his racing heart settled. The bird was assuredly trapped now. Confirming the seabird's position, he kept one hand firmly on the basket while extending the other through the gap at the edge. In the next moment, his hand shot forward like lightning, seizing the base of the bird's wing with precision. The seabird squawked in alarm and began to struggle, but once captured in Zhou Wen's grasp, its fate was sealed. With his right hand securely holding the bird, he lifted the basket and swiftly covered its head with a prepared leaf, shielding its vision. A wondrous event unfolded. The sea birds, which had been flapping violently, gradually diminished their struggles upon having their eyes covered, their cries transforming from sharp to faint. Zhou Wen crouched low, cradling the sea bird, and scurried back behind a tree, out of sight from the other birds. This location was not suitable for handling the seabird, so Zhou Wen produced a length of rope to bind it, intending to take it back for further action. He tossed the secured bird into a basket, covering it with leaves. The dim light within the basket enveloped the unfortunate creature, which remained surprisingly tranquil, only occasionally emitting soft, gurgling sounds. Buoyed by this initial success, Zhou Wen felt elated. He ambled back to the beach, relocating the first trap several meters away to reset it, wary that the previous commotion might have aroused suspicion among the birds. Before he could complete his preparations, another trap was triggered. Zhou Wen chuckled softly, undeterred, continuing his meticulous work. After a while, when the bird in the trap ceased its vigorous thrashing, Zhou Wen approached it nonchalantly. Following the same method, he captured this bird as well, binding it securely and placing it in the wicker basket, covered once more with leaves. It must be said that the resources surrounding this island were abundant. It could hardly be deemed a deserted isle, but rather a bountiful one. Countless sea birds soared above the beach, their vigilance lacking, as they continually fell prey to the traps. Over the course of an hour, Zhou Wen captured 12 sea birds of various sizes from the traps, until the bait he had brought ran out, prompting him to halt his hunting activities. When the young women approached, laden with their prepared seafood and chattering excitedly, they found Zhou Wen leaning against a tree, a blade of grass between his lips, gazing contentedly at the sea. Gao Lu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Wenge, didn't you say you were going to catch birds? Why are you hiding here? Sleeping?" Zhou Wen spat out the grass stem lazily, gesturing towards the 2 wicker baskets behind the tree, saying, "Go take a look for yourself." "You already caught them?" Gao Lu asked, half in disbelief, as she walked over and lifted a leaf from one of the baskets, her eyes growing round with astonishment. Inside, 5 or 6 white and gray sea birds huddled together, sensing the light and beginning to shuffle anxiously, their calls rising in pitch. Gao Lu lifted the leaves from the other basket as well, discovering an equal number of birds, and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, Wenge, you're amazing. You've caught so many." She dashed to Zhou Wen's side, kneeling next to him, grasping his shoulders and shaking them vigorously, repeatedly asking, "Wenge, how did you do it? How are you so skilled?" The other young women, hearing her, rushed over, their cheeks flushed with excitement, showering Zhou Wen with praise, causing the sea birds to squawk in alarm. "A minor feat," Zhou Wen replied with a satisfied smile. "Quickly cover the baskets. We would want to frighten the birds to death." Gu Qinghe chuckled softly, recovering the wicker basket, and the birds gradually settled down once more. Zhou Wen stood, brushing off the sand from his clothes, and declared, "Let us prepare to return." The young women responded in unison, "All right." Today has proven to be quite fruitful. Zhou Wen took half of the seafood, while Gu Qinghe and her companions only selected the larger, more delectable specimens, leaving them with a substantial haul. Additionally, they gathered 2 baskets of aged brown coconuts and another 2 baskets of seabirds. Fortunately, everyone was present. Otherwise, transporting such a bounty would have been quite a challenge. The group, buoyed by their success, cheerfully made their way back to the campsite. Zhou Wen left the surplus baskets by the shore, anticipating that they might serve a purpose when the time came to catch birds. Chapter 90. The bloodied hand of the bird butcher as they traveled upstream along the river. They swiftly returned to the camp. After placing their bounty safely, the group headed to the riverbank to wash off the salt and sand clinging to their skin. The young women also took the opportunity to cleanse the various shells and sea snails they had collected. Upon returning to the campsite, it was time to prepare dinner. The chef, Cheng Mengqi, inquired Brother Wen, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Zhou Wen pondered for a few moments before pointing to a wicker basket. "Let us first prepare these seabirds. Following Gao Lu's suggestion, we shall stew 2, roast 2, and wrap 2 in leaves to create a dish akin to beggar's chicken." "Ah, no, beggar's bird." Cheng Mengqi glanced at Gao Lu, who, upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, broke into a naive yet radiant smile. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied, "Very well. It may take a bit of time." Zhou Wen waved his hand dismissively. "No ruse. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment." The other young women echoed his sentiments, expressing their patience in anticipation of a delicious meal. Cheng Mengqi lit 2 pots of water over the bonfire and called for Luo Xiaoman. The 2, armed with sharp stone shards, together carried the wicker basket to the riverbank. The remaining young women sat together, showcasing the shells and sea snails they had gathered, seemingly intent on crafting necklaces and bracelets from their finds. With idle time on his hands, Zhou Wen decided to tackle the old coconuts first. Extracting coconut oil requires only the flesh of the aged coconuts, rendering the coconut water unnecessary. Concerned that the coconut water might lead to an upset stomach, he refrained from drinking it and chose instead to discard it. To avoid attracting ants and other pests with the sweetness, Zhou Wen opted not to process them at the campsite. He informed the young women and dragged 2 baskets of coconuts to the riverbank. Gu Qinghe, displaying a keen sense of awareness, noticed that while others were hard at work, she and her companions were merely playing. Feeling somewhat remiss, she rallied Ding Yutong and Gao Lu to join Zhou Wen in opening the coconuts. At the riverbank, Cheng Mengqi transformed into the butcher of the seabirds. She seized one from the wicker basket, pinning it down with her foot. With one hand gripping its head, she deftly plucked some feathers from its neck while using a sharp stone shard to make a precise cut. The seabird squawked and struggled, yet Cheng Mengqi held it firmly in place, rendering it immobile. The warm blood gushed forth, splattering into the clay pot below, where it was carefully collected. The bird's blood is a precious source of iron, protein, and vitamin B12, thus it must not be wasted. This rich nutrient could later be added to the broth while stewing the bird, enhancing the dish's flavor. Once the blood had drained from the bird's neck, Cheng Mengqi cast it aside and reached for another sea bird from a basket. Luo Xiaoman, glancing at the still twitching carcass, instinctively stepped back a few paces. The pristine and decisive demeanor of Cheng Mengqi left Luo Xiaoman utterly astonished, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Cheng's profile with a hint of trepidation, as if fearing that she might apply the same treatment to her own neck. By the time Zhou Wen arrived, dragging along an old coconut, Cheng Mengqi had already dispatched 2 seabirds. Zhou Wen cast a glance and chuckled. "Mengqi, your skills are impressive. Nowadays, many young women wouldn't even consider killing chickens or birds. They'd likely expect sellers at the market to do the dirty work for them." Cheng Mengqi smiled faintly, her fierce expression transforming into that of a gentle girl, as she replied softly, "I'm from the countryside. I helped the adults with chicken slaughtering when I was little." Zhou Wen gave her a thumbs up, praising, "It's rare to find such a young lady with practical life experience these days." Cheng Mengqi felt a sweet warmth in her heart, yet her hands remained unyielding as she reached for the 3rd seabird. The bloody scent enveloped her, nearly terrifying the bird to death as it squawked and struggled, its eyes seemingly pleading for mercy from the grim reaper. Zhou Wen settled on a stone, placing a basket by his side, then picked up a sharp rock. He retrieved an old coconut from the basket and began to smash it vigorously. The outer shell of the old coconut was crisper and looser than that of a young coconut. After a few strikes, he tore at it with his hands, swiftly peeling away the outer layer. He then smashed the inner shell with a stone, revealing the white coconut flesh inside. discarding the scant coconut water. He rinsed the flesh in the river water. Zhou Wen then took a shard of stone and meticulously extracted the white coconut meat, placing it into the basket at his side. At that moment, Gu Qinghe approached with the other two girls. From afar, Gao Lu began to exclaim, "Brother One, we're here to help you open the coconuts." As they drew nearer and witnessed Cheng Mengqi's efficient dispatching of the seabirds, Gao Lu felt a twinge of guilt, her voice lowering unnaturally. Though she relished the taste of food, she had never set foot in a kitchen, incapable even of frying an egg, let alone slaughtering a chicken. Conversely, her time on the deserted island had compelled her to catch fish, providing some experience. However, the act of killing fish felt entirely different. Fish did not cry out, and the blood was minimal. The sight of a bird's neck being slashed, accompanied by its desperate squawking and the spurting of blood, imposed a distinct psychological burden. Gao Lu pondered, Cheng Mengqi is indeed a formidable person. I must never offend her. If she dares to slice the neck of a seabird today, tomorrow she might slaughter pigs and cows, and the day after, who knows what she might do? Yes, this line of reasoning is meticulously sound, quite rational. With a quick dash, Gao Lu settled beside Zhou Wen, using his body to shield herself from Cheng Mengqi's sight. Gu Qinghe found this amusing. Gao Lu, typically brash and reckless, turned out to be rather timid. With this thought, both Gu Qinghe and Ding Yutong instinctively sat on the other side, placing Zhou Wen in the middle. Brother Wen, let us help you with the coconuts. Zhou Wen was delighted to have assistance and replied, sure. Many hands make light work. If it were just me, it would take ages to handle all these coconuts. Oh, Gao Lu, the coconut water from old coconuts is not for drinking. Please set it down. As everyone gathered to observe Gao Lu, she picked up a fragment of an old coconut that Zhou Wen had smashed. Gazing at the remnants of coconut juice within, she instinctively leaned in to taste it. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, Gao Lu's movements froze. An awkward yet polite smile graced her face. Releasing her grip, she discarded the coconut fragment and chuckled nervously, exclaiming, I couldn't help myself. Zhou Wen chuckled in response, explaining, old coconut juice can lead to diarrhea. You wouldn't want to experience that again, would you? The mere thought of her previous bout of diarrhea made Gao Lu's face pale, and she quickly replied, I certainly wouldn't want that. It's best if you don't. If you crave coconut juice, you should pick green coconuts, he advised. Gao Lu nodded repeatedly. It seemed that their initial daily indulgence in coconut juice had taken its toll. Since relocating to the new campsite by the river, where fresh water was abundant, everyone had lost their desire for coconut juice. Gu Qinghe interjected, all right, enough dawdling. Let's get to work. Gao Lu and Ding Yutong nodded in agreement and began to smash an old coconut retrieved from a wicker basket. After dinner, Zhou Wen lay on his bed, playing on his phone. By chance, he stumbled upon a voting thread on a forum. The question posed was, in a perilous scenario where 1 man and 10 women, or 1 woman and 10 men are placed together, which group would survive intact? Zhou Wen chuckled. Was there really a need for a vote? The answer had already been revealed through experiments conducted by the infamous bear. While many claimed the male group succumbed to alcohol poisoning from an overabundance of food, Zhou Wen suspected it was a result of the director's intervention. Just as he intended to select the 1 woman and 10 men option, an unexpected itch in his nose compelled him to sneeze, causing him to inadvertently click on the 1 man and 10 women option instead. Initially indifferent, he was abruptly jolted by a mechanical voice echoing in his ear. Challenger confirmed. Teleportation commencing. Before he could grasp the situation, the world spun violently, plunging him into darkness. Time passed, and Zhou Wen gradually regained consciousness, feeling a rhythmic rocking of his body accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback. Where was he? Was this still in Dongda? Sitting up, he found himself on the foredeck of a yacht, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Had he encountered a mysterious phenomenon? Panic nestled in his heart. Wasn't he just lying on his bed playing with his phone? How had he ended up on a yacht? A gentle pinch to his thigh confirmed that this was no dream. At that moment, a woman's moan pierced the air. Following the sound, he turned to find a group of young women in various swimsuits sprawled out behind him. The sight of their fair, undulating forms made his heart race with a mixture of awe and respect. As the women began to stir, Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before decisively turning away and feigning unconsciousness. Moments later, startled screams erupted, followed by a cacophony of female voices. Akin to a noisy flock of ducks, Zhou Wen listened intently, It appeared that the women were familiar with one another, each able to call out names. Zhou Wen mused to himself. Could it be that he was truly selected by some mysterious force to participate in a survival challenge? The thought filled him with regret. Joining a group of women for such an endeavor was nothing short of a Herculean task. At that moment, one of the women exclaimed, "Oh, look, there's a man lying over there." Zhou Wen thought it was about time he woke up. He first moved his limbs slightly, shifting his position. After a brief pause, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, gazing around with bleary vision, muttering, "Darn it, am I still dreaming?" He then lay back down. Moments later, Zhou Wen suddenly sat up, his expression one of alarm as he looked at the women. "Where's this place? Who are you?" He began to pat his body as if fearing the loss of kidney. His display alleviated some of the women's apprehensions. A stunning woman in a light yellow bikini remarked, "We are models from Dongfang Fashion Company. We were just about to board a yacht for a swimsuit photo shoot when we suddenly fainted. When we awoke, we found ourselves here. Handsome, where do you come from?" Zhou Wen pondered for a few seconds, recalling, "I was at home on my bed, playing on my phone. I saw a voting post on a forum, and then I inexplicably fainted." He elaborated on the voting post and inquired, "Did you also see this thread?" The swimsuit-clad women exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No way. Am I the only one who saw it?" Zhou Wen thought to himself, questioning whether they truly were unaware. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed, causing everyone to turn. A woman in a purple swimsuit pressed her hands against a transparent wall of air, her voice tinged with tears. "I want to see inside the cabin." But there's this transparent wall. The faces of the women shifted in alarm as they rushed to touch the air wall. Zhou Wen circled the edge of the foredeck, discovering that it was entirely enveloped by this wall of air, making it impossible to leap overboard. What was happening? The swimsuit models huddled together in panic, colliding like balls in a game, sobbing softly, a scene so awkward that Zhou Wen felt embarrassed to watch. Just then, the loudspeaker on the deck crackled with static. As the group turned their attention to it, a mechanical voice emerged. "Greetings, challengers. Welcome to the survival challenge game. Pay attention. Your next task is to survive for 30 days on a deserted island without any tools. I refuse to participate in any challenge. I want to go home. Let's go back. Kidnapping is a crime. Help!" The women cried out in a cacophony, but the loudspeaker continued to relay the rules, indifferent to their pleas. Zhou Wen gazed in the direction the yacht was heading and indeed saw a dark silhouette ahead. With white seabirds circling above, this must be the desolate island where they would be surviving. Countdown to the challenge. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The instant the countdown concluded, the transparent air wall vanished. At that moment, a sudden and violent explosion echoed from the stern of the yacht, causing everyone to tumble onto the deck. The beautiful women cried out in pain. Zhou Wen, disregarding the ache in his backside, scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the cabin. As he peered inside, a wave of heat enveloped him, revealing a scene ablaze with fierce flames. "Oh no, the yacht is on fire." Zhou Wen panicked, having believed that the yacht would carry them safely to a deserted island. Instead, it seemed they would be forced to leap into the water mid-journey. What sort of unscrupulous individual conceived this idea? What to do? What to do? The women in swimsuits flitted about like ants on a hot pan. The fire crept closer to the bow, prompting Zhou Wen to shout, "The flames are approaching. Jump into the sea." A lovely lady in a pale, yellow bikini called out, "Sisters, listen to him. Let us jump." She then dove into the water with a splash. Splash, splash. Several more women followed her, emerging from the sea like mermaids. However, 4 other women remained on the deck, trembling like quails, crying, "We can't swim. What should we do?" Zhou Wen, exasperated, nearly lost his composure. How could they dare to take swimsuit photos on a yacht without knowing how to swim? His eyes scanned the area and spotted a row of life rings hanging from the railing. He dashed over, yelling, "Quick, grab a life ring." Just as Zhou Wen reached for the life ring, disaster struck. An explosive blast rocked the yacht, sending a wave of heat and wind surging towards him, propelling him off the yacht and flinging him several meters away before crashing into the sea. He did not utter a sound, losing consciousness almost immediately. The waves, frothy with white foam, surged onto the beach. Zhou Wen groaned softly as he regained consciousness. Lying on the sand, his mind temporarily blank. A small crab scuttled past him, creating a rustling sound in the sand. After a moment, he finally regained his senses, sitting up and reflecting on the tumultuous events. Once he pieced together what had transpired, He checked his body, relieved to find that he was unharmed. Zhou Wen couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Even hurled into the ocean, he had survived, surely. He must be the protagonist of this tale. But where are the ladies? Zhou Wen sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings. He found himself on a crescent-shaped beach, dotted with palm and coconut trees. Behind him lay a dense jungle. Not far away on the sand, he spotted a pale figure. Rushing over, he discovered a woman clad in a pink swimsuit. He gently turned her over, and his eyes widened. She was stunning, with an oval face, a high nose, full lips, and a slightly upturned chin, her curvaceous form accentuated by the pink swimwear, concealing a pair of delightful curves. Zhou Wen crouched beside her, shaking her shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "Wake up! Can you hear me? Please wake up." The beauty remained motionless. He reached out to check for her breath, feeling almost nothing. Then, he pressed his fingers against her carotid artery, finding her pulse nearly imperceptible. Unconscious, with faint breaths and a weak pulse, immediate cardiopulmonary resuscitation was imperative. Zhou Wen hastily checked for any obstructions in her mouth and nose, then knelt beside her, overlapping his hands to compress between her breasts. After more than 30 compressions, he lowered his head to administer artificial respiration. Perhaps due to the timely intervention, Zhou Wen had barely completed 3 sets when the woman suddenly coughed, resuming her autonomous breathing. Ding Yutong coughed a few times and regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed a man in a light blue short-sleeved t-shirt kneeling beside her, pressing on her chest. Still disoriented from her recent awakening, Ding Yutong instinctively screamed, "Pervert!" Then she sat up and pushed Zhou Wen's hands away, swinging her palm toward his face. In typical tales, Zhou Wen would have taken the slap without protest and attempted to explain himself. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary narrative. Zhou Wen was not the type to remain passive in such situations. Ding Yutong's slap was feeble, and he swiftly grasped her wrist with his left hand while delivering a retaliatory slap across her face with his right. Stunned, Ding Yutong covered her cheek in disbelief, exclaiming, "You dare to hit me?" Zhou Wen, with insincerity, apologized. "My apologies, but you initiated the attack. This was merely a reflex." Incensed, Ding Yutong retorted, "My father wouldn't strike me like that." She struggled to free her right hand, but, unable to do so, raised her left hand to retaliate. Zhou Wen smirked internally, capturing her left wrist with his right hand, releasing her right, and delivering yet another sharp slap to her other cheek. Ding Yutong was rendered speechless once more. Zhou Wen reiterated, "My sincerest apologies. That was again a reflex." After receiving 2 slaps, Ding Yutong suddenly became lucid, her gaze clearer. Zhou Wen released her and calmly explained, "You nearly drowned. I was performing CPR. Do you understand?" Surveying the beach around her, Ding Yutong was suddenly reminded of her struggle in the water and nodded silently. Zhou Wen added, "I saved you, so say thank you." She looked up at him, whispering, "Thank you." Zhou Wen replied, "You're welcome." Thus, when reason fails in discussions with women, one may resort to physical means to facilitate understanding. The beautiful woman before him now seemed quite reasonable. Zhou Wen introduced himself. "I am Zhou Wen. You may call me Brother Wen. What is your name?" Ding Yutong responded, "Hello, Brother Wen. I am Ding Yutong." Zhou Wen complimented, "That is a lovely name. Now, let us rise. We must search for the others." He stood up and extended a hand to her. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped his hand and stood with his assistance. "Thank you." Zhou Wen looked at her in surprise. After receiving a slap, she had become quite polite. "You're welcome." As they walked along the beach, they spotted several figures ahead, gathered together, seemingly engaged in some activity. Zhou Wen exclaimed, "There they are. Let's hurry over." Ding Yutong nodded and followed behind Zhou Wen, jogging along the sandy shore. Zhou Wen inadvertently turned his gaze back, catching sight of 2 small white rabbits frolicking, nearly leaping out of their pink swimsuits. He almost stumbled to the ground, hurriedly gathering his composure and rushing forward. Upon reaching the crowd, the sound of footsteps prompted several beautiful women to turn around. Among them, a lady clad in a yellow swimsuit waved her hand cheerfully and exclaimed, "Yutong, it's wonderful to see you safe." Ding Yutong glanced at Zhou Wen and replied, "Sister Qinghe, I'm so relieved to see you. I was nearly drowning, but thankfully, Brother Wen saved me." Gu Qinghe assessed Zhou Wen with a look of surprise and offered him a warm smile, saying, "I'm Gu Qinghe. Thank you for rescuing my sister." Zhou Wen replied, "You're welcome. I'm Zhou Wen." On the beach lay a woman in a red swimsuit, her complexion pale, eyes tightly shut, and her chest showing no signs of rising or falling. Zhou Wen inquired, "What happened?" Gu Qinghe responded, "It seems Yao Yao has drowned." Zhou Wen was taken aback and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Hurry and save her." The group of women exchanged glances and said, "We can't." Zhou Wen, feeling exasperated, knelt beside Yao Yao, first examining her mouth and nose before preparing to administer CPR. Just then, a woman in a black and white striped swimsuit rushed over, shoving Zhou Wen aside while screaming, "Stop! What are you doing?" Zhou Wen swayed slightly, but managed to stay upright. Irritated, he retorted, "Are you blind? I'm trying to perform CPR. Don't lie. I see you just want to touch Yao Yao's chest." Zhou Wen felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, nearly choking on it, and cursed, "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm saving her?" Hu Cece displayed a disdainful expression, crossing her arms as she said, "You men and your thoughts. I'm not oblivious. I saw you secretly eyeing our chests and legs since you woke up on the boat." Zhou Wen thought to himself, "You're slandering me. I was looking openly, not sneaking a glance." However, upon hearing Hu Cece's words, the other women's faces turned slightly uncomfortable, their bodies shifting as they furtively assessed Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was infuriated but chose to ignore her, focusing on preparing to perform CPR on Yao Yao. Suddenly, Hu Cece shouted, "Sisters, we must protect Yao Yao. We cannot allow her to be defiled by a filthy man." Zhou Wen, incensed, leaped to his feet, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch her and silence her. Hu Cece took a step back in fear, realizing Zhou Wen wasn't approaching, and a look of disdain returned to her face as she said, "Do you still want to hit me? What else can you men do besides hitting women?" Zhou Wen was left incredulous, finding it laughable that someone like her had reached such an age. How could society allow such discordant beings to thrive? At that moment, a woman in a white swimsuit adorned with blue dots spoke up, "Allow me to assist." Zhou Wen glanced at her in surprise. She possessed large, bright eyes, typical of a peach blossom, with slender brows, a delicate nose, and soft facial contours, giving her a neighborly charm. With a hint of apology, she said, "I'm Cheng Mingqi. I'm not very skilled at CPR. Could you please teach me?" "Certainly." Zhou Wen stepped aside and instructed, "Kneel beside her. Then overlap your palms and press swiftly on the center of her chest." He demonstrated briefly, and Cheng Mingqi nodded, beginning to perform CPR on Yao Yao, albeit with somewhat unrefined technique. Zhou Wen stood opposite her, his eyes suddenly alight, watching as two small rabbits seemed to bounce in rhythm with her movements, unable to suppress a quiet gulp. Zhou Wen looked up in protest, prompting Zhou Wen to crouch down to avoid revealing his vulnerability. Cheng Mingqi pressed down rapidly over 20 times when Zhou Wen urged, "Quickly, someone else come to assist with artificial respiration." He glanced at the other women present. The one in a yellow swimsuit hesitated. The sharply dressed woman in black and white stripes wore a disdainful expression, while the one in blue appeared indifferent. Gazing up at the sky, another beauty, arms crossed, hid partially behind the one in blue, peeking out with half her face. The scene fell silent for several seconds until Ding Yutong finally spoke. "I'll do it." Zhou Wen's spirits lifted. "Great, hurry. Remember to pinch her nose with your thumb and index finger. Seal her mouth tightly with yours, ensuring no air escapes. Give 2 breaths for each cycle." Ding Yutong nodded. "I'll give it a try," and followed Zhou Wen's instructions to open Yao Yao's mouth and administer breaths. Cheng Mingqi pressed for over 10 minutes, panting heavily. "I can't go on. I simply can't press anymore." Zhou Wen once more checked Yao Yao's breathing and pulse, finding no signs of improvement, and panic surged within him. "Step aside. Let me take over." Cheng Mingqi moved aside, but as Zhou Wen knelt, Hu Cece began to chatter again. Enraged, Zhou Wen pointed at her and snapped, "One more word from you, and I'll make you regret it." Hu Cece's expression shifted, momentarily cowed by Zhou Wen's intensity. After a few seconds, she seemed to regain her composure, anger flaring within her as she threatened to kick Zhou Wen. But Gu Qinghe restrained her, whispering, "Cece, saving her is paramount. Let him try. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. Zhou Wen pressed quickly, counting aloud. After what felt like an eternity of repetitions, his arms grew weary, and it seemed as if Yao Yao's sternum might fracture under the pressure, yet she lay motionless on the beach. Zhou Wen checked her breathing and pulse again, looking up at the others and shaking his head slightly. Expressions of sorrow appeared on the faces of the few women, and some began to quietly weep. One person had already been lost in this challenge. Zhou Wen, filled with frustration, slammed his fist into the sand, sending a spray of grains flying. He did not know this woman well, and aside from a tinge of sympathy for her demise, he felt only annoyance. It felt akin to a multiplayer game where a teammate disconnects right at the start. What was the point of continuing the challenge? Just as Zhou Wen was stewing in his discontent, he heard Hussisi snicker disdainfully, truly useless. You look quite formidable. But it turns out you're nothing more than a fade. Astonished, Zhou Wen felt his irritation boil over. How could she mock them when her companion had just tragically perished? Hussisi, undeterred by fear, provocatively retorted, "What's the matter? Have I struck a nerve? It seems you still wish to strike me. Come on if you dare." Zhou Wen sprang forward with fervor. "If I don't show you some color today, you'll never comprehend the vibrancy of this world." Amidst the gasps of the onlooking beauties, Zhou Wen seized Hussisi by her hair and delivered 4 resounding slaps to her face. It must be said, Hussisi truly possessed a spirit, despite enduring the blows. She remained defiant, grasping Zhou Wen's hand while hurling curses and attempting to kick at his shins. Zhou Wen, momentarily losing his rationality, was overwhelmed by a surge of bloodlust. He yanked down her swimsuit and, with reckless abandon, delivered slaps that made her delicate form flinch, yet she could not escape his grasp. At this juncture, Hussisi could no longer endure the assault and cried out for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please stop, it hurts." As her once pristine form transformed into a rosy hue, Zhou Wen's rage began to dissipate. Deliberately squeezing her soft form, he taunted, "I've touched your bunnies. And what of it? If you have the courage, report me." He then thrust her before the lifeless body of Yao Yao, chastising, "If it weren't for your foolishness wasting time and delaying treatment, she might have survived." Hussisi, through tears, protested, "It's not my fault. I didn't mean to." Zhou Wen, infuriated, retorted, "How could it not be your fault?" As he prepared to strike her once more, Hussisi, in fear, pleaded, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me." Zhou Wen admonished, "Do not utter apologies to me. You owe them to your companion." With tears streaming down her face, she gazed at the cold corpse, lamenting, "I'm sorry, Yao Yao, it was my error." Zhou Wen, filled with indignation, cast her aside and turned away to simmer in his own frustration. The other beauties instinctively recoiled, clutching their chests as if fearing for Hussisi's well-being. Gu Qinghe glanced at Zhou Wen before approaching Hussisi and offering her solace in hushed tones. Suddenly, Zhou Wen sensed something amiss. His eyes swept across the group, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, including Yao Yao on the ground. There were only 7 individuals present. Wasn't it stated that the challenge required 1 man and 10 women? Reflecting carefully, he realized several faces were indeed absent. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Why are 3 individuals missing? Where could they have gone? We must split up and search." Just as he was about to depart, a beauty murmured, "Xiao Chu and her 2 companions cannot swim. I saw them sink with the yacht. I wanted to save them, but I couldn't reach them in time." Zhou Wen was taken aback. It turned out that not 1, but 4 had perished at the onset. What kind of challenge was this? It was a complete failure. The sea breeze howled, stirring a sense of gloom within him. Although he was unaware of the rewards awaiting a victorious challenge, he instinctively despised the thought of defeat. Now, it seemed that any hope of triumph had vanished, and he would need to find a way to endure the next 30 days. If he were to perish here as well, it would be a cruel jest. The sun gradually rose, its scorching rays igniting a prickling sensation upon Zhou Wen's skin. Zhou Wen let out a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, his survival remained paramount. He cast a glance at Yao Yao's lifeless body, feeling a sense of discomfort at witnessing a fellow being's corpse so closely for the first time in reality. Zhou Wen contemplated that it would be best to bury her, for in such sweltering weather, decomposition would occur swiftly. A friend accustomed to taking lives would surely understand that if a body were not dealt with promptly, the stench of decay could nauseate one's very soul, a burden not easily borne by the average individual. He hoisted Yao Yao's body in his arms when Gu Qinghe hurriedly inquired, "Where are you taking her?" Zhou Wen replied, "To find a place to bury her." Although we barely knew each other, it would be disrespectful to leave her exposed on this desolate island. Upon hearing this, aside from Hussisi, who continued to shoot Zhou Wen with glances laced with animosity, The other women's eyes lit up with newfound admiration. This was particularly true for Ding Yutong, who had also experienced near drowning. Gazing at Yao Yao's pale visage, Ding Yutong felt a wave of dread. Had it not been for her fortunate timing in being rescued by Zhou Wen, she too might now be lifeless. The terror of life and death weighed heavily upon her. In that moment, Ding Yutong felt an immense gratitude towards Zhou Wen, dismissing even the sting of the 2 slaps he had delivered. Furthermore, she found him exuding a certain charisma and masculinity, far surpassing those who only sought to flatter themselves. Ding Yutong repeatedly reassured herself that if Zhou Wen were to discover her thoughts, he would surely burst into laughter. As Zhou Wen prepared to depart, Ding Yutong suddenly spoke up, "I will accompany you." Zhou Wen glanced at her in surprise. It was as if the girl had transformed after receiving a couple of slaps. The other women turned their attention to Ding Yutong, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she feigned calmness, stating, "We are sisters, after all. It is only right for me to see her off." At that moment, Cheng Mengqi also chimed in, "I will go too." Zhou Wen, indifferent, nodded in agreement. He then looked at the other women. After waiting a few moments without further responses, he led the way toward a secluded stretch of beach. Lacking tools, it was impossible to dig a sufficiently deep grave in the soil, and Zhou Wen intended to bury her in a relatively remote area of the shoreline. Though the waves might eventually uncover her, out of sight meant out of mind. As long as he did not see her, it would be as though nothing had transpired. After walking a distance and rounding a curve, he spotted some rocks. "This should do. Let us bury her nearby," Zhou Wen declared. He set Yao Yao's body down and began to dig a hole behind a rock, the soft sand making it somewhat easier. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi exchanged glances and approached to assist. Although digging a grave was typically a tedious task, they found themselves momentarily distracted by the sight of 4 small white rabbits frolicking nearby, making the labor feel less burdensome. The 2 women sensed Zhou Wen's intense gaze upon them, their faces blooming with warmth, yet they feigned ignorance, only to realize their hands had grown weak, nearly unable to move the sand. Once they had interred Yao Yao's body, covering it with a palm leaf and refilling the hole with sand, Zhou Wen placed some stones atop the burial site to prevent the body from being washed away by the waves. The 3 individuals sat in silence for several seconds, after which Zhou Wen spoke, "Let us go." Upon returning to their starting point, the others had already sought refuge in the shade of the trees. Zhou Wen chose a nearby tree to sit beneath, gazing out at the boundless sea, his mind contemplating survival strategies. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi, however, did not join the other women. Instead, they settled beside Zhou Wen, one on his left and the other on his right. Zhou Wen glanced from left to right, perplexed. What is the meaning of this, ladies? Ding Yutong, her mind clouded, kept replaying the pale face of Yao Yao in her thoughts, leading her to instinctively follow Zhou Wen. Once seated, she realized it might have been a bit abrupt, yet feeling embarrassed, she hesitated to stand up again. Cheng Mengqi, on the other hand, had intentionally followed Zhou Wen. Coming from a modest background, she had entered the workforce early and had been in the modeling industry for 5 or 6 years. With her broad experiences, her mind was particularly clear the moment they set foot on the deserted island. She understood the absurdity of a group of women attempting to survive for 30 days on their own. Although Cheng Mengqi was uncertain about Zhou Wen's reliability, he was the only man present, potentially their sole hope for survival, prompting her to gravitate towards him to build rapport. Being surrounded by beauty was certainly not a disadvantage. And Zhou Wen, after a few glances, returned his focus to contemplating survival plans. Fresh water, fire, food, and shelter. These are the 4 essential elements for wilderness survival. While food could be slightly deprioritized, the other 3 varied in urgency, depending on the environment. Zhou Wen spotted coconut trees along the shoreline. Green coconuts could initially provide both fresh water and a small amount of food. After a brief rest, he intended to gather some. As for why survival on an island necessitated coconut trees, it was primarily because challengers who drifted to islands devoid of them rarely survived, thus their stories were seldom recorded. At that moment, the sound of rustling footsteps approached. Looking toward the sound, Zhou Wen saw Gu Qinghe walking over. He gazed up at her, silently admiring her. Indeed, as a swimsuit model, her long legs were both shapely and well-proportioned, far more appealing than those resembling chopsticks. Gu Qinghe tossed her hair back and smiled, saying, "Mr. Zhou, may I discuss something with you?" Zhou Wen replied, "What is it?" Gu Qinghe continued, Xiaoman's swimsuit was washed away by the sea. Could you lend her your shirt to wear? What? Zhou Wen, curious, leaned forward to take a look. A youthful beauty with a cherubic face was hiding behind someone else. Peeking over. Upon meeting Zhou Wen's gaze, she swiftly retreated. Zhou Wen realized. No wonder she was clutching her chest and hiding behind others. He had thought his appearance frightened her. It turned out she had no swimsuit. However, what did that have to do with him? Zhou Wen smiled slightly and replied no. What? Gu Qinghe's smile faltered, believing she had misheard. I'm sorry. Did you just say? Zhou Wen interjected firmly. I said no. Gu Qinghe, puzzled, asked why not. Zhou Wen, somewhat irritated, responded, I fear the sun. Gu Qinghe furrowed her brows and remarked, but there are males present, and Xiaoman does not possess a swimsuit. Zhou Wen interjected, it's fine, I don't mind. Gu Qinghe felt a twinge of displeasure, instinctively crossing her arms, which compressed her ample bosom, and retorted, but Xiaoman does mind. Zhou Wen replied, indeed, it is she who lost her swimsuit and is bothered by it. That is her predicament. You should speak to her and encourage her not to be concerned. What use is it for you to consult me? This line of reasoning left Gu Qinghe somewhat bewildered. She stammered for a moment before saying, you are a man. Shouldn't you exhibit some gallantry and consider the feelings of a woman? Zhou Wen burst into laughter. Why should I care for her when we are not related? Have you lost your mind? Gu Qinghe was infuriated, her chest rising and falling dramatically, providing Zhou Wen an ample view of her figure. She had never encountered such a discourteous man before. Realizing she could not argue her point, she stomped away in frustration. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, pondering why women often assumed men would accommodate them unconditionally. Upon seeing Gu Qinghe return empty-handed, the hopeful expression on Luo Xiaoman's face turned to disappointment. Sister Qinghe, did he refuse? Gu Qinghe sighed softly. I'm sorry, Xiaoman. That guy is rather oblivious and lacks sensitivity. Although Luo Xiaoman felt a hint of disappointment, she still smiled and said, Sister Qinghe, it's not your fault. I appreciate you asking on my behalf. Gu Qinghe replied, let me think of another solution. Luo Xiaoman nodded appreciatively. All right. At that moment, Hu Sisi scoffed him. I knew that insufferable man wouldn't help. He probably wishes we wouldn't wear swimsuits at all, so he could see us bare. Hu Sisi resumed her quiet cursing. Gu Qinghe found herself at a loss for words. As the team leader, she instinctively gathered the others and asserted her authority, yet she understood that relying solely on a few delicate women would not suffice to survive the next 30 days. She was too weary to counsel Hu Sisi. She had encountered many like her, self-absorbed individuals who spoke and acted without thought. It would be their own fault if they offended someone and faced dire consequences. Luo Xiaoman, having just graduated from college, was relatively innocent and still attempted to comfort Hu Sisi. Gao Lu maintained her indifferent demeanor, leaning against a tree trunk and gazing out at the sea, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen took a brief rest, feeling his lips parched, and decided to stand up to fetch some coconuts. As he rose, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi instinctively got to their feet and inquired, Brother Wen, where are you going? Zhou Wen replied, Festi. I'm going to get some coconuts. The two women exchanged glances and simultaneously said, we'll go with you. Zhou Wen shrugged, all right, just be careful not to get hit on the head by a coconut. Ding Yutong covered her mouth and smiled, Brother Wen, I'm not foolish. I can run. Zhou Wen looked up and selected a coconut tree. The coconut trees on this island were not very tall, around 5 to 6 meters, suggesting they were dwarf varieties. During a previous visit to Hainan Island, Zhou Wen observed that the coconut trees towered at impressive heights of over 10 meters, instilling in him a lack of confidence regarding his ability to climb them. Perhaps due to the persistent sea breeze, the coconut trees here exhibited a slight inclination, rendering them somewhat easier to ascend. Zhou Wen utilized both his hands and feet to scale the trunk. Below, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi gazed up with concern, exclaiming, Wengo, please be cautious. The other young ladies instinctively stood, their eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation as they watched Zhou Wen's ascent. Except for Hu Sisi, who muttered under her breath, fall down and break your neck. Gu Qinghe couldn't help but roll her eyes, pondering how oblivious this individual could be. She contemplated whether Hu Sisi had conspired with Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu to isolate her, fearing that if Zhou Wen inadvertently injured her, it would be quite a misfortune. Zhou Wen quickly reached the top of the tree and shouted down, stand back, be careful not to get hit. Once the two women had retreated a few steps, Zhou Wen began to pluck the green coconuts, tossing them down to the ground. The nearly ripe coconuts were relatively easy to harvest, sometimes even falling off during a gust of wind. However, the less mature ones required Zhou Wen to twist and pry them free. After collecting nearly 17 or 18 coconuts, he cautiously began his descent. The smooth trunk of the coconut tree made climbing down significantly more perilous than ascending. Yet fortunately, this particular tree was not excessively tall, allowing Zhou Wen to descend without much delay. By the time he reached the ground, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi had already gathered the fallen coconuts from the beach and piled them together. As Zhou Wen touched down, the two women greeted him with smiles, praising, "Wengu, you are incredible. You climbed that tall tree with such ease." Their compliments flowed freely, showering him with emotional validation. And Zhou Wen felt a bit lightheaded from the flattery. Ding Yutong picked up a coconut and inquired, "Wengu, where do we open this?" Zhou Wen replied, "Don't rush. You two stay here while I find stone." The two women responded in unison, "All right." Zhou Wen scoured the beach for a moment and found a somewhat sharp stone, returning with it in hand. Opening coconuts requires a certain finesse. Some delicate girls can accomplish the task with nothing but their teeth, while others might struggle even with a knife, potentially wasting half the coconut water in the process. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had practiced. He first located the eye of the coconut. Then, using the stone, struck it repeatedly to loosen the hard shell. After peeling away the outer layer and exposing the eye, he struck it forcefully, creating a small opening. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi clapped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, Wengu, you are so impressive." Zhou Wen, feeling quite pleased, responded, "It's a piece of cake. Here, drink up." He handed the coconut to Ding Yutong. She licked her lips and politely declined, saying, "Wengu, you drink first. You've worked hard. You should go first." Cheng Mengqi, also parched, echoed, "Yes, Wengu, you are our pillar of strength. You should drink first." Zhou Wen was taken aback, having never encountered such considerate young ladies before. Zhou Wen suddenly perceived that this challenge might not be so daunting after all. He, not one to indulge in pretentiousness, took a few hearty sips from the coconut. The cool coconut water gliding smoothly down his throat, imbued with a subtle sweetness and refreshing fragrance. "Refreshing," Zhou Wen exclaimed, feeling a considerable weight of fatigue lift from his shoulders. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi gazed at him with eager eyes, unable to resist licking their lips. Yet they refrained from urging him. Fortunately, Zhou Wen did not forget them. He opened 2 more coconuts and handed them to the 2 women. They smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Brother Wen," before delicately sipping the coconut water. The trio soon finished their coconuts. Zhou Wen cracked open the shells, procured suitable stones to share the coconut flesh, and they began to savor the tender meat together. Not far off, several others watched enviously as they drank coconut water and feasted on the coconut flesh, collectively swallowing hard. Luo Xiaoman sighed with envy. "I'm so thirsty. I want to drink coconut water too." Hu Cece, with a hint of dissatisfaction, retorted, "Selfish. Knowing that others' Haven tea had a chance to drink, you don't even offer to share." And Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi, all they do is fawn over men, lacking any backbone. Gu Qinghe was at a loss for words. Even Gao Lu subtly shifted away, perhaps fearing Hu Cece might unleash her wrath. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghe remarked, "I don't think Zhou Wen is a bad person. I'll ask him for help. He should be willing to share some coconuts with us." Luo Xiaoman and Gao Lu looked at her with hopeful eyes, while Hu Cece muttered something under her breath, which Gu Qinghe chose to ignore. With newfound courage, she made her way towards Zhou Wen. Under the shade of the trees, having consumed 1 coconut, Zhou Wen felt it insufficient and decided to open another. As he finished the second coconut, a sense of restlessness dissipated, prompting him to yawn and stretch his limbs. In extending his leg, his foot inadvertently brushed against Ding Yutong's smooth calf. Just as he intended to apologize, he noticed that Ding Yutong seemed neither upset nor offended. Instead, she brought her legs together and leaned slightly in his direction. What could this mean? Zhou Wen recalled a saying circulating online about women in the passenger seat of luxury cars instinctively leaning to the left to facilitate a man's reach. He instinctively glanced at Ding Yutong, noticing her cheeks flushed as she focused on scraping the coconut flesh, seemingly oblivious to anything else. Zhou Wen could hardly contain his amusement, reveling in the unexpected treatment akin to that of a wealthy gentleman. He found himself increasingly fond of this survival challenge. Just as Zhou Wen was teasing Ding Yutong, causing her earlobes to blush. The sound of rustling footsteps interrupted. He quickly withdrew his foot, feigning an air of propriety. A figure emerged before him. It was Gu Qinghe, clad in a yellow swimsuit. Whether by design or habit, she stood before Zhou Wen with a straightened posture, showcasing her graceful curves. Zhou Wen looked up at her and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Gu Qinghe wore a professional smile, saying, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Wen raised a palm, interrupting her. "I'm sorry, but standing like this while speaking to me is causing my neck to strain." The smile on Gu Qinghe's face faltered slightly. After a brief hesitation, she chose to kneel on the beach. "Is this acceptable, Mr. Zhou?" "It's passable," Zhou Wen replied, visibly more satisfied, as this angle was quite suitable for watching the game. Gu Qinghe placed her hands neatly on her thighs, her posture straight and dignified. She implored, "Mr. Zhou, the weather is rather sweltering, and after being in the seawater, we young ladies are feeling a bit parched. Might I request a few coconuts from you?" "Wen Sigid, ah? It's quite amusing that you seek my assistance, yet one T even address me as brother. It strikes me as a lack of respect." Zhou Wen had observed that Gu Qinghe seemed to hold a higher status among the beauties, often taking the lead. Thus, he deliberately sought to challenge her, diminishing her presence. In a survival scenario, there could only be one leader, otherwise it would descend into chaos. Much like the disarray scene in Bear Grylls survival challenges with 10 men and 10 women. Zhou Wen was not particularly eager to be the one in charge. Rather, he found it hard to trust these delicate beauties. If one among them possessed survival skills akin to Sister Sparrow, he would not hesitate to ally with her. Gu Qinghe sensed a shift in Zhou Wen's demeanor and quickly pondered whether he might harbor a disdain for women. No, that couldn't be the case. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ding Yutong quietly peeling coconuts, indicating that Zhou Wen was not averse to women, but merely treating her differently. Confusion washed over her. She couldn't recall having offended him. Yet, she had been rebuffed twice. Her mind raced, considering a possibility. Could it be that who Cece had angered him, leading him to take it out on her? Truly, an infuriating teammate. Gu Qinghe's face broke into a sweet smile as she clasped her hands together. "Brother Wen, I beseech you." Zhou Wen chuckled heartily. "Since your attitude is so sincere, it would be rather unkind of me to refuse. Each of you shall have one." Gu Qinghe's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Wen." This address carried a genuine tone. This naive girl thought that obtaining the green coconuts signified victory, unaware that opening them required skill. Unless one had lived in Hainan for an extended period or had practiced it specifically, the task was indeed challenging for the average person. Zhou Wen mused that when she inevitably sought help to open the coconuts, he would take great delight in mocking her, step by step eroding her self-confidence, making her understand that on this deserted island, they were all inept and must heed his guidance. Gu Qinghe joyfully cradled 2 green coconuts, but found it difficult to manage the remaining 2. Zhou Wen turned to Cheng Mengqi, saying, "Mengqi, please assist Miss Gu with the other 2. Cheng Mengqi obediently replied, "Of course." She then set down her coconut, intentionally choosing 2 smaller ones, carrying one in each hand as she followed Gu Qinghe away. Once the 2 departed, Zhou Wen quietly inquired of Ding Yutong, "What is the background of this Miss Gu?" Ding Yutong murmured, "She is our captain, responsible for organizing training sessions and preparing various tasks." Zhou Wen, deep in thought, remarked, "No wonder she seems to take the lead in everything. She appears quite formidable." Ding Yutong cast a quick glance at Gu Qinghe's back and whispered, "Despite her fierce demeanor, she often flatters the higher-ups. It is said she is the mistress of the company's vice president, which is why she can hold the captaincy." Zhou Wen chuckled, "Ah, the complexities of sisterhood." Ding Yutong, sensing disbelief, asserted fervently, "It's true. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Mengqi. She claims to have witnessed Qinghe getting into the vice president's car and leaving with him." Zhou Wen playfully placed his hand on her ample thigh, teasing, "And you? Whose little lover are you?" Ding Yutong squirmed and retorted playfully, "How rude. I would never be a mistress to a balding old man." Zhou Wen thought to himself, "I can't believe you. The modeling industry is even more frivolous than that of flight attendants. Being a mistress to an elderly gentleman is one thing. But surely there are plenty of young men in your field." Cheng Mengqi delivered a coconut and then returned, seemingly resolved to stay close to Zhou Wen. She glanced at Zhou Wen's hand resting on Ding Yutong's thigh, but pretended not to notice. "Brother Wen, I'm back," she said before sitting down again. hesitating momentarily before subtly leaning in closer to him. Meanwhile, the four naive girls each hugged a coconut, their faces blooming with joy. Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, "Sister Qinghe, you're amazing. You got us these coconuts right away." Gu Qinghe raised her chin slightly and nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. Mr. Zhou is quite reasonable." He agreed pleasantly after my persuasion. Gao Lu chimed in, "Thank you, Sister Qinghe." However, the oblivious Hu Sisi muttered, "Humph, a lecherous man." Gu Qinghe felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, thinking, "If you're so bold, don't take it then. How can I tactfully remove such a foolish teammate without losing face?" What a dilemma. Luo Xiaoman twirled her coconut, her delicate fingers forming a fist as she tapped on it, inquiring, "Sister Qinghe, how do we open this coconut?" Gu Qinghe felt a twinge of worry. While she had eaten coconuts before, they had always been prepped with the outer shell removed and a straw inserted. She had never attempted to open one herself. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "I saw them using stones earlier. Let us find some stones and give it a try." Luo Xiaoman replied enthusiastically, "Great." The other two girls nodded in agreement. The four naive girls went in search of stones and began to smash the coconuts with a rhythmic thud. On Zhou Wen's side, after resting for a while and feeling rejuvenated, he believed he could continue striving for survival. With so many coconuts at hand, food and fresh water were momentarily secured, so it was time to prioritize fire-making and finding shelter. After some reflection, Zhou Wen, confident in his remaining energy, decided to start a fire. The role of fire in survival is paramount. It provides warmth, wards off wild beasts, and most importantly, enables the cooking of food. In the wilderness, ingredients are often teeming with bacteria and parasites. If they cannot be thoroughly cooked, an infection could prove fatal within 3 days. Some might argue that most parasites found in sea fish cannot survive in the human body due to environmental changes, thus making sashimi safe to consume. However, it would be foolish to gamble one's life on such slim probabilities unless absolutely necessary. Without a lighter or matches, one must resort to the arduous task of friction fire, which demands both skill and physical endurance. As Zhou Wen stood up once more, Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi followed suit, their expressions filled with concern. "Where are you going?" "Wenge," they inquired. Zhou Wen replied, "I shall venture into the jungle to gather materials for a fire. You two should search nearby for some stones, approximately this size." He gestured, and the two women nodded in agreement. Upon entering the jungle and stepping onto the earth, Zhou Wen suddenly hesitated. Just prior to his transportation, he had been lying in bed engrossed in his phone, barefoot, without even socks. While walking on the beach had been manageable, traversing the jungle barefoot was decidedly uncomfortable. Cautiously avoiding sharp objects, he picked up a stick to clear the underbrush and dry leaves ahead, wary of any concealed venomous snakes. In this sinister place, a bite from a poisonous creature would be tantamount to a death sentence. The jungle had likely flourished for countless years, littered with dead branches and leaves. Zhou Wen quickly gathered a bundle of dry twigs and tore off a section of vine to bind them together. He then collected another, similarly weighted bundle, securing it with another piece of vine, and hoisted both bundles onto a long stick to use as a yoke, making his way back toward the edge of the jungle. Upon returning to the shade of the trees, he found Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi had amassed a considerable number of stones. Zhou Wen glanced at their collection and called out, "That's enough. Come back." Dropping the dry twigs, he vigorously scratched at his arms and calves. Noting the abundance of mosquitoes in the jungle, he felt as though he had entered merely to serve as their feast. Fortunately, the coastal winds kept the mosquito population at bay, or else sleep would be a distant dream that night. Nevertheless, the presence of mosquitoes indicated that fresh water existed on this deserted island. Green coconuts could only serve as a temporary substitute for fresh water. Ultimately, a stable source of fresh water must be located. The two women returned at a brisk pace, their faces flushed from the scorching sun. Zhou Wen quickly opened 2 green coconuts to replenish their hydration, preventing heat exhaustion. Cheng Mengqi, fanning herself with her small hands while sipping the coconut water, looked at the 2 bundles of twigs in awe. "Wenge, you're amazing. You found so many branches." Zhou Wen began to clear the sand, using stones to construct a fire pit, casually remarking, "It's not much. If we manage to ignite a fire later, we must ensure it does not extinguish easily. We'll need to burn quite a bit of wood each day." Having prepared the fire pit, he laid a layer of dry twigs on the bottom, followed by a layer of dry leaves and grass, then another layer of twigs, and finally a top layer of dry leaves and grass. Next, he would need to prepare the tools for friction fire. First, one must create tools for cutting wood and bark. Those familiar with survival games know that the initial step typically involves crafting a stone axe. However, the construction of a stone axe can be quite time-consuming. Thus, it suffices to fashion a simple stone knife instead. The creation of this rudimentary stone knife is remarkably straightforward. One merely requires a pair of hands. Zhou Wen instructed the two women to wait in the shade of a tree while he sought out a piece of relatively hard stone. He lifted it and struck it forcefully against a reef. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered into various fragments. Zhou Wen selected a few pieces with sharp edges, and thus his simple stone knife was completed. While it may not be durable, it would serve its purpose adequately. Returning with the stone knife, Zhou Wen retrieved a straight, sturdy wooden stick. With careful precision, he sharpened one end of it while rounding the other. He then found a drier, thicker piece of wood, stripped away its bark, and used the sharp stone to drill a small hole, creating a notch beside it to form a drill board. Zhou Wen gathered a handful of dry grass, kneaded it into the shape of a bird's nest, and crumbled some dry leaves to sprinkle in the center, thus preparing the tinder. While the fibrous layer inside a coconut shell would also suffice, he was reluctant to expend the effort to extract it. Next, Zhou Wen produced a bow-shaped branch and wrapped a length of vine around the drill rod, securing it to both ends of the bow. Ideally, shoelaces would serve as a better bowstring, but with 7 barefoot individuals present, that option was impractical. With the preparations complete, it was time to put his plan into action. Zhou Wen placed the tinder on a flat stone, positioned the drill board atop it, and pressed down firmly with his foot. He aligned the drill rod over the small hole, using one hand to stabilize the top of the rod while swiftly pulling the bowstring with the other. Ding Yutong and Cheng Mengqi, curious, gathered around him from either side. After drilling for 7 or 8 minutes, a sudden snap echoed as the bowstring broke. "Damn it!" Zhou Wen exclaimed, casting the bow aside in frustration. Observing